Title: Marrying a Wife in the Military, after the Princess, the Empress. Synopsis: In the tumultuous era of the warring states, nations are in constant conflict. Chen Ping'an, a young man from a rural village, finds himself thrust into this chaotic world, receiving a conscription order. Fortunately, he awakens a family system that allows him to grow stronger by expanding his lineage. His military achievements and prowess increase day by day. At the age of 18, he traverses the grasslands, ignites the Dragon City, and is bestowed the title of Champion Marquis. Leading 800 iron cavalry from Beiliang, he drinks from the eastern sea and tramples the western border. Born amidst chaos, Chen Ping'an wields only a spear. He topples the disorderly world, trampling the 6 kingdoms. In drunken slumber at the feet of the Empress, he awakens to grasp the power of the realm. Chapter 1. Sister-in-law, open the door, I am my brother. Sister-in-law, open the door, I am my brother. Outside a low, humble adobe house, Chen Ping'an knocks vigorously on the dilapidated wooden door. Soon, the door creaks open. A beautiful young woman in her early 20s, adorned in patched clothing, glares at Chen Ping'an with annoyance. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry inside. As she speaks, she ushers Chen Ping'an into the house and has him sit on the calm. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an's slightly gaunt yet handsome face, the young woman suddenly inquires. Ping'an, do you want a wife? Sister-in-law, have you finally come to your senses? Chen Ping'an's eyes light up as he grabs the young woman's hand. What are you talking about? I am your sister-in-law. Her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she quickly withdraws her hand, saying, I meant that girl Xiao. If you agree, I can help you propose. This marriage is sure to succeed. You only have a month before heading to the battlefield. Before you leave, you ought to leave something for the Chen family, right? I also wish to marry a wife, but given our current situation, it is hard enough to support just the 2 of us. How could we possibly feed another mouth without starving? Chen Ping'an lets out a resigned sigh. In truth, he was not originally from this world, and had only crossed over 3 days prior. This place resembles an ancient world akin to the spring and autumn period. The country the original owner belonged to is called Deqian. 5 years ago, his father was conscripted to the battlefield and never returned. His mother perished from starvation during a year of calamity, leaving him, then only 13, alone in the world. The beautiful young woman before him is named Su. 1.5 years ago, her husband was also conscripted to war and never came back. Though their families are not related by blood, their homes are in close proximity, separated only by a courtyard wall. Since then, the 2 lonely souls have relied on each other, supporting one another through the trials of this chaotic era. Recently, Chen Ping'an received a conscription order from the court. In a month, he must report to the barracks. Su1 has grown anxious, eager to arrange a marriage for Chen Ping'an. However, their impoverished circumstances make it nearly impossible to support another person. Thus, Chen Ping'an is not particularly interested in marriage. Let's not discuss this for now. You must be hungry after working all morning. I'll go fetch you a bowl of porridge. With a sigh, Su1 wipes her hands and heads to the outer room, quickly returning with a bowl. Chen Ping'an lifts his gaze to scrutinize Su1. According to the original owner's memories, Su1 is 3 years his senior. Although her skin has darkened from years of labor, her innate beauty remains undeniable. Her features are exquisite, her eyes like painted landscapes. While she may not possess the ethereal beauty of a celestial being, she is certainly one of the rare beautiful women in the fields. Her natural, unadorned visage rivals that of the so-called stars of his past life, who appear once in centuries. Particularly, her figure defies logic. Despite the evident malnutrition and frailty from lack of food, her upper body is astonishingly ample, her thin garment barely containing her form. In the words of his previous life, she is a prime example of a slender branch bearing abundant fruit. Their future children shall never know hunger. Drink it while it's hot. Su1 places a somewhat thin bowl of millet porridge before Chen Ping'an. He takes the bowl and looks at her, asking, Sister-in-law, is there only this bowl of porridge? Are you not eating? There is more in the pot. I'll go eat outside. That is a lie. Chen Ping'an's gaze fixes on Su1. When you ladled the porridge, the spoon nearly scraped the pot clean. Do you think I did not hear? There is only this bowl of porridge, is there not? Though he feels quite hungry, he cannot bear the thought of eating while letting a woman watch him suffer. Sister-in-law, we shall share this bowl of porridge. Really, you need not. You eat first. I am not hungry. Su1 hurriedly declines that as soon as she speaks, her stomach betrays her, emitting a soft growl. Her cheeks flush crimson, feeling a wave of heat rise to her face. With a helpless smile, she explains to Chen Ping'an, all that remains at home is this little bit of millet. Tomorrow, I will sell the cloth I have woven these days at the market, and then I can buy some new rice. I am but a woman. Eating one extra meal, or skipping one does not matter much. I can endure it. You are a man. and in your growing years, you must eat well. 1/2 each, Chen Ping'an asserts with an undeniable tone. After speaking, he strides to the outer room, grabs another bowl, and pours half of the porridge into it, returning to place it in Suwan's hands. Holding the steaming bowl of millet porridge, Suwan gazes at Chen Ping'an with her beautiful eyes. She feels a warm current flowing through her heart, her gaze filled with gratitude. Little Ping'an has grown up that he finally understands how to care for others. Ding. A suitable binding target has been detected nearby. The family system has been activated. Binding a character of the opposite gender will yield system rewards when their affection for the host reaches 60, 80, or 100 points. The host is encouraged to diligently build the family, expanding the lineage and continuing the bloodline. Every effort you invest for the family will be rewarded. Shall the host bind Suwan as a candidate family member? Is this my golden opportunity to expand my family with my sister-in-law? Chen Ping'an's eyes sparkle as he decisively makes his choice. Bind. Ding. Currently, Suwan holds an affection level of 83 points towards the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 opportunities for a draw. May I inquire if you wish to proceed with the draw immediately? Chen Ping'an's heart leaped at the thought, and in the next moment, 2 system prompts resonated crisply in his ears. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill treasure hunting, which allows you to discover hidden treasures within your line of sight. Congratulations, host, you have received a physical enhancement, significantly boosting your physical attributes. Simultaneously, a virtual panel appeared before Chen Ping'an, revealing his personal attributes. Leader, Chen Ping'an. Physique, 515. Spouse, none. Bound partner, Suwan. Offspring, none. Skill, treasure hunting. The system reward for physical enhancement elevated Chen Ping'an's physique strength from a mere 5 points to an impressive 15 points. A direct tripling. Beneath his patched clothing, his previously malnourished and frail body visibly transformed, muscles rippling and bulging, resulting in a remarkable improvement in his physical condition. Chen Ping'an clenched his fists, feeling an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him. It felt as though he could fell a bull with a single punch. As for the treasure hunting function, according to the system's introduction, it enables the discovery of hidden treasures within one's line of sight. Chen Ping'an, filled with anticipation, was eager to test the efficacy of this newfound ability. After finishing half a bowl of porridge, he set down the empty bowl and addressed Suwan. Sister-in-law, since we have no rice at home, I shall venture into the mountains and see if I can find something to bring back. What? You intend to go into the mountains? Suwan's expression transformed into one of concern. There are many fierce beasts in the mountains, and you haven't been there often. It's far too dangerous. We can dig up some wild vegetables in the afternoon. It will suffice for a meal tonight. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I will only wander around the foot of the mountain, not venture deep inside. There won't be any danger. Then wait a moment. Seeing that her persuasion had failed, Suwan hurriedly dashed into the house, climbed onto a stool, and reached for something atop a tall cabinet. As she moved, her already ill-fitting clothes stretched upward. Chen Ping'an stood below, glancing up inadvertently, and caught a glimpse of 2 snowy, rounded shapes partially concealed. Gasp! Sister-in-law's assets are indeed formidable. Soon, Suwan descended from the cabinet, holding a sturdy bow and several arrows, which she handed to Chen Ping'an. This bow was left by your brother from years past. If you are going into the mountains, take it for self-defense. Chen family village is situated in the northern frontier, where martial spirit prevails due to years of warfare, making it quite normal for households to possess bows and arrows. Chen Ping'an grasped the bow, drew the string, and tested it a few times. Though the bow had remained idle atop the cabinet for several years, it was somewhat stiff upon drawing, yet it remained serviceable enough. Nodding in satisfaction, he flashed a grin at Suwan and said, Sister-in-law, wait for my return at home. Tonight, we shall feast on meat. Chapter 2. Seeking treasure in the mountains, wild ginseng. Hunting is not as simple as it seems. Remember, never venture deep into the mountains. Be cautious of where you step. Do not tread upon venomous snakes or traps set by others. Ensure you return before darkness falls. Suwan accompanied Chen Ping'an to the door, her words laced with concern for his safety. Rest assured, I will return before nightfall. Chen Ping'an reassured her, waving goodbye as he departed. Even after walking a considerable distance, he could still feel Suwan's gaze upon him, warming his heart unexpectedly. Who would have thought that as an orphan in his previous life, devoid of familial affection, he would, after traversing to this realm, experience a motherly care from this widow who shared his hardships? His appearance, with a long bow in hand and a quiver slung across his back, naturally drew the attention of some villagers as he passed through. Oh, Ping'an, are you going into the mountains to hunt? Have you eaten lunch yet? There are tigers and wolves in the mountains. It's quite dangerous. You can't go on an empty stomach. Come sit in Aunt Wang's house. She has steamed buns to fill you up before you hunt. Be wary of Aunt Wang. If you enter her house, who knows who will end up eating whom? 5 years prior, the war had devastated the Qin dynasty, losing vast territories and claiming the lives of 400,000 soldiers, drastically reducing the young male population. Liangzhou, where Qin's village is located, was a primary recruitment area during that war, nearly wiping out an entire generation of men. Presently, one could scarcely find a robust young man in Qinjia village. Most were either elderly souls nearing their end or young lads like Chen Ping'an who had only recently matured. 7 or 8 out of every 10 households were led by widows like Su Wan. As Chen Ping'an grew older, he began to notice the changing glances from the village's older women and younger wives, their gazes becoming increasingly peculiar. To speak without modesty, with his strikingly handsome visage, he could easily charm a knight at any household from the east and to the west of the village. However, Chen Ping'an was not one to indulge in frivolity, and with his younger sister-in-law's vigilant watch, he remained untouched by romantic pursuits. Better to be a peaceful dog than a man of chaos in troubled times. As he traversed through a village filled with the elderly and children, he couldn't help but sigh, especially considering his impending conscription. In a month, he would be heading to the military camp, facing the brutal battlefield where death lurked at every corner, which weighed heavily on his heart. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, he possessed a unique advantage. By enhancing the affection with his bonded entity and ensuring the continuation of the Chen family line, he could garner substantial rewards. It was crucial to make the most of this month, diligently cultivating his strength to increase his chances of survival upon returning. Lost in thought, Chen Ping'an soon arrived at the vast mountains behind the village. It was mid-April, a time when the old year's provisions were nearly depleted and the new harvest had yet to arrive. During such times, many villagers ventured into the mountains to hunt for supplementary food. However, the deeper one went, the more perilous it became due to the presence of wild beasts. Most villagers dared only to hunt small game like wild chickens and hares in the relatively safe areas near the foot of the mountain. Yet, hunting wild chickens and hares was no easy task either, as the dense forest obscured visibility. Unless one was an experienced hunter, newcomers would find it challenging to spot the concealed creatures. Not long after entering the mountains, Chen Ping'an noticed a patch of grass shimmering faintly with golden light in the distance. Intrigued, he quieted his steps and approached cautiously. When he was about 5 or 6 paces away, he finally discerned a vividly feathered wild chicken pecking at the ground for insects. So, this is how the treasure-seeking skill works. Any place where treasures exist emits a golden glow, Chen Ping'an mused. He held his breath, carefully drew an arrow from his quiver, and knocked it on the bowstring. Silently, he pulled back the bowstring, aimed, and released. Whoosh! The sharp arrow flew forth, striking the ground beside the wild chicken. Startled, the chicken flapped its wings and swiftly darted into the depths of the forest, vanishing from Chen Ping'an's sight. Drat! What a poor shot! He chuckled wryly to himself, retrieving the arrow embedded in the ground, and continued his exploration. For the next hour and a half, Chen Ping'an wandered through the forest, bow in hand. Thanks to his exceptional treasure-seeking talent, he discovered numerous small creatures like mountain chickens, hares, and squirrels. Unfortunately, his archery skills were abysmal, and he failed to hit a single target. However, he did not leave empty-handed. He stumbled upon 2 nests of wild chicken eggs hidden in some underbrush. Chen Ping'an memorized the locations of the nests, planning to retrieve the eggs on his way home. After wandering for another hour, fortune smiled upon him, and he successfully shot a wild chicken. Elated, he rushed forward to claim the still flapping bird, estimating its weight to be around 3 or 4 pounds. Plenty for a satisfying meal for himself and his sister-in-law. I knew my archery skills were decent. Chen Ping'an laughed heartily, ready to return home with his bounty. Just then, he caught sight of a patch of grass beneath a distant tree, glowing with a brilliant golden light. Startled, his eyes widened in astonishment. Through an afternoon of exploration, he had begun to understand the patterns of his treasure-seeking ability. The greater the value of the concealed treasure, the more intense the golden light emitted. The previous ordinary game, like mountain chickens and hares, had only emitted a faint glow, easily overlooked without careful observation. However, the golden radiance emanating from that patch of grass was exceptionally bright, akin to a high-wattage bulb illuminating the surroundings. What treasure could emit such a dazzling light? Chen Ping'an's heart raced with excitement. He looked over cautiously, first confirming that whatever lay hidden in that patch of grass was unlikely to be a fearsome beast. Then, he slowly crept closer, using his bow to gently part the grass. Behind it, he uncovered a peculiar plant with an unusual appearance. Its leaves were oval, resembling droplets of water with tiny, serrated edges. Atop a slender, straight stem, a cluster of round, jewel-like, bright red berries, reminiscent of goji berries, flourished. Chapter 3. Ping'an. You can't. I am your sister-in-law. Is this wild ginseng? Gazing at the rare plant before him, Chen Ping'an's eyes sparkled with delight. It is well known that ginseng is a precious medicinal herb, a rare gem of the mountains. Some ancient, top-quality ginseng can fetch a staggering price of over 1,000 taels of silver. However, its great value also makes it exceedingly rare. Once discovered, it is almost certain that the rare and exquisite mountain ginseng, aged with time, is often found in the remote and desolate mountains and ancient forests. An exceedingly rare sight in the outskirts of the mountain ranges. Chen Ping'an did not anticipate that on his first venture into the mountains, he would unexpectedly stumble upon a wild mountain ginseng, a stroke of serendipity indeed. Suppressing his excitement, he meticulously unearthed the soil with both hands and soon extracted the entire ginseng root. Weighing approximately 2 taels, although it may not compare to the legendary 1,000-year-old treasures, it is still a precious medicinal herb, likely to fetch a good price and provide several months' worth of provisions without any doubt. With a joyful smile, Chen Ping'an tucked the entire ginseng safely into his clothing to avoid attracting unwanted attention, and then set off homeward, carrying a wild chicken. On his way back, he took the opportunity to collect 8 wild chicken eggs from the nests he had previously discovered, enough for a delightful meal with soar. When Chen Ping'an returned to the village, dusk was approaching, and the aroma of cooking wafted from every household. Many villagers, upon seeing Chen Ping'an return with a wild chicken, expressed their astonishment. Oh, Ping'an succeeded in his first hunting trip. He truly has talent, much better than your old uncle, who wanders the forest with his broken bow and returns empty-handed. The villagers jested. Whoever's daughter is fortunate enough to marry Ping'an will be blessed. Facing their banter, Chen Ping'an chuckled and continued his brisk walk home. Approaching his house, he spotted Su Wan cornered by 2 men at the door, who were harassing her. Chen Ping'an immediately recognized them as the village bullies, Chen Ergo and Chen Shishan. 5 years ago, when the court called for soldiers, these two, cowardly and self-preserving, had feigned injuries to escape the battlefield, one breaking his arm and the other his leg, thus remaining in the village. After all the local men had not returned, they became among the few able-bodied men left, and for the past 5 years, they had wreaked havoc in the village, taking advantage of the vulnerable and bullying widows. With Su Wan's beauty and youth, having lost her husband at a young age, she had not escaped their unwanted attention. The original owner had often clashed with these ruffians over the years. To his dismay, Chen Ping'an found that upon returning from his hunting trip, these scoundrels were once again bothering Su Wan. Anger surged within him. Without hesitation, he drew his bow, aimed at the 2 men, and coldly commanded, "You two, get lost." When Chen Ergo and his companion turned to see Chen Ping'an aiming an arrow at them, they were momentarily taken aback. However, they quickly regained their composure and scoffed at him. "Chen Ping'an, you have grown bolder in just a few days, daring to threaten us with a bow? We were playing with bows before you could even walk." Chen Ping'an remained silent, raising his arrow a few inches and releasing the bowstring. Whoosh! The sharp arrow whizzed past Chen Ergo's head. Instantly, Chen Ergo's face paled, and he fell to the ground, fear etched across his features as he exclaimed, "You really dare to shoot?" Chen Ping'an did not reply, but drew his bow again, this time aiming for Chen Ergo's throat. "If you do not leave now, the next arrow will end you. Don't be rash. Do you know that killing brings serious consequences?" Seeing Chen Ping'an's resolve, both Chen Ergo and Chen Shishan's faces turned ashen. If they had any courage, they would have fought in the war 5 years ago. They could be labeled as village bullies, but in truth, they were merely idle ruffians, preying on the weak and shying away from the strong. When faced with a true challenge, they were quicker to flee than a coward, with the arrow trained on them. Chen Ping'an's intimidation was enough to send them scurrying away in terror. "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Chen Ping'an turned to Su Wan. "I am fine," she replied. shaking her head as she rushed to his side and gently restrained his bow. Sighing deeply, she said, "Ping'an, I know you wish to protect me, but please do not act so impulsively in the future. According to Chen law, killing is a capital offense, and those two are not worth it. You nearly frightened me to death. While they are indeed unworthy, they must not bully you. If it weren't for your support over the years, I might have starved long ago. Now that I have grown up." Chen Ping'an's gaze turned resolute as he declared from now on, "No one shall bully you again." Su Wan stood frozen, gazing at him with wide eyes, her heart racing as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Sister-in-law, look what I have." Chen Ping'an lifted the wild chicken he had caught and waved it in front of her, eliciting a gasp of delight from Su Wan. "You truly caught something." "Of course. I even found several wild chicken eggs. Tonight, we feast." Chen Ping'an laughed heartily as he led Su Wan into the courtyard. She quickly donned an apron and busied herself with the preparations, killing the chicken, draining its blood, and starting the fire. After half an hour of bustling activity, a large bowl of fragrant chicken meat and several boiled wild chicken eggs were laid out on the dining table. However, Su Wan did not eat much. After a few bites, she set down her chopsticks, sitting beside the table with her chin resting on her hand, quietly watching Chen Ping'an eat, her eyes reflecting satisfaction and contentment. "Sister-in-law, there is plenty of meat. Please continue eating. I am full already. You should eat more." Chen Ping'an was not convinced by her words. Given that she had only eaten a few bites, it was hard to believe she was full. She simply cherished the chicken and wished to leave it all for him. With a silent sigh, Chen Ping'an reached into his clothing and pulled out the mountain ginseng, placing it on the table. "Sister-in-law, look at this. Is this wild mountain ginseng?" Su Wan's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with delight. "Indeed, tomorrow, I will take it to the market and sell it for silver, enough to ensure our provisions for several months. So, sister-in-law, do not hold back. Eat freely. We shall have meat with every meal from now on. Even with newfound wealth, one must not squander it. Having meat at every meal? Look at how ambitious you are." Su Wan playfully scolded Chen Ping'an, then gently pushed the mountain ginseng back into his arms, saying, "Sister-in-law cannot spend your money. This ginseng is hard-earned. The silver from its sale should be yours to keep for your future. But what if the one I wish to marry is you, sister-in-law?" Chen Ping'an grasped Su Wan's hand firmly. A tremor coursed through her body as a blush crept onto her cheeks. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am your sister-in-law." Chapter 4. On a stormy night, sister-in-law opened the door, allowing me to enter. She is not my biological sister-in-law. Moreover, after so many years, Nyoge has departed, and you are still so young. It is unreasonable for you to remain unattached. What objection could there be to my marrying you?" Su Wan's countenance flushed crimson as she withdrew her small hand from Chen Ping'an's palm and fled hastily out the door, returning to her own home. Truly, she is a woman of contradictory sentiments. Chen Ping'an watched the flustered Su Wan escape and could not help but let out a quiet sigh. The system encouraged him to propagate and continue the lineage with Su Wan, yet she seemed somewhat uncooperative. Surely, he could not resort to coercion. It was much like the bowl of chicken. If Su Wan refused to eat, could he forcefully pry her mouth open and stuff it in? Would he insist that she must consume it, regardless of her will? How absurd! Chen Ping'an shook his head, choosing not to dwell on such matters for the time being. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he tidied up the dishes and reclined on his bed, activating the system panel for further examination. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through outside. Before long, thunder rumbled and torrential rain began to pour. A few drops leaked from the rooftop, splattering onto Chen Ping'an's face. His eyes brightened with a sudden idea. Without hesitation, he donned his coat, rose from the bed, and stepped outside. He skillfully scaled the wall, braving the torrential rain, and arrived at Su Wan's doorstep, knocking loudly. "Sister-in-law, open the door." Soon, the oil lamp inside flickered to life. Su Wan, somewhat disheveled, opened the door and was taken aback by the sight of Chen Ping'an, drenched to the skin like a drowned rat. "Ping'an, what is this?" "Sister-in-law, I spent the day repairing your roof, but my own leaks terribly, making it impossible to sleep. I thought I might spend the night here." Su Wan hesitated at his proposition. It was a stormy night, and it was rather inappropriate for a solitary man and woman to share a bed. "Fear not, sister-in-law. I will merely sleep the night, behaving myself entirely, without any impropriety." "Very well." Softening at the sight of Chen Ping'an, soaked and shivering, Su Wan relented and allowed him inside. She quickly fetched a cloth and handed it to him, expressing concern. You're completely soaked. Quickly change out of your wet clothes and dry off, lest you fall ill. Chen Ping'an accepted the cloth, removed his drenched attire, and casually handed it to Su Wan while using the cloth to dry himself. His physique had been enhanced through the system earlier that day, no longer resembling the frail figure of the past. His muscles were well-defined, each contour perfectly sculpted, radiating a primal and wild beauty akin to a masterpiece by a master sculptor. Su Wan stole a glance, captivated, her mouth suddenly dry and her gaze lingering. Sister-in-law, what are you staring at? Is there something on me? No. Su Wan's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly averted her gaze. She took Chen Ping'an's discarded clothes to the door, wrung them out vigorously, and hung them up to dry, all the while pondering. When did this boy become so muscular? Soon, the two extinguished the oil lamp and lay down on the bed, one on either side. Outside, thunder cracked and rain fell in torrents, yet within, there was an atmosphere of tranquility. Although Su Wan's bed was spacious, there was only one blanket to share, leading to unavoidable contact between their bodies. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder resounded through the sky. Chen Ping'an distinctly felt Su Wan shudder beside him. Sister-in-law, are you afraid of thunder? Chen Ping'an turned over, wrapping his arms around Su Wan's slender waist, pulling her close. Ping'an, what are you doing? The blanket is too short for two. We must hold each other to keep warm. Do not be afraid. I will only hold you and not act improperly. Feeling the warmth radiating from Chen Ping'an, Su Wan's heart raced. Sister-in-law, I cannot. I am your sister-in-law. What I desire is my sister-in-law. Nonsense. You are now grown and at the age to seek a bride. Which girl has caught your eye? I can help you propose. Xiao from the east end of the village, or the second daughter from the Lao Sun family. Who is better than I? They pale in comparison to you. But I'm 3 years older than you. Age is but a number, you know. A woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. Ping'an, you should know that I am a Bai Hu Xing, destined to bring misfortune to my husband. Su Wan bit her lip tightly, struggling with her inner turmoil, and finally summoned the courage to reveal a secret that had long troubled her. On the very day Nyo married me, he was conscripted to the battlefield and never returned. I have already brought misfortune upon Nyo. I cannot do the same to you. Such superstitions, Chen Ping'an replied dismissively, embracing Su Wan gently, whispering comfortingly, Nyo's death on the battlefield was a calamity beyond your control. It has nothing to do with you. 5 years ago, none of the men from our village returned. Does that mean all the women are cursed? But I have also received a conscription notice. I must go to war in a month. Sister-in-law, you would not want me to go to battle with regrets, would you? What if something happens to me? Silence. Do not speak such nonsense. Su Wan turned towards him, pressing her hand over his mouth, her beautiful eyes glistening with emotion as she gazed at him. You must return safely. Chen Ping'an laughed heartily, drawing her even closer, their bodies tightly intertwined. Sister-in-law, I have only 1 month left. Before I go to war, I wish to leave a legacy for the Chen family. Can you assist me? Su Wan's cheeks burned, a deep crimson like a ripe apple, as she felt the heat radiating from Chen Ping'an's body, leaving her increasingly weak and powerless. I am utterly at your mercy. I knew you were up to no good tonight. With a resigned sigh, Su Wan wrapped her arms around Chen Ping'an's waist, her cheek resting against his chest. From this day forth, I am yours. The sound of wind and rain persisted throughout the night. The following morning, Chen Ping'an awoke, his mind stirring as he activated the system panel. Chieftain, Chen Ping'an, physique, 15, wife, Su Wan, bound partner, offspring, skill, treasure hunting on the system panel. Su Wan's status had officially transitioned from bound partner to wife. Chen Ping'an's favorability rating had also surged to 98 points, merely 2 points shy of reaching the maximum of 100. He could hardly contain his anticipation for what rewards might await him. Moments later, Su Wan stirred awake. As she rose, Chen Ping'an noticed a vivid scarlet mark on the sheets, his astonishment evident as he looked up at Su Wan. On the day of their marriage, when Nyo was summoned to the front lines, they had not even had the chance to consummate their union. Thus, as Su Wan gazed at Chen Ping'an's astonished expression, a blush crept across her cheeks as she softly explained, So, sister-in-law, you are indeed still a maiden? Chen Ping'an, momentarily taken aback, was soon flooded with joy. Although he and Su Wan had depended on each other for many years, he did not concern himself with whether she was pure or not. Yet, which man does not yearn to wholly possess his beloved? Upon discovering the truth, Chen Ping'an felt a surge of happiness. Still calling her sister-in-law? Suan cast a lingering glance at him. Wife. Haha. Chen Ping'an laughed heartily, pulling Suan close and planting a kiss on her cheek. Lifting her chin as he said, Good wife, let me hear you call me husband. Suan's cheeks flushed crimson. Despite having given her all to Chen Ping'an the previous night, she had watched him grow for years, making the term husband difficult to utter. With a twist of her slender waist, she wriggled free from his embrace, dressing as she told him, Stop teasing. Get up quickly. I will prepare breakfast for you. Aren't you going to the county town for the market today? If you delay, you won't be back in time for lunch. Suan soon prepared breakfast, warming the leftover wild chicken and a few wild eggs. For the impoverished common folk, this meal was considered quite lavish. After breakfast, Chen Ping'an strapped on his backpack and set off for the market. Originally, Suan intended to accompany him to sell cloth and buy some daily necessities. However, after a night of rain, the mountain paths were muddy and treacherous. Coupled with the exertions from the previous night, her legs felt weak, making it impossible to walk such a distance. She could only relay her shopping list to Chen Ping'an and let him go alone. The market in Changsha County was over 20 li away from Qinjia village. In the past, even on clear days, it took Chen Ping'an over an hour to reach it. Yet, after significantly enhancing his physique, he was as light as a feather, even traversing the slippery country roads with ease. In less than half an hour, he arrived at Changsha County, merely a bit breathless. It seemed that the enhancement of his physique not only amplified his strength, but also his stamina and endurance in every aspect. Chen Ping'an mused as he strode into Changsha County. Changsha County, situated near the mountains, boasted several shops that purchased mountain goods, alongside pharmacies specializing in herbal medicine. At the market, there were also stalls buying mountain products. Chen Ping'an inquired about a mountain ginseng at various pharmacies and stalls, ultimately selling it to the highest bidder for 30 taels of silver. The proprietress of a shop was a charming middle-aged woman, nearly entranced by the handsome young man from the neighboring villages, thus offering him such a high price. In the Qian dynasty, 30 taels of silver was no trifling sum. If spent wisely, it could sustain both him and Suan for several years. However, Chen Ping'an had no intention of being frugal. With his treasure-seeking talent and system, earning a living was not a daunting task for him. While selling the cloth woven by Suan at the fabric shop, he casually snagged a few patterned fabrics to take home for her clothing. He then visited a general store, carefully selecting a few pieces of jewelry for Suan, along with some cosmetics. After purchasing grain, he also visited the meat stall at the market to buy 2 cuts of meat and 2 old hens, intending to bring them back to nourish Suan. Over the years, Suan had endured hunger, often having to ration food for the original owner, leaving her with hardly 2 liang of flesh on her bones. Chen Ping'an could not allow her to remain so emaciated. He must ensure she flourished and thrived. If he did not cherish his own woman, who would? On his way back to Qinjia village, Chen Ping'an pondered his future plans. In a month, he was to report to the military camp. On the battlefield, where swords and blades clash, describing it as perilous would be an understatement. Although his physical strength had reached a level far exceeding that of ordinary people, it did not guarantee safety amidst combat. He needed to make the most of this final month to enhance his abilities, ensuring a greater chance of returning alive from the battlefield. However, his rapport with Suan had already reached 98 points, leaving only one last opportunity for a reward. Moreover, the rewards from the system were entirely random. It might yield a special skill akin to treasure hunting that wouldn't necessarily bolster his combat prowess. The best course of action would be to bind with multiple individuals to collectively increase rapport rewards, thus amplifying his chances of becoming stronger. The path should not be so narrow, and a wife should not be so few. Suan could be the main partner, while he sought a few more for supplementary benefits. Furthermore, mere physical strength was insufficient. He needed to devise a method to learn the written language of this world. Mastering both martial and literary skills would enable him to progress further. While lost in thought, Chen Ping'an suddenly heard cries for help ahead. Looking up, he saw a flipped horse-drawn carriage at a fork in the road. The horse that had pulled the carriage was nowhere to be seen, leaving only the overturned vehicle. From within came the desperate cries of a woman. Chen Ping'an hurried over, lifting the curtain of the carriage to peer inside. There lay 2 extraordinarily beautiful young maidens. One, clad in a lake green silk gown, appeared delicate and frail, her charming face filled with fear. The other, dressed in blue martial attire with her long hair tied back in a ponytail, exuded the spirited aura of a heroic woman. However, she bore a wound on her chest, from which blood flowed profusely, staining her garments. Her exquisite face was ashen, her brows tightly knit, suggesting she was on the brink of death. What astonished Chen Ping'an most was that despite their differing attire and demeanor, the two maidens bore an uncanny resemblance to each other. They were unmistakably twins. Chapter 6. Carrying the twins' home sister. The maiden in silk rushed to the side of her injured sister, her face filled with concern as she gazed upon her pale, unconscious sibling. Spotting Chen Ping'an, she called out to him as if he were a lifeline. "Big brother, is there a physician nearby? Can you help save my sister?" "Who are you? How did your sister get injured?" Although Chen Ping'an felt sympathy for the sisters and wished to lend his aid, he did not want to invite trouble upon himself. It was prudent to first ascertain the situation. "We are from the Central Plains. After offending local enemies, our family relocated to Beiliang. A few days ago, we were ambushed by bandits, and only my sister and I escaped with the protection of 2 bodyguards. Just when we thought we had evaded disaster, those 2 bodyguards turned rogue. This morning, they forcefully robbed us and attempted to violate us. My sister, having learned some martial arts, fought to protect me, but she was injured in the process and fell unconscious. I cannot drive, and, as my horse was startled, I inadvertently dashed into this place, unaware of my surroundings." As I spoke, the young girl lifted her head, her eyes red-rimmed as she gazed at Chen Ping'an. Clinging to the last thread of hope, with tears streaming down her cheeks, she implored, "Esteemed brother, I beseech you, please help save my sister. If you can save her life, I will serve you as a slave, a maid, take concubines, work like an ox or a horse. Anything you desire." Beep. A potential binding target has been detected nearby. "Would you like to bind Lin Yue as a candidate family member?" Chen Ping'an's mind stirred, yet he refrained from immediately agreeing to assist. Instead, he first examined the injuries of Sister Lin Yue. Although the wound on her chest was deep, fortunately, it had not struck a vital area. She had merely lost too much blood, causing her to faint. If he could stem the bleeding in time, she should be saved, and he had the necessary herbs at home. Glancing at Lin Yue, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Given your attire, you must be a young lady from a wealthy family. You can read, correct?" "Yes, yes," Lin Yue promptly replied, nodding her head vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. "Good. Remember what you just said and follow me." Chen Ping'an quickly scanned the area and noticed a precious sword beside Sister Lin Yue. He tossed it into the backpack on his back, then scooped her up and carried her out from the carriage. With swift strides, he raced towards Qinjia village. Lin Yue managed to crawl out of the carriage, trailing closely behind Chen Ping'an while lifting her skirts to run. However, lacking in training, she quickly found herself breathless and unable to keep up. With no other option, Chen Ping'an removed the backpack from his shoulders and slung it onto Lin Yue's back, then crouched before her. "Climb on." "Huh?" Lin Yue was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit shy. "To save your sister, there's no time to hesitate." Upon hearing this, Lin Yue complied and climbed onto Chen Ping'an's back, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Thus, with one in his arms and another on his back, he sprinted 7 to 8 miles along the mountain path, directly returning to Qinjia village. Some villagers, upon seeing Chen Ping'an returning with 2 exquisite young ladies, began to chatter excitedly. "Oh, little Ping'an has grown up and knows to bring home brides. And he managed to bring back 2 at once. Can his small frame handle it?" Hearing the commotion, Su Wan stepped outside to investigate. Upon seeing the 2 women, she was taken aback. "Ping'an, what is this?" "I'll explain later. Saving lives is paramount." "Quickly, fetch the hemostatic herbs for me," Chen Ping'an said hastily, striding into the house and laying the injured Lin Yuechan on his bed. During the journey back to Qinjia village, he had already learned the names of the 2 women. Lin Yuechan's wound was on her chest, and to attend to it, her outer clothing needed to be removed. Upon doing so, Chen Ping'an discovered that she was wearing a fitted inner armor. It was precisely this armor that had prevented the blade from piercing her chest directly, saving her life. At that moment, Su Wan returned with the hemostatic herbs. Chen Ping'an took the herbs, crushed them vigorously in a mortar, and directed the 2 women to clean the blood around Lin Yuechan's wound with fresh water. After applying the herbs and bandaging her up, he redressed her. "All right, your sister's bleeding has stopped, and her life should be safe. In the afternoon, prepare a bowl of chicken soup to restore her vitality. She should awaken soon. You stay here and take care of her," Chen Ping'an instructed Lin Yue briefly before leaving with Su Wan to her room next door. To his surprise, These two girls were truly pitiable. Su Wan, being soft-hearted, felt a wave of sympathy wash over her as Chen Ping'an recounted the sisters' plight. They have nowhere to go, and we have a spare room, so I think we should let them stay with us for a few days. Are you looking to host them for a few days? Or do you wish to take them in permanently? Su Wan shot Chen Ping'an a teasing glance. Cough, my dear, what are you implying? Don't forget. I've watched you grow up. I know what goes on in your mind, he replied, somewhat flustered. Su Wan rolled her eyes at him. You needn't hide anything. What capable man isn't entitled to multiple wives? I noticed that both of these young ladies are quite beautiful and are daughters of a prominent family from the Central Plains. As long as you can provide for them and they are willing, I have no objections. Chen Ping'an had initially been worried that Su Wan might feel jealous about him bringing the Lin sisters home. However, to his relief, Su Wan showed no signs of jealousy. Rather, she actively supported his decision. It seemed the mindset of people in ancient times differed greatly from that of modern individuals. His previous worries had been unfounded. With a hearty laugh, Chen Ping'an pulled Su Wan towards the backpack, retrieving its contents one by one. Look at what I bought for you. These pieces of patterned cloth are for making clothes. Henceforth, you need not wear these patched garments. And these pieces of jewelry, I selected them with care. They will look splendid on you. As Su Wan beheld the patterned cloth and exquisite jewelry emerging from the backpack, her eyes sparkled with delight. Every woman possesses a desire for beauty. After enduring a life of hardship, she had long ceased to dare to hope for such luxuries, and with a pained expression, she lamented, "Oh dear, how much did all this cost? Just keep one piece of cloth, and as for the jewelry, return it. I have no use for it. It would be better to exchange it for some grain." Who says you have no use for it? Chen Ping'an opened his arms and embraced Su Wan gently, speaking softly. You have suffered enough over the years. Now, you are my woman, and I cannot allow you to endure hardship any longer. I will take charge of this household. You need not worry about making a living. Give me some time, and I will ensure that you, too, refine silks and dine on delicacies. Tears welled up in Su Wan's eyes. Never before had she heard such heartfelt words. Regardless of whether Chen Ping'an could fulfill his promise, she recognized that she had not misjudged the man she entrusted her heart to. Beep. Su Wan's affection level has increased by 2. Current affection level, 100. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 draw opportunity. Would you like to draw now? Chapter 7. A new skill, eagle eye, and keen hearing. Draw upon hearing the system's prompt. Chen Ping'an silently rejoiced. The next moment, a crisp system notification echoed in his mind. System reward activation successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Eagle Eye. Your vision is now as sharp as that of a hawk, enabling you to perceive minute details from hundreds of meters away. Congratulations, host. You have received a physical enhancement. Your physical attributes have significantly improved, with a physique rating of 5. As the system's voice resonated, Chen Ping'an felt a sudden clarity wash over him, as if the entire world had been instantly adjusted to a higher definition, and his vision became extraordinarily clear. Looking out through the open door, he could see birds soaring hundreds of meters away, each feather's intricate pattern sharply defined. Even the dust particles floating in the air were vividly discernible. A mosquito flitted past, and he could discern its gender at a glance. With such extraordinary vision, it would indeed be a pity if he did not pursue the art of archery. It seemed he would need to dedicate some time to honing his skills in that regard. Moreover, this reward had granted Chen Ping'an an additional enhancement to his physique. His physical strength increased by 5 points, reaching a total of 20. At present, Chen Ping'an was unaware of the true significance of 20 points in physical strength. Nevertheless, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. He believed he could effortlessly lift a stone weighing 100 pounds. Chen Ping'an could not help but marvel at the remarkable transformative capabilities of the system's rewards. Not only could it enhance his physique, but it also significantly improved his eyesight. If this trend continued, he wondered if he might one day evolve into a superhuman of ancient lore. While Chen Ping'an pondered these thoughts, Su Wan had already begun to prepare a meal. She was simmering a hen that Chen Ping'an had purchased from the market, crafting a nourishing broth for the unconscious Lin Yuechan. The other hen, which Chen Ping'an had initially intended for consumption, was steadfastly preserved by Su Wan, who insisted on raising it for its eggs. Chen Ping'an found himself powerless against her resolve and acquiesced. After lunch, he visited the neighboring room, seeking Lin Yue's guidance in literacy. Lacking paper and ink, they sat in the yard, etching characters in the soil with twigs. After a short while, Chen Ping'an unexpectedly discovered that, while the script of this world differed from the ancient Chinese characters of his past life, there were indeed similarities, allowing him to learn swiftly. Brother Chen, did you attend a private school and study characters before? No, this is my first time learning. You truly possess remarkable talent. Lin Yue was taken aback. Her perception of Chen Ping'an elevated. The two of them huddled closely together, drawing in the dirt, one instructing while the other absorbed knowledge, until evening fell. After Lin Yue finished her dinner, she returned to the room to find Lin Yuechan slowly opening her eyes. Sister, you've awakened. Lin Yue's eyes lit up as she hurried to her bedside, exclaiming in delight. Where's this place? Lin Yuechan, relieved to see her sister unharmed, asked weakly. This is Brother Chen's home. He has taken us in. Lin Yue recounted the day's events in detail. What? You promised to serve him and be his maid. To take him as a concubine, all to save me? How could you be so foolish? Upon hearing of her sister's selfless sacrifice for her sake, Lin Yuechan felt a surge of anxiety, coughing with agitation. Sister, please do not worry. In truth, Brother Chen is quite kind. He carried you on his back for several miles to save you, even sacrificing the hen he intended to raise for eggs to nourish you. Is Brother Chen truly as commendable as you say? Surely you are not merely trying to comfort me? Lin Yuechan's gaze was laced with skepticism. It was hard for her to believe that such a man could exist in their impoverished village. Indeed, it is true. Lin Yue nodded earnestly. Moreover, Brother Chen is not an ordinary rustic man. He is polite, ambitious, and is currently learning to read from me. Although our circumstances are humble, he may indeed be a reliable man. Initially, Lin Yue had sought Chen Ping'an's help out of desperation, without truly considering her words. However, after spending half a day together, her impression of him had transformed significantly, even leading her to contemplate reliance upon him. Ding! Lin Yue's affection for you has increased by 2. Current affection level 60. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw now? The following morning, during breakfast, the Lin sisters bore large dark circles under their eyes, appearing utterly fatigued. Did you two not sleep well last night? Brother Chen also stayed awake all night. Lin Yue remarked with a hint of melancholy. Su Wan, who was ladling porridge at the stove, felt her cheeks flush slightly, remaining silent as she concentrated on her task. Little sister Yuechan, I thank Brother Chen for saving my life. Lin Yuechan expressed her gratitude at the dining table. Throughout the meal, she discreetly observed Chen Ping'an, questioning if he truly was the dependable person her sister claimed. After breakfast, Chen Ping'an picked up his longbow, preparing to venture into the mountains for hunting while also practicing his nascent archery skills. Before departing, he accessed the system panel to review his current attributes. Leader, Chen Ping'an, physical strength, 20, wife, Suwan, affiliated females. Lin Yuechan, offspring, and skills, treasure-seeking, eagle, lottery draws available. Won the previous evening. Lin Yue's affection for him had risen to 60 points, granting him another opportunity to draw. Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an opted to proceed with the lottery. Ding! System reward activation successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Acute Hearing, significantly enhancing your auditory capabilities, allowing you to easily hear the sounds of insects flapping their wings from hundreds of meters away. The moment Chen Ping'an awakened his acute hearing, the world around him became a cacophony of noise. He could even clearly hear children playing several streets away and the sound of widow, son urging the old village head to hurry up and get dressed. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he could eavesdrop on the entire village at will. This newfound ability proved quite practical, especially when combined with Eagle Eye for reconnaissance purposes. As Chen Ping'an contemplated his next move, he suddenly overheard his name being mentioned. He immediately focused his attention on the source of the voices. Damn it, that fellow Chen Ping'an is quite fortunate. Not only having Su Wan, but also bringing back 2 women from the outside yesterday. I heard they are city girls, perhaps even twins, delicate and beautiful. Why does all the good fortune fall to Chen Ping'an? What are you so anxious about? After all, he's on the conscription list and will be heading to the battlefield in a month. Once he leaves, we will have the 3 women here to ourselves. And we can do as we please. Exactly, just like 5 years ago. I've long wanted to experience Su Wan for myself. And as for those city twins, once Chen Ping'an is gone, we'll make sure to take good care of them. Ha ha ha. Chapter 8. Hunting Tigers in the Deep Mountains. Chen Shishuan. Upon hearing the voices nearby, Chen Ping'an's gaze sharpened, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. A profound urge for vengeance surged within him. However, he refrained from acting impulsively to confront the two men. Firstly, taking a life in the village would lead to legal repercussions. Secondly, Chen Ping'an understood that even if he were to eliminate these two ruffians, it would not resolve the underlying issue. These two scoundrels, their sordid machinations, while infuriating, reflect the harsh realities of this world. Soldiers summoned to the front lines may be gone for months, with a high probability of never returning alive. Once they depart, the women and children left behind are inevitably subjected to the bullying of idle brutes in the village. Even if Chen Ping'an eliminates Chen and Chen Shishuan, other men may still covet Su Wan and the Lin sisters, harassing them in his absence. It is impractical to eliminate all the men in the village. A more prudent strategy must be devised to ensure that no one dares to bully Su Wan and the others after his departure. A contemplative glimmer shone in Chen Ping'an's eyes as a plan quickly formed in his mind. Without further ado, he seized his bow and arrows, stepped outside, and strode into the mountains. In the following days, Chen Ping'an led a highly structured life. Each morning, he ventured into the mountains to hunt, utilizing his treasure-seeking talent to scour for mountain goods, hunt wild beasts, and diligently practice archery. In the afternoons, he studied literacy with Lin Yue, learning about the history and anecdotes of this world, as well as some basic knowledge. Evenings were dedicated to working alongside Su Wan to propagate the Chen family lineage. This routine continued for half a month. The bond between Chen Ping'an and Lin Yue deepened with each passing day of study. Lin Yue's affection for Chen Ping'an had risen to a score of 76. He could distinctly sense a change in the way she gazed at him, often stealing glances that, when caught, would cause her cheeks to flush as she quickly averted her eyes. Her secret feelings were plainly written across her face. With just a little more encouragement, it would be nearly within his grasp. As for Lin Yue's sister, Lin Yuechan, her health gradually improved, nourished by the game that Chen Ping'an brought back from the mountains. Whenever Chen Ping'an was engaged in his studies with Lin Yue, she would watch from the side, her expression filled with vigilance, as if guarding against a thief, fearing he might elope with her sister. Although Chen Ping'an had included her in his list of potential companions, their interactions remained minimal. To date, Lin Yuechan's affection for Chen Ping'an stood at a mere 30 points. Chen Ping'an understood this. After all, while he had saved her life, gratitude does not equate to affection, and feelings cannot be generalized. One day, Chen Ping'an ventured into the mountains once more. He had thoroughly explored the relatively secure areas near the foot of the mountain over the past few days. Aside from the wild ginseng he fortuitously discovered on the first day, he had found no other particularly precious herbs or treasures. After a month of rigorous training, his archery skills had significantly improved. While he was still far from the ability to hit a target from 100 paces, he could at least strike targets within a reasonable distance. Having made ample preparations, Chen Ping'an resolved to venture deeper into the mountains. Even without his treasure-seeking talent, his keen eyesight and hearing allowed him to easily detect the prey hidden within the dense woods. Not long after entering the depths of the mountains, he encountered some wild boars and mountain deer, rare large game at the foot of the mountain. However, these were not the targets he sought. He circumvented these animals and continued his advance into the heart of the forest. By noon, he suddenly heard a roar emanating from the distant woods. The moment the roar resounded, it struck Chen Ping'an's ears like 1,000 thunders. The overwhelming majesty and ferocity contained within it raised the hair on his body in alarm. It was the roar of a tiger. A glimmer of determination sparked in Chen Ping'an's eyes as he instantly recognized the source of the roar. Only the king of beasts, the mountain tiger, could produce such a breathtaking and awe-inspiring sound. Hunting the tiger was indeed Chen Ping'an's objective today. With renewed vigor, he swiftly grabbed his bow and arrow, pursuing the sound. Moments later, he stumbled upon a magnificent tiger sprawled on the ground, devouring the carcass of a deer in a mountain ravine. This was a massive adult tiger, nearly 10 feet long and weighing at least 500 to 600 pounds. Its body was adorned with a striking pattern of yellow and black stripes, with a kingly mark on its forehead. Its fangs were menacing, capable of crushing a deer's leg. Skin and bone alike. Even from a distance of several dozen yards, Chen Ping'an felt the terrifying power that radiated from its robust frame. For an ordinary human, to confront a tiger would be akin to courting death. However, Chen Ping'an's body had undergone systematic enhancement, increasing his physique from an initial score of 5 to 20, a fourfold augmentation of strength. Now, his physical prowess far surpassed that of a normal human. Furthermore, he wielded a bow and arrows, as well as a machete as weapons. Just as Wu Song had slain a tiger with bare hands on Jingyang Ridge, so too could Chen Ping'an. Determined, Chen Ping'an took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with resolve. He carefully concealed his presence and crept closer to the tiger. Then, without hesitation, drew his bow to the fullest and released an arrow. The sharp arrow sliced through the air, striking the tiger's belly with precision. The arrowhead easily penetrated its skin, embedding itself halfway inside as blood gushed forth. The tiger let out a furious roar, leaping to its feet. Its fierce gaze locked onto Chen Ping'an as it charged toward him. Though Chen Ping'an felt a surge of tension, his expression remained remarkably calm. He swiftly unleashed every arrow from his quiver, leaving deep wounds on the majestic creature. Then he discarded his bow, drawing the machete from his waist. Gazing at the tiger that leaped toward him with its sharp claws extended, a glint of determination in his eyes. He seized the opportune moment and executed a sliding maneuver toward it. As evening fell at the entrance of Chenjia village, Su Wan, Lin Yuechan, and Lin Yui stood beneath a large tree at the village entrance, anxiously scanning the direction of the mountains. Although Chen Ping'an had informed them before his departure that he would be venturing into the depths of the mountains and might return late, their worry grew as darkness approached, and he still had not returned. The three women could not quell their unease and had come to await him. Each time a villager returned from the mountains, Su Wan rushed to inquire if they had seen Chen Ping'an, but received negative responses each time. This only deepened her already heavy heart. Su Wan, Lin Yui, you two need not fret. Brother Chen is blessed and will surely be fine, Lin Yuechan reassured, observing the worry etched on Su Wan and Lin Yui's faces. Nearby, some villagers who were on friendly terms with Su Wan also offered words of comfort, saying indeed, that child has been fortunate since childhood. He will surely be all right. Just wait a little longer, and he will return. Listening to the villagers' reassurances, Su Wan nodded. Yet her inner worries remained unrelieved, even intensifying her self-reproach. Chen Ping'an had ventured into the depths of the mountains to secure enough silver for his sustenance before enlisting. What if something happened to him? How would she survive? Just then, a villager suddenly widened his eyes, pointing towards the mountains and exclaiming, "Look! Someone is returning from the mountains. What is it they carry? It's enormous." Upon hearing the commotion, Su Wan quickly lifted her head. Under the fiery glow of the setting sun, a tall figure emerged, striding from the mountains with a massive beast draped over his shoulder. Chapter 9. A Lesson in Discipline. The rising favor of Lin Yuechan. Ping'an. Su Wan instantly recognized that the figure carrying the beast was none other than the man she worried about, Chen Ping'an. Without uttering a word, she dashed forward to meet him. Meanwhile, the villagers standing beneath the towering trees also recognized Chen Ping'an and the creature he bore. They gasped in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. A tiger. It's a tiger. Chen Ping'an single-handedly brought back a tiger. Chendigo. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Yui's eyes sparkled with delight as she rushed towards Chen Ping'an. Lin Yuechan, however, stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes widening in silent disbelief as she beheld the bloodied figure of the man striding towards them, a tiger draped over his shoulder. In that instant, the man's stature seemed to grow immensely in her perception. It felt as if something had struck her heart fiercely, causing her pulse to race uncontrollably. Ding! Lin Yuechan's favorability towards you increases by 30. Current favorability 60. Congratulations, host. You have earned one chance to draw. Would you like to do so immediately? As Chen Ping'an approached the village entrance, he heard the unexpected system notification and raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What was happening? Previously, Su Wan and Lin Yui's favorability had only incrementally increased through his efforts. What was going on with Lin Yuechan? She hadn't shown any change in half a month, and now her favorability had inexplicably surged by 30 points. Was this the so-called moment of infatuation? A love at first sight? An odd expression crossed Chen Ping'an's face. At this moment, Su Wan finally reached Chen Ping'an, her breath coming in quick bursts as her beautiful eyes, now reddened, gazed at him. Look at what I brought back from the mountains. Isn't your husband impressive? Chen Ping'an boasted, patting the tiger's carcass on his shoulder with pride. You're injured. Su Wan, entirely overlooking the massive beast, focused on the several wounds on Chen Ping'an's shoulder and chest, gently touching them with a heart full of concern. These are just minor injuries. They are of no consequence. Minor injuries are still injuries. You must promise not to engage in such dangerous acts again. Even without hunting in the mountains, we can sustain ourselves. Su Wan gazed at Chen Ping'an with a heart full of worry and fear. At that moment, the villagers who had been waiting with Su Wan approached. Gaping at the enormous tiger carcass on Chen Ping'an's shoulder, they could hardly contain their astonishment. Goodness, how did you manage to hunt such a large tiger? Xiao Ping'an? Remarkable. Our Qinjia village has produced a tiger hunting hero. Su Wan, your Ping'an is truly capable, managing to hunt a tiger alone. You've really struck gold. Is he fiercer than the tiger at night? Hearing the villagers' lively chatter, Su Wan felt a rush of embarrassment. Lowering her head, her cheeks flushed. Yet, her small hand clutched Chen Ping'an's garment tightly, unwilling to release him. Chen Ping'an, however, laughed heartily, showing no hint of embarrassment. He turned to the nearby villagers and said, "This tiger is far too large for just our family to consume. I ask you good folks to help me inform the villagers. Gather at the village entrance to share the tiger meat. Everyone in the village will have a portion." Upon hearing of such a generous offer, the villagers eagerly agreed and hurried back to spread the news. Soon, the entire Qinjia village buzzed with excitement as hundreds of villagers flocked to the entrance, curious to see the spectacle of Chen Ping'an's hunt. As they beheld the enormous tiger, nearly 10 feet long and still radiating an air of ferocity even in death, they were left in utter disbelief. How did Chen Ping'an manage to hunt such a colossal beast all by himself? The tiger, known as the king of beasts, was a treasure trove. Its meat, skin, bones, blood, and whiskers could fetch a handsome price. Chen Ping'an, with the assistance of the village chief and several villagers, spent half the day skillfully skinning the tiger. He then began the distribution of the meat. Under the chief's organization, the villagers formed an orderly line, each taking their turn to receive their share of meat, showering compliments upon Chen Ping'an as they did so. "Ping'an, I have watched you grow since childhood. Now you truly have made something of yourself. To be able to hunt tigers at such a young age, you will surely become a general in the future. Su Wan, you too have endured. Now you may look forward to a life of comfort." These two girls are truly charming, even if they are not from Qinjia village. They are still Ping'an's wives, are they not? As Su Wan and the Lin sisters assisted in preparing the meat beside Chen Ping'an, they felt a swell of pride as they listened to the villagers extolling his virtues. However, when the conversation turned to them, they couldn't help but blush, shyly lowering their heads. At that moment, two figures burst forth from the village, skipping the line entirely and boldly approaching the front of the crowd. Pointing at the juiciest hind leg meat, they brazenly declared, "Chen Ping'an, give me a piece of that hind leg meat, and remember to cut it large. Also, give me 2 pounds of ribs. Can you spare that tiger's tail? I could use it." These two were none other than the infamous Chen Ergu and Chen Shishun of the village. However, Chen Ping'an dismissed them with a cold glance. "Get lost. There's no meat for you two." "What do you mean there's no meat for us?" The two protested indignantly, hands on their hips, arguing vehemently. "Didn't you say everyone in Qinjia village would get a share? Are we not part of the village? Can you even be counted as people?" Chen Ping'an scoffed, grabbing each by the neck with one hand and lifting them effortlessly as if they were mere chicks before slamming them to the ground. "Chen Ping'an, how dare you lay a hand on us? You've gone too far." They cursed, attempting to rise. In response, Chen Ping'an strode towards them, lifting his foot to deliver 4 heavy stomps, shattering their legs beneath him. Their piercing screams echoed through the night sky. Witnessing this scene, the villagers were immediately filled with trepidation, their faces paling in fear. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Ping'an surveyed the crowd, clasped his hands in a respectful bow, and proclaimed loudly, "I, Chen Ping'an, lost my parents at a young age. Over the years, I have been deeply indebted to the care and support of all the uncles and aunts, which has allowed me to survive until today. Therefore, I shall distribute the spoils of this tiger among the entire village as a token of my gratitude. At the same time, I wish to convey a message. I, Chen Ping'an, possess the skill to hunt tigers and shall return alive from the battlefield. While I am away, if any difficulties befall the 3 women in my household, I implore all uncles and aunts to lend their assistance. However, should anyone dare to exploit the absence of my presence to bully the women of Chen Ping'an, I assure you that their fate will be tenfold more tragic than that of these two. Though his voice was not loud, every word resonated with strength and conviction, reverberating through the hearts of the villagers. Accompanied by the harrowing cries of Chen Shishuan and Chen Ergu, his words struck a deep chord, leaving the hundreds of villagers shaken. Observing the two men, whose legs had been brutally broken and who lay wailing on the ground, the men of the village could not help but feel a chill of dread. This young man, who appeared harmless and affable, was indeed fierce when provoked. Even those who had entertained nefarious thoughts were now entirely dissuaded, no longer daring to entertain such ideas. At that moment, Su Wan and the other two women finally understood. Chen Ping'an's venture into the mountains to hunt tigers was not merely for profit. It was also a demonstration, a show of might to intimidate the entire village. He sought to ensure that during his absence for military service, his three women would not be subjected to bullying. They were deeply moved, especially Lin Yuechan, who had previously been indifferent towards Chen Ping'an. Now, her gaze upon him subtly transformed. If possessing mere brute strength to fight tigers and leopards made one a formidable warrior, then to knowingly face great danger for the protection of one's family, charging into the mountains to confront a fierce tiger, was the mark of a true man, someone worthy of lifelong devotion and the offering of oneself without reservation. After distributing the tiger meat, when Chen Ping'an returned home, it was already quite late. The group had a simple dinner, and the Lin sisters returned to their adjoining room. Observing Su Wan bent over the stove, washing dishes, Chen Ping'an urged, "Leave the dishes for tomorrow. It's getting late. Let's retire for the night." Su Wan, her cheeks flushed, glanced back at him and replied, "I'm a bit indisposed this evening." "What? Did I drink that tiger's blood for nothing?" Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, wearing a helpless smile. "What do you want me to do now? Our home isn't solely occupied by me. You can't just expect me to do everything." Su Wan shot him an exasperated look and said, "I think your has had her eye on you for some time. Tonight, I'll sleep with Yuechan, and you can stay here." "All right then," Chen Ping'an acquiesced, nodding as he stepped outside, easily climbing the courtyard wall to the Lin sisters' adjoining yard. Meanwhile, inside the room, the charming twin sisters were whispering to each other. "Sister, I've told you before, Chen Deji is no ordinary rustic farmer. Though he hails from humble beginnings and lacks formal education, he is resourceful and astute, equal to any so-called noble scion." Today's display was the perfect testament to that. Previously, Lin Yuer would have scoffed at such praise of Chen Ping'an, advising her sister not to be misled. However, today Lin Yuechan seemed distracted, her gaze fixed on the earthen wall that separated them, murmuring, "Why hasn't tea started yet?" "What hasn't started?" Lin Yuer asked, momentarily bewildered, before realizing her sister's implication and blushing deeply. Just then, a knock resounded from outside, and Chen Ping'an's voice called, "Yuechan, may I come in?" Upon hearing his voice, Lin Yuer's eyes brightened, and she hurried to open the door, welcoming him inside. "Chen Deji, it's so late. Do you need something? I haven't had the chance to learn characters from you today. I actually have a question to ask." "What question?" Lin Yuer ushered him into the room, and they sat side by side at the wooden table. Recently, Chen Ping'an had returned from the county market with writing supplies, eliminating the need to write in the dirt. This table had become their regular space for learning. Standing at the threshold, Lin Yuechan leaned against the doorframe, her eyes filled with suspicion as she watched the two seated together. "What are you learning so late?" she thought. Chen Ping'an must have ulterior motives. How infuriating. "I can teach too." Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an spread paper on the table and picked up a brush. On the pristine paper, he wrote their names on either side. Just as Lin Yuer blinked in confusion, unsure of his intent, he drew a heart around their names. In that instant, Lin Yuer comprehended his meaning. Her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as she shyly lowered her gaze, her eyes sparkling with a mix of shyness and anticipation. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Chen Ping'an recognized that he had succeeded today. However, he did not rush. Instead, he smiled at Lin Yuer and whispered in her ear, "Would you, care to share this evening with me?" Lin Yuer's face turned even redder, reaching her ears as she bashfully nodded, whispering, "Yuer is willing." Chen Ping'an laughed heartily, extending his strong arms to lift Lin Yuer effortlessly. Lin Yuechan, who had been watching, was left astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. What was happening? Wasn't he just going to ask a question? Why has he suddenly taken action? She watched in shock as Chen Ping'an carried Lin Yue out of the room. After a short while, Su Wan entered the room and smiled at Lin Yue-chan, saying, "Sister Yue-chan, may I sleep with you tonight?" At this point, Lin Yue-chan could no longer feign ignorance about the situation. Although she was Lin Yue's elder sister, she had no reason to obstruct her younger sister's wishes. She could only nod in agreement, wishing her sister happiness. The following morning, as the sun rose high in the sky, Chen Ping'an awoke and casually accessed the system panel. Clan leader, Chen Ping'an. Physical strength, 20. Wives, Su Wan. Lin Yue. Bound partner, Lin Yue-chan. Offspring, none. Skills, treasure seeking, eagle eye, keen hearing. Lottery chances, 2. The previous day, both Lin Yue-chan and Lin Yue had increased their fondness for Chen Ping'an, granting him 2 lottery chances. Chen Ping'an had been preoccupied with other matters and had not yet utilized them. Now, he directly confirmed the lottery. Ding! System reward activated successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 instance of physical enhancement, increasing physical strength by 5. Ding! System reward activated successfully. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Keen Reflexes, doubling your reaction speed. Chapter 11. Husband, please spare me. The rewards from these 2 activations were rather commendable. Firstly, the physical enhancement further augmented Chen Ping'an's already formidable physique by an additional 5 points. His strength increased, and his speed became swifter. His survival capacity on the battlefield would undoubtedly see a significant improvement. Furthermore, the newly awakened skill, Keen Reflexes, would double his reaction speed. This skill could truly be regarded as a life-saving technique in combat. As the saying goes, in the realm of martial arts, speed is invincible. Here, speed not only refers to swiftness, but also to quick reactions. Many individuals have experienced moments when faced with life-threatening crises, where everything around them seemed to slow down dramatically. This sensation does not arise from the actual slowing of their surroundings, but rather from a surge of adrenaline that enhances their reaction speed, creating the illusion of a decelerated world. The effect of the Keen Reflexes skill places Chen Ping'an in a perpetual state of high-speed reaction. The moment an enemy raises their hand, he can anticipate their attack trajectory. The weapons that come at him on the battlefield, as well as the arrows shot his way, appear to move in slow motion. His capacity for self-preservation is thus significantly elevated. Overjoyed, Chen Ping'an planted a firm kiss on Lin Yue's delicate, blushing cheek. Again? Husband, please spare me. Lin Yue quivered, startled, as she opened her eyes wide and softly pleaded with Chen Ping'an. What was he thinking? The sun was already up. Chen Ping'an playfully smacked her bottom, producing a sharp sound. Only then did Lin Yue realize her misunderstanding, her face reddening as she buried it in the covers. After both had dressed and risen, Su Wan had already prepared breakfast. The atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat unusual. Lin Yue-chan, sporting dark circles under her eyes, gazed at her sister with a mournful expression. Lin Yue, her cheeks slightly flushed, focused intently on her food. Su Wan's gaze flitted between Lin Yue and Chen Ping'an, her lips curving into a subtle smile reminiscent of a matron. Thoughtfully, she placed a piece of meat into Lin Yue's bowl. Sister Yue, eat more meat to nourish your body. Immediately, Lin Yue's face turned a deeper shade of red as she lowered her head even further. Chen Ping'an nodded in appreciation, thoroughly satisfied with Su Wan's dignified demeanor as the head of the household. After breakfast, Chen Ping'an packed the tiger skin and bones he had acquired the previous day into a basket, preparing to make another trip to the county town to sell them for money. Before leaving, he looked at the 3 women and asked, "I am heading to the county town. Is there anything you would like me to bring back? Bring back some cloth and buy some needles and threads. I will make you a few new outfits before you go. Also, fetch some coarse salt to preserve the leftover tiger meat." Su Wan listed a series of requests, as she was well aware of what the household needed. Finally, she turned to Lin Yue-chan and Lin Yue. "Oh, and both of you need some clean clothes. Just buy a few ready-made outfits. I can help measure your sizes. No need to trouble yourself. I know their sizes." Chen Ping'an waved his hand dismissively, shouldering the basket and bidding farewell to the 3 women as he strode out of the courtyard. Behind him, Lin Yue-chan was momentarily stunned. "How does he know my size?" "Sister, you forgot. Our sizes are the same," Lin Yue quietly reminded her. Lin Yuechan reflected on how much Chen Ping'an's physique had improved since his last visit to the county town to sell ginseng. Although he was carrying the heavy tiger skin and bones, he reached the county town in less than half an hour. He headed straight to the shop where he had previously sold ginseng. Ah, young brother Ping'an is back. What good items do you bring this time? The alluring proprietress's eyes sparkled as she saw Chen Ping'an enter with the basket on his back, and she approached him eagerly. When she saw him produce an entire tiger skin from the basket, the attention of all the shop assistants and customers in the store was drawn to him. Their expressions filled with astonishment. The proprietress's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Chen Ping'an. You killed this tiger? It was a group effort among several of us from the village. Madam, can you tell me how much this tiger skin and these bones are worth? Chen Ping'an sought to keep a low profile and directly inquired about the price. The proprietress called over an assistant, who carefully examined the tiger skin for a considerable time before addressing Chen Ping'an. The more intact the tiger skin is with fewer wounds, the higher the price. If it were a complete skin with only 2 or 3 arrow wounds, it could fetch 100 taels of silver. Though your skin is intact, unfortunately, the numerous wounds reduce its value. At most, it can only be worth 50 taels. The proprietress sighed regretfully. 50 taels? Chen Ping'an's brow furrowed slightly. This price fell short of his expectations. 50 taels was the price offered to others, but young brother Ping'an was not like the rest. The proprietress fluttered her eyelashes at Chen Ping'an, a smile playing at her lips. I will buy this tiger skin for 70 taels of silver, plus 30 taels for the bones, totaling 100 taels. What do you think? As she negotiated, she extended a delicate hand, caressing Chen Ping'an's arm and abs. How infuriating! She was taking advantage of me. Chen Ping'an felt a sense of violation, but in order to sell for a better price and support his household, he could only endure it. He nodded in agreement to the price. Just then, 2 passers-by outside were drawn in by the tiger skin and paused, exclaiming softly as they stepped into the shop. The first was not particularly tall, but possessed an exceptionally sturdy build, with deep, sharp eyes that conveyed a sense of vigor. Following him was a burly, towering man with a dark complexion. An invisible aura seemed to emanate from the 2 individuals, instilling an unspoken pressure upon everyone present in the shop as they entered. They had taken lives. This notion surfaced in Chen Ping'an's mind without any basis. Yet he held it as an undeniable truth. Is this tiger skin what you acquired, young lad? The robust leader inquired, first casting a glance at the skin before shifting his gaze to Chen Ping'an. It was a collaborative effort from several of us in the village, Chen Ping'an replied. At such a young age, you possess the skill to hunt tigers. Your future is indeed promising, the man remarked, patting Chen Ping'an's shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. I would like to acquire this tiger skin. Young brother, name your price, he continued. I have already sold this tiger skin to the proprietress. If you desire it, please negotiate directly with her, Chen Ping'an stated resolutely. Despite the absence of a formal transaction between him and the proprietress, and given the man's apparent wealth, it was possible he could offer a higher price. Yet, Chen Ping'an, having reached an agreement with the proprietress, refused to waver. Even if she were to sell the skin for 100 taels, he would harbor no envy. Such was his principle. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's response, both the man and the proprietress were taken aback, their perception of him altered. The proprietress hastily returned from the counter with 100 taels of silver, handing it to Chen Ping'an. After receiving the coins, he bid them farewell. The robust man watched Chen Ping'an's departing figure, intrigue glimmering in his eyes. Proprietress, do you happen to know this young man's name? He inquired. His name is Chen Ping'an, she replied. As they conversed, a sudden commotion erupted outside, accompanied by shouts of alarm. Chen Ping'an, having just stepped out of the shop, looked up to see a startled horse careening through the marketplace, dragging a cart behind it. It knocked over several stalls, sending people and goods tumbling. A small girl holding a candied hawthorn stood helplessly in the street, poised to be struck by the frenzied horse. Be careful. Chen Ping'an's heart raced as he spotted the girl in peril, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. With the skill of sharp reflexes, time itself seemed to slow around him. He could distinctly see the horse's hooves lifted high, descending towards the girl. Without hesitation, he surged forward, grasping the reins of the horse with his right hand, his feet firmly planted on the ground. The muscles in his arm surged with strength as he pulled the reins with all his might. To his astonishment, he managed to halt the panicked horse with a single hand, its front hooves suspended in midair, struggling to find purchase. With a commanding shout, he exerted his strength, yanking the horse and cart backward several feet, rescuing the girl from imminent danger. This extraordinary act instantly captivated the attention of the crowd. Stunned gazes converged on Chen Ping'an, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. What manner of youth is this? He has single-handedly halted a runaway horse. Truly, he possesses remarkable strength. That pull must have required at least 1,000 pounds of force. This young man is undoubtedly a practitioner of martial arts. Fortunately, he intervened in time. Otherwise, that girl would have faced dire consequences. The girl's mother rushed from the sidelines, scooping her daughter into her arms and repeatedly expressing her gratitude to Chen Ping'an. At that moment, the curtain of the cart was lifted, revealing a young maiden clad in a green dress, who jumped down with grace. Her large, beautiful eyes curiously appraised Chen Ping'an as she approached him. She slightly inclined her body in a respectful gesture and produced a silver ingot from her sleeve, presenting it to Chen Ping'an. My lady expresses her gratitude for your rescue. This 10 taels of silver is but a humble token of appreciation. I hope you'll accept it, she said, her voice bright and clear. Chen Ping'an graciously accepted the 10 taels, glancing toward the cart. Yet the curtain obstructed his view of the lady inside. He nodded to the maid in acknowledgement and then turned to leave. As he departed, the cart's curtain slowly opened a crack, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face with strikingly clear, autumn-like eyes, curiously observing Chen Ping'an's retreating figure. Meanwhile, in the goods shop, the two men who had expressed interest in the tiger skin observed Chen Ping'an's remarkable feat. My lord, this young man possesses innate strength. He halted a galloping horse with merely one hand. Surely, the fierce tiger must have fallen to his prowess. The subordinate remarked. The middle-aged man, referred to as my lord, nodded in agreement with his subordinate's assessment. My lord, why not recruit such an exceptional young man to serve under you? With a bit of guidance, he could become a formidable asset. The middle-aged man considered this and replied, after returning, have someone investigate if this individual is among this year's recruits from Changsha County. Understood. The subordinate acknowledged, yet a hint of confusion lingered in his mind. If my lord is keen on this young man, why not simply summon him to the military? What need is there to check the list? Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, my lord, and if his name is not on the list? What is this boy's name? Chen Ping'an came to reply. Ah, indeed, peaceful and safe. His parents must have wished for nothing but a tranquil life for him. The middle-aged man sighed contemplatively. Not every fine young man from Beiliang can be conscripted into the army. Some must remain to sow seeds in the countryside. In the days that followed, Chen Ping'an refrained from venturing into the mountains to hunt. The silver obtained from the tiger skin and bones was sufficient to sustain his family for a year or two, ensuring their needs were met. Moreover, in these tumultuous times, possessing excessive wealth could attract unwanted attention and peril. During his absence, he dedicated his time to honing his archery skills in the courtyard or diligently working to expand the Chen family's lineage. Strengthening his physique and enhancing his survival skills on the battlefield became his priority. This rigorous training proved taxing for Su Wan and Lin Yue, and even more so for Lin Yuchan, who was merely a wall away. As Chen Ping'an's enlistment drew nearer, the household atmosphere gradually shifted. Su Wan spent her days sewing, crafting several new garments for Chen Ping'an, including 5 pairs of shoes, all of a simple layer design. That's enough. 5 pairs of shoes are more than sufficient. Chen Ping'an insisted. Yet Su Wan remained resolute. Once you join the army, your shoes will wear out quickly. While the fit of your clothes may be less important, your shoes must be comfortable. 5 pairs of new shoes are hardly sufficient. At the very least, 10 pairs are required. Lin Yue toils alongside Su Wan from dawn until dusk. Although this world bears numerous resemblances to the ancient dynasties of a past life, it does not regard sewing as an essential skill for young ladies of refinement. Lin Yue, once a lady of wealth, had never engaged in needlework. After several days, her delicate hands bore the marks of countless pricks from needles, causing Chen Ping'an to feel a pang of sympathy. He approached, clasping the hands of Su Wan and Lin Yue, and, moved by emotion, recited a poem. The thread in my wife's hand, the clothes upon my back. As I depart, I sew closely, fearing a delayed return. Who can say that a blade of grass can repay the warmth of spring sunshine? Good sir, you can compose poetry? Lin Yue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Chen Ping'an, who had seemed illiterate just days prior, could effortlessly recite such elegant verses. I merely spoke from the heart, Chen Ping'an replied with a light cough, directing his gaze toward Su Wan. While this poem, Yuzi expresses the poet Meng Jiao's gratitude towards his mother, it resonated with Su Wan, who had been Chen Ping'an's sole companion since losing his parents 5 years ago. Nurturing him tenderly, as a sister-in-law akin to a mother, her care was profound. Chen Ping'an felt that the poem aptly conveyed sentiments applicable to Su Wan. Despite her lack of formal education and illiteracy, she sensed the emotion behind his words, her heart swelling with gratitude. A notification echoed in Chen Ping'an's mind, indicating that Su Wan's affection for him had increased by 1 point, now totaling 101. He was momentarily taken aback. Was 100 points not the maximum? Had Su Wan's affection for him overflowed? Lin Yuechan watched from the side, her eyes filled with longing as she observed Chen Ping'an grasping the hands of Su Wan and Lin Yue, feeling somewhat out of place in the family. She longed to join them, but felt uncertain how to proceed. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Su Wan addressed Chen Ping'an, saying, "By the way, I heard that the weapons issued to new recruits are generally of poor quality. New soldiers may bring their own weapons and armor. Jiju has specially forged a steel knife. Since we have some silver now, why don't we visit the county's blacksmith to have a weapon made for you and purchase a decent suit of armor? This would enhance your safety on the battlefield." Upon hearing Su Wan's words, Chen Ping'an fell into contemplation, weighing the matter. However, Lin Yuechan interjected, "There's no need." "Oh," Chen Ping'an raised an eyebrow. Turning to Lin Yuechan, "Why do you say that? Surely bringing superior arms and armor to the military would increase one's chances of survival on the battlefield?" "That is merely the naive assumption of an ordinary person," Lin Yuechan replied. Deqian is situated in the Central Plains, beset on all sides by enemies and engaged in continuous warfare. Though the army is vast, the nation's resources are limited, leading to a shortage of weaponry and armor. It is impossible for every soldier to possess excellent gear. Many are equipped with rudimentary arms. Thus, they encourage new recruits to bring their own weapons and armor. As she spoke, Lin Yuechan turned her gaze towards Chen Ping'an and shifted her tone, asking, "Do you know which soldiers in the barracks wield the finest weapons?" "What kind of soldiers?" "One type consists of elite troops selected from seasoned veterans who are groomed as trusted confidants. The other type comprises the vanguard soldiers who charge into battle at the forefront." "The vanguard?" Chen Ping'an's interest was piqued, as he began to grasp what Lin Yuechan was hinting at. The vanguard bears significant responsibilities in combat, tasked with breaching city walls during sieges and leading assaults on enemy formations. Consequently, these roles are often filled by experienced soldiers, who are prioritized for superior armor to maximize their combat effectiveness. Although vanguard soldiers achieve rapid promotion through their exploits, they also face the highest casualty rates. If a new recruit enters the army equipped with fine armor, they are likely to be assigned to the vanguard. Should they perish in battle, their equipment naturally becomes the property of the army. Therefore, rather than expending a great deal of silver to forge weapons and armor, it is wiser to conserve funds for networking and cultivating relationships within the military. In the army, interactions extend beyond mere combat. They also encompass social dynamics. When Chunda Gu eventually rises in rank and becomes a 100 household leader, he can procure armor and weapons then. After Lin Yuechan finished speaking, Lin Yue turned to Chen Ping'an and said, "In the past, several of our family's guards served in the military. Sister has always enjoyed practicing with weapons and often inquired about their experiences in the army, so she is relatively knowledgeable about military affairs." Indeed, Chen Ping'an nodded, beginning to view Lin Yuechan in a new light, surprised by her understanding of military matters. However, Su Wan remained deeply concerned, expressing, "But on the battlefield, swords and blades are unpredictable. How can one go without armor for protection?" Lin Yuechan hesitated for a moment, then seemed to make a decision, telling the three, "Please wait a moment." She dashed out of the room. A short while later, she returned, holding a piece of chainmail crafted from countless metal rings. Presenting it to Chen Ping'an while averting her gaze, nonchalantly stating, "This is my personal armor. I have no use for it at the moment. You may take it to the barracks for protection. Consider it a token of gratitude for saving my life and for your care over these past few days." Chen Ping'an recognized the armor. It was the very piece that had protected Lin Yuechan when he had saved her life. Now that he was about to enlist, such lightweight and discreet protection was precisely what he needed. He accepted it with a smile, saying to Lin Yuechan, "In that case, I shall gratefully accept it. Thank you." Yuechan, there's no need for thanks. I did not do it for you, but rather to prevent Yue from becoming a widow at such a young age. Lin Yuechan muttered under her breath, casting her eyes elsewhere. Chen Ping'an smiled subtly, understanding her unspoken sentiment, but choosing not to press the matter further. Instead, he inquired, could you share more about the military, such as the hierarchy and how ranks are determined? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuechan became animated, eagerly explaining, in our Qian army, the most basic unit is the Wu, consisting of 5 men. 2 Wu form a Shi, with the leaders referred to as the Wu Zhang and Shi Zhang. 5 Shi comprise a squad, led by a squad leader. Above that is the Bai Fu Zhang, also known as Bai Hu, commanding 2 squads of 100 soldiers, which is the most common rank of junior officer. Above the Bai Fu Zhang is the Jun Ho, who can command 500 troops. The Jun Ho ranks above that is the Qian Hu or Qian Fu Zhang. Above the Qian Fu Zhang is the Can Jiang, who typically leads 3,000 to 5,000 troops. Above the Can Jiang, there are various generals of different titles, usually commanding over 10,000 soldiers, already positioned as significant military leaders. Beyond these generals are high-ranking generals, such as the Si Fang, Si Ping, and Si Zhen, which often represent the pinnacle of martial ranks. If one were to establish extraordinary meritorious achievements, they could continue to be promoted to positions such as Cheki Jiangjun, Biaoqi Jiangjun, and Dajiangjun. However, these are not permanent positions and are reserved for those whose military feats resonate throughout the realm. When it comes to matters of the military, Lin Yuechan can speak with remarkable eloquence, recounting details as if they were cherished heirlooms. From her words, Chen Ping'an finally grasped the military hierarchy of this world. Although it does not entirely mirror the military systems of certain dynasties from his previous life, there are numerous similarities. Subsequently, Chen Ping'an inquired about various military concerns from Lin Yuechan. Time passed swiftly, and evening arrived. Just as Chen Ping'an was about to ascend the Kong, Lin Yue suddenly pressed against his chest. Husband, why don't you sleep in my sister's room tonight? Your sister? Would she agree? My sister is the type who clings to her pride, often saying one thing while meaning another, Lin Yue replied with a slight smile. That armor is her most treasured possession, something she rarely lets anyone touch, even me. If she is willing to gift it to you, it means she has already developed feelings for you. Su Wan, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Tonight, let me and Yue rest together. Very well. I shall spare you both for tonight, Chen Ping'an conceded, nodding as he donned his garments. In the adjacent room, Lin Yuechan lay on the Kong, her mind filled with suspicion as she heard no sounds. Why is there no noise tonight? Could it be he is unable? She thought to herself. After all, with all the commotion every night, even a plowing ox would struggle to endure. Just then, a knock echoed from outside, followed by Chen Ping'an's voice, Yuechan, may I come in? You may enter, Lin Yuechan replied, her heart racing as she observed Chen Ping'an stepping into the room. Knowing fully well, she feigned ignorance, asking, what brings you here so late, Brother Chen? I heard from Yue that you have been practicing martial arts since childhood and possess remarkable skills. I thought to seek your guidance in a friendly spar. Lin Yuechan's face immediately flushed crimson, her heart brimming with delight. Yet, her pride compelled her to retort. Yue is just talking nonsense. Who would want to spar with you? Shall I take my leave then? Chen Ping'an raised an eyebrow, feigning to turn away. Upon seeing him genuinely prepare to leave, Lin Yuechan grew anxious. She abandoned her youthful modesty, rushing over to embrace him tightly from behind. Her delicate face pressed against his sturdy back as she murmured shyly, if it's a spar, then it's a spar. Tonight, you are not permitted to go anywhere. Chapter 14, Awakening Talent, a Martial Arts Prodigy. The following morning, Chen Ping'an stretched lazily as he exited Lin Yuechan's room, despite having hardly slept throughout the night. His robust physique, boasting a remarkable strength of 25, rendered him feeling invigorated, brimming with energy. He felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him. Upon checking his system panel, he discovered that Lin Yuechan's fondness for him had risen to 91 points, granting him yet another opportunity for a reward. Chen Ping'an promptly confirmed the lottery draw. Ding! System reward activation successful. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the talent of a martial arts prodigy. Your unique bone structure and exceptional comprehension make you a rare martial arts talent. Congratulations, host! You have received an additional physical enhancement, significantly boosting your physical attributes. Your physique is now rated at 5. A martial arts prodigy? Chen Ping'an's gaze sharpened, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Previously, his lottery rewards had only included skills like eagle eye and treasure-seeking. This was the first time he had obtained a talent, particularly one that enhances martial arts aptitude. He had learned from Lin Yuechan that this world was not merely a feudal dynasty, but one where martial artists existed. The strength of martial artists is categorized from low to high, divided into 9 ranks, with further levels such as master and grandmaster beyond that. It is said that those who reach profound levels of cultivation can single-handedly face thousands, exhibiting unparalleled bravery. They can take the heads of generals from 1,000,000 soldiers as easily as plucking fruit from a tree. There are even legends of martial arts masters who attain the realm of terrestrial immortals, capable of opening the gates of heaven with a single sword stroke, causing the clouds of the 9 heavens to bow and the waters of the 4 seas to stand still. However, such formidable beings are exceedingly rare in the world. To truly influence the tides of the realm, one must rely on countless ordinary soldiers, fighting valiantly in bloodshed. With such a talent bestowed upon him, he resolved to seek opportunities to learn martial arts and techniques once he arrived at the barracks. Aside from this, the recent draw had also granted him an extra physical enhancement, further increasing the strength of his physique. Every muscle in his body was now a masterpiece of perfection, his power seemingly boundless. He felt confident that even unarmed, he could combat the fierce tiger of that day, his martial prowess nearly rivaling that of Wu Erlang. In the following days, Chen Ping'an's life grew increasingly fulfilling and busy. He rose with the sun and worked until dusk. Even his 30-point physique began to feel the strain. Time flew by, and at last, the day for the new recruits to report arrived. All the conscripts listed on the roster gathered beneath the grand tree at the village's entrance. This time, Changjia village had been called upon to supply 10 soldiers. While it may not seem like a large number, one must consider that the entire Changjia village consisted of just over 300 individuals, with over 200 being women and only a handful of men, many of whom were elderly or children under 10 years old. Thus, these 10 able-bodied men represented nearly half of the village's labor force. The entire village came out to see them off. The old village chief, Chen Wanxian, approached the base of the tree and addressed the 10 young men with a booming voice. As the saying goes, brothers fight tigers and sons go to battle together. You are all sons of Changjia village, bound by the bloodline of our ancestors. Once in the army, you must band together and support one another. He then turned his gaze towards Chen Ping'an, grasping his hand tightly and advising, Ping'an, you have the ability to fight tigers. You are the most promising among our village's youth. They all respect you, so I entrust them to your care. Once in the barracks, look after them and do your best to bring as many of them back as possible. Rest assured, San Yi, I will do my utmost, Chen Ping'an replied. The entire Changjia village bore the surname Chen, with Chen Wanxian being from the generation of Chen Ping'an's grandfather, hence he referred to him as San Yi. The tragic events from 5 years prior had left a deep scar in the hearts of the villagers, and many feared that this farewell could very well be their last. Families exchanged tearful goodbyes. Su Wan, with reddened eyes, helped Chen Ping'an adjust his attire. Even with only a few creases, she fussed over them for what felt like an eternity, her voice filled with concern as she chattered. If it rains and gets cold, remember to dress warmly. We womenfolk do not have much silver, so take this with you to build connections in the army. The barracks are crowded and full of eyes. Be sure to hide the silver well. You need not fear thieves stealing it, but rather worry about them coveting it. If your shoes or clothes become worn, remember to write home so we can send you more. Lin Yue shyly produced a pouch embroidered with 2 plump ducks and handed it to Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an, taken aback, exclaimed, these ducks are exquisitely embroidered. They are Mandarin ducks. Lin Yue stamped her foot, blushing as she murmured, but I stitched them poorly. Who says they are poor? I quite like these plump ducks. Chen Ping'an chuckled as he accepted the pouch. Then, turning to the side, Lin Yuechan, he earnestly advised her, Yuechan, you have practiced martial arts. While I am away from home, you will have to rely on you to protect our family. Lin Yuechan nodded vigorously, responding, husband, you need not worry about home. I will safeguard my sister and sister Suwan. Chen Ping'an opened his arms and embraced the 3 women warmly, observing their reddened eyes. He playfully brushed their noses and said in a feigned, light-hearted manner, you need not fret over me. Are you not aware of your husband's abilities? Rest assured, as soon as the wheat is harvested, I shall return. Having said that, He waved goodbye to the 3 women and departed. The other 9 soldiers from the village also bid farewell to their families and set off alongside Chen Ping'an. A group of 10, under the watchful eyes of the entire village, ventured toward the unknown future. The new recruits were to report to the county town, where they would undergo a period of training at the new recruit camp before being formally assigned to the front lines. Although Chen Ping'an could travel swiftly alone, the pace inevitably slowed as he journeyed with the other 9. It was only near noon that they finally reached the county town. Having visited the county town several times, Chen Ping'an knew that the military office was located in the west of the town, so he led the group directly there. Typically, there were not many people in front of the office, but today it was bustling with activity as new recruits from various villages were reporting in. The group from Qinjia village waited outside for a while before being called into the courtyard. Behind a table sat 2 seasoned soldiers. One held a brush and was responsible for registration, while the other, a man in his 30s, scrutinized the newcomers and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Are you all from the same village?" "Indeed, we are all from Qinjia village. Is there a leader among you?" The eyes of the group turned to Chen Ping'an. He promptly stepped forward, respectfully inquiring, "I am Chen Ping'an. May I ask what orders you have for me?" "From now on, you shall be the Shizhong, responsible for all the members from your village." Regarding this sudden appointment, Chen Ping'an did not feel particularly surprised. Although De Qian emphasized meritocracy in military ranks, positions such as Wuzhong and Shizhong at lower levels were not strictly enforced. Furthermore, there existed a camaraderie among fellow villagers in the military. New recruits hailing from the same hometown often united on the battlefield, fostering a stronger fighting spirit and making daily management easier without causing discord. Thus, it was customary for recruits from the same village to have their leader appointed as Wuzhong or Shizhong. Moreover, this Shizhong was merely the Shizhong of the new recruit camp, and upon reaching the front lines, there was a possibility of reorganization. Whether Chen Ping'an could retain this Shizhong position would depend on his future performance. "Thank you for the promotion, General. I will certainly fulfill my duties as Shizhong and not disappoint your kindness. Do not call me General. I am merely someone who has served a few years longer than you and happened to attain the rank of captain," the seasoned soldier replied, reclining slightly, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Although he feigned reprimand, the title of general clearly pleased him. He glanced appreciatively at Chen Ping'an and said, "Choose 2 from your fellow villagers to serve as Wuzhong." "Thank you, sir." Chen Ping'an expressed his gratitude and surveyed the 9 young men from his village behind him. After some contemplation, he said, "Then to Lei and Go Shang, you 2 shall come forward." Chen Ping'an's selection of these 2 was not arbitrary. Among them, Chen Gosheng was the eldest, and everyone either referred to him as Uncle Gosheng or Lord Gosheng. Chen Delay had been the village's leader since childhood. Among the 10 recruits, several had grown up alongside him and looked up to him. Had it not been for Chen Ping'an's remarkable prowess after recently bringing back a tiger from the mountains, which had won everyone's respect, he would likely have been the natural leader of Qinjia village. The group accepted Chen Ping'an's choice of Gosheng and Delay as Wuzhong without any dissent. Soon, the individuals from Qinjia village completed their registration and received their military uniforms. However, according to the military regulations of the Qian, each Wuzhong led 4 soldiers, totaling 5 people, while each Shizhong led 2 Wuzhong, amounting to 11 individuals. With only 10 recruits from Qinjia village, they were 1 short of the required number. The missing person would be provided before nightfall. For now, Chen Ping'an was to lead them to the barracks. The captain assured him that they would be supplemented before dark and then sent a seasoned soldier to guide them to the barracks. The new recruit camp was located to the west of the county town. It consisted of a relatively flat expanse with dozens of makeshift tents surrounded by simple fences, resembling a military camp. "This shall be your encampment," the seasoned soldier said, leading them to one of the tents before departing to report back. Upon entering the tent, they discovered the space to be rather cramped and the tent itself in disrepair, filthy, and riddled with holes. The floor was covered only with a thin layer of dry straw, accompanied by an old wooden table. The conditions were undeniably rudimentary. Fortunately, the group consisted of seasoned farmers who had endured hardships. They had heard tales of military life and were mentally prepared for it. They tidied the straw on the ground and planned to sleep closely together at night to avoid the chill. Chen Ping'an set down his belongings and addressed the others. "We are all from the same village, so there is no need for any barriers. Let us work together." Chen Gosheng, clutching a large bundle of straw, found a good spot, spread it out, and called to Chen Ping'an. Brother Ping'an, this tent does not let in the wind. You should sleep here. Uncle Go Sheng, our ages differ. Chen Ping'an replied with a slightly peculiar expression. I should be addressing you as uncle, yet you are calling me brother. In the village, it is fitting to call you uncle. But what is this place? This is the military camp. You are the Shizhong, and I am the Wuzhong. It is only proper for me to call you brother. From now on, you shall call me uncle, and I shall call you brother. Let's keep it this way. What a splendid arrangement. Listening to Chen Go Sheng's reasoning, Chen Ping'an found it amusing but did not reject his kindness. Such small acts of goodwill could be accepted and remembered. Outright refusal would seem ungracious and create unnecessary distance over time. Then I shall thank you, Uncle Go Sheng. Chen Ping'an smiled and expressed his gratitude, sitting down on the pile of straw. He then addressed the others. Do not use up all the straw. Let us remember we have another brother as well and leave some for him. I want to make this clear. Since we are in this tent, we are all brothers. Do not ostracize him just because he is from another village. Rest assured, Brother Ping'an, we will help him arrange the straw, they replied. At noon, the military camp did not provide any food. Luckily, everyone had just departed from home and had brought provisions, so they would not go hungry. In the afternoon, with idle time on their hands, the group sat in the tent, engaging in casual conversation. As evening approached, the tent flap was lifted and a figure entered. The newcomer was slender, with a fair complexion and well-defined features, clad in ill-fitting coarse linen garments, resembling a delicate young scholar, exuding an air of fragility. In stark contrast to the robust and burly farmers from Qinjia village, upon entering the tent, Chen Ping'an's eyes widened in surprise, fixated intently on the stranger's chest. His treasure-hunting instincts were automatically triggered. Beneath the fabric of this individual's clothing lay an undisclosed treasure, emanating an extraordinarily brilliant golden glow, tenfold, even 100-fold more intense than the wild ginseng Chen Ping'an had previously discovered on the mountain. This dazzling radiance left him utterly transfixed, desperately wanting to discern the nature of the concealed treasure. Noticing Chen Ping'an's gaze, the stranger's expression shifted slightly, and with a hint of annoyance. He hastily covered his chest and admonished, "Where do you think you're looking?" Chen Ping'an cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness, realizing he had acted somewhat inappropriately. The others, having overheard the reprimand, were quick to defend him. Chen Gosheng stood up, indignantly protesting, "What's your problem? You're not a woman. Are you afraid of being looked at?" Just as his words fell, a crisp system notification chimed in Chen Ping'an's ear. Ding. A suitable target for binding has been detected nearby. Would you like to bind Yang Yueying as a candidate family member? Surprised by the system's announcement, Chen Ping'an paused, his eyes revealing a hint of intrigue. He could not help but scrutinize the individual further, particularly focusing on the neck, chest, and waist. Notably, there was no Adam's apple, and the chest muscles appeared well developed. Thus, the truth dawned upon him. She was a woman. But what reason could she have for infiltrating the military camp? Was she a contemporary Hua Mulan, enlisting in place of her father? Chen Ping'an's mind raced with speculation. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed with the binding first. Ding. Congratulations, host. Target Yang Yueying has been successfully bound. Current affinity level, 20. Chen Ping'an was taken aback. How could her initial affinity be negative? It was all the fault of his treasure hunting skill, which had activated the self-targeting feature. However, knowing that Yang Yueying was disguised as a man only deepened his curiosity about the treasure hidden beneath her clothing, which radiated such intense golden light. He longed to uncover the mystery within. Seeing Chen Ping'an remain silent, his gaze fixated on her chest with an unmistakable glint of greed in his eyes. Yang Yueying felt a surge of anger and annoyance. Known for her assertive nature, she had intended to interact with them as an ordinary person. Yet, faced with such rudeness from this country bumpkin, she decided to be less accommodating. With a silent huff of indignation, she strode into the tent, surveying the interior before settling on the prime spot at the back, tossing her bundle onto the ground. This place is mine now. You are all forbidden from coming within 3 feet of me while I sleep. Why should that be? Chen Gosheng protested vehemently. That spot had been meticulously prepared by him for Chen Ping'an. How could it be claimed so arbitrarily? Who do you think you are? Yang Yueying scoffed dismissively, her sharp eyes surveying the group with a commanding presence. You only occupy this position because of your numbers and shared village ties. But remember, this is a military camp, where merit prevails. If anyone disagrees, let us compare strength. Whoever can outmatch me in an arm wrestling contest earns my respect. If no one can best me, then keep your mouth shut. From now on, Yang Mulan, call the shots in this tent. I'll take you on. Chen Daorai stepped forward, eager to challenge Yang Yueying. Physically, he was the epitome of a robust farmer, tall and broad-shouldered, with rough, dark skin that exuded an air of strength. In contrast, Yang Yueying was slender and delicate, seemingly outmatched. However, the outcome of their contest astounded everyone. The seemingly powerful Chen Daorai was no match for Yang Yueying. He strained with all his might, his face flushed and forehead sweating, yet he could not budge her slender arm, which remained steady as a rock. How could this be? The onlookers from Chenjia village were taken aback, incredulous at the immense strength emanating from Yang Yueying's seemingly fragile arm. Only Chen Ping'an squinted slightly, surmising that this woman, disguised as a man, was likely a seasoned martial artist. No wonder she dared to join the military and navigate such perilous surroundings. Intrigued, he thought, I must give this a try. Taking Chen Daorai's place, Chen Ping'an rested his elbow on the old wooden table, underestimating the challenge. Yang Yueying maintained her confident demeanor as she clasped Chen Ping'an's hands tightly, preparing to seize victory. However, Chen Ping'an's strength far exceeded her expectations. With each exertion, his arm remained immovable, as though forged from steel. Yang Yueying gasped, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she glanced at Chen Ping'an, her demeanor becoming serious. With all her might, she attempted to overpower him. Chen Ping'an's arm trembled slightly, but soon stabilized, proving impervious to her efforts. Yang Yueying's composure faltered. She gazed at Chen Ping'an, raising an eyebrow. Have you trained in martial arts? Not at all. I'm just a farmer, he replied. Just a farmer? Impossible. Yang Yueying exclaimed incredulously. I hail from a military family and have trained in internal martial arts since childhood. I can lift 500 pounds with one hand. How could I possibly be outmatched by a mere farmer? Yang Yueying's mind was in turmoil, disbelief flooding her thoughts. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an decided to exert his full strength. Gradually, he applied an undeniable force, pressing Yang Yueying's arm down until her hand met the table's surface. The onlookers from Chenjia village erupted in cheers. Their spirits lifted as they looked at Yang Yueying. Are you humbled now? Our brother Ping'an is a tiger-slaying hero who single-handedly took down a tiger. No matter how formidable you are, can you surpass a tiger? Had he truly fought a tiger alone? Was there really a person in this world endowed with such extraordinary strength? Hearing the comment from the crowd, Yang Yueying felt increasingly astonished, her curiosity about Chen Ping'an intensifying. Ding! Yang Yueying's affinity for you has increased to 10, current affinity, 10. Winning her over would surely increase her fondness? It seems this woman has a penchant for the strong, Chen Ping'an mused internally, as he halted the ridicule from the villagers of Chenjia village directed at Yang Yuyao. He took on an authoritative demeanor and declared, enough of your chatter. Let the earlier incident be forgotten. Any misunderstanding should cease here, and we remain brothers moving forward. I do not wish to hear any discordant voices within this tent. He then turned to Yang Yuyao and added, if you favor this position, it can be yours. But the stipulation of maintaining a 3-foot distance from others is non-negotiable. The tent is rather cramped, and if you occupy all the space, where will others rest? Do you have any objections? Naturally, Yang Yuyao had none, and she began to view Chen Ping'an in a new light. Unexpectedly, this man, hailing from humble origins, possessed such magnanimity and understood the balance of reward and discipline. He would undoubtedly not be a mere triviality in the future. After this minor episode, dinner time soon arrived. Despite years of warfare, the Qian still managed to provide the soldiers with basic sustenance. Each soldier received a bowl of thick porridge, and by the time they finished, night had fully descended. In this era, there were no electric lights. Each military tent was illuminated only by a dim oil lamp, with precious little oil to spare. Anticipating an early morning for training, Chen Ping'an extinguished the oil lamp, urging everyone to retire early to replenish their energy. He positioned himself close to Yang Yuyao, separating her from the others. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, the golden glow emanating from Yang Yuyao's chest became increasingly pronounced, stirring Chen Ping'an's curiosity about her identity. Why would a woman trained in martial arts disguise herself as a man and infiltrate a military camp? Was it to serve in place of her father? To evade enemies? Surely not merely for the sake of adventure. Ultimately, perplexed, Chen Ping'an decided to cease his pondering. closed his eyes, and drifted into slumber. The following day, before dawn had broken, Chen Ping'an heard the quiet rustle of Yang Yuyao rising stealthily and slipping out of the tent. Driven by curiosity, he followed her. He observed as she, light as a swallow, stealthily exited the barracks. Upon reaching a nearby, secluded hill, she began to practice a series of martial arts forms. Her movements were remarkably refined, each strike executed with precision and agility. Indeed, she was a practitioner of martial arts. Chen Ping'an was captivated, wishing to approach for a closer look, but inadvertently snapped a twig beneath his foot. Who goes there? Yang Yuyao's instincts kicked in, halting her practice as she turned her gaze toward Chen Ping'an's hiding spot. No longer concealing himself, Chen Ping'an stepped out and applauded. I had no idea, Brother Mulan, that you were a martial artist. This set of forms is truly exquisite. Might you impart them to me? Seeing it was Chen Ping'an, Yang Yuyao's heart eased slightly, yet she had no intention of teaching him any martial arts. Shaking her head, she politely declined. I apologize, but this is a family heirloom technique and cannot be shared. You should return. No room for negotiation? No room for negotiation. Witnessing Yang Yuyao's resolute stance, Chen Ping'an let out a resigned sigh and decided to employ his trump card. He approached her, locking his gaze on hers. A subtle smile gracing his lips. In a tone only they could hear, he said, My lady, you surely wouldn't want your disguise to be unveiled, would you? Chapter 17. Chen Ping'an, you are testing my patience, how do you know? Upon hearing Chen Ping'an expose her greatest secret, Yang Yuyao's eyes widened in shock. I have my ways, Chen Ping'an replied, a triumphant smile dancing on his lips as he inquired. So, will you now teach me that set of forms? You despicable. Although Yang Yuyao felt a twinge of reluctance, with her biggest secret in his grasp, she had no choice but to relent. Pay close attention. I will only demonstrate this set of forms 3 times. How much you learn depends on your ability. With that, Yang Yuyao moved to an open area, demonstrating the forms with each step and punch for Chen Ping'an. He watched intently, committing every movement to memory. Soon enough, Yang Yuyao completed her 3 demonstrations and stood poised, her gaze fixed on Chen Ping'an. He closed his eyes, mentally revisiting the form she had just executed. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and stepped forward to practice the forms himself. Observing Chen Ping'an's slow and clumsy attempts to mimic her, Yang Yuyao silently shook her head. Although the forms seemed straightforward, they encompassed numerous variations. Under the guidance of a master, she had practiced for 7 days to merely scratch the surface, earning her the reputation of a rare martial arts prodigy. Yet here was Chen Ping'an, expecting to grasp the complexities of the forms after only 3 demonstrations. Such naivety was laughable. She hoped he would recognize the difficulty and refrain from persisting. However, just as that thought crossed her mind, her expression shifted slightly. Before her, Chen Ping'an, after a few awkward punches, began to exhibit a growing mastery of the forms. His strikes quickened, flowing with an elegance that belied his initial clumsiness. Though some details remained imperfect, there were minor blemishes. One might easily mistake him for someone who had been diligently training for months. What was happening? Could someone truly learn such a multifaceted and intricate set of forms after merely 3 observations? What extraordinary aptitude was this? Chen Ping'an, you claim you lack martial skills. Yang Yuyao's eyes widened, her lips parting in disbelief as her heart raced with astonishment. Could it be that this individual possessed not only immense strength, but also the rare talent for martial arts? With such exceptional potential, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness given time. If I am to carve out an extraordinary legacy, this person could serve as a formidable general under my command. Could it be divine providence that has brought him before me to aid in my ambitions? How did I perform just now? Was there anything amiss? Chen Ping'an's query interrupted Yang Yuyao's reverie. It was passable. To learn this set of forms on your first attempt is commendable. Yet, you still fall slightly short compared to my own beginnings, Yang Yuyao remarked, her demeanor composed as she offered a critique. A desire to mentor Chen Ping'an ignited within her, leading her to provide him with further guidance. The two continued to practice the forms together, returning to the tent just before dawn to rest once more. After breakfast, the new recruits were assembled in a clearing. A total of 600 recruits had been summoned from Changsha County, divided into 6 squads, each overseen by a captain responsible for their training. The captain in charge of Chen Ping'an and his companions was the very middle-aged officer they had met upon their arrival. Tianjin. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back in front of the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the numerous new recruits. And he bellowed, "Who can tell me why you have come to join the army? To kill the enemy and serve the country, to achieve great deeds, to ensure a full stomach, to annihilate the northern barbarians and exact revenge." Many new soldiers spoke up, articulating their reasons for enlisting. However, after listening for a while, Tianjin did not hear the answer he sought. At that moment, he noticed the tall figure of Chen Ping'an standing at the forefront of the crowd. Feeling a spark of interest, he called out loudly, "Chen Ping'an, tell me, what is your purpose in joining the army?" Reporting to the officer, "I enlist to obey the officer's commands." "Excellent. That is the best answer I have heard in years," Tianjin exclaimed. "Chen Ping'an, you will surely excel as a squad leader, and perhaps even be appointed as a 100-man commander in the future." Many recruits were astonished by Chen Ping'an's response, never imagining the question could be answered in such a manner. Yang Yao, standing behind Chen Ping'an, rolled her eyes dramatically and muttered, "Flatterer." Nevertheless, Tianjin was thoroughly pleased with Chen Ping'an's answer and praised him with admiration. His gaze returned to the crowd as he declared, "Chen Ping'an is absolutely correct. A soldier's foremost duty is to obey orders. Military commands are as immovable as mountains, greater than the heavens. You have come to the barracks to do 3 things. Obey, obey, and once again, obey. Do you all understand?" "Understood," came a unified response. "Very well. Now from here to that flagpole and back 10 times go." Tianjin pointed to a flagpole standing 100 meters away. At his command, the recruits instantly began to run. The following days were filled with monotonous training for the new soldiers, ranging from basic strength and endurance exercises to weapon handling, combat techniques, formations, and climbing drills, encompassing all types of training. Chen Ping'an, with his extraordinary physique, effortlessly excelled in all the activities with minimal effort. Yang Yao, having trained for many years, also performed admirably, matching Chen Ping'an's results. Both of their performances ranked among the top in the group of 600 recruits, garnering significant attention. However, the camp food consisted solely of thick porridge. While it sufficed under normal activity levels, it was utterly insufficient given the intensity of the physical training. After a few days, all the recruits found themselves ravenously hungry. The villagers from Chunjia village had brought some provisions with them, and when the hunger became unbearable, they would nibble on their rations. Yang Yao, however, had come unprepared and could only watch enviously. "Here, eat." Chen Ping'an offered a piece of tiger jerky, preserved by Su Wan, to Yang Yao. As the jerky was presented before her, Yang Yao's throat instinctively swallowed, but she turned away, refusing out of sheer instinct, "I'm not hungry." Since she declined to accept it, Chen Ping'an did not insist further and began to eat heartily himself. Days passed, and Yang Yao's eyes were practically glowing with hunger. One night, a light rain began to fall, and the cold wind seeped through the holes in her cloak, causing her thin clothes to shiver against her skin. Amidst hunger and cold, she suddenly caught a whiff of meat. Upon opening her eyes, she saw a piece of dry jerky before her. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Eat it. Consider it the tuition for teaching me martial arts." "Thank you." Yang Yao finally relented, taking the jerky and nibbling at it, though her body continued to tremble from the cold. "Are you cold?" "As a martial artist, I train in winter's chill and summer's heat. Mere cold cannot affect me." "That's wonderful. I feel like I'm freezing to death. Help me warm up." Chen Ping'an lifted the thin blanket sewn by Su Wan and pulled Yang Yao into his embrace. "Brother, you smell delightful. You rogue. How dare you be so forward? Ah, how warm and comfortable." Yang Yao struggled for a moment, but then settled, lying in Chen Ping'an's embrace, taking small bites of the jerky. "This insufferable rogue dares to take advantage of me. I certainly do not enjoy being held by him. I simply wish to avoid making noise and waking the others. Tonight is the first and last time. Tomorrow night, I will certainly resist. The next evening, how infuriating. Tonight is the last night. Tomorrow I must fight back. On the 3rd night, Yang Yao, you cannot continue like this. Have you forgotten the oath you took when you enlisted? On the 4th night, are all men this warm? How intriguing. On the 5th night, Chen Ping'an, you're pressing against me." Chapter 18. Is 1,000 coins required to enter the banquet? Chen Ping'an has 1,000 coins. 10 days swiftly passed. According to the regulations of the new recruits camp, after 10 days of training, they were entitled to 1 day of rest, provided they returned to the camp by the morning roll call. The distance from Chunjia village to the county seat was neither far nor close, and some wanted to go home to check on their families. Others, thoroughly exhausted after 10 days of intense training, could hardly muster the energy to move, wishing only to lie in their tents for a day. Chen Ping'an naturally wished to return home to see how Su Wan and the others were faring. The fields back home required diligent cultivation to become fertile and lush. However, before heading home, Chen Ping'an planned to visit the county seat to purchase gifts for the 3 women. Arriving in the county, Chen Ping'an wandered leisurely through the marketplace, contemplating what to buy for the 3 women. Suddenly, he heard the sound of firecrackers in the distance. Looking up, he saw a crowd gathered around a magnificent new estate, filled with excitement. A quick glance revealed Tianjin among the crowd, observing the spectacle. Chen Ping'an approached, curiosity piqued. "Sir, what is causing such a commotion?" Tianjin glanced at Chen Ping'an and replied, "A wealthy gentleman by the surname of Liu has moved here from afar, reportedly a former acquaintance of the county magistrate. Today, he is hosting a banquet in celebration of his housewarming, inviting the local gentry. Almost all the prominent figures of the county are present." Leaning closer to Chen Ping'an, he whispered, "I have heard that this elder Liu is fabulously wealthy, but has no sons, only a daughter, who is as beautiful as a flower, a veritable fairy. Whoever wins the favor of the elder will be fortunate indeed to marry his daughter." He then flashed a knowing smile, one that only a man would understand. What a splendid opportunity. Chen Ping'an's eyes brightened with interest. It was no wonder that Tianjin, usually unkempt, had dressed so nicely today, even grooming his beard. While it was indeed a fortuitous event, not everyone could join in the festivities. To gain entry, one must present at least 1,000 coins. After speaking, Tianjin patted Chen Ping'an on the shoulder, tidied his clothes, and strode confidently toward the entrance, presenting his gift list to the servant waiting at the door of the Liu residence. Stepping into the grand threshold, as soon as one foot crossed the threshold, a powerful shout resonated from behind. "Chen Ping'an, 10,001. The exuberance of Chen Ping'an's declaration instantly stirred a commotion among the crowd, turning numerous heads in his direction. Tianjin, who had just set foot through the door, stumbled momentarily, nearly losing his balance. He turned back, incredulous at Chen Ping'an. It was known that according to the currency exchange rate of Deqian, 1,000 when equated to 1 tael of silver. Thus, 10,000 when represented a staggering 10 taels of silver, enough to cover an extravagant feast. Was this fellow out of his mind? The servant responsible for welcoming guests at the Liu residence had never encountered such a lavish display from a guest before. He hurried over, respectfully ushering Chen Ping'an into the estate. "Esteemed guest, please enter." As Chen Ping'an followed the servant into the hall, he beheld a spacious chamber adorned with over 20 tables, each laden with a feast. The guests, dressed in silks and satins, were evidently affluent gentry and nobility. In contrast, his coarse garments rendered him somewhat out of place. However, Chen Ping'an paid no mind, casually selecting an unoccupied table to sit at. He indulged in the sumptuous delicacies while admiring the graceful movements of several dancers below, feeling remarkably at ease. Meanwhile, the venerable Liu Laotai listened to reports from his servants and could not help but cast several curious glances at Chen Ping'an, who had audaciously proclaimed a gift of 10,000 won. He inquired about Chen Ping'an's background from a nearby local gentry, but none recognized him. Given his attire, he did not appear to be a wealthy individual. Perhaps he was merely a freeloader. It might be prudent to send someone to investigate further and have him removed. With keen hearing, Chen Ping'an caught wind of their murmurs, but paid them no heed, as he was captivated by a more intriguing sound. Behind the curtain, separating the hall from the back courtyard, 2 figures were stealthily observing the banquet. "Miss, come quickly and see if any of these young gentry from Changsha County could be your ideal match," one whispered. "They're all mere commoners. The young man in the back wearing plain clothes does possess an admirable demeanor, although his table manners are rather uncouth. Wait, miss, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. Could that gentleman not be the one who saved us at the marketplace by restraining a runaway horse? Is that true? Are you certain?" "Absolutely. I remember his visage distinctly. Such a handsome young man, capable of subduing a galloping horse. It would be nearly impossible to find another like him in the entire county. Shouldn't you consider him?" "Foolish girl, it seems you are the one smitten." Should the miss marry, I shall naturally accompany her as a maid. As the two young ladies whispered, their curious gazes peered through the curtain at Chen Ping'an. He smiled slightly and suddenly turned to glance back at the curtain. He saw us. The two girls gasped, startled like frightened deer, and hurriedly retreated to the back courtyard. Chen Ping'an was somewhat taken aback, realizing that the daughter of Lu Laotai was none other than the mysterious young lady he had rescued from the carriage previously. His curiosity piqued. What could the famously beautiful Lu family daughter possibly look like? However, as she resided in the inner courtyard, he, as an uninvited guest, could not intrude there and chose to keep his curiosity concealed. Yet, moments later, Chen Ping'an's senses were stirred. With his extraordinary hearing, he detected unusual sounds emanating from the back courtyard, causing his expression to shift slightly. Without hesitation, he set down his cup, rose from his seat, and headed straight for the back courtyard. The guests, witnessing his sudden departure, furrowed their brows, many calling out, "What do you think you are doing? That is the inner courtyard of the Lu residence. You cannot barge in. Who is this country bumpkin? So disrespectful. Someone stop him." Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an disregarded their shouts and pushed past two servants attempting to block his way, lifting the curtain and striding boldly into the Lu family's inner courtyard. Upon entering, he spotted a beautiful young maid collapsed on the ground. Two masked figures were attempting to scale the wall, one carrying a girl in a red dress over his shoulder. Seeing Chen Ping'an's intrusion, one of the masked men bellowed and charged at him, but to Chen Ping'an, the man's movements appeared painfully slow, as if in slow motion. With a single punch, he knocked the assailant to the ground. In a swift motion, he dashed to the wall, seized the other masked figure by the ankle, and yanked him down, delivering a decisive kick that rendered him unconscious. The girl in the red dress was caught in Chen Ping'an's arms. He looked down to see her skin as smooth as cream, delicate features, and a beauty that was simply enchanting. Ding! Detected a suitable target for binding nearby. Would you like to bind Lu Ji as a candidate family member? I care not for this. I shall bind her first. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ping'an proceeded to bind Lu Ji. At that moment, Lu Laotai and the guests dining in the front hall rushed into the back courtyard, their voices raised in confusion. Upon witnessing the scene, they were all momentarily stunned. What was happening here? They beheld the two unconscious masked men on the ground, the fainted young maid, and the beautiful lady cradled in Chen Ping'an's embrace. A wave of bewilderment washed over the crowd, leaving them momentarily speechless. Lu Laotai stepped forward and tore away the mask from one of the unconscious men, his expression shifting as he recognized the identity of the intruder. Indeed, a member of the Wang family. These relentless scoundrels have followed us to Changsha County. He quickly commanded his servants to assist Lu Ji from Chen Ping'an's hold, bowing deeply in gratitude to him. "Thank you, brave sir, for your timely intervention. Otherwise, my daughter would surely have faced grave peril today." The crowd gradually grasped the situation. The two masked men were likely enemies of the Lu family, having pursued them to Changsha County with nefarious intent to abduct Lu Ji. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an's timely arrival had saved her. Such audacity! How dare they wreak havoc in Changsha County? Someone, take these two away and interrogate them thoroughly. The county magistrate, a friend of Lu Laotai, shouted loudly, directing that the masked men be bound and sent to the authorities for severe questioning. Attention shifted back to Chen Ping'an, and a curious guest couldn't help but ask, "But wait, how did you know these ruffians were attacking in the back courtyard while we were all dining in the front hall?" All thanks to the guidance of our esteemed leader. Tianjin, standing in the crowd, was surprised that Chen Ping'an mentioned him, thus granting him a chance to shine in front of the local gentry. The young man truly understood the situation. Indeed, Chen Ping'an is a new recruit currently undergoing training under my guidance. This young man possesses remarkable martial prowess and a promising future, destined for the rank of commander. Tianjin promptly straightened his posture, cleared his throat, and stepped forward to extol Chen Ping'an's virtues. After much ado, it turned out he was merely an ordinary soldier. Within the crowd, a few voices whispered disdainfully, though others refrained from voicing their thoughts. Their gazes towards Chen Ping'an were imbued with condescension. In the eyes of these affluent gentry, ordinary soldiers and peasants alike were regarded as inconsequential, lower-class individuals. Unless one could attain the rank of 100 households, they were deemed unworthy of notice. Chen Ping'an, naturally, felt the disdain emanating from these so-called gentry, but chose to remain unfazed. At present, His status was indeed humble and insignificant. However, he was confident that one day he would speak to them with the weight of military achievements and valor, rendering them unworthy of even gazing upon him. After the turmoil subsided, the banquet continued, lasting until nearly noon. As numerous guests departed, the venerable Master Lu specifically retained both Chen Ping'an and Tianjin. "Jier, why do you not come forth and offer a cup of wine to your savior?" Master Lu called out. Immediately, two enchanting figures emerged from behind the curtain. Lu Ji, accompanied by her maid, approached, the maid carrying a tray that held a jug of fine wine and several cups. The two women knelt gracefully before Chen Ping'an's table. Lu Ji poured the exquisite wine into a cup, her delicate hands holding it with poise, her gaze lowered in respectful submission as she presented it to Chen Ping'an. "I, Lu Ji, sincerely thank you, my benefactor, for your salvation." As Chen Ping'an accepted the cup, he inadvertently brushed against Lu Ji's fingers. In that instant, her delicate form quivered slightly, and a charming blush bloomed upon her fair cheeks. The system chimed, indicating Lu Ji's affection had increased to 65 points. Chen Ping'an, ignoring the system's notification, drank deeply from the cup. Following his toast, Lu Ji, out of respect and propriety, offered a toast to Tianjin, who, upon witnessing Lu Ji's breathtaking beauty, was nearly rendered speechless, his hands trembling as he accepted the wine. Master Lu observed their interactions with approval, nodding to himself. After Lu Ji had completed her toasts, she took her position behind Master Lu, kneeling quietly and listening attentively to the conversation among the three. Master Lu engaged in light conversation, casually inquiring about Chen Ping'an's circumstances, before suddenly shifting the topic to a more personal matter, asking, "Might I inquire if young Master Chen is married?" At this, Tianjin's heart raced with excitement, glancing at Chen Ping'an with envy. Could Master Lu be considering a match for his daughter? If the question were answered favorably, wealth and beauty would be within reach. This young man had struck gold. Hearing her father's question, Lu Ji's heart raced, her hands clasping nervously, her cheeks flushing with shyness as she glanced at Chen Ping'an. In response to Master Lu, "I have already taken a wife," Chen Ping'an replied with a gentle smile, acknowledging the inquiry candidly. The atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically. Lu Ji's face paled instantly, her enchanting gaze dimming, losing its luster. Master Lu also expressed regret, lamenting his daughter's misfortune. Although Chen Ping'an was merely a lowly recruit at present, he possessed discernment, recognizing Chen Ping'an's exceptional character and boundless potential. Such a remarkable individual was not meant for the confines of mere mediocrity. Yet, with Chen Ping'an already married, he could not allow his only daughter to become a mere concubine. With a heavy sigh, he clapped his hands, instructing his servants to present 100 taels of silver to Chen Ping'an. "Your rescue of my daughter warrants this modest token of gratitude. I hope you will accept it." Chen Ping'an graciously accepted the silver, wrapping it in the red cloth from the tray and tucking it into his garment. This visit had proven worthwhile, not only for the feast but also for the silver. He contemplated purchasing beautiful jewelry for Su Wan and her sisters. Meanwhile, Tianjin regarded him with a mix of disappointment and exasperation. This young man, who often appeared astute, had let an extraordinary opportunity slip through his fingers. Such wealth and fortune had been presented on a silver platter, yet he had turned it away. Perhaps the Lu family's complexities were too intricate for him to navigate. "Allow me to handle this," Tianjin decided, taking a deep breath, clearing his throat, and addressing Master Lu with earnestness. "Master Lu, to be candid, I have yet to find a wife." Master Lu regarded him thoughtfully before nodding. Indeed, it is evident. As Tianjin departed from the Lu residence, he felt a profound sense of regret, sighing deeply. "Chen Ping'an, do you realize the opportunity you just forfeited?" Perhaps, Chen Ping'an acknowledged, not disputing Tianjin's words. However, he could not bring himself to abandon his wife for the sake of wealth and status. Moreover, Su Wan and her sisters were far from being unworthy. "I appreciate your concern, Captain. Allow me to treat you to a drink with these 10 taels." Chen Ping'an produced 10 taels of silver from his pocket and offered them to Tianjin, who served as his chief instructor in the new recruit camp. As they would soon be deployed to the front lines, maintaining a good relationship with Tianjin was prudent. "Oh, what are you doing? This is unnecessary," Tianjin protested. Yet his hands expertly accepted the silver, tucking it away with a grin. "Come now, what kind of relationship do we have? In the camp, you may call me captain, but outside, Just refer to me as Tiange. Chen Ping'an chuckled, engaging in further pleasantries before they bid each other farewell. After making a round at the market and acquiring gifts for Su Wan and her sisters, he set off towards Chunjia village. On the way, he suddenly remembered that he had acquired a lottery opportunity from his interaction with Lu Ji, which he had yet to use. He promptly accessed the system interface and opted for the lottery. The system chimed, announcing the successful activation of the reward. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Divine Speed. Your legs will move like the wind, allowing you to travel 800 li in a single day. Upon witnessing the newly awakened skill, Chen Ping'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not the legendary technique of the Divine Speedster Daizone? This skill was incredibly practical. While some exceptional horses could cover such distances, obtaining them was no easy feat, and horses were often hindered by various terrains. Two legs, however, were far more agile. Moreover, with this skill, should he ever face defeat in battle, he would be able to escape more swiftly than others. It was undoubtedly a formidable asset on the battlefield. With perfect timing, Chen Ping'an activated the Divine Speed skill, propelling himself forward like the wind. On the rural dirt road, he dashed forward, covering the distance back to Chenjia village in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. It was precisely midday. Su Wan was inside the house, kindling a fire to prepare a meal, while the Lin sisters, Lin Yuechan and Lin Yuei, were in the courtyard, drying wild vegetables. Despite their noble upbringing, the two young women were not delicate. Having lived in the countryside for an extended period, they had adapted to local customs and learned to engage in some agricultural tasks. Shedding their luxurious silks, they donned simple cotton garments. Their hair, gathered into buns, diminished their youthful charm, yet added a touch of mature allure. Chen Ping'an, feeling a surge of affection, approached and embraced the waists of both women from behind. They gasped in surprise, but upon recognizing him, their faces lit up with joy as they enveloped him in a warm embrace. Darling, husband, Su Wan, hearing the commotion, emerged from the house and was equally delighted to see Chen Ping'an. Ping'an, what brings you back? I returned to visit since the barracks are on a break today. You all need not busy yourselves. Look what I have brought back. Chen Ping'an lifted the bundles he carried, ushering the three women into the house. During the meal, the sisters eagerly inquired about life in the military, and Chen Ping'an, sitting cross-legged on the Kong, regaled them with tales that captivated their attention. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. After being away for so long, the reunion was filled with warmth and laughter, with endless conversations continuing until deep into the night, the flickering oil lamp illuminating their joy. Meanwhile, in the military camp outside Changsha County, Yang Yuyao lay on a bed of soft hay, tossing and turning. Unable to find sleep, she felt an inexplicable emptiness. Glancing at the empty haystack beside her, where lay the thin quilt sewn by Su Wan, she hesitated but ultimately drew it close, inhaling the familiar scent, which finally lulled her eyelids to rest. The following day, before dawn, Chen Ping'an rose quietly, intending to leave unnoticed. However, a hand seized his sleeve just as he descended from the Kong. Turning around, he found Su Wan awake. I must go. You should sleep a little longer. I'll accompany you, she insisted, reluctantly getting up to see him off. All right, I truly must leave now. Otherwise, I will miss roll call. He lightly kissed her cheek, waved goodbye, and turned to depart. Once outside Chenjia village, Chen Ping'an activated his skill, moving swiftly toward the county town. Arriving at the military camp just in time for the morning roll call, he noticed Yang Yuyao looking listless, as if still in a dream. He chuckled, Milan. Why the long face? Did you sleep poorly without me by your side? Bah, I slept wonderfully, she retorted, shooting him a glare. The day unfolded with rigorous training until midday, when suddenly, a swift horse burst into the camp. A messenger clad in light armor dismounted hastily, delivering an official letter to Lin Feng, the highest-ranking officer in the new recruits camp. As Lin Feng unfolded the letter, his expression shifted slightly, and he quickly summoned several captains into the tent for a discussion, pausing the new recruits training. Many new soldiers were left curious, speculating about the sudden change. Chen Ping'an, utilizing his keen hearing, strained to eavesdrop on the conversation within the tent. What? They want to send the new recruits to the battlefield already? They've only been training for 10 days. They haven't mastered many skills yet. Sending them to the battlefield would be akin to sending them to their doom. There's no choice. This is a direct order from above. It seems the Beiliang has reinforced their troops. The situation is urgent, prompting the general to issue this order to send all new recruits to the front. We all understand that new soldiers often suffer casualties not due to insufficient training, but because of sheer terror. Even if they trained for 3 months, their legs would still tremble on their first battlefield experience. They will have to face this sooner or later. It's just coming a bit early. Enough. The situation is dire. We leave at dawn tomorrow. Hurry and issue the orders. Upon hearing the voices from the tent, Chen Ping'an felt a shiver run down his spine, his expression growing solemn. He had not anticipated being thrust into battle so soon, and the discussions hinted at an urgent situation on the front lines. The risks were certainly high. Before long, the captains emerged from the tent to inform the new recruits of their imminent deployment to the front. The atmosphere in the camp turned grave, and many recruits felt a wave of uncertainty wash over them. Chen Ping'an was chosen by Tianjin to accompany him into the city to procure supplies. While en route, Chen Ping'an quietly inquired, "Captain, what is the situation at the front? Why are even us new recruits being sent?" Tianjin cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one was within earshot before whispering, "The front lines are several hundred miles away. I am not privy to the specifics. All I know is that the court has initiated a northern campaign to reclaim the Yanyan 16 prefectures. Our forces have besieged Shuazhou for an entire month, yet we have yet to breach its defenses. Our deployment suggests we may be involved in a siege battle. Prepare yourself mentally." Upon hearing the familiar name, Yanyan 16 prefectures, Chen Ping'an's gaze sharpened. While the concept of Yanyan in this world differed from that of his previous life, its geographical significance was strikingly similar. It lay at the northern frontier, bordering the nomadic tribes of the north, serving as a bulwark for the Daqian dynasty. 5 years prior, a conflict between the Daqian and Beiliang erupted over these territories, resulting in a devastating defeat for Daqian, with 400,000 elite soldiers lost, and the Yanyan territory fell entirely. The northern frontier was left vulnerable, and the Beiliang raided the borders each year, causing immense suffering for the local populace, becoming a significant threat to the Daqian dynasty. Now, after years of preparation, Daqian was ready to engage the Beiliang once more. However, the prolonged siege of Shuazhou indicated the fierce nature of the ongoing conflict. Chen Ping'an could hardly fathom that his first battle would be a brutal siege, likely positioning him as cannon fodder. A wave of anxiety washed over him, not just for himself, but also for his fellow villagers, Gosheng and Dale. He wondered how many would survive the impending conflict. Tianjin noticed Chen Ping'an's unease. With a gentle pat on Chen Ping'an's shoulder, he earnestly advised, "Do not be overly anxious. Remember this. Once on the battlefield, charge forth without fear. With your capabilities, as long as you maintain your composure and apply what I've taught you over these past few days, your chances of survival are significantly enhanced. However, if fear takes hold of you, your mind may go blank, your limbs unresponsive, and then you may truly find yourself in peril." Thank you for the reminder. Chen Ping'an nodded in appreciation, seizing the opportunity to procure supplies upon entering the city. He made a special trip to a tavern and brought back a lavish feast for his comrades before their departure. The young men from Chanjiaxiyuan had grown up in the fields, struggling for basic sustenance. They had never tasted such exquisite food before. Coupled with their recent arduous training, the sight of the banquet brought forth a sparkle of excitement in their eyes. They devoured the meal with fervor, expressing their gratitude to Chen Ping'an. "Thank you, Brother Ping'an. If it weren't for you, how could we ever enjoy such a splendid feast? Once I earn military merit and become a 100-man commander, I shall feast like this every day." As they indulged, their faces radiated hope for the future. Chen Ping'an, seated nearby, smiled, yet internally sighed, pondering the fate of the brothers sharing this meal tonight. How many would return alive? Yang Yuyao showed little interest in the meal Chen Ping'an had brought back, preferring to avoid the raucous crowd from Chanjiaxiyuan as they gorged themselves. She chose to sit apart with Chen Ping'an. Though his voice was soft as he recited poetry, her keen senses as a warrior picked it up, and her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. "You can recite poetry? Do not underestimate a farmer, my good sir. Although we are from the fields, we have received a proper education," Chen Ping'an replied with a smug grin. "If not for these chaotic times, I would have surely aimed to become a scholar. Who would have thought that this mere farmer possessed not only remarkable physical attributes and extraordinary martial talent, but also the ability to read and compose poetry? Truly, he was a rare gem of potential." Notification: Yang Yuyao's affection level increased by 3, current affection level 57. Intrigued, Yang Yuyao asked, "Did you learn to read in a private school?" "My wife taught me," he replied. Yang Yuyao's expression stiffened, an unwarranted irritation rising within her. She huffed lightly, turning her head away, ignoring him. Later that night, as silence enveloped the surroundings, Chen Ping'an effortlessly embraced Yang Yuyao. She swiftly shrugged off his arm and shifted away from him. This fiery mare was in a mood, it seemed. Chen Ping'an chuckled softly and reached into his pocket. Moments later, Yang Yuyao, with her eyes closed, was suddenly greeted by a delightful aroma. Opening her eyes, she found a delicately crafted osmanthus cake before her. "I anticipated you might not enjoy the banquet, so I specifically bought you some pastries," Chen Ping'an said, gently placing a palm-sized oil paper-wrapped treat in front of her, whispering, "This is just for you. Do not let them know." Notification: Yang Yuyao's affection level increased by 1, current affection level 58. "Flattery will get you nowhere," she huffed, yet still accepted the osmanthus cake and took a small bite. Her eyes sparkled, and she savored the taste. "Delicious. It has been ages since I had osmanthus cake." Chen Ping'an reached his arm around her waist again. After a brief struggle, Yang Yuyao ceased her resistance and even nestled closer to him, adjusting into a comfortable position as she nibbled on the cake. As she enjoyed, a sudden sense of wariness arose, and she firmly grasped his mischievous hand. "What are you up to, Chen Ping'an? I wish to die. This shameless rogue." Yang Yuyao gritted her teeth and elbowed him firmly in the abdomen. "Ah." Chen Ping'an inhaled sharply. "What a troublesome little mare. One day, I shall make you willingly reveal the treasures hidden beneath your garments." The following morning, 600 newly recruited soldiers from Changsha County officially set out for the front lines. Due to the urgency of the situation, strict deadlines for arrival were imposed in the letters received, prompting several officers to hasten their pace. They were required to march at least 60 miles each day, enduring the elements as they traveled under the stars. After weeks of relentless marching, they finally arrived at the foot of Shuazhou City. A towering fortress loomed ahead, its walls formidable and imposing. "This is Shuazhou City," Chen Ping'an mused, glancing towards the distant walls as he marched with his comrades. Although far away, his eagle-eye skill allowed him to discern the city's towering ramparts, constructed of hard blue bricks. The walls bore the scars of battle, dried bloodstains, deep craters from massive stones, and charred remnants from fierce fires. A battalion of well-equipped, beaming soldiers patrolled the walls, while beneath them lay shattered siege engines and the lifeless bodies of warriors, silently narrating the brutal reality of war. Beyond Shuazhou City, an endless expanse of military tents stretched as far as the eye could see, encircling the city tightly. Previously, the mention of an army of 100,000 or even 1,000,000 seemed merely a number. However, witnessing the vast array of tents and encampments now provided Chen Ping'an with a tangible understanding of the army's scale. 100,000 soldiers were not just a figure, but a sea of tents that seemed to stretch infinitely, flags standing tall like a forest. 1,000,000 warriors ready to conquer the world. Upon their arrival, the 600 new recruits were led by 100-man Lin Feng and 2 captains deep into the camp to report to the commander. Chen Ping'an and the other recruits remained under the guidance of several captains, setting up their camp in an open area as they awaited further orders. As evening fell, Lin Feng returned from the depths of the encampment, accompanied by several wagons laden with armor, shields, and other equipment. "Distribute these armors and shields to everyone. Armor upon arrival." "This is splendid." The new recruits' eyes sparkled at the sight of the gleaming metal armor. The recruits were utterly devoid of armor or protective gear. Only during the training exercises could they receive a steel blade. Yet, on the very first day at the frontline camp, they unexpectedly received armor. The others were instantly filled with joy, while only Chen Ping'an and Yang Yuyao displayed a solemn demeanor, a hint of gravity in their eyes. The issuance of armor to new recruits right before battle was hardly an auspicious sign. Soon, the armor was distributed, but the newly equipped recruits were left in shock, their expressions revealing disbelief. What was amiss? This armor appeared damaged, stained with blood. Surely it had not been stripped from the corpses of the fallen? Silence. What is all this noise? Lin Feng's face darkened as he bellowed. To speak plainly, this armor was taken from the bodies of the slain soldiers. Is there a problem? Would you prefer new armor? If you don't want it, you may fight bare-chested. Upon hearing Lin Feng's reprimand, the recruits fell silent. Even if the armor was tattered and had been removed from the dead, it still offered protection, far better than facing the enemy without any defense. However, the initial excitement of receiving armor quickly faded, doused like a flame by cold water. This armor had been worn by countless soldiers before them, its previous owners having perished in battle. Would they be the next to meet the same fate? Tianjin rummaged through a cart and found a relatively intact set of armor, which he handed to Chen Ping'an. This armor is quite decent. It's yours now. Thank you, Captain, Chen Ping'an replied gratefully, accepting the armor and examining it closely. Judging by its design, this was a standard half-plate armor. Layers of sturdy metal plates overlapped, guarding vital areas such as the chest, back, and shoulders. Although there were some marks from sword strikes, they were merely slight dents, and the armor remained unbroken. Its former owner must have fallen victim to arrows that struck unprotected areas, leading to their demise. With such armor for protection, a soldier's chance of survival on the battlefield would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. After the armor was distributed, each recruit was also issued a round shield. The shield, crafted from wood and covered with a layer of leather, was lightweight and easily portable, providing good defense. With armor donned, shields in hand, and blades ready, Chen Ping'an had come to a clear conclusion. They were indeed to be used as cannon fodder to assault the walls of Shuazhou City. Yet, did the higher-ups genuinely expect a band of inexperienced recruits to breach the city as defenses? What purpose would that serve other than sending them to their deaths? That night, as they lay in bed, Chen Ping'an broached the subject with Yang Yuyao. Snuggled in his embrace, she nibbled on osmanthus cake and let out a soft hum. What is there to guess? You know the situation. It's obvious. The army has besieged Shuazhou City for over a month with no success, and the reinforcements from Beiliang are likely on their way. If we do not breach the city soon, when the reinforcements arrive, our forces will be caught in a pincer and face inevitable defeat. If I were the commanding general, I would simultaneously attack all four sides of the walls, launching a desperate full-scale assault. Once the defenders are spread thin, we could concentrate our forces and break through a single wall. Chen Ping'an quickly grasped Yang Yuyao's implication. Thus, only one wall would be the main point of attack. Were they, the new recruits, merely intended to serve as a diversion, drawing the enemy's attention away? How terrifying it was that in moments of tension, one could instinctively reach for something. Chen Ping'an, Yang Yuyao suddenly spoke, looking up at him. When the battle starts, don't you dare die. After saying this, she nestled closer into his arms, her beautiful eyes slowly closing. If I survive, will there be a reward? If you can achieve the first assault, it would certainly not be out of the question. First assault. This was recognized among soldiers as one of the four great military honors, alongside slaying an enemy general, capturing a flag, and penetrating enemy lines. This woman, so brazenly speaking of first assault honors, had no regard for formality. In the following days, new recruits from various counties continued to arrive, setting up camp around Chen Ping'an's tent. He estimated that in recent days, at least 10,000 new soldiers had been summoned from Liangzhou, indicating the scale of the impending battle. By the fourth morning, the sound of horns resonated throughout the camp. 100,000 troops of the Qian dynasty assembled neatly outside Shuazhou City. Chen Ping'an's unit of new recruits was positioned to the west of the city, their front lined with several rows of seasoned veterans bearing resolute expressions. Even if their role was merely to feign an attack, it was essential to create a convincing threat. It was inconceivable to send only the new recruits as cannon fodder. Otherwise, the ruse would be quickly uncovered, rendering it ineffective. The great battle was about to commence, the air thick with tension. Many new recruits, experiencing such a spectacle for the first time, felt cold sweat bead on their foreheads before the fighting even began. Their fists clenched tightly, breaths coming in heavy gasps. Attack the city. At the forefront, a general unsheathed his sword. The war drums thundered, echoing across the land. The first row of veteran soldiers let out a thunderous battle cry, brandishing their shields and hoisting siege ladders, charging toward the towering walls of Shuazhou City. The battle had begun. Chapter 23. First assault on the city. Kill. Hundreds of veterans, bearing siege ladders, surged forward, quickly entering the range of the Beiliang soldiers' attacks. On the walls, Beiliang archers raised their bows high, loosing arrows into the sky. Swiftly, sharp arrows, glinting ominously, fell like a torrential rain upon the veteran shields. The arrows embedded deeply into the shields, causing the shafts to tremble violently. Some arrows pierced through the gaps in the shields, striking unprotected limbs and arms. Many soldiers cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, wailing in despair. More veterans, undeterred by the relentless rain of arrows, pressed on, pushing the ladders to the base of the walls. With practiced efficiency, they positioned the ladders, using iron hooks at the tops to secure them against the walls, preventing them from being toppled by the defenders. One after another, they climbed the ladders, shields raised, launching their assault on the walls. The defenders of Beiliang, taking advantage of their elevated position, hoisted heavy stones and logs, raining them down mercilessly. The ground shook as a massive stone plummeted onto a veteraness shield. The soldier let out a muffled groan before being sent crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell lifeless. Yet behind him, more soldiers, undaunted by death, continued to ascend the ladders, eager to reach the walls. The same scene played out repeatedly atop the battlements, with defenders even pouring boiling oil down upon the attackers. Scalding hot oil poured down, searing the soldiers who emitted anguished cries. Almost immediately, a volley of fire arrows rained down from the castle walls, igniting the oil. The entire ladder was engulfed in flames. The soldiers atop the ladder were consumed by the inferno, shrieking as they plummeted to the ground below. In the blink of an eye, a gruesome pile of mangled corpses lay at the foot of the walls, a testament to the brutality and ferocity of the siege. The first wave of soldiers assaulting the walls had effectively been sentenced to death beforehand. They were to sacrifice their lives to deplete the enemy's arrows, rolling logs, and various defensive supplies. To describe their fate as perilous was an understatement. It was truly a matter of certain death. Second wave advance, commanded the military leader. Hundreds of veterans, bearing ladders and siege engines, roared as they charged towards the walls. Amidst the relentless cries of the soldiers, some managed to scale the walls. However, before they could secure their footing, they were swiftly surrounded and dispatched by the enemy's soldiers, either pierced through by spears or sent tumbling from the parapet. Chen Ping'an's expression darkened as he witnessed the veterans spilling their blood upon the battlements. Even he could not suppress the tightening of his fists. The so-called honor of being the first to scale the walls was not merely about reaching the top. It entailed standing firm amidst the carnage, fighting fiercely, and providing cover for more soldiers to ascend. Ultimately, survival until the battle's end was the true measure of valor. Many new recruits had never encountered such a scene. They watched in horror as the veterans fell like harvested wheat, blood staining the walls. Fear turned their faces pale, and cold sweat dripped down their brows. Some even struggled to maintain their grip on their weapons. Soon, the front line of veterans had charged through, and it was time for the new soldiers to take their turn. Upon hearing the order to attack, the new recruits, suppressing their fear, raised their shields and charged forth with gritted teeth. Yet a few were paralyzed by fright, their faces ashen, trembling hands unable to move forward. The enforcers behind them lunged forward with their blades. Those who hesitate die. Without hesitation, they struck down the frightened few, their severed heads rolling away, blood spilling forth. The sight of such brutality sent the new soldiers into a state of shock, their faces drained of color and hearts pounding in terror. Some were so overwhelmed that they vomited on the spot. You forward. Soon, it was the turn of Chen Ping'an and his row of new recruits. Those from Chunjia village, follow me. Chen Ping'an's gaze hardened as he shouted. Without further ado, he raised his shield and charged ahead. Yang Yueying followed suit, matching his pace, shield raised, moving in tandem to provide mutual cover. Though the recruits from Chunjia village were filled with trepidation, the sight of the enforcers wielding bloodied steel blades steeled their resolve. They gritted their teeth and followed closely behind Chen Ping'an, charging forth, stepping over the bodies of fallen soldiers riddled with arrows. As they advanced, arrows flew in from all directions. Chen Ping'an activated his agile reflexes, keenly aware of every trajectory aimed at him. He either dodged or blocked with his shield, rendering the arrows a negligible threat. As he ran, a scream pierced the air. Someone had been struck. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an did not pause, nor did he look back, continuing his determined charge towards the foot of the walls, where ladders lay ready. Yang Yueying surged ahead, eager to be the first up the ladder. You go behind me. Chen Ping'an firmly pulled her back. Although Yang Yueying was skilled in martial arts, her strength and physique could not compare to Chen Ping'an's. After pulling her down, he clenched his steel blade between his teeth, raised his shield overhead, and swiftly climbed the ladder. At that moment, 2 soldiers above him had already been dispatched by the defenders. With a thunderous crash, a massive stone, the size of a human head, plummeted down, striking Chen Ping'an's shield. His arm quivered slightly, but he managed to deflect the rock and continued his ascent. Yet the defenders, seeing this, quickly fetched an even larger stone, raising a height to drop on him. However, Chen Ping'an's formidable physique, capable of lifting heavy weights, rendered the falling stone inconsequential. With his wooden shield, he braced against the barrage of rocks and swiftly reached the edge of the wall. At the last moment, he timed his leap perfectly, springing from the ladder to land atop the battlements. "Who is that valiant commander?" Alarmed cries erupted among the nearby defenders as they spotted Chen Ping'an on the wall, their expressions shifting to panic. They shouted and brandished their gleaming blades, surrounding him from all sides to strike him down. Chen Ping'an could not comprehend their language, but he understood the life-or-death stakes of the battlefield. He had to eliminate the enemies before him to ensure his survival and that of his comrades. With enhanced reflexes, Chen Ping'an's movements became twice as swift. The charging soldiers appeared to him as if in slow motion. He could see the trajectory of each weapon's strike, devoid of any real threat. With a furious roar, he leaped from the battlement and targeted the foremost enemy soldier, delivering a powerful downward strike that cleaved through his body, splitting him in two. This breathtakingly brutal display stunned the defenders, even those seasoned warriors accustomed to the chaos of battle. Their resolve faltered, fear creeping into their hearts. Chen Ping'an, undeterred, roared again and swung his blade, severing another enemy's head, which rolled away, blood spilling across the ground. The searing blood gushed forth like a fountain from the severed neck. A soldier from Beiliang lunged forward with his spear. Chen Ping'an sidestepped the attack, and with a swift motion, he leaped and delivered a powerful kick to the soldier's chest. The impact was thunderous. The force of his kick exceeded 1,000 pounds. This terrifying power penetrated the armor, shattering all the soldier's ribs. The soldier's chest caved in, and his internal organs were instantly ruptured. With a scream of agony, he spat blood and was sent flying backward, colliding with several soldiers behind him, causing them to tumble in disarray. At that moment, Yang Yuyao followed closely behind Chen Ping'an, rushing up the city wall. Without hesitation, she raised her steel blade and charged towards a few enemies attempting to ambush Chen Ping'an from behind. Although Yang Yuyao did not possess Chen Ping'an's formidable strength, her martial prowess, honed from a young age, was exceptional. The steel knife in her hand danced like a butterfly among flowers, dazzling to behold. Dispatching several minor soldiers was effortless for her. The two operated in perfect harmony, one moving left and the other right, wielding their blades with abandon. In no time, they had sliced down a dozen defending soldiers near the siege ladder, clearing a safe zone several paces in diameter. Under the cover provided by Chen Ping'an and Yang Yuyao, Chen Daler and Chen Gosheng, along with others, began to ascend the city wall via the siege ladder. Though it was their first time on the battlefield, the training they had undergone over the past few weeks proved invaluable. They raised their shields to their chests, resting their blades atop them, forming a defensive line with their backs pressed together, eyes vigilant towards their surroundings. Daler, Gosheng, secure this position. Milan, let's continue to slay, commanded Chen Ping'an, instructing the villagers of Chen's family to hold the siege ladder firmly. He and Yang Yuyao became like twin harbingers of death, brandishing their bloodied blades, sweeping swiftly along the edge of the city wall. Chen Ping'an understood deeply that, despite their strength, there would come a time when both he and Yang Yuyao would tire. It was impossible for just the two of them to annihilate all the enemies upon the wall. They had to exert every effort to clear a safe area on the wall, allowing more soldiers from Deqian to ascend via the siege ladder in a steady stream. Only when they reached a sufficient number could they establish a foothold on the wall and confront the Beimang soldiers as equals, or even further seize the wall itself. Many Deqian soldiers, upon discovering this safe passage, rushed forward with unbridled enthusiasm, climbing the siege ladder to reach the wall. Chen Ping'an and Yang Yuyao continued their sweeping assault along the wall, capturing several more siege ladders to facilitate the ascent of additional soldiers. In a matter of moments, the number of Deqian soldiers on the wall surpassed 100, even though they were all fresh recruits untouched by the fires of war. The combat power of over 100 armored soldiers gathered together was formidable, In the charged atmosphere of life and death, each soldier's eyes burned with fervor, unleashing thunderous battle cries. They wielded their weapons and engaged in a bloody struggle with the Beiliang defenders atop the wall. The sudden turn of events on the wall quickly caught the attention of several of the Qian generals. Observing from afar, they saw a figure wielding a steel blade with unstoppable momentum, cutting through waves of Beiliang soldiers like a whirlwind. The commanding presence of this imposing figure elicited astonishment among the generals. "Who is that commander? Such valor!" one general exclaimed, his eyes glinting with intrigue. However, the surrounding commanders shook their heads in unison. None recognized Chen Ping'an. They privately pondered why someone of such strength would be unknown within the ranks. At that moment, a distant vice general, gazing at Chen Ping'an's ferocious rampage on the wall, suddenly exclaimed, "General, I recognize that man. His name is Chen Ping'an, a fresh recruit from Changsha County." "A recruit?" The generals were taken aback. "Are you certain? A recruit possesses such strength?" "Absolutely. Though he is merely a new soldier, his talents are extraordinary, and his strength is immense. I have personally witnessed him grappling with a galloping horse at the market," the middle-aged vice general asserted confidently, casting a respectful glance towards the general. "To be honest, the tiger skin I presented to you last time was hunted by him himself in the mountains." "Oh, he possesses the strength to wrestle a tiger? No wonder he is so fierce," another general remarked. "And that other recruit is quite impressive too. It seems this year's fresh recruits harbor many promising talents." The general nodded, his eyes reflecting admiration. Suddenly, his expression hardened as he focused on the wall, decisively commanding, "Do not allow those recruits to charge any longer. Send in our most elite soldiers for the assault. Within half an hour, we must seize this wall." "What?" The surrounding generals' faces changed instantly. One spoke up, "But General, our mission is merely a feigned attack. The main offensive is to the east." "Nonsense. What do you mean by feigned and main attack? Whoever first breaches the city earns the merit. It matters not from which side we enter the city. We are all attacking the same wall. Time on the battlefield is fleeting, and we cannot let this opportunity slip away with these two recruits carving out such a favorable situation." The general glared at the vice general who had just spoken, raising his voice, "Relay my orders. Let your men take the lead. From this moment on, the feigned attack becomes the main assault. With a single word change, I demand a display of ferocity. If we do not capture this wall within half an hour, I will hold you accountable." The vice general replied resolutely, "If we cannot breach the city within half an hour, I will present my head." He turned and galloped away with unwavering determination. Soon, the army's formation shifted. The remaining recruits were halted, allowing them to move aside. A squad of well-equipped, seasoned soldiers, previously stationed at the rear and not intended for deployment, was summoned to the front lines. With a roar, they charged towards the city wall. Meanwhile, atop the wall, the Beiliang defenders, responsible for its protection, recognized the trouble caused by Chen Ping'an and Yang Yuyao. Their expressions darkened as one of them, wielding a heavy wolf-tooth club, rushed forward while commanding his subordinates to encircle Chen Ping'an and Yang Yuyao. Chen Ping'an, brandishing his steel blade and reveling in the carnage on the wall, suddenly heard the sound of thundering hooves approaching. He looked up to see a dozen armored Beiliang cavalry galloping on the wall, their hooves thundering against the stone, brandishing glinting curved sabers as they charged towards him. Chapter 25. The one who slays the enemy general, Beiliang's Chen Ping'an. As he gazed upon the approaching horde of over a dozen Beiliang cavalrymen, Chen Ping'an's expression darkened, revealing a hint of gravity in his eyes. Utilizing his agile reflexes and dexterous prowess, evading the oncoming cavalry was not a formidable challenge. However, should he choose to sidestep, allowing these Beiliang riders to gallop unchecked, the Qian soldiers, who had only just secured their footing atop the city wall, would inevitably be thrown into disarray, trampled, and rendered helpless. The fragile defense they had painstakingly established would soon collapse under the onslaught, leading to a complete rout as the enemy forces encircled them, reclaiming the wall. There was no escape. He could only confront them head-on. A resolute glimmer flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes. Not only did he not retreat, but he charged forward to meet the oncoming cavalry. His gaze swept across the ground beside the wall, where he spotted a stout, sturdy log over a yard in length. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded his already dulled steel knife and seized the log. With a fierce roar, he swung it with abandon. The heavy log swept through the air with a resounding crash, toppling the foremost 3 Beiliang cavalrymen, who fell heavily against the wall. The riders behind them, caught off guard, collided one after another, thrown into chaos. Only a few managed to steer their steeds away from the fallen men, attempting to circumvent Chen Ping'an. With a cold gleam in his eyes, Chen Ping'an leaped forward, positioning himself before one of the cavalrymen. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a powerful blow that struck the horse's head with tremendous force. The creature neighed in agony, tumbling over alongside its rider. The remaining cavalrymen fell victim to his onslaught, with only 2 managing to bypass him, racing toward the rear. However, these 2 were soon enveloped by a throng of the Qian soldiers, swiftly dispatched by their blades. Turning his gaze towards Yang Yuyao, Chen Ping'an observed her wielding a long spear, seized from an enemy. Her spear technique surpassed her knife skills, weaving a tempestuous dance akin to a soaring dragon. Each thrust pierced the throats of her foes, sending Beiliang soldiers into disarray. Yet, the Beiliang commander charged towards her, his prowess as a martial general evident. With a formidable wolf-tooth club, he led a group of skilled bodyguards in a concerted assault against her. Yang Yuyao soon found herself under immense pressure, struggling to defend against their relentless onslaught. Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an surged to her aid. Although Yang Yuyao's spear technique was exquisite, the weapon she wielded was merely an ordinary spear taken from a lowly Beiliang soldier. One misstep, and she was struck by the commander's club, the spear shattering in her grasp. Seizing the moment, 2 of the Beiliang guards advanced with their long knives aimed directly at her. In that critical instant, a powerful hand grasped the armor at her back, yanking her away from the lethal blades. Immediately, a bloodied and formidable figure burst forth from beside Yang Yuyao, executing 2 powerful kicks that sent the guards reeling. Their armor caved in as they spewed blood. The Beiliang commander's expression shifted. Concern etched upon his face as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Ping'an, awkwardly querying in broken Han dialect, "What is your name?" "Today, the one who will slay you is Chen Ping'an of Beiliang." Chen Ping'an bellowed, his voice resounding with an indomitable spirit, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, charging towards the Beiliang commander. At that moment, he wielded a steel knife and a shield he had just wrested from an enemy. With a furious yell, the Beiliang commander swung his wolf-tooth club, aiming to strike Chen Ping'an. The club, a heavy weapon, possessed the might to shatter armor and bones alike, instilling fear in those who would dare confront it directly. Yet, Chen Ping'an, fixated on the approaching tide of Beiliang soldiers, endeavored to conclude the battle swiftly. He raised his shield to intercept the blow. With a thunderous impact, the curved spikes of the wolf-tooth club embedded themselves deep into the shield. Even with Chen Ping'an's robust physique, he felt a jolt of numbness in his left arm, as if he heard the cracking of his bones. However, the Beiliang commander was left wide open, completely exposed before Chen Ping'an. Without a moment's thought, Chen Ping'an swung his knife downward with ferocity. The Beiliang commander's face paled as he hastily dodged, narrowly escaping the fatal strike. Nonetheless, Chen Ping'an's blade cleaved through the commander's chest armor, splitting it asunder. As a few Beiliang guards attempted to rush to their leader's aid, Yang Yuyao swiftly brandished her spear once more, intercepting them. Chen Ping'an advanced rapidly, each step accompanied by a decisive knife strike, forcing the Beiliang commander to retreat until his back collided with the cold arrow parapet. Realizing his peril, the commander's expression shifted dramatically as Chen Ping'an delivered a sweeping blow that severed his head from his body. Without a second thought, he seized the commander's head, leaping atop the arrow parapet, holding it aloft as he proclaimed, "The commander is dead. Who dares to resist?" His voice boomed, resonant as a bell. The Beiliang soldiers atop the wall turned in horror, witnessing the head, wide-eyed and drenched in blood, trembling as it dripped crimson. In that moment, Chen Ping'an, bloodied and brandishing his steel knife alongside the severed head, appeared to the Beiliang soldiers as a demonic figure emerging from the depths of hell, instilling profound fear in their hearts. At that juncture, the seasoned Qian soldiers surged onto the wall. Unlike the newly arrived recruits, these battle-hardened veterans possessed unparalleled combat experience. They formed ranks, their weapons and shields interchanging in a calculated advance, relentlessly cutting down Beiliang soldiers and expanding their control over the wall. In stark contrast, the Beiliang defenders, leaderless and thrown into disarray following their commander's demise, could not muster an effective counterattack. Under the relentless assault of the Qian forces, they began to crumble, and within moments, a rout ensued. It was merely a matter of time before the entire wall fell into their hands. Excellent. The commanders observing from a distance rejoiced at the unfolding scene, exulting in their triumph as they prepared to ascend the battlements and claim victory. This young man, in his inaugural battle, achieved 2 significant military accomplishments, proving himself to be a rare and formidable general, a true tiger of the battlefield. Though it seems a pity for him to serve merely as an infantryman, the commanding general sat astride his horse, gazing at Chen Ping'an upon the distant city walls, his admiration unmistakable. Sunya, you hail from Changsha County as well. Since you have previously interacted with Chen Ping'an, he shall be placed under your command. Ensure that you provide him with the utmost guidance. Chapter 26. Ascending 5 ranks, the general's gift. This subordinate accepts the order. Sunya responded with evident delight, his voice ringing out. The other commanders around him exchanged glances filled with envy. For it was evident to any discerning eye that Chen Ping'an possessed innate strength and exceptional combat skills, making him a sharp blade for charging into the fray. As leaders, who would not desire such a fierce warrior to serve under their banner as a trusted confidant? However, despite their envy, they could do little. For Sun, you commanded the 3,000 Black Riders, the elite troops most favored by Su Dingyuan. Sunya himself was a confidant of Su Dingyuan. By assigning Chen Ping'an to Sunya, it was akin to placing a trusted ally within another trusted ally's camp, clearly indicating the intention to cultivate Chen Ping'an as a confidant. Upon entering the military camp, he had already garnered the general's favor, combined with his astonishing prowess, foretelling a boundless future. Several generals silently vowed to etch Chen Ping'an's name into their memories. Although he had just enlisted and held a minor rank, he should not be underestimated. Should the opportunity arise, it would be prudent to forge alliances with him. At that moment, as the northern Mang defenders on the city walls began to retreat in disarray, unable to spare troops to guard the city gates, the heavy gates were breached by the battering rams. Su Dingyuan's eyes sparkled with joy as he swiftly drew his sword, its blade pointing forward, and commanded loudly, "All troops, advance, kill!" From the western direction, tens of thousands of soldiers erupted with thunderous battle cries. Countless weapons gleamed menacingly under the sun, surging towards the open city gates like a dark tide. Soon, news of Su Dingyuan's successful capture of the west city gate reached the other commanders. Those responsible for the other 3 fronts were taken aback, their faces a mixture of astonishment. Hadn't it been agreed upon to feign an attack in the west? How had it turned into a main assault? Moreover, to breach the city gates so swiftly seemed somewhat exaggerated. Was Su Dingyuan truly risking everything by committing all his elite troops? Although the other commanders were astonished, they could also sense the opportunity for battle. The morale of the army surged, and they decisively intensified their assault on the city walls. In contrast, upon learning of the loss of the West City, the northern Mang defenders were thrown into chaos. They hurriedly dispatched thousands of soldiers to the West City in an attempt to reclaim it and stabilize the situation. However, against the fervent morale of the Qian army, these thousands were but a drop in the bucket, rendering their efforts futile. Moreover, by diverting troops to the West City, the defensive strength of the remaining 3 city walls was further weakened. The morale plummeted, and the soldiers fell like a house of cards. In less than an hour, all 4 city gates had fallen. The Qian soldiers, fierce as wolves and tigers, surged into the city, mercilessly slaughtering the northern Mang soldiers within. During the Qian northern expedition, a substantial portion of the troops consisted of Liangzhou soldiers. 5 years prior, in a catastrophic defeat, 400,000 had been ruthlessly slaughtered. The land of Beiliang was draped in mourning, with cries of sorrow echoing from every household. The enmity between the Liangzhou soldiers and the northern Mang tribes was an irreconcilable blood feud. To bolster morale, prior to the siege, the Qian commanders issued orders. On the day the city fell, every northern Mang soldier within must be exterminated, not one spared. The battle raged on until the afternoon, with tens of thousands of northern Mang defenders trapped within the city, eliminated entirely. Blood stained the walls of Shuazhou. After the city fell, Chen Ping'an refrained from leading the charge. Instead, he focused on protecting a few individuals from Chen family village. Accompanied by Chen Dailiai and Chen Goshen, they navigated through the city, seeking small groups of northern Mang soldiers to eliminate. After all, when departing from the village, Chen Ping'an had promised the village chief to do his utmost to ensure their safe return. Yet, despite his efforts, 2 of his fellow villagers perished atop the city walls, while others sustained varying degrees of injury. Through this battle, the survivors deeply felt the brutality of war. While their hearts were heavy, their respect and admiration for Chen Ping'an grew immensely. For they all understood that had it not been for Chen Ping'an stepping forth to open up the situation atop the city walls, compelling Su Dingyuan to decisively dispatch elite troops for the assault, they too would have met the same fate as the new recruits ahead of them, becoming mere fodder in this conflict. They would never have survived to see this day. My life was saved by Brother Ping'an. From now on, my life belongs to you, Shin Dailai declared fervently. As long as Brother Ping'an commands, I would brave the mountains of blades or the boiling cauldron. If I ever falter, I shall not be a man. I feel the same, echoed the others, expressing their loyalty to Chen Ping'an. They were not only kin by blood, hailing from the same village, but had forged an even stronger bond through life and death struggles on the battlefield. At that moment, a group approached from the distance. The leader was a robust man in his 40s, clad in formidable armor, his gaze sharp like that of a hawk, exuding an aura of ferocity. Upon recognizing the figure, Chen Ping'an paused, feeling a sense of familiarity. Beside him, Yang Yao knelt on one knee, bowing deeply. I pay my respect to the esteemed general. Oh, you recognize my military rank? Sunya raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised as he glanced at Yang Yuyao. I have a slight understanding of military titles, Yang Yuyao respectfully replied. Chen Ping'an and the others quickly regained their composure, hastily kneeling to pay their respects. Rise, all of you. You have all contributed and need not stand on ceremony. Sunya gestured for them to get up, smiling as he turned to Chen Ping'an, asking, Chen Ping'an, do you still remember me? That day at the mountain goods shop. It was the general who sought to purchase my tiger skin. Haha, you have not forgotten me. Sunya laughed heartily, patting Chen Ping'an on the shoulder, and declared jovially, from our first meeting, I knew you were no ordinary individual, and today you have proven me right. You ascended the city walls first and slew the enemy general. Within a single day, you have achieved 2 significant military feats, earning the respect of General Su himself. The general flatters me. This is no flattery. You have earned it through your own strength. Observing Chen Ping'an's humility, Sunya's satisfaction grew as he inquired, do you know how to ride? Chen Ping'an felt a stir within and quickly responded, I have never ridden a horse, but I am willing to learn. Excellent. Sunya nodded in approval and said to Chen Ping'an, by rights, with your accomplishments in taking the lead and slaying an enemy general, elevating you to the rank of 100-man leader would not be an exaggeration. However, according to the camp's regulations, one cannot ascend more than 5 ranks in a single day. Thus, you shall first serve as a captain in my Black Riders, commanding 50 cavalry. Upon hearing the news, Chen Ping'an's eyes instantly sparkled with joy. It is well known that within the military, the phrase promoted by several ranks typically refers not to military positions but to military titles. According to the De Qian military system, for every rank above the position of a squad leader, there corresponds a 3-tiered elevation in military title. Each title level is associated with varying salaries and benefits. A promotion of 3 titles allows for an advancement of 1 military rank. Although Chen Ping'an was originally a newly appointed squad leader, the achievements associated with his position were negligible. However, with a single remark from Sunya, he was elevated to the rank of captain, a transformation that could aptly be described as a meteoric rise. Moreover, his captaincy was not of the ordinary sort. He was appointed as the cavalry captain of the elite He Qiying. His standing within the military camp surpassed that of many ordinary centurions. I am deeply grateful for your promotion, General, Chen Ping'an exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy as he knelt in humble gratitude. Seizing the moment, he respectfully added, I have one more request, and I hope the general will grant it. What is your request? The few individuals behind me are my fellow townsmen, and I wish to bring them along to He Qiying. Sunya turned his gaze toward Chen Ping'an's companions. Ordinarily, the cavalry of He Qiying is selected from the very best of the military, with only seasoned veterans, battle-hardened, and with a proven track record, qualifying for entry. However, Sunya had not recruited Chen Ping'an as an ordinary soldier. He intended to cultivate him as a capable general under his command. It is customary for every leader to have trusted guards by their side, and kin and compatriots are the most reliable. He understood Chen Ping'an's intention. After all, If these individuals were of little use, they would likely meet their demise on the battlefield regardless of their membership in He Qiying. Thus, Sun Ce nodded and graciously acquiesced. Very well, they shall serve under you. As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Yuyao, nodding toward her. Your martial skills are commendable. Begin by serving as a squad leader under Chen Ping'an. I believe with your abilities, you shall soon rise to the rank of captain. Thank you for the promotion, General. Yang Yuyao responded with a respectful bow to Sun Ce. Do not thank me. It is all earned through your own merit. Sun Ce chuckled heartily and instructed one of his aides to escort Chen Ping'an and the others to He Qiying for reporting. Just as Chen Ping'an was about to follow, he was intercepted by another aide of Sun Ce, who smiled and said, Captain Chen, please follow me. The general has prepared a special gift for you. Oh, what kind of gift? Just follow me, Captain. Chen Ping'an raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Following the aide, he navigated through the winding streets of the city until they arrived before a secluded residence with a courtyard. 2 soldiers stood guard at the entrance. Captain Chen, please. The aide gestured for him to enter. As Chen Ping'an pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside, he beheld a tall, graceful figure clad in a pink silk gown beneath a peach blossom tree. Upon hearing his arrival, she turned, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, adorned with delicate features and an expression of slight panic. She was, in fact, a captivating young woman of exquisite charm. Chapter 27. The meaning of enlisting. Staring at the enchanting figure before him, Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. How does Captain Chen find the gift prepared by the general? The aide inquired with an ambiguous smile. Chen Ping'an quickly grasped Sun Ce's intentions. This woman was a gift meant for him. Wealth, women, and fine steeds are common means to win loyalty within the military. I am indeed satisfied. I am truly taken aback by such generosity from the general. At such a moment, regardless of his true feelings, he could only profess his satisfaction, expressing gratitude with an air of astonishment. The aide laughed heartily and continued, to be candid. This lady is the handmaiden of the Northern Mang commander whom Captain Chen dispatched on the city walls today. She was chosen from among hundreds of women specifically to serve you, Captain Chen. This courtyard is quite secluded. You may reside here at night without returning to the camp. I have followed the general for many years, and I have never witnessed him show such favoritism toward any subordinate. Your future, Captain, appears boundless. Chen Ping'an was somewhat astonished by this revelation. It is important to note that during wartime, establishing a residence within the city and not returning to camp at night is a privilege reserved for high-ranking officers. Even centurions do not possess such rights. Sun Ce had directly granted him this special privilege. With gifts of women and accommodations, he felt overwhelmed by such kindness from a leader. Please convey to Brother Liu my heartfelt gratitude to the general, akin to the relentless flow of the Yangtze River, unceasing and overwhelming. Chen Ping'an retrieved a substantial ingot of silver from his garment and pressed it into the hands of the aide named Lu Shang. A small token of appreciation. Not worthy of respect. Please use it to buy some wine. This ingot of silver had been procured from a Northern Mang officer during the battlefield cleanup. Lu Shang accepted the silver, his face lighting up with a smile. Rest assured, Captain, I will convey your sentiments to the general. Now, Captain, after a day of battle, you must be weary. I shall take my leave and not delay your rest. Lu Shang's lips curled into a knowing smile as he turned to exit the courtyard, closing the door behind him. Approaching the beautiful woman, Chen Ping'an gently lifted her chin with his finger. Despite her disheveled appearance, with loose hair and a somewhat soiled face, her allure remained undeniable, especially as she stood there, still trembling from a recent ordeal. Her expression of fear and evasiveness only heightened his desire to dominate her. Beep. A suitable target for binding has been detected nearby. Would you like to bind Qin Yun as a candidate family member? Bind. Beep. Congratulations, host. Target Qin Yun has been successfully bound. Current favorability towards the host is 20. There are 20 points of favorability? Chen Ping'an was slightly surprised. After all, Lu Shang had spoken openly, and the woman must have heard that he was the one who had slain her husband. That she could still harbor 20 points of favorability towards him was perplexing. Are you from Qian? Chen Ping'an inquired, observing the delicate beauty of Qin Yun, reminiscent of an ink wash painting. I was originally of Qian, but 5 years ago, when Shuozhou fell, I was captured by the barbarian tribes and became that man's handmaiden, Qin Yun replied in a soft voice. That explains much. Chen Ping'an nodded. 5 years prior, the 16 prefectures of Yanyuan had belonged to the Qian. Following a brutal conflict, all 16 cities fell, and the citizens were enslaved by the northern Mang, relegated to a pitiful status. Though Qin Yun was taken as a handmaiden by that northern Mang commander, her life was undoubtedly harsh. Thus, her 20 points of favorability became understandable. Fetch me some hot water. I wish to bathe. After a day of fierce battle, Chen Ping'an's armor and clothing were thoroughly soaked in blood, the sticky sensation causing him great discomfort as he longed for a warm bath. Qin Yun hurriedly entered the house to boil water. Soon, the hot water was ready and poured into a large wooden tub designated for bathing. She took the initiative to step forward, extending her delicate hands to help Chen Ping'an remove his armor and disrobe. As her gaze inadvertently swept across him, a rush of surprise coursed through her, causing her breath to quicken. Ding! Qin Yun's affection for you has increased by 10. Current affection level, 30 points. Chen Ping'an stepped into the tub, stirring the hot water to cleanse the blood from his body. Qin Yun stood hesitantly beside the tub, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks, as she lowered her head and softly inquired, "General, do you require my assistance with your bath?" "No need, I can wash myself." "Please prepare some food," Chen Ping'an replied, as his stomach had been growling from the day's exertions. The ancients say, when one is well-fed and warm, they are inclined to think of other matters. With an empty stomach, he lacked the appetite for anything beyond a hearty meal. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's response, Qin Yun quietly exhaled in relief. Before departing, she could not resist casting one last glance back, her heart racing, as she stepped outside to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Sun Yed thoughtfully arranged this courtyard for Chen Ping'an, considering the matter of food. The kitchen was stocked with an abundance of fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats, along with clean clothing for changing. After finishing his bath, Chen Ping'an donned a fresh set of garments and entered the main house. Qin Yun had already set the dining table, busily arranging the bowls and chopsticks. When she saw Chen Ping'an, now cleaned up and stepping through the door, she was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening. Previously, when he arrived, he was utterly covered in blood, his face smeared with grime, presenting a fearsome visage that had intimidated her. Yet, she never anticipated that the groomed Chen Ping'an would not be the terrifying, scruffy brute she had imagined. Instead, he appeared as a handsome young man of remarkable grace. Ding! Qin Yun's affection for you has increased by 10. Current affection level, 40 points. Chen Ping'an took a seat at the table, lifted his chopsticks, and sampled the food, pleasantly surprised by its flavor. Nodding in satisfaction, he noticed that Qin Yun remained standing beside him and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Why do you not sit and eat?" "According to custom, I must wait until the general has finished before I can eat," she replied. "What nonsense is that? When you were in the home of the general of Beiliang, did you always wait for him to finish before eating?" Qin Yun offered a rueful smile, shaking her head. "Though I am called a concubine, in the eyes of the Qian, I am merely regarded as property, no different from cattle or sheep. After he finishes, his wife and children dine, and only after they have eaten do I and the dogs receive the scraps." With a sudden slap, Chen Ping'an slammed his chopsticks down on the table. Qin Yun's face blanched in fear, and she dropped to her knees, exclaiming, "I have misspoken. Please punish me, General." "Get up. I am not angry with you," he replied, allowing her to rise, though his expression remained chillingly stern. Initially, he had no strong desire to serve in the military. It was merely due to the conscription order that he felt compelled to enlist. If given a choice, he would prefer to remain in Chunjia village, protecting Su Wan and the Lin sisters, leveraging his talent for treasure hunting to live as a stable and prosperous gentleman. However, at this moment, he seemed to discover a purpose in military service through Qin Yun. A nation must possess a formidable army to safeguard its territory from invasion and its citizens from the humiliation of foreign oppression. Truth resides only within the range of cannon fire, and dignity exists solely at the edge of a sword. The essence of military service is to defend the land with the sword in hand and to protect the common people, ensuring that no land is subjected to the ravages of invaders, nor should any citizen of the Qian, like Qin Yun, be subjugated by foreign oppressors, reduced to the status of a slave or concubine, trampled underfoot and subjected to humiliation. Qin Yun trembled as she rose, sensing the fury emanating from Chen Ping'an. Her eyes filled with trepidation. "Sit down and eat. From now on, you need not refer to yourself as a servant. You are the woman of Chen Ping'an, and this is your home." As he spoke, he gently clasped Qin Yun's hand. From this day forward, no one shall bully you again. Chapter 28. Exceptional Equestrian Skills. Longxiang Jinyu Technique. Qin Yun shivered at his words, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, her eyelids reddening. The word home was one she had not heard for many years, not even daring to dream of it in her sleep. Chen Ping'an's assurance that she would no longer be bullied felt surreal, as if she were a drifting reed, battered by countless storms, finally finding a solid ground to lean upon. The long-suppressed humiliation and grievances burst forth as tears at that moment. Ding! Qin Yun's affection for you has increased by 30. Current affection level, 70 points. Congratulations, host. You have earned one lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw now? Why are you still crying? Chen Ping'an, seeing her suddenly weep like a flower in the rain, quickly pulled her down to sit and offered comfort. I am crying tears of joy, she replied. General, let us eat. With tears glistening in her eyes, yet filled with gratitude, she produced a handkerchief from her bosom to wipe her tears. Using her chopsticks, she picked a vegetable and placed it in Chen Ping'an's bowl. You should eat too. Chen Ping'an invited Qin Yun to join him at the table. For him, it was a simple and ordinary act. Yet for Qin Yun, who had endured 5 years under the occupation of the Beiliang barbarians in the Yinyun 16 prefectures, it was a rare and precious moment. She feared this was merely a dream, and that upon awakening, everything would vanish. Chen Ping'an, having undergone system modifications, possessed a physique of extraordinary strength and a remarkable appetite. He quickly devoured the entire meal, leaving no trace behind. General, are you still not full? I shall go prepare more dishes, Qin Yun exclaimed, rising to head back to the kitchen. No need. I'm already satisfied, Chen Ping'an said, grasping her hand. It is dark now. Let us tidy up and retire early. Qin Yun immediately lowered her head, a charming blush gracing her face. Soon, she gathered the dishes and moved to the inner room, making the bed and assisting Chen Ping'an in undressing. However, when it came time for her to remove her own garments, she hesitated, taking her time to comply. If you are unwilling, there is no need to force it. I can return to the camp for the night, Chen Ping'an remarked, noticing her reluctance. Initially, he had accepted Qin Yun for 2 reasons. 1, she was a gift from Sunya, and, as a subordinate, he felt he could not refuse. 2, having been away from home for so long, he indeed had certain needs. After all, the duration of this war was still uncertain. And with Mulan only permitting cleaning the gun but not firing it, he could not continue to suppress himself indefinitely. Rather than spending money on military courtesans, it would be wiser to inherit the legacy of Wei Wu and the aspirations of the Prime Minister. I shall take in this unfortunate yet alluring young woman. However, should Qin Yun herself be unwilling, Chen Ping'an would not force this pitiable woman. No, I'm not being coerced. I'm willing, Qin Yun exclaimed in a moment of panic as she noticed Chen Ping'an rising to leave. After speaking, she bit her lower lip gently, as if having made a resolute decision. With trembling hands, she unfastened her belt. The sheer fabric of her dress slipped from her shoulders, revealing her voluptuous figure, an embodiment of grace and allure, marred by a plethora of shocking bruises and scars. Many of these marks were old, while others were glaringly fresh, evidently sustained in recent days. To describe her as battered would not be an exaggeration. What has transpired? Chen Ping'an's brow furrowed deeply as he gazed upon the myriad of scars adorning Qin Yun's fair skin. The wife of the Northern Mang general is exceedingly jealous and views me as an eyesore. She comes to beat me every few days. A month ago, when the Daqian army began to besiege the city, her husband, in his agitation, took out his frustrations on me, ensuring that I received a thrashing each time he returned. At that moment, Chen Ping'an understood why Qin Yun had hesitated to undress earlier. It was not out of reluctance to serve him, but rather a desire to conceal her injuries from his view. Those barbaric Northern Mang scoundrels. Chen Ping'an's anger ignited within him. His heart ached for Qin Yun, and he gently embraced her, caressing her back to soothe her. You need not fear any longer. That scoundrel's head has been severed by my own hand. Qin Yun nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Chen Ping'an. I shall serve you, my lord, as you rest. After a night spent together, Chen Ping'an accessed the system interface and was astonished to find that Qin Yun's affection for him had soared to an impressive 98 points, a level that even the twin sisters Lin Yuechan and Lin Yuei had yet to attain. It appeared that the tragic events of recent years had rendered Qin Yun exceedingly sensitive and vulnerable. Even a modicum of kindness moved her deeply, leading her to regard him as her entire world. Observing the remnants of tears at the corners of her eyes, Chen Ping'an sighed inwardly as he noted how tightly she clung to him even in sleep, as if fearing his departure. He redirected his gaze to the system panel. Tribe leader, Chen Ping'an, physique, 30, wives, Suwan Lin Yuechan, Lin Yue, Qin Yun, bound allies, Yang Yao, Luji, offspring, none, talent, martial art prodigy, skills, treasure hunting, eagle eye, keen hearing, sharp reflexes, divine movement, lottery attempts. 2. Upon seeing the additional 2 lottery attempts displayed on the panel, Chen Ping'an did not hesitate and confirmed his choice to draw. Ding! System reward activated successfully. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill of exceptional horsemanship, mastering various equestrian techniques. Ding! System reward activated successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the technique Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique, which comprises 13 tiers, with each tier granting the power of a dragon and an elephant. As the notifications appeared on the panel, Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up with delight. He had recently been appointed captain of the Black Cavalry and had never ridden a horse before. The acquisition of this exceptional horsemanship skill could not have come at a more opportune moment. The Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique was an intricate and profound internal martial arts method. In martial arts, there is a distinction between external and internal skills, the latter being the foundation. Since awakening his talent as a martial arts prodigy, Chen Ping'an had been pondering where to seek internal cultivation. Although Yang Yuyao possessed knowledge of internal techniques, she was extremely protective of it. Despite his persistent efforts, she had refused to teach him. This Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique would perfectly resolve Chen Ping'an's dilemma regarding internal cultivation. As the system rewards were conferred, the entirety of this technique's information was imprinted in Chen Ping'an's mind. However, he had no time to delve into it now, for dawn had broken, and he needed to report to the Black Cavalry. On his first day in office, Chen Ping'an was determined not to be late. Chapter 29, Assuming Command as Captain. Are there troublemakers among my subordinates? Chen Ping'an rose quietly, intending not to awaken Qin Yun. Yet as he moved, she stirred and awoke. Are you leaving, my lord? Allow me to assist you in dressing. With great effort, Qin Yun propped herself up, helping Chen Ping'an with his grooming and attire. She seated him before a bronze mirror, delicately and thoughtfully arranging his long hair into a neat bun. It must be noted that while Chen Ping'an's 3 wives, Su Wan, known for her gentle and nurturing nature, and the twin sisters Lin Yuechan and Lin Yue, who had been raised in affluence, had their strengths, they lacked the experience in serving others. When it came to the art of service, it was indeed Qin Yun who excelled. She assisted him with undressing, dressing, warming his bed, and arranging his hair, ensuring Chen Ping'an was thoroughly comfortable. Once he was ready, Chen Ping'an bid farewell to Qin Yun and stepped outside. Awaiting him at the gate was a soldier dispatched by Sunya to escort him to the Black Cavalry. With a guide, Chen Ping'an was spared the trouble of inquiring for directions. Following closely behind the soldier, they traversed the city and soon arrived at the military camp located in the northern part of the city. Having just endured a fierce battle the previous day, many soldiers had perished, while others had gained merit and required promotion. Consequently, upon entering the city, the general had ordered a 3-day rest for the entire army to reorganize. At this early hour, most soldiers were still enjoying their slumber, having no early drills to attend. Only the cooks had risen early to prepare meals, and wisps of smoke curled up from various points within the camp. The entire military encampment was shrouded in tranquility. The 2 men moved through the rows of military tents and quickly arrived at the Black Cavalry's quarters. As the elite force most favored by Su Dingyuan, the Black Cavalry enjoyed privileges surpassing those of other units. The soldiers' tents were not mere fabric shelters, but sturdy leather tents, each equipped with a hitching post for their steeds. According to the Qian military regulations, all junior officers were required to reside among their troops, with individual tents being reserved for those who had attained the rank of 1,000-man commander. Generally, junior officers below this rank shared tents with their trusted subordinates. The soldier led Chen Ping'an directly to the tent where Chen Gosheng and the others resided. Thank you, brother, Chen Ping'an expressed as he retrieved a silver ingot from his pocket and placed it into the soldier's hand. After bidding farewell, he entered the tent. Upon his arrival, the others were filled with joy, Brother Ping'an, you have returned. Where were you last night? Our esteemed captain did not return to camp. It seems you must have settled down in the city. Yang Yuyao sat in the corner of the tent, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Ping'an, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Her eyes were slightly sunken, reflecting a weariness that suggested a night of poor sleep. Only those who truly understand me, like Brother Milan, would recognize this. Chen Ping'an burst into hearty laughter and approached, wrapping his arms around Yang Yuyao. "Let go," she exclaimed, wriggling free from his embrace with a look of disdain. A leader must share the same food and shelter with the soldiers, enduring hardships together, to earn their unwavering loyalty and willingness to fight valiantly on the battlefield. However, Chen Ping'an shook his head dismissively, responding in a leisurely manner. A leader does not necessarily need to share the same food and shelter with the soldiers, as long as rewards and punishments are clearly defined and discipline is enforced. That is sufficient. Yang Yuyao paused, momentarily taken aback by his words. Such sentiments she had never encountered from others, nor had she read them in any military treatise. Upon reflection, however, there seemed to be some merit in his perspective. She looked at Chen Ping'an with surprise, asking, "Is this something your wife taught you?" "This is my own realization," Chen Ping'an replied with a proud grin. "What a peculiar notion." Yang Yuyao huffed lightly. Despite her outward skepticism, she found herself secretly astonished. The man beside her was entirely different from anyone she had previously encountered. The more she learned about him, the more enigmatic he appeared, shrouded in a fog that only grew thicker. Was it merely that her understanding was not deep enough? "Brother Ping'an, come see our new armor." At that moment, Chen Goshing rushed over, cradling a set of armor as if presenting a treasure. He unfurled the armor before Chen Ping'an, showcasing it with pride. The Heike camp, under the command of Su Dingyuan, boasted the most elite cavalry, equipped with exceptional weaponry. All soldiers donned standardized Mingguang armor, which provided full body protection. This armor was lighter and more form-fitting than the half-body armor previously issued to Chen Ping'an and offered superior defensive capabilities, exuding a formidable presence. The two heart-shaped bronze mirrors on the chest gleamed, effectively safeguarding vital areas. In addition to the Mingguang armor, the standard weapon for the Heike camp soldiers was the horse spear. Military texts state, the spear is a type of halberd. A spear measuring 8 feet in length is referred to as a halberd, a common weapon for cavalry in combat. Historical figures such as Yu Qigong, Qin Xiong, and Li Cunxiao were renowned for their mastery of the horse spear, cutting through the throngs of enemies with valor. The horse spear used by the Heike was nearly 3 feet long at the blade's tip, sharpened on 8 sides, resembling a Han sword, with blood grooves along the sides. Its edge razor-sharp, combined with the immense force generated during a cavalry charge, it was a fearsome weapon on the battlefield. During the previous day's battle, Chen Ping'an had gained a profound appreciation for the significance of weaponry. The ordinary steel knife issued to the new recruits felt too light and lacked the necessary strength, dulling after just a few strikes, necessitating the constant acquisition of weapons from fallen foes. Although the horse spear felt somewhat light in Chen Ping'an's hands, it was manageable enough with some practice. At this moment, he recalled Yang Yuyao's exceptional marksmanship during the siege the day before. He needed to devise a way to extract more knowledge from her. Upon noticing Chen Ping'an's gaze, Yang Yuyao felt a sudden surge of wariness, as if she were a little lamb under the watchful eye of a wolf. "All right, everyone rise. Goshing, go summon the other brothers. I wish to meet them." As the newly appointed captain, Chen Ping'an's first task was to familiarize himself with his men. Goshing acknowledged the command and swiftly departed to relay the order. Before long, several of Chen Ping'an's subordinates emerged from their tents and assembled in an orderly fashion in a vacant area. After a night of rumors, they had all heard of Chen Ping'an's exploits. The curiosity about this newcomer, who had achieved 2 significant military honors upon his arrival at the battlefield, was palpable. Initially, they speculated that their new captain might be a towering figure with a formidable physique. To their astonishment, the individual who appeared before them was a slender, graceful young man with striking features, prompting them to question the validity of the tales they had heard. Was this seemingly delicate youth truly capable of such remarkable feats? Chen Ping'an's gaze swept over the assembly, noticing only 40 men had arrived, with 1 unit still absent. His brow furrowed slightly as he turned to Chen Goshing. "Why is 1 unit missing? Did you fail to convey my orders? I called for them, but they..." Goshing's expression faltered, and before he could finish, Chen Ping'an understood the situation. It appeared that there was a troublemaker among them who resisted the authority of their newly appointed captain. "Lead the way," Chen Ping'an said calmly, his eyes betraying a hint of coldness. On his first day as captain, it was unacceptable for anyone to disregard him. If he did not assert his authority, he would lose the respect of his men. Chapter 30. Do you think you're a Xianyu? Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's command, Chen Goshing promptly turned and led the way towards a nearby military tent. The other soldiers followed, their expressions revealing their eagerness for the unfolding drama. As veterans of the Heike camp, they were well aware of who was deliberately avoiding assembly to challenge Chen Ping'an as authority. The instigator was Guahu, a seasoned warrior in the camp, known for his imposing stature and battle prowess. Although he held the position of squad leader, he had been acting as captain for several months, waiting for an opportunity to earn his promotion during the ongoing northern campaign, which had not involved the Heike camp. Everyone had assumed that this vacant captaincy was practically his for the taking. All he needed was to claim a single enemy head in battle to solidify his promotion. However, no one had anticipated the emergence of Chen Ping'an, who, within a single day, had achieved 2 significant military honors, rising from obscurity to captain, thereby snatching the position he had long coveted. Given Guahu's naturally proud and obstinate demeanor, it was hardly surprising that he sought to provoke Chen Ping'an in his frustration. The onlookers were eager to witness the confrontation between the battle-hardened veteran and the newly minted captain who had achieved remarkable feats in such a short time. Only Yang Yao maintained her composure, appearing unfazed, as if she had already foreseen the events about to transpire. As Chen Ping'an followed Chen Goshing towards the military tent, his keen hearing picked up on the voices within. "Squad leader, today marks the new captain's first day. Should we not give him some face? I've heard he is exceptionally brave, having once fought a fierce tiger alone in the mountains. He may not be someone to underestimate." "Nonsense," Guahu snorted disdainfully. "Did you see him kill a tiger all by himself? Or was it someone else? What a boast. I simply do not believe it. Even if the tale of slaying the tiger is mere rumor, the accolades of first assault and vanquishing the enemy are indeed tangible. To achieve such military honors on one's initial campaign speaks volumes of this individual's prowess. What is so impressive about first assault and vanquishing the enemy? It matters what city he stormed and which general he defeated." At that moment, before Guahu could voice his thoughts, a soldier erupted with scornful remarks. Yesterday's siege was focused on the East City, where the elite defenders were stationed. The forces at the West City consisted merely of the weak and infirm. The general who was slain was not even the main commander, merely a subordinate from a barbarian tribe. Chen Ping'an was simply lucky. If we, Shi Chong, had taken the field, we could have easily earned those 2 military merits ourselves. Indeed, our brother who possesses such strength, he simply lacks the opportunity. If it were brother who achieved those 2 military honors, he would be a centurion by now. Hearing his subordinates speak up for him, Guahu felt even more frustrated. He took a deep swig of strong liquor and slammed his cup down on the table. His eyes filled with resentment. That captain's position should have been mine. Mine. What does it have to do with Chen Ping'an? At that moment, the flap of the tent was lifted and 2 figures entered. A drunken soldier immediately rose and shouted at them. "Who are you?" With a swift movement, Chen Goshing, without uttering a word, delivered a fierce slap. He glared with wide eyes and bellowed. "Have you lost your senses? This is our new captain, Chen Ping'an." Sensing the heavy scent of alcohol wafting through the tent, Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow slightly. Under normal circumstances, drinking was prohibited in the military camp. However, after the city was captured yesterday, the general had ordered a 3-day rest for the troops, allowing them to drink during this period. No wonder these men had the audacity to openly defy him. They were undoubtedly emboldened by liquor. "Ah, the hero who slayed the tiger has arrived." In the depths of the tent, Guahu sat sideways at a table, holding a wine cup, half of his face shrouded in the shadow of the oil lamp. Looking at Chen Ping'an, seeing Guahu's demeanor and tone, Chen Ping'an was momentarily speechless. Did he really think himself to be the mighty Xianyu? Even if he were the overlord of Western Shu, he would not dare to act so arrogantly before me. Today, I shall make him soar. Goshing, what should be the punishment for those who defy their superior and disobey military orders in the camp? In response to the captain, those who defy their superior and disobey military orders in the camp shall receive 20 strikes with the military baton. What are you waiting for? Someone, throw him out. Upon Chen Ping'an's command, Chen Dali immediately led a few men from Chen Ping'an into the tent, ready to drag the soldiers out to receive their punishment. Upon witnessing that Chen Ping'an was genuinely prepared to take action, the soldiers in the tent exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as the effects of alcohol faded away. I dare anyone to try it. Guahu roared, slamming his hand on the table and rising in anger. His fierce eyes glowed like embers, glaring at Chen Ping'an as he shouted defiantly, "Don't act so high and mighty as captain before me, while I fought alongside the general on the battlefield. You are still playing in the mud. You think you can strike me with a military baton? Do you deserve it? Everyone says you have the ability to slay tigers, but I refuse to believe it. If you have the guts, let us have a contest. If you can best my fists, then I shall concede to you." The crowd gathered outside the tent, overhearing Guahu's challenge, erupted in excitement. Wow, Guahu! This reckless man shows no mercy to the new captain. No wonder he is known as the madman of the camp. After a couple of drinks, he dares to insult the military commander. But will the new captain dare to compete with Guahu? If he does not, it will only prove he is not up to the challenge. With his keen hearing, Chen Ping'an caught every word of the discussion outside. Although as captain, he could easily dismiss Guahu's provocation and order the soldiers outside to force Guahu to receive punishment, he understood that the military camp revered strength above all. At this moment, dozens of eyes were fixed upon him. If he acted in such a way, the soldiers would not mock Guahu for being punished. They would secretly deride him for not daring to accept the challenge. To command the respect of these fierce and unruly warriors, he needed to subdue them decisively. Otherwise, leading the troops in the future would become increasingly difficult. A glint of determination flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes as he surveyed the people in the tent and said in a deep voice, "You have all been drinking, so do not claim I am bullying you. Step outside the tent, and all of you can come at me together. If anyone can land a punch on me, I shall spare you from today as punishment." The crowd outside, upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, widened their eyes in shock. It was known that the He Qiying was the most elite force under Su Dingyuan. There were no weaklings in the ranks. All were exceptional warriors, rigorously trained. Any random soldier could hold their own against a commander from an ordinary unit. Even if Chen Ping'an truly possessed the ability to slay tigers, his claim to take on the entire unit alone was rather audacious. Guahu, upon hearing this, felt an intense humiliation wash over him. Watching Chen Ping'an turn to walk outside the tent, his eyes widened, blood boiling with rage. "Arrogant! I will take you down by myself," Guahu bellowed, springing to his feet. His momentum was akin to a descending tiger as he swiftly closed the distance, raising his massive fist like a sandbag, and struck towards Chen Ping'an's back. Chapter 31. Balancing authority and respect, establishing credibility. Hearing the sound behind him, Chen Ping'an's gaze sharpened momentarily. Without hesitation, he turned and met the strike with an open palm. Bang! Guahu's fierce punch, like a shooting star, crashed into Chen Ping'an's palm, akin to striking a formidable wall. The overwhelming force that could shatter bricks dissipated entirely, leaving not even a tremor in Chen Ping'an's arm. How is this possible? Guahu's eyes widened in disbelief, the effects of alcohol dissipating as clarity returned. Chen Ping'an snorted coldly, exerting strength in his fingers to grip Guahu's wrist firmly. With a powerful swing, he hurled Guahu out of the tent, causing him to crash heavily onto the ground. The soldiers watching from outside the tent were instantly stirred, retreating in surprise. Observing Guahu, who had been thrown out, their eyes were filled with astonishment. It was well known that although Guahu was brash and unruly, his strength was unquestionable. He was famed for his incredible physical power, capable of lifting stones weighing 800 jin. His reputation within the He Qiying was considerable. Yet, Chen Ping'an, under ambush, managed to handle Guahu's furious punch with such ease, tossing him out of the tent. How immense must Chen Ping'an's strength be? Guahu rolled over and sprang up from the ground, shaking his sore wrist where Chen Ping'an had gripped it. His expression now grave as he regarded Chen Ping'an with newfound respect. In his heart, he no longer dared to harbor even the slightest contempt. Chen Ping'an's expression remained serene as he strode purposefully out of the military tent. The 10 soldiers under Guahu's command followed closely behind, encircling Chen Ping'an. However, Chen Ping'an's previous display had indeed subdued several of them, leaving no one daring to advance and engage him in combat. What are you all standing around for? Come at me. The type of soldier I disdain the most is a coward. I will count to 3. If you do not act, you shall face the punishment. Those who are fortunate enough to join the He are all men of valor. They cannot endure being belittled or humiliated. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an utter the words cowardly soldiers, their blood surged, casting aside fear and hesitation. Brothers, charge. We all have 2 shoulders to bear 1 head. Who is afraid of whom? I refuse to believe in this evil. Several soldiers shouted in anger and rushed towards Chen Ping'an. From their movements and techniques, it was evident that they were seasoned veterans, well-versed in the art of battle, executing their strikes with precision and coordinating seamlessly with one another. As they advanced in numbers, they posed a formidable threat. Yet, in the eyes of the agile Chen Ping'an, their speed was woefully inadequate. He settled into a stance, his feet moving deftly as he unleashed the set of punches taught to him by Yang Yuyao. Weaving through the soldiers, his strikes were like the wind, swift as lightning. They were utterly unable to defend themselves. In a mere moment, they were struck and sent flying by his blows. Guo Hu, still not convinced, roared and charged forward with the remaining soldiers. Yet, within mere breaths, they were sent sprawling backwards, propelled by the force of fists and bodies colliding, faster than their advance. Captain, I concede. Guo Hu struggled to rise from the ground, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath, staring at Chen Ping'an in disbelief. Finally, he lowered his head and proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, I, Guo Hu, am at the captain's command, and I shall never utter a word of dissent." With a wave of his hand, he turned to his fallen comrades and shouted, "Let us go, brothers, to receive our punishment." This was Guo Hu's nature. Though he was unruly and impulsive, often seeking to provoke Chen Ping'an out of dissatisfaction, he was also one to take responsibility, willing to accept his defeats. When punishment was due, he did not hesitate. A straightforward man from Beiliang, Chen Ping'an held no aversion towards such soldiers. A rebellious spirit, fiery in nature, could be quite troublesome if left unchecked. However, once subdued and tamed, they would become excellent soldiers. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an did not exempt them from their punishment. Just as he had stated to Yang Yuyao, a commander must be clear in rewards and penalties, enforcing discipline without exception. If he decreed 20 strikes with a military staff, he would see it through without leniency. In the future, should they achieve merit, rewards would also be granted. Only then could authority be established. Soon, the sound of military staffs striking flesh echoed across the open space between the tents. After several blows, Guo Hu and his companions bore the brunt of the punishment, their skin broken and bleeding. Yet, these men were tough as nails, gritting their teeth in silence. The surrounding soldiers observed, and no one dared to question Chen Ping'an's strength any longer. In fact, many soldiers cast glances at him that were filled with profound respect. Yang Yao stood among the crowd, acutely aware of the shift in the soldiers' attitudes towards Chen Ping'an. As she gazed at the imposing figure standing with his hands behind his back, a glint of intrigue flickered in her eyes. Chen Ping'an's approach to matters was both decisive and efficient. On his very first day in command, he not only deftly diffused the provocation of his unruly subordinates, but also seized the opportunity to set an example, establishing his authority within the newly arrived ranks. Even I, faced with the same situation, would not have handled it better than he did. Is this man truly just an ordinary farmer from the countryside? Ding! Yang Yuyao's favorability increases by 1. Current favorability, 59 points. Personally overseeing Guo Hu and the others as they completed their 20 strikes, Chen Ping'an retrieved a silver ingot from his pocket and handed it to Chen Gosheng, instructing him to swiftly procure the finest wound ointment from the apothecary in the city. The balance of rewards and punishment, the carrot and the stick, is the essence of commanding troops. After resolving Guo Hu's situation, Chen Ping'an gathered the soldiers once more, delivered a brief orientation, and announced the dismissal. This incident quickly reached Sun Ye's ears. While perusing a list within his tent, lost in thought, Sun Ye burst into laughter upon hearing the report from his subordinate. "Ha ha, I knew I had not misjudged him. Few can subdue Guo Hu with that temperament. However, after receiving 20 strikes, he will likely need to recuperate for 10 days to half a month and will miss this mission." As he spoke, Sun Ye picked up a brush and crossed out Guo Hu's name on the list. After a moment of contemplation, he wrote Chen Ping'an's name in the blank space. A nearby officer was taken aback and remarked, "General, Chen Ping'an is still a rookie. He probably cannot even ride a horse." Is it wise to let him participate in this mission? It does not matter. This mission is unique and of great significance. Whether he can ride is unimportant. But those who go must be fierce. I need him as my sharp blade, and that young Mulan as well. Though also a rookie, she possesses commendable skills and must be included. Chapter 32. I want all the rewards for Brother Mulan. 3 days later, in the evening, Chen Ping'an and Yang Yuyao suddenly received military orders. They were to gather their equipment and 7 days' worth of rations and assemble at the eastern training ground of the barracks at midnight, under strict orders not to divulge the information to anyone else. What kind of mysterious mission requires such secrecy in a nighttime assembly? Chen Ping'an looked at Yang Yuyao, who had also received the task, somewhat astonished. If I am not mistaken, this must be a significant mission that necessitates confidentiality. If I heard correctly, what you just said was a redundancy. Chen Ping'an rolled his eyes at Yang Yuyao, quickly mounted his military horse, and galloped away from the camp towards his small abode outside the barracks. This mission is so shrouded in mystery, it could very well be perilous. Regardless, the assembly time is at midnight. I still have time to find Qin Yun and urgently enhance my physical prowess. No matter what dangerous mission lies ahead, personal strength is the ultimate truth. At the stroke of midnight, Chen Ping'an rode to the assembly point. Within the training ground, a contingent of cavalry from the He had already gathered, numbering approximately 300, led personally by Sunya. As the moon hung high in the sky, Sunya commanded the 300 black cavalry to ride out under the cover of darkness through the North City Gate. Utilizing the night, they advanced northward, ultimately arriving at a high mountainous forest a dozen miles beyond the northern city. Sunya ordered everyone to dismount, leading their horses together to ascend the mountain and conceal themselves within the dense thicket of trees. He then instructed everyone to rest in place. Do not leave this mountainous forest. Await further orders. Until this moment, many soldiers remained perplexed, unaware of the true intentions behind Sun Ya's enigmatic strategies. However, Chen Ping'an has subtly discerned Sun Ya's plan. Together with Yang Yuyao, he settles against a grand tree, softly remarking, "Our general truly possesses remarkable audacity, devising such a tactical approach. Oh, have you guessed our operational plan?" Yang Yuyao turns to him, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. What is there to decipher? Chen Ping'an replies, skillfully drawing Yang Yuyao into his embrace to share warmth, while he elaborates, recently. It was precisely because the reinforcement from Beiliang were imminent that we knew recruits were summoned from various regions to launch a full-scale assault on Shuazhou City. This operation is undoubtedly aimed at countering those Beiliang reinforcements. A mere 300 cavalry cannot possibly confront the Beiliang army head-on. Thus, the intention behind our early departure under the cover of darkness and ambush is likely to utilize us as a surprise strike force. Whether to incinerate their provisions or conduct a raid on their encampment is the goal. Chen Ping'an articulates his thoughts with conviction. Yet, Yang Yuyao listens with distraction, as she catches a whiff of another woman's perfume on Chen Ping'an. Furthermore, his hand begins to wander. "Stop that!" Yang Yuyao exclaims, biting her silver teeth and firmly grasping Chen Ping'an's hand. "You scoundrel, do not overreach. Did you not promise that if I achieved the first merit, you would reward me? I have indeed obtained the first merit. It is now time for you to honor your commitment." Yang Yuyao recalls this promise, initially made in jest, never anticipating Chen Ping'an would be so audacious. Having achieved the first merit in battle during his inaugural experience, she reluctantly softens her tone. "I did agree to reward you, but I never specified this kind of reward. What else do you have that could serve as a reward for me?" After a moment of hesitation, Yang Yuyao finally says, "Did you not wish to learn spear techniques from me? I promise that after this mission concludes, I will teach you a set of spear skills." "No, I want it all." Chen Ping'an insists with fervor. "Please stop." Ding. Yang Yuyao's affection level increases by 3. Current affection level, 62. Congratulations, host. You have gained one opportunity for a prize draw. Would you like to draw immediately? This spirited young lady has finally surpassed an affection level of 60. Chen Ping'an muses silently as he mentally activates the draw. Ding. Prize draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of prairie language. As the system prompt resonates in his ears, Chen Ping'an is momentarily taken aback. This system truly seems capable of yielding any reward imaginable. In the northern grasslands, numerous nomadic tribes coexist, among which the Xiongnu, Khitan, Turkic, Jurchen, and Xianbei hold the most significant influence, collectively known as the 5 great royal clans of the prairie. The current Beiliang dynasty was established 60 years ago by the Khitan Khan, who unified the grasslands and subdued the other 4 clans, creating this prairie dynasty. The various tribal languages were amalgamated, resulting in a unified prairie language. Although proficiency in the prairie language does not significantly enhance martial prowess, it possesses its utility in battles against the Beiliang dynasty. In the following days, the 300 black riders remained concealed within the woods, maintaining silence and refraining from lighting fires. Their sustenance consists solely of packed rations they brought along. It is not until the 5th night that they are finally summoned. Sunya, mounted on his steed, stands before the group, raising his spear and pointing down the mountain, addressing all with a commanding voice. Have you all been cooped up in this mountain for too long? I suspect many of you have already deduced our battle plan. Indeed, 10 miles down the slope lies the encampment of the Beiliang savages. Our mission is to launch a night raid, infiltrate their camp, and sow chaos among their ranks, thereby creating opportunities for the main forces in the city. This battle is perilous, but it is of utmost honor. You are the elite of the army, chosen to execute this formidable task. Regardless of how many enemies you slay or whether you survive, all participants in this operation will be promoted by 2 ranks. Initially, when the soldiers heard Sun Ya's intention to lead them against the enemy lines, their expressions were grave. However, upon hearing the promise of promotion, their eyes gleamed with excitement, and their fear of battle dissipated, replaced by a fervent desire for merit. Many modern individuals might struggle to comprehend the ancient soldier's yearning for military achievements. After all, what use is merit if one is dead? Yet, in the Dacian era, military accomplishments not only granted soldiers promotions and titles, but also bestowed advantages upon their families. Even if a soldier perished in battle, their parents, siblings, and spouses could still enjoy the benefits, making it immensely appealing to those who valued familial legacy. When the Qin state first implemented the military meritocracy system, there were indeed many fearless ancestors who charged into battle bare-chested, disregarding even protective gear, brandishing the heads of enemies as trophies, and roaring forward. Moreover, this time, they would be confronting the Beiliang savages, with whom they held deep-seated enmity. The soldiers' blood surged with excitement, their battle spirits ignited. Before long, they all mounted their horses and descended the mountain, aligning themselves at the base. With a command from Sunya, the 300 iron cavalry surged forth, cloaked in the night, charging towards the Beiliang encampment 10 miles away. Chapter 33. 100 riders raid the camp. I am Chen Ping'an of Beiliang, under the cover of darkness, with a mere 300 iron cavalry. They aim to assault an enemy camp housing tens of thousands. It may seem perilous, yet history is replete with instances of the few triumphing over the many through surprise tactics. The most renowned examples include Zhang Liao's 800 defeating 10,000 at Ziyijin, Xian Shiji's 50 riders raiding a Jin army camp of 50,000 to rescue the defector Zhang Onghua, and Xiang Yu's 28 riders charging into the Han army formation to slay generals and seize flags. As long as the timing is precise and the command is adept, a mere 100 riders can unleash astonishing power, akin to using a feather to lift 1,000 pounds. The 300 black riders proceed silently through the night, not a word exchanged among them, save for the thunderous sound of hooves pounding against the earth. The cool moonlight cascades like water, illuminating their armor and reflecting a chilling, mesmerizing gleam. As they swiftly cover the distance of 10 miles, the Beiliang encampment comes into view. This army had only arrived that very afternoon, hastily establishing their camp. Due to the urgency, they had not yet completed the fortifications around their tents. Nevertheless, watchtowers stood tall around the camp, serving as sentinels. A lackluster Beiliang soldier, dozing atop a watchtower, awakens at the sound of distant hooves, rubbing his eyes and peering into the darkness. As he gazes forward, he is met with the sight of hundreds of black riders charging forth, radiating an aura of ferocity, causing his heart to pound and his complexion to change dramatically. It is crucial to remember that prior to the arrival of the main force, they had dispatched numerous scouts to ascertain whether any enemy forces lay in ambush. A multitude of sentinels vigilantly monitored the movements of Shuazhou City. The moment the city gates swung open and troops ventured forth, Swift riders would gallop back to relay the information. Where did this formidable force emerge from? Before he could contemplate this question, a sharp arrow sliced through the night sky, striking true and piercing the throat of a sentinel from Beiliang. The soldier let out a terrible cry as he plummeted from the watchtower. Nearby sentinels, alerted by the commotion, turned their gaze and discovered the approach of 300 dark riders emerging from the shadows. Soon, the jarring sound of a gong reverberated through the night. Several Beiliang sentinels shouted at the top of their lungs, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Qian army is raiding the camp." Yet, it was already too late to sound the alarm. Sun Ce, wielding a long spear, led his troops directly into the enemy camp. With his spear raised high, he commanded Wang Lin, Zhou Hai, each lead 100 men and set fire to the place. "The rest of you, follow me straight into the heart of the enemy." At his command, the two officers beside him immediately took their leave, leading their 100 ironclad cavalrymen to split left and right, charging into the enemy encampment. They bore torches at their saddles, and, as they galloped, they ignited the braziers within the tents, quickly setting the camp ablaze. The Beiliang soldiers, deep in slumber within their tents, awoke to the chaos outside and hurriedly emerged to investigate. Before they could grasp the situation, a glimmer of cold steel flashed before them, and a spear swept through, severing heads from their bodies. Under the relentless assault and arson, dozens of tents were soon engulfed in flames. The camp erupted into chaos, filled with the sounds of men shouting and horses neighing. Meanwhile, Sun Ce, accompanied by the remaining 100 elite cavalry, pressed forward, determined to breach the central command tent of the enemy and decapitate their leader, thereby dismantling the command structure of the Beiliang forces. However, within the Beiliang encampment, there were also night patrols. Small units of soldiers surged forth from the surrounding tents, attempting to mount a defense. Yet, these hasty formations stood no chance against the elite cavalry of Beiliang. The soldiers wielded their long spears like an unstoppable tide of iron, galloping through the night, cutting down every enemy in their path. Blood stained their spearheads as they surged forward. As they approached the central command tent of Beiliang, they were finally met with a relatively intact line of defense. Hundreds of Beiliang soldiers braced themselves behind square shields, their bodies concealed behind the barriers. With sharp spears poised to strike, glinting ominously in the darkness, they formed several lines, resolutely blocking the path to the command tent. "Chen Ping'an," Sun Ce bellowed, his eyes wide with intensity. Prior to their departure, Sun Ce had specifically tasked Chen Ping'an with a crucial role. Hearing his name called, Chen Ping'an understood it was his moment to shine. Without hesitation, he spurred his horse, charging to the front of the formation. With a massive chain hammer, heavy enough to be likened to the size of a human head, raised above his head, he whirled it around, gathering momentum. With a fierce roar, he hurled it forward. The 100-pound hammer, imbued with the force of thousands, streaked through the air like a meteor, crashing down upon the shield wall. The soldiers behind the shield were instantly thrown into disarray, sent sprawling by the sheer might of the blow. A breach opened in the defensive line. "Charge!" Sun Ce shouted, not pausing for breath, leading his 100 cavalrymen through the gap created by Chen Ping'an's strike. With their long spears wielded with great force, they sliced through the enemy ranks like scythes, cleaving through the Beiliang soldiers with ruthless efficiency, blood splattering in their wake. Just as they surged past the line, a sudden thunder of hooves erupted from the right. A well-equipped contingent of Beiliang cavalry, led by a commanding officer, charged in from the flank. The dark cavalry was caught off guard, their formation shattered and split as the oncoming wave of Beiliang horsemen wreaked havoc. Several black riders fell, meeting their demise beneath the blades of the Beiliang cavalry, while many more were thrown from their steeds. Even Chen Ping'an's horse was startled and toppled, sending him tumbling to the ground. As he rolled to his feet, he faced several Beiliang riders brandishing curved sabers, their fierce expressions intent on his demise. Just as they approached, Chen Ping'an roared defiantly, refusing to evade, and charged forward with his spear. His adrenaline surged, and his reflexes sharpened, making the movements of the Beiliang cavalry appear almost lethargic. He swung his spear, sweeping it across the first horse, severing its front legs. The beast collapsed, sending its rider tumbling. With another deft strike, he decapitated a second horse and pressed forward, cleaving through the advancing riders, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. In the end, only Chen Ping'an remained, drenched in blood, standing defiantly amidst the carnage. His spear pointed toward the ground, blood streaming down its length, surrounded by the shattered bodies of soldiers and horses. He resembled a vengeful deity emerging from the depths of hell. With a piercing gaze, he bellowed, sending chills through the hearts of the surrounding Beiliang soldiers. In the distance, a Beiliang general, flanked by a few loyal guards, was preparing to retreat. Upon witnessing the scene, he halted his horse and called out, "Who stands among the warriors of your army? State your name." "Beiliang, Chen Ping'an," he roared back, dragging his spear along the ground as he charged forward, intent on claiming victory. Chapter 34. The treasure hunt begins. A bountiful haul. The Beiliang camp was thrown into disarray as 300 Dark Riders executed a midnight raid, setting fires and creating chaos. Many Beiliang soldiers, roused from their slumber, awoke to the clamor of battle and the sight of flames engulfing their camp, mistakenly believing the main force of the Qian army had arrived. Instantly, panic spread, and confusion reigned. Disaster! The Qian army is attacking the camp. Flee! Many soldiers hastily mounted their steeds, desperately seeking escape. One fleeing soldier led to another, and soon chaos reigned like a terrible plague throughout the Beiliang encampment. In their frantic flight, many soldiers knocked over the braziers set around the tents, igniting even more structures. The camp descended into utter turmoil. Meanwhile, several miles away atop the walls of Shuazhou, a few generals of the Qian army stood vigilantly on the battlements, their eyes fixed northward, filled with tense anticipation. Upon witnessing the flames shooting up from the Beiliang camp, they braced for the unfolding battle. Several generals suddenly brightened their eyes. They had succeeded. Quickly, they commanded the entire army to hasten out of the city and launch an assault on the enemy camp. These generals understood well the fleeting nature of battle opportunities and did not dare to waste a moment, decisively ordering the troops to engage. In the next instant, the northern city gates swung open rapidly. The elite cavalry, which had long been poised within the gates, surged forth like an unstoppable torrent of iron, galloping into the night. With utmost speed, they raced towards the Beiliang encampment, located several miles away. Simultaneously, the 300 elite Black Riders who had been the first to charge into the Beiliang camp found themselves embroiled in fierce combat. Many of the Black Riders were scattered in the chaos, facing perilous circumstances as they fought individually. Fortunately, it was deep into the night, shrouded in darkness, and the Beiliang camp was in disarray, providing a golden opportunity for the others to exploit. A squad of over a dozen Beiliang soldiers was swiftly traversing the camp, searching for the detestable Qian soldiers. Suddenly, a figure dashed in from afar. The soldiers immediately became alert, raising their bows and aiming. "Captain, do not shoot, it is I." A fluent voice in the grassland tongue relaxed their vigilance. However, just as the longbows were lowered, a blood-soaked Qian soldier wielding a long spear charged out of the darkness. The soldier's expressions changed dramatically. Chen Ping'an wielded his spear with deadly precision, dispatching the Beiliang soldiers with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. Hearing footsteps approaching from afar, Chen Ping'an's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly concealed himself within an unoccupied military tent. Although his body had undergone systematic enhancements, rendering him formidable and invincible, this was still the Beiliang encampment. Even the legendary Xiang Yu, known as the Overlord, had met his demise when besieged at the banks of the Wu River. He dared not be overly confident. If he were truly surrounded by Beiliang soldiers, he could very well face certain death. Their mission of launching a night raid to create chaos had been accomplished. Now, their goal was to buy time and safeguard themselves. Once the main forces in Shuazhou arrived, they could charge out for further combat. But at that moment, a cacophony of battle cries erupted outside the tent. Chen Ping'an peered through a gap in the tent and saw a heavily armored, blood-soaked Qian soldier cornered by two squads of Beiliang soldiers in the open area outside the tent. The soldier bore numerous wounds, the most severe being a deep gash on his back, blood soaking through his armor. His movements had become sluggish due to his injuries, and he was barely able to defend himself, on the brink of collapse. How could it be her? Chen Ping'an's brows furrowed, a grave expression crossing his face, for he recognized that the Qian soldier being besieged by the Beiliang soldiers was none other than Yang Yuyao. Meanwhile, outside the tent, Yang Yuyao was on the verge of being completely overwhelmed. Continuous high-intensity combat and several wounds with blood flowing profusely, had drained her strength, rendering her weak. Just as she had swept her spear to decimate a Beiliang soldier, several more charged at her with furious roars. Gritting her silver teeth, she prepared to counterattack. Suddenly, a cold arrow shot from the shadows, striking her shoulder with precision. She let out a pained cry, her raised hand falling limply. All she could do was watch helplessly as several gleaming grassland curved blades descended upon her. In that moment of peril, a long spear suddenly appeared above her head, intercepting the descending blades. In the next instant, with a vigorous sweep of the spear, several Beiliang soldiers were cleaved in half. Blood splattered as Yang Yuyao stood in stunned silence, gazing at the tall figure striding forth behind her, spear in hand, shielding her from the two squads of Beiliang soldiers. Chen Ping'an, be alert, follow me, and charge out. Chen Ping'an spoke in a low voice, aware that they could not linger there. Otherwise, the cries of battle would only attract more Beiliang soldiers, surrounding and slaughtering them. They had to seize the chaos to break free, allowing for a glimmer of hope. Chen Ping'an wielded his spear, carving a bloody path forward while protecting Yang Yuyao as they surged outward. Along the way, fierce Beiliang soldiers emerged from the shadows, launching frenzied attacks against them. Chen Ping'an fought valiantly to clear a path, while simultaneously safeguarding Yang Yuyao from harm. It was not long before he himself sustained injuries. Fortunately, the main forces of the Qian army had finally arrived in Shuazhou. A multitude of elite cavalry surged into the camp, galloping through the chaos, wreaking havoc amidst the flames and darkness. The disorganized Beiliang forces could not mount an effective counterattack and soon faced complete rout, discarding their armor and fleeing in panic. In the midst of the turmoil, Chen Ping'an seized a military horse and, together with Yang Yuyao, fought their way through a bloody path, escaping the Beiliang encampment to a safe area. He quickly dismounted to assess Yang Yuyao's injuries. Fortunately, her armor had provided protection, and she had only sustained minor wounds, not affecting any vital areas. However, due to the excessive blood loss, she appeared somewhat weak, though not in grave danger. You should be safe here. I must return to engage in battle once more. After setting Yang Yuyao down, Chen Ping'an swiftly remounted and charged back into the Beiliang camp. He had discovered, through his treasure-seeking skills during the previous skirmish, that there were numerous treasures within the Beiliang encampment. Many officers displayed glimmers of gold on their chests and waists. At that time, survival had taken precedence, leaving no room for thoughts of treasure. Now that the Beiliang forces had collapsed, it was essential to seize the opportunity to reap rewards from the enemy corpses and gather spoils, ensuring that their earlier efforts had not been in vain. Chen Ping'an galloped back into the Beiliang camp, activating his treasure-seeking skills and scanning the surroundings. Instantly, amidst the dim night, he spotted clusters of golden light shimmering in various intensities. Which corpses bore silver? Where were the treasures hidden within camp? He could see it all clearly. Among them, a particularly radiant golden light caught his attention, resembling a small sun racing through the night, heading northward. Chapter 35. Capture a Beiliang princess. What treasure could it be? The brilliance was astonishing. Observing the swiftly moving golden light in the night, Chen Ping'an's eyes brightened. Without hesitation, he spurred his horse and pursued the source. Finally reaching the northern edge of the camp, where he clearly saw several well-equipped Beiliang cavalrymen escorting a lavishly dressed Beiliang woman, fleeing hurriedly toward the north. The source of that golden treasure light was none other than. It was indeed the woman from Beiliang, mounted upon a magnificent steed. Its 4 sturdy legs were robust, its entire body a deep black, reminiscent of dense clouds, with only its 4 hooves gleaming white as snow. Tall and imposing, it galloped as if flying. This was undeniably an extraordinary horse, a true gem of the equestrian world. The moment Chen Ping'an laid eyes upon it, his gaze became fixated, igniting within him a fervent desire to claim it as his own. Such a fine horse, I must have it. Curse Beiliang woman, leave my horse behind. Besides Chen Ping'an, several cavalrymen from Deqian also recognized the extraordinary status of the woman riding the horse. They pursued her, intent on capturing her. However, the several accompanying Beiliang cavalrymen displayed remarkable skill, protecting her as they fled while frequently turning back to shoot arrows. Soon, 2 of the pursuing cavalrymen fell victim to their arrows. The remaining Deqian cavalrymen, filled with trepidation, abandoned their chase. Ultimately, only Chen Ping'an continued his relentless pursuit, covering dozens of miles. The thunderous sounds of battle gradually faded into the distance. Suddenly, the elegantly dressed woman from Beiliang reined in her horse on a hillside, glancing back at the unwavering Chen Ping'an. Her brows furrowed, and she raised her whip, commanding in a delicate yet fierce tone, "What is there to fear with just one man? You lot, go and kill him." The Beiliang cavalrymen respectfully accepted their orders. They swiftly turned their horses, brandished their blades, and charged toward Chen Ping'an. Only one young, tall, and formidable Beiliang officer remained by her side. Chen Ping'an, undaunted, laughed heartily and rode forth. With his formidable physique and exceptional horsemanship, along with his quick reflexes, he wielded his lance with precision. In mere moments, he had dispatched the few Beiliang cavalrymen, leaving them sprawled on the ground. The young Beiliang officer's expression changed drastically as he shouted to the woman, "Princess, you go on ahead. I will hold them off. No, we leave together. I cannot abandon you. Do not worry about me, princess. Do not forget, I am a bachelor, favored by the emperor, the most valiant warrior of the grasslands. How could a mere southern dog harm me? Today, I shall personally sever this dog's head as a token of affection for the princess." The Beiliang officer shouted in the language of the grasslands. Then he drew his curved blade, charging at Chen Ping'an with lethal intent. The Beiliang woman on the hillside observed his gallant figure, brandishing his curved blade as he charged, her beautiful eyes sparkling with expectation. She longed to witness her beloved slay the brigand. Yet in the next moment, she watched as Chen Ping'an raised his arm, swinging his lance in a horizontal slash. The gleaming tip of the lance swept through the air like a cold moonbeam, severing the Beiliang officer's head cleanly. The head flew several feet into the air, splattering blood before crashing to the ground. The headless body continued forward for several yards before collapsing onto the grass. What bachelor? What Jiutulu? I think it should be called a chi na, or sai sihe at best. A mere trophy, easily dispatched. Chen Ping'an flicked the lance, shaking off the blood, and disdainfully snorted, "Yi Lu Chi." It was only then that the Beiliang woman on the hillside finally reacted, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. "This lad's surname is Yi Lu?" A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Ping'an's eyes. He knew that Yi Lu was one of the 5 great royal families of the grasslands, a surname of the Khitan nobility. It was unexpected that this youth bore Khitan royal blood. No wonder. Surely the emperor of Beiliang had granted him the title of bachelor due to his lineage. This foolish lad actually believed it. Swinging around a broken curved blade just a few feet long, he thought he could challenge his lance, which was over 10 feet long. He truly did not know the meaning of death. Earlier, this fellow had addressed the Beiliang woman as princess, indicating her notable status. No wonder she could ride such a fine steed. As Chen Ping'an's gaze flickered with fervor at the sight of the exceptional horse, he wasted no time in pursuing it. At this moment, the Beiliang woman also regained her senses, her eyes revealing a hint of panic as she hastily turned her horse and fled. The magnificent steed beneath her, having previously slowed to allow her escort to keep pace, now galloped forth like a bolt of black lightning under the moonlight. Chen Ping'an's military horse could not keep up at all. Truly a rare and exceptional mount. Chen Ping'an's eyes burned with desire. As he saw the Beiliang woman riding further away, without hesitation, he leaped from his horse and activated his agility skill. He sprinted forth in pursuit. The Beiliang woman on the horse, hearing the sound of hooves behind her growing fainter, gradually relaxed her taut nerves, feeling a small sense of relief. Just then, she sensed a weight settle behind her, followed by a powerful figure landing on her steed. In the next moment, a stout arm clad in iron armor reached out from her side, seizing the reins of her horse. With a firm grip, it yanked the reins, causing the steed to rear, its front hooves rising high and thrashing in the air. She gasped in surprise, her delicate form leaning back into a sturdy chest. This noble Beiliang woman instantly stiffened, as if falling into the embrace of a demon, her entire body chilled and trembling. Chen Ping'an tightened his grip on the reins, and, showcasing his remarkable horsemanship, quickly subdued the wild horse, bringing it to a halt on the grass. He reached out, lifting the chin of the woman in his arms, turning her face toward him. Illuminated by the moonlight, he finally beheld her features. She was in the bloom of youth, around 16 or 17 years old, with delicate features, bright eyes, and pearly teeth. Her skin was fine, a rosy white, tender as if it could yield water. At her forehead, she adorned a drop-shaped ruby pendant that sparkled in the night, a quintessential beauty of the grasslands. Ding! Detecting a suitable binding target nearby. Would you like to bind one, Yin Hong Yi, as a candidate family member? Chapter 36. Did you enjoy the slap on the princess? The surname, Wan Yin. A member of the Jurchen royal family? That lad Yi Lu was of Khitan royalty. They certainly match well. No wonder they could come together. Upon learning the name of this Beiliang maiden from the system prompt, surprise flickered in Chen Ping'an's eyes. He had not expected to catch two big fish in one evening. Let's check the affinity rating. Ding! Congratulations, host. Binding with target 1 Yin Hong Yi successful. Current affinity rating 90. Good heavens, a direct 90 affinity rating. Chen Ping'an silently marveled. It seemed the scene of him severing her beloved's head had left a significant psychological impact on this woman. She must harbor an intense hatred toward him. At this moment, Wan Yin Hongya finally emerged from her state of fear. With a swift twist of her slender waist, she dismounted from her horse and rolled on the ground, deftly drawing a sharp dagger from her boot. Gripping it tightly, she pointed it at Chen Ping'an and shouted in halting Central Plains dialect, "You return the medicine pot." Chen Ping'an was hardly intimidated by her feeble threat. With a playful smile, he leapt down from his horse and approached her step by step, asking, "Pray tell, what is your true identity? Do not expect to extract anything from me." With a resounding slap, Chen Ping'an struck Wan Yin Hongya across the face. Instantly, one side of her cheek swelled up, marked by a clear imprint of his hand, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She stood frozen, her large, tear-filled eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Ding! Wan Yin Hongya's affection toward you increases by 1. Current affection level, 89. Was this slap somehow gratifying for her? Chen Ping'an felt a perplexing sensation as he continued to question her with a cold gaze. Now, tell me, what is your true identity? My father is Wan Yin Han. After being slapped, Wan Yin Hongyan noticeably became more compliant, her understanding of her precarious situation sharpening. She answered Chen Ping'an's inquiries honestly, yet not entirely so. Her beautiful eyes fixated on him, murmuring curses under her breath in the language of the grasslands. "You devil from hell, foolish and clumsy Central Plains pig." With another swift slap, Chen Ping'an struck her on the opposite cheek, sneering in fluent grassland dialect. "You cannot even curse properly. Has your father not taught you? You speak the grassland language?" Wan Yin Hongya was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment. Ding! Wan Yin Hongya's affection towards you decreases by 1. Current affection level, 88. Chen Ping'an chose not to respond to her question, but pressed on for information. What was the identity of that man I just beheaded? Is he of the Khitan royal family? His identity is not something a Central Plains pig like you deserves to know. With a sharp clap, Chen Ping'an's response was immediate. Ding! Wan Yin Hongya's affection towards you decreases by 1. Current affection level, 87. Chen Ping'an found the right approach to engage with Wan Yin Hongya. Soon, he extracted all the information he sought from the Northern Mang princess. Wan Yin Hongya's father, Wan Yin Han, was the brother of Wan Yin Bai, the current leader of the Jurchen tribe, and also the commanding general of the Northern Mang reinforcements. The man, Yilu Qi, whom Chen Ping'an had slain, was indeed a member of the Northern Mang royal family, a legitimate descendant of the Khitan dynasty, with a position of great esteem in the Northern Mang court. The two had known each other since childhood and had a deep bond, which was further solidified by an engagement arranged by their elders to strengthen the alliance between their tribes. This time, Yilu Qi had joined the military expedition to gain experience alongside his future father-in-law. Wan Yin Hongya, with her youthful curiosity, disguised herself as Yilu Qi's personal guard to explore the battlefield, only to find herself captured on the very first day outside Shuazhou City when their camp was raided, leading to the complete rout of her forces. "I have told you everything you asked. Will you let me go?" She pleaded with her large, tearful eyes. "Just allow me to return to the grasslands, and I can offer you anything you desire: gold, silver, jewels, and riches. My father will provide for you." Chen Ping'an was at a loss for words. This pampered Northern Mang princess appeared either genuinely naive or was willfully feigning ignorance. Did she believe that acting pitiful and painting grand visions would grant her freedom? With such a low affection level, if he were to release her back to the grasslands, it would be a miracle if she did not seek revenge. Yet despite this negativity, Wan Yin Hongya's beauty was undeniable. and her royal Jurchen lineage stirred a primal urge for conquest and possession within Chen Ping'an. He was not immune to her allure. Gold, silver, jewels, and riches do not interest me, he replied with a slight smile, his gaze sweeping over her elegant red gown and the gentle curves of her figure. A smirk playing on his lips. What I desire, you can grant me right now. Wang Yanhongye's expression shifted, her face paling as she instinctively covered her chest and took 2 steps back, regarding him warily. What do you intend to do? What do you think I intend to do? Surely you must be aware of the fate that awaits northern Mang women captured in battle? Upon hearing his words, Wang Yanhongye's complexion drained of color. As the most cherished daughter of Wang Yanhan, she certainly had heard tales of the grim fates that befell captured enemy women, either execution or being taken as camp followers, subjected to unending humiliation and torment. As the terrifying possibilities raced through her mind, Wang Yanhongye's face paled, and her legs trembled uncontrollably. Will you follow me? Or shall I take you to the camp to be given to my comrades? The choice is yours. Do not entertain thoughts of suicide. You will not have the opportunity. With a calm smile, Chen Ping'an placed the power of choice in Wang Yanhongye's hands. You devil from hell, she trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks, glistening in her large eyes. Under his steady gaze, this once proud jewel of the grasslands quivered, extending her hands to unfasten the buttons of her clothing. Her exquisite garments slid silently to the ground, resting upon the verdant grass. Chapter 37. The Stubborn Princess. You will never possess my heart. An hour later, Chen Ping'an rode back on his magnificent steed, Wu Yin Ta Shui, cradling the disheveled Wang Yanhongye in his arms. The charming northern Mang princess appeared forlorn, her hair somewhat disarrayed, her eyes reddened, as if she had recently wept. As they passed the spot where he had slain Yeluqi, Chen Ping'an dismounted and beheaded several northern Mang guards, binding their heads alongside Yeluqi's and securing them to his horse's back. These were war trophies that would earn him military merit and rewards. The elite northern Mang cavalry, serving as the personal guards of Wang Yanhongye and Yeluqi, had ridden fine steeds, though several had panicked and fled to unknown locations. Only 2 horses remained, grazing quietly on the grass. Chen Ping'an led these 2 horses along, stripping Yeluqi and the guards of their weapons and armor, loading them onto the backs of the steeds, and leisurely making his way back. Observing his fiancée's head swaying with each stride of the horse, Wang Yanhongye finally snapped out of her daze. Gritting her teeth, with her eyes reddened from tears, she defiantly exclaimed, Chen Ping'an, you uncouth and barbaric brute. Even if you have taken my body, you shall never possess my heart. Fool! What would I want with your heart? Chen Ping'an retorted. Chen Ping'an chuckled softly, curling his finger to gently flick the forehead of Wang Yanhongye. That hurts! Wang Yanhongye exclaimed in pain, 2 large crystalline tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. Although this little girl had a stubborn mouth, Chen Ping'an could see through the system panel that her true affection for him had risen from an initial score of 90 to 10. She was merely pretending to be obstinate now. What is the name of this horse? Why should I tell you? Smack! Another crisp flick to the head. It's called Ta Shui. With a subtle smile playing on his lips, Chen Ping'an held Wang Yanhongye with one arm while casually chatting with her, his other hand grasping the reins as he leisurely returned with his spoils. By the time they reached the Beiliang military camp, the sky had fully brightened. After a night of bloody battles, the tens of thousands of Beiliang soldiers led by Wang Yanhan had suffered heavy losses, with many dead and others fleeing. The camp was a scene of devastation, littered with blackened tents reduced to ash, bloodied weapons scattered across the ground, and the bodies of soldiers soaked in blood. Numerous Qian soldiers were systematically cleaning the battlefield, searching for any surviving comrades to aid, delivering the final blow to the still-breathing enemy soldiers, and stripping the armor from the deceased foes. The corpses were then gathered in one area, awaiting burial. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an riding a tall steed while leading 2 other horses, cradling a woman in his arms as he returned slowly from the northern grasslands, the soldiers engaged in cleanup turned their heads in astonishment, casting incredulous glances his way, particularly when they caught sight of the delicate and beautiful Wang Yanhongye in his embrace. Their eyes widened in surprise, revealing an uncontainable desire akin to wolves catching a whiff of blood. Sensing the unabashed, greedy gazes that seemed to yearn to devour her whole, Wang Yanhongye's little face turned pale as she instinctively shrank deeper into Chen Ping'an's embrace. Chen Ping'an tightened his arm around her waist, like a lion guarding its prize, sitting tall on his horse as his cold gaze swept over the surrounding soldiers. Instantly, they lowered their heads, diligently resuming their cleanup without daring to steal another glance. First, Chen Ping'an's sleek, shining armor and the lance hanging beside his saddle were the distinctive equipment of the black cavalry. Moreover, the severed heads dangling from his saddle were enough to instill fear. To single-handedly bring back so many enemy heads, he must be a ruthless and formidable figure, perhaps even an officer, undoubtedly someone they could not provoke. The woman atop his horse was evidently his trophy. Even if she resembled a celestial being, they dared not look too long. Feeling the robust arm wrapped tightly around her waist and the solid chest behind her, a sense of safety welled up within Wang Yanhongyi. She was no longer as frightened as before. Yet, her emotions were complex, her pearly teeth biting down on her crimson lip, her heart in turmoil. This terrifying devil, who had personally slain her fiancé, had now become the only man she could rely on in this world surrounded by wolves. She was his trophy, entirely possessed by him, becoming his belonging. Ding! Wang Yanhongyi's affection for you has increased by 2. Current affection level, 12. Chapter 38. Bringing her home to train slowly. Hearing the sudden system notification in his ear, Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. This inexplicable Beiliang princess had a tendency to surprise him with her rising affection at unexpected moments. Chen Ping'an rode through the camp, his eyes scanning the surroundings until he quickly spotted the gathering place of the black cavalry. A large group of cavalry clad in shining armor was assembled, making it difficult to go unnoticed. He promptly urged his horse forward. Last night, Sunya personally led 300 black cavalry soldiers, taking the lead in a night raid on the enemy camp. Although he had protection from his followers and had not perished, he had sustained some injuries. At this moment, he was seated on a half-charred log, directing his subordinates to bandage his wounds while listening to reports on casualties. When he heard that only over 30 of the 300 black cavalry who participated in the raid survived, his expression darkened. The black cavalry's 3,000 soldiers were already the elite of the army. The 300 involved in the raid were the cream of the crop. Losing even one was a heartache, let alone over 200. His heart felt like it was bleeding. However, the significant gains from the loss of over 200 black cavalry made it worthwhile. What about Chen Ping'an? Did he survive? Sunya suddenly raised his head to inquire. Reporting to the general, we did not find Chen Ping'an, nor did we discover his corpse. Upon hearing this, Sunya's brow furrowed deeply, a wave of heaviness washing over him. Chen Ping'an was a new recruit he held in high regard. It would be a pity if he had perished in last night's battle. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Someone's coming. It looks like Chen Ping'an." Sunya quickly lifted his head at the sound. Upon recognizing Chen Ping'an's visage atop his horse, he was filled with delight, standing up and laughing heartily. "Ha! Chen Ping'an, I knew you were tough. You wouldn't die so easily. I pay my respects to the general." Chen Ping'an rode his horse closer to the group, hurriedly dismounting with Wang Yanhongyi in his arms, kneeling on one knee to pay his respects to Sunya. Many soldiers of the black cavalry couldn't help but let their gazes linger on Wang Yanhongyi, their eyes revealing admiration. However, Sunya's attention was captivated by the remarkable steed Chen Ping'an had ridden back, his eyes nearly bulging with excitement as he circled the horse, stroking its silky coat and exclaiming in admiration, "What a magnificent horse! This legendary steed, Wu Yun Ta Shui, is truly a rare find." Noticing Sunya's fascination with the horse, Chen Ping'an felt a stir in his heart and quickly said, "This steed is a prize I claimed after beheading an enemy general. If the general does not mind, I wish to present it to you." Although Chen Ping'an himself cherished the horse deeply, tradition dictated that rank carried weight. Moreover, strictly speaking, this horse was a spoils of war from the previous night's battle. On the battlefield, no one claimed spoils as their own. Silver and valuables retrieved from enemy corpses were often overlooked by the officers, considered rewards for the soldiers. However, captives and war horses were to be surrendered to the unit for collective allocation. Even if this horse and Wang Yanhongyi were both captured by Chen Ping'an, he could only redeem military merits and could not claim them outright. If Sunya truly desired the horse, Chen Ping'an would be powerless to refuse. Rather than waiting for Sunya to ask for it, he preferred to offer the steed himself to gain favor. "Haha, your thoughtfulness is what matters. As the proverb goes, a gentleman does not take away what others cherish. Although I am not a gentleman, I cannot deprive my subordinate of his heart's desire. Since this steed, a magnificent horse, was captured by you, it shall belong to you from now on." Sunya laughed heartily and spoke with great generosity. Indeed, he had a profound fondness for this exceptional steed, yet his ascent to the rank of deputy general, becoming the most trusted confidant of Su Dingyuan and commanding 3,000 elite black cavalry, was not solely due to his martial prowess. His adeptness in human interactions was equally notable. It would be unthinkable for him to alienate his subordinate over a mere horse. Moreover, he held Chen Ping'an in high regard, believing he would achieve greatness in the future. If a single horse could secure Chen Ping'an's loyalty, it would undoubtedly be a wise investment. One could surmise that a person capable of possessing such a horse would not have a simple background. "Chen Ping'an, from whom did you seize this warhorse?" "This man," Chen Ping'an replied as he removed the head of Yilu Eki from the saddle, along with the armor he had stripped from him, presenting them to Sunya. "I am unaware of his identity, but he was accompanied by several North Mang cavalrymen for protection, suggesting he is of notable status." "Oh," Sunya exclaimed, taking the armor from Chen Ping'an and examining it closely. He laughed heartily, saying, "Chen Ping'an, you truly are a fortunate lad, having caught such a big fish." The armor bears the wolf head emblem of the North Mang royal family, indicating he possesses Khitan royal blood. Alas, he is too young and of low military rank. Although he hails from the North Mang royal lineage, this head will not yield much military merit. Finally, Sunya turned his gaze to the pale, trembling figure of one Yen Hongye, who was nervously nestled beside Chen Ping'an, resembling a frightened lamb. With a raised brow, he inquired, "Is this woman also one you captured?" "Indeed, she claims to be a concubine of the North Mang royal family. I found her somewhat appealing, and it would be a pity to kill her. So I brought her back," Chen Ping'an replied with a chuckle. As he spoke, he wrapped an arm around one Yen Hongye's slender waist, prompting laughter from the surrounding black cavalry brothers. Sunya immediately grasped Chen Ping'an's intent, laughing heartily. "You lad, you certainly know how to cherish beauty. Since this woman is yours, take her home and nurture her well." As Sunya laughed, he pondered internally. It seemed that Chen Ping'an had a fondness for beauty. As a general, he was not concerned about his subordinates being greedy or lustful. Rather, he feared those who showed no interest at all. For as long as one had preferences, it was easy to satisfy them, and those who were greedy or lustful were easier to manage. Conversely, he would worry about a subordinate who was indifferent to all things. At that moment, an officer from the black cavalry, observing one Yen Hongye's luxurious red garment, narrowed his eyes and reminded Sunya, "General, this woman's attire and demeanor do not suggest she is an ordinary concubine. Her identity may be quite significant." Chapter 39. Yang Yueying disrobe. Upon hearing the officer's doubts regarding one Yen Hongye's identity, Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of anxiety. If her identity as a princess of the Jurchen clan were to be revealed, he feared he would be unable to protect her. However, Sunya waved his hand dismissively, laughing. "Significant? How significant could she be? Is she perhaps a princess of the North Mang? Even if she were a true princess, so what? Unless you capture the North Mang royal court and bring back Empress Xiao, what does it matter if she is a consort or princess? Once she enters the army, she becomes a plaything for us brothers." The officers and soldiers of the black cavalry erupted in laughter at these words. Yet Chen Ping'an was subtly stirred, casting a deep glance at Sunya. If even the subordinate officers could perceive the potential issue, then with Sunya's discernment and experience, he surely could not have overlooked the implications of one Yen Hongye's identity. Nevertheless, he chose not to pry further and instead made light of the situation to shield Chen Ping'an. In a sense, this was a form of protection for him, unspoken yet understood. Chen Ping'an took note of this kindness, with Sunya's nod of approval. The magnificent horse and one Yen Hongye were officially recognized as Chen Ping'an's spoils of war. Chen Ping'an decided to return to the city first, intending to take one Yen Hongye home to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Halfway through, he suddenly remembered Yang Yueying, whom he had left outside the camp the previous night. Although that area was several miles away and located south of the battlefield, where North Mang soldiers would not likely flee, he still felt somewhat uneasy. Given Yang Yueying's skills, she should be safe, yet he could not shake his concern. He lifted one Yen Hongye onto the horse and rode in the direction of his memory. After leaving the camp for a distance, he spotted a somewhat slender, solitary figure sitting in the same spot where they had parted the day before. resembling a stone waiting for her beloved to return. She gazed longingly toward the camp, lost in thought. Since Chen Ping'an had departed, Yang Yueying had been preoccupied with thoughts of him. Although she understood that the North Mang army's defeat was inevitable, she still worried about Chen Ping'an, knowing that he would be pursuing the fleeing soldiers. Her concern deepened, especially since he had not returned overnight. She feared something might have gone awry. At that moment, when she finally saw Chen Ping'an returning safely, she let out a deep sigh of relief, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She stood up, filled with excitement, eager to greet him. But the next moment, she noticed Wan Yin Hongye in Chen Ping'an's arms. Her expression of joy faded instantly, her delicate brows knitting together as she asked in a low voice, "Who is this woman?" "She is a woman from the North Mang whom I captured. I initially intended to present her as a military achievement to serve as a camp prostitute, but the general insisted on gifting her to me as a concubine, and I had no choice but to accept," Chen Ping'an replied with a weary sigh. "You know I am not one to indulge in lust." Wan Yin Hongye was taken aback by Chen Ping'an's earnest fabrications. Was this truly the situation? How brazenly he spun tales. Yet, as he spoke, he discreetly pinched her thigh, causing Wan Yin Hongye to obediently close her mouth, refraining from uttering another word. Yang Yueying, however, could not possibly believe Chen Ping'an's story. She shot him a sharp glare, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "In the entire North Mang army, there seems to be only this one woman, and you managed to capture her? Captain, you truly have remarkable fortune." Chen Ping'an detected the hint of jealousy in Yang Yueying's voice and felt a surge of amusement. "Oh, why does Milan sound somewhat envious? Could it be that she is feeling a tinge of jealousy? Surely not." Yang Yao, feeling as though her tail had been stepped on like a small wildcat, immediately flared up, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Chen Ping'an, a woman who speaks contrary to her heart. Chen Ping'an chuckled and said, "Perhaps I am being overly sentimental. Seeing you safe brings me relief. I have matters to attend to and must return to the city." With that, he tugged on the reins, turned the horse around, and prepared to take Wan Yin Hongye back to the city. Yang Yao quickly called out to him, "Wait, do you have something else to do?" Chen Ping'an turned back, puzzled. Yang Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered, seemingly finding it difficult to articulate her thoughts. After a moment of determination, she took a deep breath and asked Chen Ping'an, "Could you take me to your home?" "Oh." Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up with surprise as he looked at Yang Yao. "Have you finally come to your senses? Set aside those unclean thoughts, for it is my injury." Chen Ping'an quickly grasped Yang Yao's meaning. Last night, she had participated in an ambush and sustained numerous injuries from the enemy's attack. Undoubtedly, when tending to her wounds, she would need to remove her clothing. If she returned to the military camp, it would be easy for others to discover her secret of disguising herself as a man. No wonder she had been waiting here for him to return instead of joining the main force at the camp. She was afraid of exposing her secret. Well, who else could help her since we are good brothers who sleep together? Chen Ping'an readily agreed. He let Yang Yao leap onto the horse, sitting behind him, while Wan Yin Hongye sat in front, forming a character that symbolized intimacy. They galloped back to the city, arriving at the small courtyard arranged for him by Sanya. Since Chen Ping'an had left a few nights ago, Qin Yun had been in a state of unrest, her heart preoccupied with thoughts of his return. Upon hearing the sound of hooves outside the courtyard, she rushed out joyfully. "Husband, you're back." Yang Yao's eyes narrowed slightly as she saw Qin Yun emerge from the door, revealing a hint of wariness. This woman was strikingly beautiful. No wonder she had captivated Chen Ping'an, causing him to stay away from the military camp night after night. At that moment, Qin Yun also noticed the two strangers Chen Ping'an had brought back. "Husband, who are these two?" "This is Hongye. She will be your sister from now on. This brother Milan is my comrade and will be staying with us for a few days to recover. Please fetch the wound medicine I brought back last time." As Chen Ping'an introduced them, he led the three women into the courtyard. Sanya had prepared this small courtyard for Chen Ping'an, which had two rooms. The main room was where he and Qin Yun would reside, while he directly brought Yang Yao to the side room. Previously, Chen Ping'an had established authority in the camp by punishing Gua Hu and others with 20 military whips, sending Chen Gosheng to buy wound medicine for their recovery. He had brought back some unused medicine for future needs. Qin Yun quickly retrieved the wound medicine, along with some clean white cloths. Chen Ping'an accepted the medicine and cloth, ushered Qin Yun out, and turned to Yang Yao, who was sitting on the bed. "All right, now it's just the two of us in this room. You may remove your clothing. You too." Yang Yuyao glared at Chen Ping'an with a face full of vigilance. Brother, you have wounds on your back as well. If I leave, how will you apply the medicine by yourself? If not treated properly, the wounds could fester, and that would not be a trivial matter. Yang Yuyao pondered for a moment, realizing that Chen Ping'an had a point, yet she remained wary of him. Then, let your woman help me with the medicine. She won do. She lacks courage and is terrified of blood. She faints at the sight of wounds and cannot handle such things. As for that woman from Beiliang, I do not trust her. Besides, the more people who know about your secret of disguising yourself as a man, the less secure it becomes. Therefore, it is best that I personally tend to your wounds. Listening to Chen Ping'an's earnest analysis, Yang Yuyao hesitated. His reasoning was indeed sound, leaving her without a rebuttal. After a moment of indecision, she finally gritted her teeth and resolved, then you must keep your eyes to yourself while I change the dressings. Do you think I want to look? Don't you want to look? Yang Yuyao regarded Chen Ping'an with skepticism. Do not insult my noble character with your doubtful gaze. Old Chen is also well-read. I understand the principle that a gentleman is open and honest and does not view what is improper. Yang Yuyao was half convinced, but had no other choice. She proceeded to remove her armor in front of Chen Ping'an, followed by shedding her upper garments, revealing her smooth, lustrous skin, akin to a delicate sculpture of white jade. Unfortunately, a thick layer of binding cloth concealed her most alluring features. This was the first time Yang Yuyao had exposed her body in front of a man, and she felt quite nervous. Despite her efforts to remain calm, a blush crept onto her cheeks. With trembling hands, she reached to untie the binding cloth. Chen Ping'an held his breath, his eyes wide, focused intently, eagerly awaiting the reveal of the treasure he had been curious about for days. In the next moment, Yang Yuyao loosened the ties. The white binding cloth fell away, and Chen Ping'an gasped, "Milan, brother, I never expected your figure to be so impressive. It's a pity to bind it every day." Chen Ping'an's eyes widened in genuine admiration. "You." Yang Yuyao hurriedly crossed her arms over her chest. However, her slender arms could not conceal the magnificent sight before her. Blushing furiously, she glared at Chen Ping'an. "Chen Ping'an, what happened to your promise not to look? I am not a gentleman. What does non-viewing of improper sights have to do with me?" Chen Ping'an boldly retorted, his gaze unwavering. It was at this moment that Chen Ping'an finally discerned what Yang Yuyao had been concealing, an ancient jade, round and translucent, of a vibrant green hue, emitting a faint, radiant glow. Yang Yuyao felt a mix of embarrassment and anger as Chen Ping'an stared unabashedly at her. Yet she also experienced a strange sense of delight and a hint of pride. "All right, enough of this. I will apply the medicine now." Chen Ping'an took a clean white cloth, wet it with water, and began to carefully cleanse the wounds on Yang Yuyao's body. Then, he attentively applied the ointment. As Chen Ping'an's large hand gently spread the medicine over her wounds, the cool sensation brought relief to Yang Yuyao. Memories of the previous night involuntarily arose in her mind. The figure stood tall and majestic, resolutely blocking the path before him, cutting through the enemy ranks with an indomitable spirit, protecting the vulnerable figure behind him. If only this rogue were not so infatuated with lust. A sudden notification chimed. Yang Yuyao's affection for you has increased by 1. Current affection level, 73. What an inexplicable rise in her affection. Soon, Chen Ping'an diligently applied ointment to Yang Yuyao's wounds, bandaging several injuries with care. Yang Yuyao promptly seized the bandage cloth, intending to rewrap her chest. However, upon moving, she inadvertently tugged at the wound on her back, letting out a soft hiss of pain. "Let me handle this," Chen Ping'an insisted, taking the cloth from her hands and expertly wrapping it around her. Once he had secured the bandage, he cautioned her. "I understand that you disguise yourself as a man for your own reasons, but you cannot remain tense all the time. Occasionally, you need to let it breathe. Otherwise, you may suffer more than just discomfort. And what if your future children go hungry?" "I understand," Yang Yuyao replied, raising an eyebrow, and unexpectedly asked, "How does your woman's figure compare to mine?" The moment the words escaped her lips, she realized the impropriety of her question, feeling her cheeks flush with heat. Her inner self screaming, "Yang Yuyao, what on earth are you doing? How could you ask such a thing?" Chen Ping'an was taken aback by her inquiry as well. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "I have many women. Which one are you referring to?" "Go to hell." He laughed. "Just kidding. None of them compare to you. My brother Mulan has the finest figure." Flattery. Another notification rang out. Yang Yuyao's affection for you has increased by 2. Current affection level, 75. Yang Yuyao's original attire had been soaked in blood, so Chen Ping'an retrieved a clean set of clothes for her. At that moment, Chen Yan had prepared a table of food and called the two to dine. After several days of hiding in the desolate mountains, they had subsisted solely on rations. The previous night had been filled with chaotic battles, leaving their stomachs yearning for nourishment. In no time, they devoured the entire spread of food like a whirlwind. "You lost a lot of blood last night and are still very weak. You should rest at my home for a few days. There's no rush to return to the barracks," Chen Ping'an advised after their meal. Yang Yuyao nodded. Having not slept all night, she was exceedingly fatigued. As she laid down on the bed in the side room, preparing to drift off, she suddenly snapped her eyes open, gritting her teeth in frustration. "Chen Ping'an, must you start causing trouble in broad daylight? Are you trying to deprive me of sleep?" Chapter 41. The little princess falls for Chen Ping'an. As noon approached, Chen Ping'an dressed and stepped outside. His gaze fell upon Yang Yuyao, who stood at the side room's entrance, glaring at him with a face full of melancholic reproach. "Oh, Brother Milan, you haven't slept? I can hardly sleep, can I?" Yang Yuyao retorted, hands on her hips, grinding her teeth in annoyance. Just then, Chen Yan emerged from the room, overhearing their conversation, her cheeks flushing crimson. "I'll go prepare lunch," she exclaimed, hurriedly ducking her head as she slipped into the kitchen. Wang Yanhongya also stepped out, standing beside Chen Ping'an, her beautiful eyes occasionally darting towards him, lost in thought. "What are you standing around for? Go help your sister Yan. You need to learn to do household chores. No one is here to serve you," Chen Ping'an said with mild irritation, flicking her forehead playfully. "That hurts," she squeaked, covering her forehead with her small hands and scampering into the kitchen to assist Chen Yan. It is worth noting that Wang Yanhongya held a prestigious position within the Jurchen tribe, being the most cherished daughter of Wang Yanhan, regarded as a precious jewel. Throughout her life on the grasslands, she had always been the one to give orders. Never once had she been commanded by another. Yet now, after being playfully admonished by Chen Ping'an, she accepted his command without a hint of resistance, rather relishing the novelty of being directed by him. While Yaluchi was also amiable, his overly gentle nature left her unchallenged. A mere glare from her would leave him flustered, scrambling to appease her. Now, this is a true man. Following the great battle, Shuazhou City enjoyed a rare period of tranquility. The military celebrated their achievements. Chen Ping'an, having participated in a cavalry raid and slain several notable enemies, including a member of the Northern Mong royal family, was promoted 3 ranks and elevated to the position of captain. Remarkably, he accomplished this in a mere 10 days, traversing a path that would typically take others a decade. His rapid ascent could only be described as astonishing, if not terrifying. However, his promotion was devoid of any favoritism. It was purely the result of his commendable military accomplishments. Following the annihilation of tens of thousands of enemy troops, the Northern Mong forces were unable to mount a counteroffensive for the time being. The Dacian army within Shuazhou City also took no further action, entering a period of rest. By day, Chen Ping'an trained the soldiers, and by night, he returned to his humble abode for rest. Life was undeniably comfortable. Through their daily interactions, Wang Yanhongya gradually accepted her role as Chen Ping'an's wife, her affection for him steadily increasing. In less than half a month, her affection level surpassed 80 points, granting Chen Ping'an 2 opportunities for a lottery draw. In these 2 draws, he received a physical enhancement and a skill in archery. Besides training the soldiers, Chen Ping'an dedicated time each day to practice the recently acquired dragon elephant suppression technique. With his exceptional martial talent, his progress was rapid. In less than half a month, he had reached the 2nd level of the technique, resulting in a slight increase in physical strength. Moreover, he cultivated a unique inner power known as Dragon Elephant Suppression Force, capable of significantly augmenting his strength for a short duration. This further enhanced Chen Ping'an's capabilities. Nevertheless, despite the comfort of his current life, the prolonged absence from home began to weigh on Chen Ping'an's heart. He found himself pondering the well-being of Su Wan and the Lin sisters, wondering if they were faring well in his absence and if they had faced any mistreatment. Although he could send letters to assure them of his safety, mere paper could not convey the depth of his longing. He yearned for an opportunity to return home. That opportunity soon presented itself. The High Command of Dacian began to strategize an extended campaign against Northern Mong. Before the troops would move, provisions needed to be gathered. The responsibility for requisitioning supplies fell to local officials, but the military was tasked with dispatching troops for transport and protection. Upon receiving this news, Chen Ping'an promptly brought gifts to pay a visit to Suanya. "Haha, you must be missing home," he teased. Upon encountering Chen Ping'an, Sunya immediately discerned his intentions and chuckled heartily. "At present, there are no military engagements, so allowing you a brief return home is not out of the question. However, you must not return empty-handed. I require you to accomplish a task." "What is your command, my lord? Please do instruct me." Chen Ping'an responded with delight. Sunya led Chen Ping'an to a map, pointing to a mountain peak within Changsha County, stating, "Here, on Hodishan, a band of bandits has taken refuge, numbering around 100. They possess 20 horses. During your return, eliminate them and bring back those 20 horses for me." Chapter 42, Returning in Glory, the Liu family's tragedy. Chen Ping'an gazed at the location marked on the map, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. While in Changsha County, he had indeed heard of the bandits on Hodishan. It was the very group that had previously robbed the Lin sisters, Lin Yue and Lin Yuechan, leading them to be betrayed by their guards and flee in a panic, ultimately encountering Chen Ping'an at a crossroads. He speculated that the same bandits had been responsible for the assault on the Lin family. Thus, in a sense, he held a grudge against the bandits of Hodishan. Without hesitation, he vowed, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall lay waste to Hodishan and return with all 20 horses. Do not be careless. You are tasked with escorting military provisions and may only bring 20 subordinates. You must devise a strategy that minimizes casualties while ensuring the complete annihilation of the bandits. This task is no small feat, although provisions require escorting. The escorting personnel cannot be excessive, for they too consume supplies. If too many accompany, there will be little left by the time they reach the military. Hence, the challenge lies in attacking a bandit stronghold of over 100 with only 20 men while fulfilling the escort duty." However, Chen Ping'an was brimming with confidence, thumping his chest in assurance to Sunya. "Do not worry, my lord. The brothers of the Black Cavalry camp are all elite soldiers trained under your guidance, each capable of taking on 10 foes. A mere bandit stronghold is insignificant. Haha, good lad, you possess great spirit. I shall await your good news." "My lord, are you going on a mission? Take me along." That night, Wan Yin Hongya implored, clinging to Chen Ping'an's arm. Although Qin Yun remained silent, her eyes reflected anticipation. Nonetheless, after careful consideration, Chen Ping'an opted not to acquiesce to the two women. After all, there were also 20 subordinates accompanying him on this mission. How would his brothers feel if he were to embrace 2 women while they were left to watch? Moreover, how would he explain their presence to Su Wan and the others? While Su Wan and her companions were not jealous individuals, what if they insisted on coming along to Shuazhou upon their return? Shuazhou was a frontline city, fraught with peril. Having 2 women accompany him was sufficient. He could not relocate his entire family. Chen Ping'an understood the wisdom of not placing all eggs in one basket. All he could do was offer comfort to the 2 women before his departure. The following morning, Chen Ping'an and his subordinates set off for Changsha County. When he had come, he was but a novice. Upon his return, he had risen to the rank of a 100-man captain. In a sense, one could say he was returning in glory. Along the way, the few from Chun family village were exceedingly excited, eager to return and show the villagers their impressive figures clad in armor, riding splendid steeds. As the saying goes, wealth and honor unreturned to one's hometown is like wearing fine garments at night. Having finally become a cavalryman, it would be a shame not to flaunt such impressive armor and steeds in the village. Chen Ping'an shared their eagerness, spurring his horse onward. The journey that had taken half a month to arrive was completed in mere days on the return. On the evening of the 4th day, the low walls of Changsha County came into view. "We have returned to Changsha County," Chun Goshing exclaimed excitedly, and the group of young men from Chun family village shared in his enthusiasm. Chen Ping'an led them forward. At the city gate, 2 soldiers on watch, upon seeing over 20 armored riders approaching, treading through clouds of dust, immediately straightened in apprehension. After confirming the identities of Chen Ping'an and his company, one soldier escorted them into the city while the other hurried inside to report to the county magistrate. By the time they arrived at the county office, the magistrate had already come out to greet them. Observing the gallant Chen Ping'an upon his steed, a broad smile spread across his face as he warmly inquired, "May I ask how I should address this esteemed general?" "This is our 100-man captain, Chen Ping'an," Before Chen Ping'an could introduce himself, Chen Goxing spoke up, pride evident in his tone. So it is Captain Chen. The magistrate thought to himself, startled, and his demeanor became even more cordial. Although a 100-man captain commanded merely 100 soldiers, ranking lower than the county magistrate, he was not blind. He could see that Chen Ping'an and his men were clad in top-quality armor, riding formidable steeds. The distinction between a cavalry captain and an ordinary infantry captain was clear. The standing of Captain Chen in the military was likely higher than that of a typical military officer. Thus, he could not afford to be negligent. The military provisions for Changsha County will take a few more days to gather. Captain Chen and his brothers may stay in the city for a few days. This county will provide a modest feast to welcome Captain Chen and his brothers. Please follow me. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Magistrate, Chen Ping'an replied with a hearty laugh, commanding his men to dismount and follow the magistrate. As they walked, the magistrate engaged Chen Ping'an in amiable conversation. Noticing Chen Ping'an's striking profile, he felt a vague familiarity and could not help but ask, Captain, have you visited Changsha County before? You appear remarkably familiar. Indeed, esteemed magistrate. It seems you have forgotten that we met at Old Man Lu's banquet 2 months ago. The magistrate was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. You were the young man who saved Lady Lu's niece that day. Your memory serves you well, Chen Ping'an acknowledged, and the magistrate was instantly filled with astonishment, his heart racing. It was known that just 2 months prior, Chen Ping'an was merely a new recruit undergoing training, yet in such a brief span, he had ascended to the rank of a cavalry captain. What an extraordinary pace of advancement. This could only be attributed to either exceptional personal strength or connections within the military, or perhaps both. With this realization, the magistrate's demeanor towards Chen Ping'an grew increasingly warm and even respectful, his tone laced with flattery. To rise to the position of captain at such a young age is truly remarkable. You are a hero in your youth, and your future is boundless. Chen Ping'an conversed jovially with the magistrate. As they passed the Lu residence, he suddenly noticed a white lantern hanging at the entrance, indicating a funeral was underway. The brow of Chen Ping'an raised slightly as he inquired, Has someone from the Lu residence passed away? Upon hearing his question, the county magistrate sighed heavily and, with gritted teeth, cursed, It is none other than that detestable group of bandits from Hodishan. They stormed into the city the night before last and pillaged the Lu residence, leaving all 13 members of the household slaughtered. My poor niece, Lu Ji, has been taken up into the mountains. Had it not been for my long-standing friendship, I would have had no one to assist in preparing her for burial. Otherwise, the entire Lu family would have no one to reclaim their bodies. Chapter 43. Marrying Lu Ji as the bandit queen? How dare those ruffians invade the city to kill and plunder? Upon hearing the magistrate's words, Chen Ping'an's brow furrowed deeply, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Alas, the magistrate lamented further, his face etched with helplessness. In these chaotic times, with soldiers at the front lines, the entire Longsha County has barely 50 officials and troops combined, just enough to maintain a semblance of order. The bandits of Hodishan are powerful, over 100 ruthless outlaws who kill without hesitation. What capability do we have to thwart their incursions into the city? Those bastards, Guahu, standing behind Chen Ping'an, erupted in a furious tirade. After being subdued by Chen Ping'an during an earlier provocation, he had since submitted and become one of Chen Ping'an's most trusted subordinates. This time, he was brought along for the mission to escort supplies. Hearing Guahu's outburst ignited the anger of the other soldiers, and a wave of rage surged among them. A similar murderous resolve flickered in Chen Ping'an's eyes. The bandits of Hodishan were indeed his intended targets. Initially, he had planned to allow his brothers to rest in the county for a few days while he enjoyed some time at home. However, it seemed these ruffians were courting death. Allowing them to live another day would be a disservice to those innocents they had slain. Brothers, with bandits plundering and slaughtering innocents right under our noses, what shall we do? Chen Ping'an called out. Isn't it obvious? We shall eradicate them without mercy, leaving not a single one alive. We will flatten their stronghold and eliminate them. Excellent. Such spirited resolve. Chen Ping'an nodded in satisfaction and turned to the magistrate, saying, It appears we shall not be able to enjoy the welcome feast today. My brothers and I will be heading to Hodishan tonight to serve those scoundrels a cup of death. What? The magistrate was taken aback. Glancing at the 20 men behind Chen Ping'an, he hastily cautioned, Chen Baihu, Your intent to rid the county of evil is commendable. However, the bandit stronghold is well fortified, with at least 100 armed men, making it difficult to assault. Magistrate, you need not worry. We are acting in accordance with military orders to exterminate that bandit group. Today's encounter is fortuitous. It is better to strike while the iron is hot and eliminate their stronghold now, saving us future troubles. The magistrate attempted to reason further, but Chen Ping'an interrupted. No need for further discussion, magistrate. Once a decision is made, it shall not be altered. When we charged the enemy camp outside Shuazhou with merely 300 cavalry, we did not falter. How could Chen be more perilous than the northern marauders' encampment? The magistrate gasped, taken aback by Chen Ping'an's audacity. A mere 100 cavalry charging into enemy territory and returning alive was indeed remarkable. No wonder his military rank had risen so swiftly. Truly, a formidable individual. Discretion, discretion, Chen Ping'an said with a slight smile, reprimanding Chen Ping'an before addressing the magistrate. I am resolute. We shall strike against the bandits tonight. I kindly request you send a brother to guide us. Then I shall prepare a feast in the city to welcome your triumphant return. The magistrate conceded, seeing Chen Ping'an's mind was made up. He promptly dispatched a seasoned soldier to lead the way. Chen lay approximately 50 li from Longshan County. As the group set off on horseback, they arrived at the foot of Chen as night fell. The terrain was treacherous, and with the bandit stronghold situated atop the mountain, the horses would be of little use. Chen Ping'an instructed everyone to dismount and left 2 individuals, along with the guide, to guard the horses while leading the rest upward. Not far into their ascent, keen hearing caught the sound of conversation carried by the wind. Damn it, why hasn't the shift arrived yet? The chief is marrying his bandit queen, and everyone in the stronghold is drinking in the Weihu Hall while we're left on watch, starving in the wind. Who would dare target us on Chen? What good is this post? Indeed, but the Lu lady we captured is truly exquisite. Her beauty is a rare fortune for the chief. I wonder if the wedding night has begun yet? We could eavesdrop outside the room, listening to the 2 bandits. Chen Ping'an's gaze sharpened. The bandit leader intended to wed Lu Ji as his queen, and the entire stronghold was celebrating with feasting, a perfect opportunity to strike. Chen Ping'an halted, extending a hand behind him. Hand me the bow and 2 arrows. Chen Ping'an, who had been closely following him, immediately removed his bow and passed it along with 2 arrows. Receiving the bow, Chen Ping'an signaled for everyone to remain still and hidden. He stealthily advanced, shrouded by the night and the cover of the forest. After a distance of several dozen zhang, he finally located the hiding place of the 2 bandit sentries. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his bow and swiftly loosed 2 arrows. The arrows tore through the air, striking precisely at the throats of the 2 bandits. The sentries fell without a sound, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chen Ping'an waved his hand to beckon his comrades forward. Upon seeing the 2 bodies, each with a single arrow lodged in their throats, the men were taken aback. They marveled at Chen Ping'an's archery skills, capable of such precision in the dark, and were equally astonished by his heightened awareness. It was notable that they had been completely oblivious to the presence of the 2 bandits just moments prior. Had they charged up the mountain recklessly, the sentries would have surely raised the alarm, causing unnecessary complications. Truly, the prowess of their leader was unfathomable. Even Yang Yuyao, who had trained in martial arts since childhood, was filled with awe. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Chen Ping'an. How did you know those 2 bandits were hiding here? Just a knowing, Chen Ping'an replied, irritation flickering at her inquisitiveness. Flushed with exasperation, Yang Yuyao ground her silver teeth. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an continued to lead the group upward, with a formidable perception brought forth by his keen hearing. He adeptly eliminated several hidden sentinels along the way and captured a bandit alive. From him, he extracted detailed information about the stronghold's terrain and the location of the stable. Delay. Take your men to the stable and ensure that not a single horse escapes. The rest of you, accompany me to Weihu Hall. We shall engage in a decisive battle. Chen Ping'an commanded Delay, instructing him to lead his group in a surprise attack on the stable to seize the horses requested by Sanya. Meanwhile, he would lead the remaining personnel straight towards Weihu Hall. This band of brigands had long occupied Hutu Mountain, posing little substantial threat within a 100-mile radius, and their vigilance was inherently low. Furthermore, as the chieftain was celebrating his wedding that night, most had gone to indulge in merriment. The The stronghold was scarcely patrolled. With his exceptional archery skills, Chen Ping'an effortlessly dispatched the guards he encountered along the way, stealthily guiding his comrades deep into the stronghold. In the distance, he spotted a robust hall ablaze with light, filled with the raucous sounds of laughter and revelry. Guohu, block all exits of this hall. Mulan, come with me to eliminate the enemies. Chen Ping'an issued his orders with calm precision. Guohu nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly dispersed his men to seal all windows and rear exits, preventing any bandits from escaping. Chen Ping'an exchanged a glance with Yang Yuyao and led a few subordinates boldly into Weihu Hall. Inside, the bandits remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, continuing their boisterous drinking games, exchanging cups, and reveling in the company of several abducted noble women who had become their playthings. Many bandits, while drinking, brazenly reached into the women's garments. At the head of the hall sat a burly, fierce-looking man with a scarred face, clad in festive red attire. Rising from his tiger-skin throne, he raised his wine bowl and boisterously called out, "Come, my sons, let us drink once more." After downing the contents of his bowl, he slammed it on the table and declared to his men, "All right, I'm off to consummate my marriage. You lot keep drinking. Tonight, none shall leave sober. If you don't drink until you drop, I shall be displeased." The bandits erupted in raucous cheers. A drunken giant rose, raising his bowl, "Chief, since you're with your wife tonight, how about sharing that little maid with the brothers for a bit of fun? That girl is quite a sight, making us all itch with desire." "Nonsense. Tonight, I shall have my fill." The chief laughed heartily. "Wait until I have my way with her, and then I shall reward you all tomorrow. Ha ha ha." The bandits laughed uproariously, their raucous laughter nearly shaking the very roof. One astute bandit hurried to the door, eager to open it for the chief, hoping to curry favor for a better position the next day. However, as he reached the entrance and extended his hands to pull the door open, a thunderous crash reverberated as the door shattered. A large foot clad in black boots burst through the remnants, delivering a brutal kick to his chest. The bandit gasped as his ribs shattered, his chest caving in, and his body flew backward, crashing onto a dining table, shattering dishes and spilling blood. He coughed up crimson froth, dying on the spot. This unexpected scene silenced the previously boisterous hall in an instant. The bandits, now terrified, turned to the entrance, demanding to know who dared intrude upon Hutu Mountain. "Killing you." With weapons meant for cavalry, the long-handled spears were ill-suited for close-quarters combat in the confined hall. Thus, Chen Ping'an had equipped his men with the standard long knives wielded by the Heiqi troops. Armed with these blades, he charged into the hall, exuding an aura of menace. With a swift stroke, he severed the head of a bandit and bellowed, "Kill. Leave none alive." There is nothing to discuss with these ruthless brigands. Extermination was the only solution. At Chen Ping'an's command, Yang Yuyao and several others surged forth from behind him, brandishing their steel knives as they engaged the bandits within the hall. Although the bandits outnumbered them, they lacked any significant training and were no match for even the average soldier, let alone the elite Heiqi. They were accustomed to preying on unarmed civilians and had never faced a formidable opponent, especially not when intoxicated. Many were so drunk they could hardly stand, their weapons absent, rendering them utterly defenseless. As Chen Ping'an and his comrades, clad in armor and wielding their blades, stormed into the hall, it was as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep. With swift and brutal efficiency, they dispatched several bandits, blood splattering with each lethal strike. Some bandits retaliated, clumsily swinging their weapons at Chen Ping'an and his men, but their untrained techniques were easily avoided by the seasoned Heiqi. Even when they occasionally landed a blow, it failed to penetrate the defenses of the gleaming armor. In this age of cold steel, armor reigned supreme. Armored soldiers utterly overwhelmed unarmored foes. As Chen Ping'an and his comrades continued to strike down bandits, many were paralyzed by fear, their faces paling and bodies trembling as they shrieked and attempted to flee. They tried to escape through windows, but found themselves met with descending blades, severing their heads before they could even regain their footing. Soon, 10 Heiqi soldiers, lying in wait outside, leaped through the windows and rear doors, joining the fray in the hall. The scene erupted into a chaotic melee, filled with the glint of blades and the cries of the wounded. Yet, within a mere span of time, silence fell over the hall. The bandit chief, possessing only a modicum of skill, was swiftly dispatched by Yang Yuyao before Chen Ping'an even had to intervene. In the aftermath, the hall lay in disarray, stained with blood and scattered limbs, leaving only a handful of terrified young women trembling beneath the tables, their faces pale with fear. "My lord, how shall we deal with these women?" Guahu, wielding a bloodied long knife, approached Chen Ping'an to inquire. "These women were taken by bandits to the mountains. Let us ask where their homes are and escort them down tomorrow. Each shall receive 5 taels of silver to return home." After issuing instructions for the women, Chen Ping'an turned to Yang Yuyao and said, "Brother Mulan, please take a few more rounds in the stronghold and see if there are any stragglers. Gather the valuables and provisions from the stronghold for tomorrow's descent. Also, call the 2 brothers guarding the horses down the mountain to rest." Once everything was arranged, Chen Ping'an turned and walked towards the hall's exit. "Where are you going?" Yang Yuyao asked, her eyes filled with suspicion. "The young lady from the Liu family is an old acquaintance of mine. I wish to see if she is well." "You know the young lady from the Liu family? Is she an old acquaintance or a former love?" Chen Ping'an chuckled heartily, saying nothing more, and waved his hand as he strode into the night. Utilizing his keen hearing, he swiftly located the room where Lu Ji was situated. From a distance, he noticed a room ablaze with candlelight. The window adorned with red double happiness characters revealed 2 graceful, enchanting silhouettes. As Chen Ping'an pushed open the door and entered, he was greeted by the sight of flickering red candles in a brightly lit room, festooned with decorations celebrating joy. On the bed sat 2 figures, both donned in festive red wedding gowns, their heads covered with vibrant red veils, yet bound tightly by thick red ropes to prevent any attempts at escape. They resembled exquisite dolls, waiting silently for their veils to be lifted and their tragic fates to unfold. A glance at their rising and falling chests allowed Chen Ping'an to immediately recognize them. The 2 bound young women were none other than the radiant Lu Ji, the eldest daughter of the Liu family, and her devoted maid. Upon hearing the door open, the 2 women huddled together in fear, their delicate bodies trembling, muffled cries escaping from beneath their veils. Chen Ping'an approached and first lifted the veil from the maid's face. Upon unveiling, a youthful, charming visage emerged, albeit with a piece of red cloth stuffed in her mouth, presumably to prevent her from biting her tongue in despair. Her eyes were red-rimmed. Tear-streaked cheeks bore witness to her distress, and the moment the veil was lifted, terror filled her gaze. However, when she recognized the figure before her, she froze in astonishment, her almond-shaped eyes widening with disbelief. The young girl began to whimper with excitement. Chen Ping'an placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet as he removed the red cloth from her mouth. He then gently lifted the veil from Lu Ji's head. Lu Ji visibly tensed, her dainty form trembling slightly, her fingers clasped tightly together, turning pale at the knuckles. As the veil was slowly raised, an ethereal beauty appeared before Chen Ping'an. Her eyes tightly closed in fear, streaks of tears evident at the corners of her eyes, long lashes fluttering. Her pale, frightened face, accentuated by her vivid red wedding gown, evoked a profound sense of pity. Even for someone accustomed to beauty like Chen Ping'an, he found himself momentarily captivated. "My lady, please open your eyes and see who has come," urged the maid beside her. Uncertain, Lu Ji slowly opened her beautiful eyes and beheld a tall, imposing figure clad in armor standing before her. The visage belonged to none other than the handsome face she had long yearned for. "Chen Gongzi, is it truly you?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. "I have just returned from leading my troops on a mission. Upon hearing of the Liu residents' plight, I hurried to eliminate the bandits. The marauders in this stronghold have been vanquished by my men. You are now safe," Chen Ping'an explained, drawing his sword to sever the ropes binding the 2 women. Upon hearing his words, tears streamed down Lu Ji's face as she knelt before him, her eyes red and choked with emotion. "Thank you, my lord, for avenging my family. I am forever grateful." She attempted to bow in thanks, and the maid, Xiao Yin, quickly followed suit. "There is no need for such formalities, dear ladies. It is my duty to eliminate bandits. You need not bow in gratitude," Chen Ping'an replied, helping both women to their feet. Observing their tear-streaked faces, he sighed and spoke. "You may rest here for the night, and we shall descend the mountain together at dawn. What are your plans for the future?" At this inquiry about their future, the 2 women were a loss. One was an unwed daughter of a wealthy family, and the other, her loyal maid. They had previously lived carefree lives, with all matters managed by their father and brothers, leaving them with little to worry about. However, with their families tragically slain by bandits, They were left as the only two weak women in the world, feeling utterly lost and alone, uncertain of the path ahead. After a moment of confusion, Lu Ji looked at Chen Ping'an, determination flashing in her eyes as she spoke. "My lord, you have saved me twice before, and today marks the third time, avenging my family in the process. I am forever indebted to you. If you'll have us, I, Lu Ji, am willing to dedicate my life to serving you along with Xiao Yan. All I ask is for your kindness and to take us in." Chen Ping'an, not one for unnecessary sentimentality or pretense, did not hesitate. He opened his arms and embraced Lu Ji, solemnly promising, "I cannot guarantee many things, but I assure you that I will treat you with sincerity and protect you to the best of my ability. As long as I, Chen Ping'an, draw breath, I will always stand before you in times of danger." Lu Ji nestled into Chen Ping'an's embrace, her eyes red and filled with gratitude. In this chaotic world, a woman like her found solace in such a strong protector, a satisfaction beyond measure. In that tender moment, as the red candles flickered and the beauty rested in his arms, Chen Ping'an felt that such a night should not be squandered. Suddenly, Lu Ji's cheeks flushed, and she halted him. "What is it?" Chen Ping'an raised his eyebrows slightly and inquired softly. "Do not misunderstand, my lord. It is not that Lu Ji is unwilling to serve you." Lu Ji's cheeks flushed crimson, her pearly teeth biting down on her rosy lips as she hesitated before speaking. "It is merely that my family has recently fallen victim to banditry, and we are still in mourning. According to propriety, I must observe filial piety for my father and brothers. If you truly care for me, I hope you can endure for a few more days. Once I have fulfilled my familial duties, I shall then offer you the full rights of a wife." "Very well. I was inconsiderate and too abrupt." Chen Ping'an nodded in understanding. Although he felt a twinge of regret, he could empathize with Lu Ji's desire to honor her family's memory. Should he insist on his desires in such circumstances, it would render him no different from a bandit. Seeing the disappointment on Chen Ping'an's face, Lu Ji felt a pang of sympathy. With a glance, she pulled over the petite Xiao Yan who stood nearby and pushed her towards Chen Ping'an. "If my lord truly wishes for companionship, tonight I can allow Xiao Yan to attend to you." Chapter 46. Did they end up on the bed? Chen Ping'an turned his gaze to the girl now before him. Upon closer inspection, while Xiao Yan's beauty did not rival that of Lu Ji, she possessed bright, expressive eyes and a charming demeanor. Her smooth, oval face bore traces of youth, reminiscent of a delicate lotus bud ready to bloom. "Are you willing?" Feeling the weight of Chen Ping'an's gaze, Xiao Yan's face turned a deep shade of red, akin to a ripe apple. She lowered her head, her beautiful eyes downcast, and softly replied, "I have been Miss Lu's personal maid since childhood. If Miss Lu were to marry you, I would naturally accompany her as part of the dowry. If my lord desires, I am more than willing to serve you." Beep. A suitable candidate for binding has been detected nearby. "Do you wish to bind Xiao Yan as a potential family member?" Binding. Beep. Congratulations, host. Binding of target Xiao Yan successful. Current affection level towards host, 72. Congratulations, host. You have received one lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw immediately? Where's Chen Ping'an? Why hasn't he returned yet? Yang Yuyao, following Chen Ping'an's orders, had led several subordinates on a patrol around the bandit lair. They had eliminated a few straggling bandits and thoroughly accounted for the food supplies in the granary. They had also searched each room meticulously, uncovering a trove of silver and valuables. After a long day, Chen Ping'an still had not returned, leaving her suspicious as she approached. Before she could reach the building, from a distance, she caught sight of two figures entwined in candlelight. That scoundrel. He claims to be an old acquaintance of Miss Lu and goes to visit, only to end up in bed with her. Yang Yuyao ground her teeth in fury, turning sharply to leave. Spotting a small tree by the roadside, she kicked it with all her might, snapping it in two. "Curse you, fickle-hearted scoundrel." The following morning, after rising, Chen Ping'an summoned his men to tally their gains. The assessment revealed that there were 23 horses on Huda Mountain, alongside a substantial stockpile of grain and some livestock. In terms of wealth, they had uncovered over 1,000 taels of silver, not to mention various gold bars and jewels, amounting to a total value of over 3,000 taels. Initially, Sun Ya had instructed Chen Ping'an to retrieve the horses from the bandit lair, without mentioning the other assets, implicitly allowing them to be considered as rewards for Chen Ping'an and his men. Chen Ping'an promptly decided to distribute 50 taels of silver to each individual. It is worth noting that even though the black cavalry were elite troops with generally high ranks and superior treatment compared to regular soldiers, the monthly salary for a typical soldier was less than 5 taels. Thus, receiving 50 taels equated to 10 months' wages, causing everyone to beam with joy and excitement. No wonder they say that killing and arson lead to riches. This small bandit lair is overflowing with wealth. If we raid a few more, we will strike it rich. Does anyone know if there are brothels in Changsha County? Let us all go out and have some fun tonight. Laughter and joviality filled the air as Chen Ping'an directed his men to gather several carts, loading the grain from the granary onto them, or onto the backs of horses. They also took with them the women they had rescued the previous night, driving the carts down the mountain towards Changsha County, which lay several dozen miles away. During the journey, Chen Ping'an accessed the system panel. Tribe leader, Chen Ping'an. Physical strength, 356. Wives, Suwan, Lin Yuechan, Lin Yuei, Qin Yun, Wan Yen Hongya, Xiao Yan. Bound females, Yang Yao, Lu Ji. Offspring, none. Talent, martial arts prodigy. Skills, treasure-seeking, keen eye, acute hearing, quick reflexes, swift movement, masterful horsemanship. Masterful archery, lottery opportunities available. 2. Since last night, Xiao Yan's affection for Chen Ping'an had surpassed 80 points, granting him 2 lottery chances. Chen Ping'an promptly confirmed the lottery draw. Beep. System reward successfully activated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill night vision, greatly enhancing your eyesight, allowing you to see at night as if it were day. Beep. System reward successfully activated. Congratulations, host. You have gained the talent photographic memory, enabling you to remember everything you see, regardless of the complexity of poems, articles, or symbols. With his existing keen eye skill, Chen Ping'an's vision was already far superior to that of ordinary individuals, capable of discerning details hundreds of meters away. Now, with the addition of night vision, his capabilities were further augmented. Should he participate in another night raid like the last, his ability to survive in combat would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Furthermore, the photographic memory talent would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Chen Ping'an was thoroughly pleased with the rewards from the 2 lottery draws, sensing that Xiao Yan was indeed a stroke of good fortune for him. After Chen Ping'an's forces had successfully captured the bandit lair, the veteran who had guided them returned to relay the news. Thus, the county magistrate was informed the previous night about Chen Ping'an's successful conquest of Hodam Mountain without any casualties. Early that morning, a large crowd awaited at the gates of Changsha County to welcome Chen Ping'an and his men back in triumph, hosting a banquet to celebrate their victory. Although Chen Ping'an was eager to return to Qinjia village and reunite with Su Wan and the others, he could not refuse the magistrate's warm hospitality. Given that his family still resided in Changsha County, he would inevitably require the magistrate's assistance in the future. Thus, he led his men to the feast, which continued until close to noon. After the banquet concluded, Chen Ping'an allowed his fellow brothers to remain in the city for a few days, granting them time to enjoy themselves. The brothers from Qinjia village had not returned home for a long time and now had silver in hand, wishing to purchase gifts for their families before heading back. Chen Ping'an granted them half an hour for their shopping. He then made his way to the Lu residence to pay his respects to the elderly Lu patriarch. At this moment, both Lu Ji and Xiao Yan had changed out of the bright red wedding garments they wore the previous night and donned solemn white mourning attire. Kneeling in the mourning hall, tears streaking her cheeks, Lu Ji burned paper money before her great-grandmother's coffin. As the saying goes, to appear charming, one must don filial garments. Clad in mourning attire, Lu Ji knelt before the spirit, her beautiful eyes reddened, her appearance wan and fragile, evoking a sense of pity that surpassed even her allure in the wedding dress from the previous night. This sight nearly sparked an irreverent thought in Chen Ping'an's mind. He bowed several times before the spirit, vowing to care for Lu Ji in the days to come, and then stayed by her side, gently comforting her and Xiao Yan for a while. After the villagers from Qinjia village completed their purchases and paid their respects, they returned together to the village. With hearts full of anticipation, Chen Ping'an and his companions rode swiftly, soon approaching Qinjia village. In the distance, they spotted a group of people gathered beneath the grand locust tree at the village entrance. They hastened their pace to reach them. As soon as they entered the village, the women seated under the locust tree surged forward with excitement, bombarding them with questions. Chen Sheng and his companions dismounted, standing tall with radiant expressions. their lips unable to suppress joyful smiles. Achieving success and returning home, they basked in the envy of the entire village, perhaps the most exhilarating moment for any man. Little auntie, this is no ordinary armor. It is called Mingguang armor, reserved only for the most elite soldiers and officers in the army. So, have you all become officials now? We're not exactly officials, but Ping'an is already a 100-man commander, overseeing 100 soldiers, worthy of respect even from the county magistrate. Overseeing 100 soldiers? Isn't that akin to being a general? Our Chenjia village has struck gold. Suwan, come out and see. Your Ping'an has become a general. Suwan had just finished lunch with the Lean sisters and was washing dishes indoors. Hearing the calls from outside, she stepped out, wooden ladle in hand. Brushing a strand of hair behind her ear with a smile, Wang auntie, you're joking again. Ping'an and the others just left 2 months ago. How could they return so soon? But her words were abruptly cut off as her eyes widened in shock. She beheld a tall figure, long yearned for, stepping through the courtyard gate, a sunny smile adorning his face. Sister-in-law, I'm back. With a resounding clatter, the wooden ladle fell from Su Wan's hand. Her beautiful eyes instantly glistened with tears as she rushed toward Chen Ping'an, embracing him tightly around the waist, as if fearing this might be a fleeting dream. Lin Yuechan and Lin Yue, hearing the commotion, also emerged from the house, their faces lighting up with joy as they dashed to envelop Chen Ping'an in their arms. Back in this humble farmhouse, cradled by 3 women, Chen Ping'an felt an unprecedented sense of peace and tranquility. Soon, the curious villagers gradually dispersed. Chen Ping'an closed the door and sat on the con with the 3 women, who were brimming with curiosity, endlessly inquiring about his experiences in the military and how he achieved the rank of 100-man commander in such a short span. Chen Ping'an skillfully sidestepped the more perilous details, recounting his experiences over the past 2 months in a simplified manner. He spoke of his first battle, where he earned 2 significant military honors for leading the charge and defeating enemy generals, and of his involvement in a daring raid with 300 iron cavalry under the cover of night, striking the enemy's camp. Lin Yuechan and Lin Yue listened intently, their eyes filled with admiration. Truly worthy of being my Lin Yuechan's man. I knew you would excel, she exclaimed, linking her arm with his in pride. However, Su Wan's delicate brows furrowed tightly as she gazed at Chen Ping'an with concern, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Why do you always engage in such perilous battles? You must have sustained numerous injuries, haven't you? Now that you've achieved so much, couldn't you apply for discharge and never return? Su Wan cared little for Chen Ping'an's military accolades or rank. Her only wish was for his safety. Feeling the warmth of her concern, Chen Ping'an's heart swelled, and he sought to shift the conversation to alleviate their worries. He opened his arms to embrace all 3 women, whispering softly in their ears. You can count my wounds later to see how many I have. But for now, let us check if there are any changes with you. Upon hearing his words, the 3 women understood his intentions, their cheeks flushing with shyness and their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yet, Chen Ping'an did not immediately tend to their health, for he had returned not only to share tender moments, but also to attend to pressing matters. After planting a kiss on each of their cheeks, he instructed them to prepare dinner at home, promising to return later. He then took some silver and provisions he had purchased in the county town and entered the village. Not all the young people who had left the village returned this time. 2 had perished during the siege at Shuazhou. For those who returned, their families were filled with joy, but the families of the fallen mourned deeply upon hearing the news. Chen Ping'an personally visited each of the 2 bereaved families, gifting them 50 taels of silver and some food and cloth, promising that as long as he served in the military, he would provide them with annual support to ensure they did not suffer want. A true leader must not only show compassion to the living, but also care for the families of the fallen, ensuring their loved ones are taken care of. Such loyalty inspires comrades to fight valiantly on the battlefield. After leaving those households, Chen Ping'an brought gifts to visit the village chief and others who had once shown him kindness. It was only by evening that he returned home. Su Wan and the Lean sisters had prepared a sumptuous feast from the fresh produce and meat Chen Ping'an brought back from the county, laying out a grand banquet to await his return. Gazing at the flickering candlelight and the fragrant array of dishes, surrounded by 3 gentle and beautiful wives, Chen Ping'an felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. This, indeed, was the essence of life. After the battles, returning to the fields and sharing such simple, blissful days with all his wives, Nothing could compare to it. After dinner, the three women rose to clear the table. Chen Ping'an smiled gently, stepping outside to secure the gate. The following morning, Su Wan and Lin Yue suddenly sprang from their beds and rushed to the courtyard, retching violently. What is happening? Chen Ping'an followed them out, momentarily stunned by the sight before him. Then his eyes brightened with joy. You're pregnant? The two women nodded shyly. Why didn't you tell me last night? You made me suffer all night. Their cheeks flushed crimson as they lowered their heads, speechless. Chen Ping'an quickly grasped their silent thoughts, lightly tapping their foreheads. Two little greedy cats. Lin Yuechan stood at the doorway, observing Chen Ping'an joyfully pressing his ear against Su Wan and Lin Yue's bellies, listening intently from one side to the other. She touched her own flat abdomen, her eyes filled with envy. Haven't you conceived? Chen Ping'an noticed Lin Yuechan's gaze and approached her with concern. Lin Yuechan lowered her lashes and nodded softly, feeling somewhat disheartened. Having shared a room with Chen Ping'an for only a few nights, she had not yet become pregnant. No need to be envious. Chen Ping'an laughed heartily, pulling Lin Yuechan into his embrace and gently biting her earlobe as he reassured her. I will make every effort in the coming days to ensure you conceive. You must bear me a pair of twins. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Lin Yuechan felt a mix of shyness and delight, nodding vigorously. She eagerly anticipated the arrival of nightfall, rubbing her small belly and filled with hope. Come on, my belly, you must do your best. Give your husband a pair of twins. Chen Ping'an envisioned the three women with their round bellies sitting together, sewing clothes for the little ones, and a smile crept upon his lips. He also recalled that his system was named the Chaotic Era Family System. To expand the family and reap substantial rewards was his goal. All his efforts were aimed at procreation and family building. Surely, the birth of these little ones would bring him abundant rewards. Chen Ping'an's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Of course, even without the system's rewards, he longed for the arrival of these children, as they represented the continuation of his bloodline and the fruit of his love with Su Wan and the others. Chen Ping'an eagerly awaited their arrival in this world and would strive to provide them with the best life possible. Ping'an, now that we have some wealth, why not find someone to tear down these two old houses, combine them, and build a larger one? Otherwise, where will the children live? Su Wan proposed to Chen Ping'an. While Chen Ping'an was away, Su Wan managed all household affairs. She took care of every detail, both large and small. A new house was necessary, but not solely for the children. As your bellies grow day by day, it won't do for you to be unattended. In a few days, our family will move to the county town, and we will hire a few maids to look after you. Buying a house in the county town will cost a lot, won't it? Su Wan began to calculate as soon as she heard Chen Ping'an's plan. Moreover, we are not delicate city ladies who require special maids. Aunt Wang and sister-in-law were able to work in the fields while pregnant. Although Chen Ping'an was now wealthy, he should not squander his money, but save it for essential purposes. Lin Yuechan and Lin Yue nodded in agreement, echoing Su Wan's sentiments. Indeed, husband, you are now in charge of 100 households. You must manage over 100 soldiers, and there are expenses to consider for higher-ups as well. We're not that delicate and can take care of ourselves. When did this family become one where you decide? Chen Ping'an declared with the authority of the head of the household, leaving no room for negotiation. I cannot concern myself with others working while pregnant, but I will not allow you to suffer. You are my wives, carry my children. Spending money on you is indeed a worthy investment. Chen Ping'an's commanding words deeply moved the three women. Yet Su Wan could not help but softly murmur, but how much will this cost? After enduring years of hardship with Chen Ping'an, she was understandably wary of expenses. Don't worry, at least we won't need to spend money on a house, as we have one ready. Chen Ping'an chuckled, informing the three women about Lu Ji's situation. The Lu residence is quite large, and there is ample space. After a few days, when old lady Lu is buried, I will marry Lu Ji. At that time, the Lu residence will be renamed Chen Residence, and our family will move in together. The three women were not jealous by nature. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's account of Lu Ji's circumstances, they felt deep sympathy. Lin Yuechan and Lin Yue recalled their own trauma from being robbed by bandits, sharing a sense of camaraderie in their suffering. Husband, did you truly eliminate that band of bandits? How wonderful! We have finally avenged our parents. The sisters, remembering their family members slain by the bandits, rushed into Chen Ping'an's embrace, crying. Chen Ping'an gently comforted them until their emotions settled. Su Wan sighed and remarked, That Miss Lu truly is a pitiable individual. Ping'an, after marrying her, you must treat her well. Of course, Chen Ping'an laughed heartily, taking the hands of the three women. When we first married, the conditions did not allow for a proper wedding, and we went straight to consummation. I have decided that this time, we will hold a splendid wedding for all of you together. When the time comes, I will ceremoniously bring you all into my home. Ah, we are all included? The three women were taken aback by Chen Ping'an's words. Yet, he could see that beneath their surprise lay pure joy and anticipation. After all, what woman does not yearn for a grand wedding, blessed by friends and family, and to be welcomed into her beloved's home in a glorious manner? When they married Chen Ping'an, there had been no wedding. It had simply progressed to consummation as their feelings deepened, though they had never voiced it. A sense of regret lingered in their hearts. Now, Chen Ping'an intended to remedy that. This decision was made. In the following days, Chen Ping'an busied himself traveling between the county town and Chen family village, preparing for the marriage. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. After old Lady Lu's burial, the Lu residents quickly replaced all the white mourning cloths with festive red drapery, adorning the place with large, auspicious double happiness characters. On the wedding day, before dawn, Chen Ping'an set off from the county town, a large red flower pinned to his chest. He rode a magnificent horse, hiring 3 large palanquins, circling Chen family village 3 times amidst the joyful sounds of drums and gongs, escorting Su Wan, Lin Yue, and Lin Yuechan into town. The county magistrate personally officiated the ceremony, and all the notable gentry and landlords of Changsha County came to offer their congratulations. It was undoubtedly the most lively wedding in decades, as they watched Chen Ping'an, clad in celebratory attire, radiating joy alongside his 5 brides as they bowed to heaven and earth. His loyal subordinates, including Chen Goxing and Gua Hu, expressed their heartfelt admiration. What a fortunate man our master is, returning home to marry 5 beautiful wives. Such enviable fortune. This is not merely luck. One must possess the capability as well. Take Brother Goxing, who can barely manage 1 wife. If he were to take 2 more, he might not even be able to hold a knife steadily. Among us, only Brother Milan possesses such competence. Oh, Brother Milan, what is your secret? Why are your eyes so red? Are you envious after watching Baihu marry? Would I feel envy for him? Marrying a wife is no great achievement. Yang Yuyao exploded in anger. She gulped down a bowl of strong liquor, her fair face, disguised as a man, immediately flushed with color, her expression one of indignation. Others were puzzled by her reaction and dared not inquire further. They found it somewhat baffling. What right did she have to be angry about Chen Ping'an's wedding? Even if she felt envious, such a strong reaction seemed unnecessary. Little did they know, Yang Yuyao's envy was not directed at Chen Ping'an himself, but rather at the 5 brides by his side. Not content with just 1 or 2, he had taken 5 wives at once. Sooner or later, that would wear him out. On this day, Yang Yuyao, who usually abstained from alcohol, became thoroughly intoxicated at Chen Ping'an's wedding. Throughout the day, Chen Ping'an was busy toasting guests at various tables. He continued drinking until late into the night. Finally seeing all the guests off, alone, he entered the bridal chamber. Under the flickering candlelight, 5 brides sat in a row beside the bed, waiting for him to lift their veils. Chen Ping'an's lips curled into a slight smile as he walked over, filled with anticipation. Chapter 49. The Wedding Night, a Brave Husband. The red candles flickered, and the joyous drapery hung low. A moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold. The next day, when Chen Ping'an awoke, Su Wan had already led the brides, chatting and laughing as they prepared lunch in the kitchen. Chen Ping'an's mind stirred, and he pulled up the system panel. Clan leader, Chen Ping'an. Physique, 356. Spouses, Su Wan, Lin Yuechan, Lin Yue, Qin Yun, Wan Yin Hongya, Lu Ji. Xiao Yin, bound opposite sex. Yang Yao, offspring. None, talent. Martial arts prodigy, photographic memory, skills, treasure hunting, eagle eye, night vision, keen hearing, sharp reflexes, swift movement, masterful horsemanship. Masterful archery, lottery chances, 3. After marriage, Lu Ji's affection for Chen Ping'an's sword, reaching 92 points. The sisters Lin Yue and Lin Yuechan also had their favorability towards him hit 100 points. This granted Chen Ping'an a total of 3 lottery chances. This made him think of Qin Yun, who remained in Shuazhou. This pitiable woman had instantly reached 98 points in favorability on the very first night she was given to him by Sunya. However, since then, It seemed she had hit a bottleneck and had not progressed further. The sisters Lin Yue and Lin Yuechan had initially faced similar circumstances. Once their favorability exceeded 90 points, it became quite challenging to elevate it further. Only after last night's marriage did they finally reach 100 points. It seemed that women valued their status deeply, even if they did not voice it. The last 2 points of favorability from Qin Yun likely stemmed from this. Should he perhaps hold a wedding ceremony upon returning? Chen Ping'an mused to himself as he opened all 3 system rewards he had obtained. Ding! System reward successfully activated. Congratulations, host, you've gained 10 cubic meters of storage space, capable of storing any non-living items for easy access. Ding! System reward successfully activated. Congratulations, host, you've acquired the Fong Tian Hua Ji, a halberd measuring 8 feet in length and weighing 108 pounds, an unparalleled weapon for battle. Ding! System reward successfully activated. Congratulations, host, you've received a body enhancement, increasing physique by 5. The 3 consecutive system notifications rang in Chen Ping'an's ears, causing his eyes to brighten. He had not anticipated that this time. The system rewards would include storage space. Although 10 cubic meters was not particularly vast and could not store living beings, it was still ample enough to hold considerable supplies. In critical moments, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Moreover, with the storage space, it would be far more convenient to carry many items in the future. However, he needed to be especially cautious when using it to prevent others from discovering the secret. Aside from storage space, the Fong Tian Hua Ji arrived at a most opportune moment. Although the standard horse lance issued by the Black Cavalry was designed for cavalry combat, its weight of merely a few dozen pounds felt too light for Chen Ping'an, whose physique had surpassed 40 points. It had been cumbersome to use, and he had been making do with it. Initially, Chen Ping'an had planned to find an opportunity to spend some silver to commission a skilled blacksmith to forge a weapon for him. The arrival of this 108-pound Fong Tian Hua Ji was, therefore, perfectly timed. Eagerly, Chen Ping'an donned his clothes and stepped into the courtyard. With a flash of light in his palm, he summoned the Fong Tian Hua Ji from the system's storage space, gripping the halberd's handle with his right hand. It felt perfectly balanced and easy to wield. He immediately began practicing with the halberd in the courtyard, swinging it with great vigor, creating a powerful and impressive display. Not long after, he overheard several women whispering in the kitchen. How impressive the husband is. He didn't rest a wink last night, and is already up practicing today. This is excellent. We must continue tonight. You all who are not pregnant should hurry and try to conceive Chen family's offspring before he leaves. Xiao Yan, what soup are you making? It smells wonderful. This is black-boned chicken soup with astragalus and goji berries, meant to nourish the master. Chapter 50, Brother Mulan. Let's have a child together. Hearing the conversation among the women in the kitchen caused Chen Ping'an's lips to twitch. He nearly collapsed to the ground in disbelief. How could they expect him to not feel exhausted? As long as the ox was alive, they would work it to the bone, wouldn't they? Next time, perhaps the system should reward him with a super golden kidney, and see if that wouldn't make them all behave. Xiao Yin still had a sense of conscience, knowing to prepare soup for him to nourish his body. Oh, the esteemed lord can still practice? I thought you would be better than today. Just as Chen Ping'an was lost in thought, a somewhat sour voice interrupted him from outside. He paused his training, planting the halberd on the ground, and turned to see Yang Yuyao entering. He laughed heartily. Better than? How could that be? It seems Brother Mulan knows nothing of my prowess. Care for a spar? You might reconsider your words after witnessing my strength. Huh, a debauched drake. No wisdom to be found in his words. Yang Yuyao's cheeks flushed as she shot Chen Ping'an an annoyed glare. I'm in a spar in martial arts. To test our weapon skills. How did it become a matter of debauchery? I never imagined Brother Mulan to be of such character. Hearing Chen Ping'an's retort, Yang Yuyao felt her teeth clench in frustration, yet she could do nothing about it. Soon, however, her attention was drawn to the Fong Tian Hua Ji in Chen Ping'an's hands, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Where did you acquire this Fong Tian Hua Ji? It appears quite extraordinary. This is a family heirloom for my wife. An ancestor of hers named Lu Bu was a valiant general, and this halberd was bequeathed by him. Chen Ping'an spoke with confidence, leaving Yang Yuyao in a state of skepticism. Lu Bu, is there such a figure in history? If you were truly a formidable warrior, I would surely have heard of him. This person is merely spouting nonsense and boasting. You, my dear, seem to have it made, enjoying such good fortune. Yang Yuyao said with a hint of envy, then turned to Chen Ping'an to discuss serious matters. The county magistrate has just sent a message stating that the military provisions have been gathered, and they request us to come and tally the supplies. When can we set out? Let's wait a few more days. I will notify you in advance when we are ready to depart, Chen Ping'an replied, waving his hand. The task of transporting military provisions did not come with strict deadlines. Delaying by a few days was of little consequence. Having just married, he could not abandon his newlywed wife to report back to the front lines immediately. Yang Yuyao had anticipated this response from Chen Ping'an. It was natural for him to prioritize his family, and she refrained from saying much more, merely reminding him to take care of himself before turning to leave. In the following days, Chen Ping'an ventured out several times, purchasing a few maidservants from the market to attend to Su Wan and the others. He also engaged in social visits with the county magistrate and some local gentry. The majority of his remaining time was spent at home, accompanying his new brides. However, joyous moments are often fleeting. A few days later, Chen Ping'an had to bid farewell to his family, leading his cavalry to escort the provisions gathered from Changsha County back to Shuazhou. Due to the heavy load of supplies, their progress was considerably slower, and they spent several nights camping outdoors. It was only after a few days that the convoy finally settled in a small town. Although there were no inns in the town, Chen Ping'an paid several farming families to vacate their homes for the group to stay in. Chen Ping'an and Yang Yuyao shared a room. As they lay down, he instinctively pulled her close. Yang Yuyao seized his hand and pushed him away. Go home and hug your wife. This little wild horse is acting up again. Chen Ping'an chuckled softly and asked, if you don't want to embrace me, then why did you come over to sleep with me when we divided the rooms? Yang Yuyao stammered in response. Are you still jealous? Did you think I married 5 wives purely out of lust? Is that not the case? You are gravely mistaken. My numerous marriages are, in fact, for the sake of our national integrity and the future of our country. Nonsense. How can your marriages relate to national integrity? How can they not? Chen Ping'an earnestly asserted. As the saying goes, the strength of the military relies on the populace, and the population is the foundation of national power. Do you know that 5 years ago, during the war, our Deqian lost 400,000 young men, leaving many widows in northern Liang? How many eligible women are unable to marry? If they cannot marry, they cannot bear children, and the population in northern Liang cannot recover. With depleted military resources and farmlands left untended, how will we resist the incursions of the northern Mang barbarians? You do not think that the population of Deqian springs forth from between the cracks of stones, do you? Yang Yuyao found herself at a loss for words. Coming from a family of military lineage, she had trained in martial arts from a young age and was well-versed in military strategies. But she had never considered the origins of military personnel and supplies. I will go to the front lines to fight, and my wives will bear children at home, ensuring the continuation of my noble lineage, nurturing the next generation for our country. When they grow up, they will join the army to defend our homeland. Our descendants will be countless. Our entire family will be loyal to the nation, dedicating everything to the Qian. Iam honored, iam proud. Chen Ping'an spoke with fervor and conviction, leaving Yang Yuyao momentarily stunned. It felt as if what he said was entirely valid, with no flaws to be found. With a slight smile, Chen Ping'an pulled Yang Yuyao into his embrace and softly asked in her ear, Mulan, do you love your country? Nonsense, of course. I love my country. Why else would I join the military? If you love your country, then let us have a child together. Chen Ping'an coaxed. Our exceptional bloodlines, if united, will surely produce the finest offspring. I will teach him martial arts, and you will instruct him in military strategy, molding him into a general who can lead 100,000 cavalry to sweep across the plains, making the northern Mang barbarians weep and submit to the Qian. Wouldn't that be splendid? Listening to Chen Ping'an's vision of a bright future, Yang Yuyao felt a flutter in her heart, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of yearning. Such a future did seem appealing. However, she quickly regained her composure, her fair cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she huffed. Humph, how shameless. Who wants to have a child with you? I knew it. You are a selfish person, unwilling to even have children, yet you dare claim to love your country. Yang Yuyao gritted her teeth in frustration, engaging in banter with Chen Ping'an, a contest she had never won. Yet, despite this, she did not break free from his embrace. Instead, she leaned in closer, finding comfort in his arms as she fell asleep. In the days that followed, no further disturbances occurred. Chen Ping'an and his companions escorted the supply convoy, taking nearly half a month to successfully deliver the provisions to Shuazhou. Upon returning to the military camp, Chen Ping'an immediately reported to Sunya, bringing with him over 20 horses captured from Hutuo Mountain. Sunya's eyes lit up at the sight of the horses, and he inquired, "Did your men suffer any casualties?" "Thanks to the general's guidance, my subordinates launched a nighttime raid on the bandit camp, annihilating all the bandits without a single casualty." "Excellent. I knew you could do it." To eliminate an entire bandit camp of over 100 with just 20 men and sustain no losses is indeed commendable. Hearing that Chen Ping'an's Black Riders had incurred no losses, Sunya nodded in satisfaction, praising him. "This is all due to the general's excellent instruction. I have merely learned a fraction from you, and I still require your guidance in the future." Chen Ping'an humbly smiled, producing a silver note of 1,000 taels from his sleeve and respectfully presenting it to Sunya. "General, this 1,000 taels is a token of my filial piety. A trivial gift, and I hope you will graciously accept it." Sunya smiled in understanding, not being polite, and deftly accepted the silver note, tucking it into his sleeve. He said to Chen Ping'an, "You have worked hard on this mission. Go home and take a look. If there are further tasks, I will send someone to summon you." "Then I shall take my leave," Chen Ping'an said, bowing deeply before exiting the military tent and riding back to his humble abode in Shuazhou. During the month that Chen Ping'an was away on duty, Qin Yun and Wang Yinhong eagerly awaited his return, longing for him day and night. Now that he had finally returned, the two were overjoyed, especially Wang Yinhong, who had nearly lost her mind for missing him during his absence. As Chen Ping'an stepped through the courtyard gate, a young girl joyfully exclaimed, like a waft of fragrant red wind, rushing into Chen Ping'an's embrace. "Little sprite." Chen Ping'an laughed heartily and playfully flicked her smooth forehead. Qin Yun, wearing an apron tied around her waist, stepped out from the kitchen, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Husband is back. I will cook a few more dishes for lunch." For the following month, Chen Ping'an's life returned to its usual rhythm, resuming the mundane routine of training soldiers by day and spending evenings with his beloved wife and concubine. However, the military camp was far from tranquil during this time. Every few days, convoys transporting military supplies and provisions entered the city, stockpiling a substantial amount of arms and provisions. More troops also arrived in succession. Unable to be accommodated within the city, they set up camp outside, with numerous tents extending as far as the eye could see. Even the Heiqi camp expanded its ranks. Sunya employed various means to procure thousands of horses, increasing the size of the Heiqi camp from 3,000 to 5,000 soldiers, tirelessly training the new recruits. The air in the entire Shuazhou city was thick with a tense atmosphere, as if a storm were brewing. Everyone sensed that a great battle was imminent. Yet, aside from a few high-ranking military officials, no one knew the specific battle plan, until one day, a month later, when Chen Ping'an and several officers were summoned into a tent by Sunya for a meeting, they finally learned from him. This time, the Deqian army would split into two forces. One would mainly consist of infantry, departing from Shuazhou and steadily advancing eastward to reclaim the lost territories of the Yun 16 prefectures. The other would gather 30,000 cavalry as an elite force, taking advantage of the Beiliang court's attention being diverted by the Yun territories to venture deep into the grasslands, seeking opportunities to sweep through the Beiliang tribes. The two armies would act simultaneously, preventing Beiliang from adequately addressing both the front and the rear, thereby creating a favorable offensive position for our forces to reclaim the Yun territories. Upon learning of the battle plan, that evening, Chen Ping'an invited Yang Yuyao to his home for dinner to discuss her views on this division of forces. Having spent considerable time understanding her, Chen Ping'an was well aware that Yang Yuyao had been well-versed in military strategy since childhood and possessed unique insights into various tactics. Such matters could only be deliberated with her. After Chen Ping'an recounted the entire situation, Yang Yuyao pondered for a moment before speaking with conviction. "If I am not mistaken, the primary goal of this battle plan is still to reclaim the Yun 16 prefectures. As for the 30,000 cavalry sent to the grasslands, they are merely a means to disrupt the enemy's rear, thereby diverting the attention of the Beiliang court, so they cannot fully mobilize their forces to the front lines to support the Yun territories." "Indeed, I concur with your assessment." Chen Ping'an nodded in agreement with Yang Yuyao's perspective, though a hint of worry crept into his voice. But sending just 30,000 cavalry deep into Beiliang territory seems rather perilous, does it not? What if they're surrounded by a heavy enemy force? Wouldn't that lead to total annihilation? You need not fret over that. Yang Yuyao shook her head, explaining to Chen Ping'an. Beiliang is a regime composed of nomadic tribes from the grasslands, though they boast a large number of horses, with cavalry numbering in the tens of thousands. It may sound impressive, but they face significant limitations. There is a scarcity of minerals on the grasslands, and they lack the techniques for smelting and armor making. Most of their soldiers wear rudimentary leather armor, and many lack any form of protection. Their combat effectiveness cannot be compared to our elite iron cavalry. 30,000 iron cavalry, while not capable of sweeping across the grasslands, can certainly ensure their own safety if commanded properly. The only challenge lies in locating those nomadic tribes amid the vast grasslands. It is known that for decades, during the Qian's period of prosperity, numerous military expeditions were launched into the grasslands to eradicate these nomadic tribes. However, these tribes have historically followed the water and grass and never established fixed settlements. The boundless grasslands and deserts serve as their natural barrier. Previous attempts to march deep into their territory have failed due to the inability to locate the enemy's main force, often resulting in a fruitless return. If these 30,000 iron cavalry cannot find traces of the Beiliang tribes and merely wander aimlessly across the vast grasslands, they will not achieve the desired diversion. Once their supplies are exhausted, they will have no choice but to retreat in disgrace. After listening to Yang Yuyao's analysis, Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Finding the elusive nomadic tribes in the expansive grasslands was indeed a significant issue. After all, if one could not even ascertain the enemy's whereabouts, what use would it be to dispatch troops, no matter how numerous or powerful? A 30,000-strong cavalry expedition would amount to little more than a leisurely tour of the grasslands if they could not even catch a whiff of the enemy. Just as Chen Ping'an and Yang Yuyao were lost in thought, diligently pondering the matter, the ever-quiet one Yin Hongye, who had been listening to their conversation, suddenly interjected. I know where those tribes are located. Chapter 52. Whatever my husband desires, Hongye will do. Wan Yin Hongye's unexpected declaration left both Chen Ping'an and Yang Yuyao momentarily stunned. Chen Ping'an looked at her in surprise. Are you serious? Of course I am, she replied. When I was a child, my mother taught me how to observe the stars on the grasslands to discern directions. Since the age of 7, I have traveled across the major tribes of the grasslands with my father. I may not be quick to learn other things, but once I have been to a place, I can remember where it is. I know the locations of the lakes and rivers on the grasslands, the grazing ranges of various tribes, and their migration routes like the back of my hand. Even my father praises me as a living map of the grasslands. Wan Yin Hongye huffed softly, a hint of pride in her expression as she boasted to Chen Ping'an. Yang Yuyao, however, was taken aback by the implications of Wan Yin Hongye's words. Mother? Father? She exclaimed. Oh no, I misspoke. Wan Yin Hongye gasped, quickly covering her mouth in panic. Chen Ping'an's lips twitched in bemusement. Nevertheless, having spent considerable time with Wan Yin Hongye, he had grown accustomed to her quirks. He knew that this young lady from Beiliang, despite her sharp mind in certain areas and her ability to concoct delightful surprises, often stumbled in other matters, appearing somewhat clumsy, as if she were missing a string in her thoughts. Fortunately, she heeded his words and remained obediently at home, avoiding contact with outsiders. Otherwise, the entire Shuazhou city would likely already be aware that he had a Beiliang princess hidden in his household. With a light flick to Wan Yin Hongye's forehead, Chen Ping'an revealed her identity to Yang Yuyao. What? She is the daughter of Wan Yin Han? Yang Yuyao's mouth dropped open in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Chen Ping'an. Ah, you Chen Ping'an. I only knew you had a hidden beauty at home, a Beiliang concubine, and only today have I finally discovered the truth. Your family's Beiliang servant unexpectedly possesses the royal bloodline of the Jurchen tribe, a genuine princess of the grasslands. How is it that a mere 100 household identity like yours can entangle with such nobility? You seem to be playing at quite a high level. These trivial matters need not concern us. Mulan, do you think that if we could truly uncover the hiding places of the various tribes on the grasslands, these 30,000 iron cavalry could indeed make a name for themselves? Need I even say it? Yang Yuyao asserted without hesitation. Although Beiliang has been established for many years, The imperial authority of Beiliang has never exerted much control over the tribes of the grasslands. They continue to roam and graze in the form of various large and small tribes. The largest tribe has a mere population of a few tens of thousands and lacks any solid fortifications for defense. Once the war in Yinyun's 16 prefectures commences, the various tribes of the grasslands will surely send reinforcements, leaving their rear defenses utterly vulnerable. As long as we know where they are hiding, it is not just 30,000 iron cavalry that can sweep the grasslands. Even a mere 10,000 elite riders would suffice to achieve remarkable victories. As she concluded, Yang Yuyao paused for a moment, her gaze fixed deeply upon Chen Ping'an. But the question is, do you truly believe her words? Upon Yang Yuyao's inquiry, the dining table fell into silence, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Wan Yin Hongye gazed intently at Chen Ping'an, her eyes filled with anxiety and an unmistakable undercurrent of deep unease. She was aware of an ancient saying in Qian: those who are not of my kind will have different hearts. Though over the past few months, through deep interaction, Wan Yin Hongye had become hopelessly enamored with Chen Ping'an, who treated her with great affection. A knot remained within her heart. After all, they were not of the same tribe, and a century-old blood feud existed between the grassland tribes and Qian. Would Chen Ping'an truly regard this woman from the grasslands as significant, or would he merely see her as a beautiful toy, a tool to satisfy his desires when needed? Chen Ping'an silently summoned the system panel and glanced at Wan Yin Hongye's affection level towards him. A score of 98. While this was already quite high, it still fell short by 2 points from the perfect score of 100. Perhaps those final 2 points held her loyalty to her grassland tribe, her longing for her kin, and the haunting memory of her fiancé, whom she had slain with her own hands. Could he truly trust her? Chen Ping'an pondered for a moment before a smile graced his lips. I certainly believe her. As he spoke, he reached out a hand and firmly clasped Wan Yin Hongye's somewhat cold hand. I trust that my woman would not deceive me. Feeling the warmth emanating from Chen Ping'an's hand, Wan Yin trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes misting over. Ding! Wan Yin Hongye's affection level increased by 2. Current affection level, 100 points. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1 lottery chance. Would you like to draw now? Excellent. The affection level is now maxed out. A subtle smile appeared on Chen Ping'an's face. Yang Yuyao, unable to bear witnessing Chen Ping'an and Wan Yin Hongye's display of affection, felt a chill run down her spine, her heart souring with envy. Since this is the case, then do take care of yourself. With that, she rose to bid farewell. After Yang Yuyao departed, Chen Ping'an turned his gaze back to Wan Yin Hongye. Though he had just professed his absolute belief in her, it was merely a statement intended for her ears. After all, matters of war pertain to life and death. He must proceed with caution when wagering his life and livelihood. Hongye, are you truly willing to aid me in attacking Beiliang? There are indeed your kin there. Chen Ping'an looked deeply into Wan Yin Hongye's eyes, his tone serious as he inquired. The grasslands are not solely inhabited by the Jurchen tribe. I can assist my husband in leading the attack on other tribes. If we can weaken the strength of the other tribes, it would also benefit the Jurchen tribe. Wan Yin Hongye responded earnestly, revealing no secrets from Chen Ping'an. She nestled her entire being against Chen Ping'an, murmuring with a face full of affection. Hongye has long been my husband, and I will do anything to assist him. Really anything? Of course, indeed. Chen Ping'an whispered a few words into Wan Yin Hongye's ear, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Yet, she obediently nodded. I will follow my husband's lead. Chapter 53. 800 iron cavalry set forth for the grasslands. Ding! System reward successfully activated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Beastmaster. You are proficient in various beast taming techniques, capable of training all kinds of birds and beasts for your own use. The following morning, Chen Ping'an activated the system reward he had received the previous night. Observing the description of the Beastmaster skill, he wore an expression of bemusement. As a mere captain leading 100 riders, what use do I have for a beast taming skill? This peculiar skill has been added. Chen Ping'an felt somewhat speechless, but was not entirely averse to it. After all, the system's lottery draws exhibited a clear element of randomness. One cannot expect to draw precisely the desired elite skill every time. With more lottery attempts, one would inevitably draw some bizarre and unusual skills alongside various miscellaneous items. Chen Ping'an had long since prepared himself for this. Moreover, This skill was not entirely without merit. It simply required suitable beasts or birds for training, which he currently lacked. Perhaps one day it would prove useful. In the days that followed, Chen Ping'an pondered deeply, weighing all pros and cons in his mind. After careful consideration, he finally resolved to approach Sun Ye to propose an idea, to bring Wan Yin Hongya along with the army to assist in locating the enemy's movements. It is crucial to know that every time the Qian army marches northward into the grasslands, the greatest challenge faced by each general is discovering the hidden tribes amidst the vast expanse of the grasslands. In recent days, Sun Ye and the other high-ranking generals have been embroiled in heated debates over several marching routes, yet no consensus has been reached. After hearing Chen Ping'an's request, Sun Ye did not immediately respond. His eyes flickered with thought, and after a moment of contemplation, he looked up, gazing intently at Chen Ping'an, and said, "Ping'an, I know your intentions are good, and you are no fool. Since you have made the suggestion, you must have a certain level of confidence. However, as the saying goes, those who are not of my kind will have different hearts. Even if I can trust you, the other generals may not necessarily agree with your proposal. It is even less likely that they would risk entrusting the lives of 30,000 iron cavalry to a person from a different tribe. Do you understand?" Chen Ping'an was not the least bit surprised by Sun Ye's concerns. The saying, "those who are not of my kind will have different hearts," is not merely a proverb in this world. In the ancient dynasties of his previous life, many commanders adhered to this saying during the long history of warfare against the nomadic tribes of the grasslands. The renowned flying General Li Guang exemplified this. As a result, he often lost his way in the vast deserts during military campaigns, failing to locate the main forces of the Xiongnu and thus missing out on golden opportunities. To the end of his days, he never achieved military honors of sufficient weight to fulfill his lifelong aspiration of attaining the title of a noble. Thus, the tale of Li Guang's difficulties in securing a title emerged. In stark contrast, his contemporaries, Wei Qing and Hua Zubing, boldly employed Xiongnu guides within their armies to navigate the vast desert, repeatedly locating the main forces of the Xiongnu. They traversed the northern desert with seemingly divine assistance, achieving a legendary status in the annals of history. The animosity between the Qin dynasty and the nomadic tribes of the grasslands runs far deeper than the enmity experienced by the Han dynasty towards the Xiongnu in previous eras. In their battles, it was common for neither side to spare captives, and there was no precedent for employing guides from foreign tribes within the military ranks. Logically, these matters should not have been a concern for Chen Ping'an, a mere 100-man captain. His role was simply to obey orders and follow the army. The task of locating the enemy's main forces was the responsibility of the generals. However, Chen Ping'an yearned for military achievements and sought to rise in rank, aspiring to ascend higher. Moreover, he was unwilling to leave his fate entirely in the hands of others. After all, sending 30,000 cavalry deep into enemy territory was fraught with peril. Should they indeed fall into a trap, the entire army could face annihilation. Chen Ping'an wished to seize control of his destiny. He promptly conveyed his thoughts to Sun Ye. "General, as our army ventures into the grasslands, it is crucial to dispatch reconnaissance cavalry, regardless of the route we choose. If you trust me, I am willing to serve as a scout to gather intelligence on the enemy. If we truly discover a significant enemy tribe, that would be ideal. If we find nothing, it would be no loss." Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Sun Ye's eyes revealed a flicker of contemplation. Having occupied the position of deputy general for many years, he understood that mere valor in battle was no longer sufficient for advancement. One must achieve a significant victory or gain favor from superiors to continue rising through the ranks. This war presented a rare opportunity for him. If missed, it might be years before another battle of such magnitude occurred. Chen Ping'an was eager for military glory, but Sun Ye desired it even more. After a moment of deep thought, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he clapped Chen Ping'an on the shoulder and said, "Since you have such confidence, I shall wager alongside you. I will grant you 800 men. In addition to the 100 you currently command, I will assign you 700 new recruits, all at your discretion. Once we reach the grasslands, you will determine our course of action. Find those elusive grassland barbarians for me. If you can uncover a tribe with over 10,000 members, I shall promote you to the position of 1,000-man captain after this battle." Chen Ping'an was overjoyed. He had not expected Sun Ye to respond so readily. Not only did he allow Chen Ping'an to bring one Yin Hongyao along, but he also directly allocated 800 men to him. He quickly clasped his fists in respect and accepted the command. I shall carry out my orders. I will give my utmost effort, even sacrificing my life, to live up to the general's high expectations. In the following half-month, Chen Ping'an dedicated most of his time to training the new recruits, striving to enhance the combat capabilities of the 700 soldiers. Although he was not particularly skilled in military training, Yang Yuyao was well-versed in it. Chen Ping'an entrusted the training entirely to Yang Yuyao, resulting in a noticeable and rapid improvement in the combat quality of the new recruits. Finally, after half a month, the army officially set out. Comprising various cavalry units, the 30,000 Iron Cavalry departed from Shuazhou, marching northward toward the grasslands. Simultaneously, another main force of 200,000 troops advanced westward, heading toward Huanzhou, the closest region to Shuazhou. This time, the commander of the Daqian forces was named Yang Yanfeng, the current head of the esteemed Yang family. The Yang clan was renowned for its loyalty and valor. 5 years prior, the veteran General Yang Lin led his 7 sons to resist the northern Mang in the Yinyun 16 prefectures. 7 sons went, and only 6 returned. The veteran general and his 6 sons perished on the battlefield, leaving only the 6th son, Yang Yanfeng, alive. Despite this, Yang Yanfeng bore the weight of pressure, steadfastly defending the Yinyun 16 prefectures against the northern Mang forces in a stalemate. Eventually, due to the prolonged deadlock, the court replaced Yang Yanfeng with Zhao Kuo as the commander, leading to the tragic encirclement and slaughter of 40,000 troops. Now, the court had appointed Yang Yanfeng once again to lead the campaign to reclaim the Yinyun 16 prefectures, clearly seeking to avenge past humiliations and settle old scores from 5 years ago. Observing the advancing army, with the Yang banners fluttering in the distance, Chen Ping'an turned to Yang Yuyao and jested, "Brother Milan, the commander's surname is Yang, and yours is Yang as well. Moreover, you are well-versed in military strategy and possess remarkable martial skills. You must surely be related to the commander, perhaps a descendant of the Yang family?" Chapter 54. The precious jewel of the Xiongnu king? I shall personally interrogate. How could that be possible? Nonsense. I am in no way connected to the Yang family. I have absolutely no ties to Yang Yanfeng. Absolutely not. Hearing Chen Ping'an's playful remarks, Yang Yuyao became visibly agitated, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately denying any connection with fervor. Why are you so worked up if it's not true? Am I worked up? Am I? Yang Yuyao shot a glare at Chen Gosheng and Chen Dalei, who both nodded seriously in agreement. That was quite the agitation. Yang Yuyao. Chen Ping'an's lips twitched in disbelief. This woman seemed unable to conceal her emotions. Initially, he had only intended to make a joke. However, now, seeing Yang Yuyao's reaction, he wondered if there was indeed some truth to her connection with the Yang family. Days passed as the army officially entered the northern Mang grasslands. Chen Ping'an's 800 black cavalry initially moved alongside the main force. It was only after delving deeper into the grasslands, with Sun Yu's approval, that they detached from the larger unit and operated independently. Each member of the 800-strong cavalry carried 2 war horses, one for riding and the other to bear water, food, and other essential supplies. When one horse grew weary, they would switch to the other, thus ensuring sufficient mobility and endurance to penetrate deep into enemy territory and gallop freely across the grasslands. In addition, prior to departure, Chen Ping'an had meticulously stocked his personal storage space with provisions and water, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. At a critical moment, these supplies might prove to be a lifeline for him and his soldiers. In the initial days, Chen Ping'an and his men did not stray far from the main force, following its marching route and searching for signs of the enemy within a radius of 100 miles. Under one Yin Hongye's leadership, they discovered traces of several grassland tribes having set up camps, but the inhabitants had long since relocated. It appeared that the nearby tribes had received news of the Daqian army's entry into the grasslands and had retreated deep into the plains well in advance. Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of regret glimmering in his eyes. There is no need for concern, my husband. The grassland tribes raise numerous livestock. No matter where they move, they must have ample water sources and grazing pastures. The larger the tribe, the more it relies on a water source. In my heart, I cherish several of the vast water-source pastures across the grassland. As long as I embark on a journey in search of them, I'm certain I can catch a big fish. Wang Yanhongyi was filled with confidence as she assured Chen Ping'an, nodding in response. Chen Ping'an understood that in such circumstances, he had no choice but to place his trust in her. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Wang Yanhongyi stealthily extended her delicate, snow-white hands, quietly reaching towards Chen Ping'an's armor belt. He swiftly grasped her small hand and admonished softly, "No nonsense." "If one desires," she protested, "that is not permissible. We are here to fight, not to indulge in frivolities. What will my subordinates think? If the morale falters, the army will become unmanageable." Chen Ping'an was not a man governed by base desires. He could discern when to give and when not to. Embracing the softness of Wang Yanhongyi's form, he gently promised her, "Now, set aside all else and exert your utmost to help me locate those hidden large tribes. If we truly manage to catch a big fish, I shall reward you handsomely." "Very well," she acquiesced, her expression one of feigned disappointment. Unable to indulge her whims, she settled into Chen Ping'an's embrace and drifted into slumber. In the following days, under Chen Ping'an's promise, Wang Yanhongyi exerted all her abilities. Accompanied by 800 iron cavalry beneath Chen Ping'an's command, they galloped across the grassland, delving deeper and indeed discovering several tribes. However, these were minor tribes, numbering only in the hundreds or thousands, hardly worthy of the title Big Fish. Tasteless to consume, yet too precious to discard. After deliberating with Yang Yuyao and others, Chen Ping'an ultimately restrained his urge to strike. To avoid alerting the enemy, he chose to bypass these small tribes and continue deeper into the grassland. Days passed. The distance between Chen Ping'an's 800 cavalry and the main force had exceeded several hundred miles, and their provisions were dwindling. Finally, near a river, they stumbled upon a large grassland tribe. To prevent alerting the enemy, Chen Ping'an commanded his men to conceal themselves at a distance from the tribe, while he ventured forward alone to scout. On the grassy bank, a vast expanse of tents stretched across the landscape. Conservatively estimating, the size of this tribe exceeded 10,000, undeniably a big fish. However, at that moment, Beiliang and Qian were engaged in fierce combat over the 16 prefectures of Yanyan. An additional 30,000 iron cavalry had penetrated the grassland, conducting extensive raids. The young and strong fighters from these tribes have been summoned to the front lines, leaving behind mostly the elderly, the weak, and women. The few who could be called soldiers, capable of mounting horses and fighting, numbered only 2,000 to 3,000. Utilizing his keen eyesight, Chen Ping'an meticulously observed the distinctive features of the tents and the emblems displayed upon them. Upon returning, he recounted his findings to Wang Yanhongyi. "If my description is accurate, this tribe must belong to the right virtuous king of the Xiongnu," she declared confidently. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuyao and Chen Gosheng's eyes brightened. The right virtuous king held a position second only to the Chanyu within the Xiongnu tribes. Even in the broader context of Beiliang, his status was exceedingly esteemed. This was no longer merely a big fish. If they could dismantle his stronghold, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. Chen Ping'an immediately summoned a few trusted subordinates to kneel beside him, sketching formations in the dirt with a small twig. "We shall employ the old strategy. Tonight, we will launch a surprise attack under the cover of darkness. I, along with Mulan, Guahu, and Delay, will lead 200 cavalry from the 4 cardinal directions, creating the illusion of overwhelming numbers. After penetrating the enemy camp, we will swiftly turn our horses around and continue the assault until none dare resist." The battle plan was swiftly established. Chen Ping'an assigned a few individuals to patrol the perimeter, ensuring they were not discovered by the Xiongnu. Meanwhile, the rest of the forces remained in place, recuperating their strength. As night descended and the moon reached its zenith, an unexpected cacophony of thundering hooves and battle cries erupted in the tranquil night. 4 well-equipped units of the Qian cavalry surged into the tribe from 4 directions. The chilling gleam of long-handled spears shimmered under the cool moonlight. Galloping forward, they struck down any they encountered. Many Xiongnu were still lost in slumber when their tents were ignited by torches, resulting in a fiery demise. Some robust young Xiongnu, in a state of panic, burst from their tents, attempting to mount their horses to resist. However, a hasty assembly of 3 to 5 individuals could not withstand the charge of the elite black cavalry, who dispatched them with ease. In the blink of an eye, the entire Xiongnu encampment was engulfed in flames, filled with screams of panic and cries for help. The battle raged on for more than an hour before finally concluding. With only 800 men, Chen Ping'an could not completely encircle the camp, allowing many to escape amidst the chaos. The remaining captives, numbering several thousand, were gathered together. Chen Ping'an ordered that those among them adorned in fine attire, likely members of the Xiongnu elite, be closely guarded and interrogated one by one. He then brought Wan Yinhongyi to face these individuals, urging her to identify any recognized Xiongnu nobles. As soon as Wan Yinhongyi appeared, a voice rang out from the crowd, filled with astonishment. Wan Yinhongyi. Chen Ping'an turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. There stood a beautiful young girl, of similar age to Wan Yinhongyi, tall and graceful, with a striking appearance, her long hair tied in a ponytail. She exuded the spirited essence of a child of the grasslands. This was the daughter of the right virtuous king, named Yizhi Jiao, a childhood acquaintance of mine. The daughter of the right virtuous king of the Xiongnu, yet another princess? Chen Ping'an's eyes sparkled with interest as he commanded, "Bring this woman into the tent. I wish to interrogate her personally." Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, the surrounding black cavalry soldiers exchanged knowing smiles. Two soldiers promptly stepped forward to escort Yizhi Jiao into a nearby tent. Chen Ping'an, accompanied by Wan Yinhongyi, entered the tent, preparing to thoroughly interrogate this noble princess of the Xiongnu tribe. Yizhi Jiao stood within the tent, bound by ropes, yet her exquisite figure remained upright. Her lovely face bore no hint of panic, only indignation. With wide, furious eyes, she fixed her gaze upon Wan Yinhongyi, her voice dripping with venom as she demanded, "Wan Yinhongyi, did I not hear that you were killed outside Shuazhou several months ago? How is it that you were mingling with the Deqian army? Did you lead them here?" "Indeed, it was I," Wan Yinhongyi affirmed, nestling closer to Chen Ping'an. "My husband requires military achievements, needs to take the heads of some Beiliang people, and thus, I had no choice but to inconvenience your tribe. You, as a dignified princess of Beiliang, have willingly debased yourself, submitting to a lowly man of Deqian. You even guided the Deqian to attack our grassland tribes." Yizhi Jiao seethed, her eyes bulging with fury, almost as if she might ignite with rage. "You traitor of the grasslands. It is nothing short of a disgrace for the New Zhen tribe." With a sharp crack, Wan Yinhongyi delivered a resounding slap to Yizhi Jiao's face, her delicate features icy, as she coldly reprimanded, "You shall not insult my husband. Have you lost your mind? Are you truly willing to strike me for the sake of a man from Deqian?" Yizhi Jiao stared incredulously at Wan Yinhongyi, her eyes filled with a fury akin to disappointment and iron that would not turn to steel. "Have you forgotten the noble blood that flows within you? How can the most exalted royal lineage of the grasslands be subdued by a lowly man from Deqian? Indulging in servitude? I have certainly not forgotten my lineage. It is you who is truly perplexing." Wan Yinhongyi responded with pride. "Horses are born to be ridden, and women are destined to be conquered by men. To be the wife of my husband is the greatest honor I, Wan Yinhongyi, could ever attain." "And what of Yi Luqi?" "Yi Luqi?" Wan Yinhongyi paused momentarily, recollecting her former fiancé after some thought. "He is unworthy to be my man." Yizhi Jiao was completely taken aback, her face a mask of disbelief as she gazed at Wan Yinhongyi. Was this truly the same proud and willful woman who once took great pride in her noble lineage and despised both Deqian and its men? What insidious influence had this detestable man from Deqian exerted over her? Clenching her fists, Yizhi Jiao cast a wary glance at Chen Ping'an, her petite figure standing tall, a hint of a cold smile gracing her lips. "You vile man from Deqian, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You speak of solitary interrogations, but it is merely a ploy to covet my beauty and seize my body. I assure you, that will not come to pass. The women of our Xiongnu tribe are unlike the spineless Wan Yinhongyi. I, Yizhi Jiao, am the daughter of the right virtuous king of the Xiongnu, flowing with the most noble royal blood. Even if I must die, enduring 1,000 cuts, I shall always hold my head high. I will never submit to your base desires, nor will I beg for mercy." Listening to Yizhi Jiao's resolute declarations and observing the determination in her gaze, Chen Ping'an could not help but regard her with newfound respect. Unexpectedly, despite both being princesses, this Xiongnu maiden displayed an admirable tenacity, starkly contrasting with the seemingly cowardly Wan Yanhongyi, who would yield at the slightest threat. She resembled a wild, unruly steed, unyielding to any force. Excellent. I appreciate your current defiance. As he watched Yi Jiao's unwavering stance, Chen Ping'an smiled slightly, prepared to engage her in an entertaining game, curious to see just how obstinate this proud princess of the grasslands could be. In the midst of their exchange, Chen Ping'an encircled Wan Yanhongyi's slender waist, effortlessly lifting her into his arms and carrying her into a neighboring tent. He had promised Wan Yanhongyi that as long as she aided him in capturing a significant prize, he would heed her wishes. Now was the time to fulfill that promise. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chen Ping'an donned his attire and exited the tent. He summoned Qin Gosheng to inquire about the previous night's endeavors. Brother Ping'an, we truly caught a big fish this time. In last night's battle, we beheaded 2,236 foes, captured 3,257, and seized countless livestock, over 1,000 horses alone. Most of the young and brave warriors of the right virtuous King S tribe, along with many military officers, have gone to the front lines. Among the captured officials, most are civil servants, and I am unfamiliar with their titles in Beiliang. However, as Mulan mentioned, several are significant figures equivalent to our court's third or fourth rank officials. Regrettably, the two princesses managed to escape. Otherwise, we brothers could have savored the experience of Xiongnu princesses. You rascal. Chen Ping'an laughed heartily before asking, what about our own casualties? Our losses were minimal, with only 31 fallen and 15 severely wounded. The rest sustained minor injuries. Make a note of the names of our fallen brothers. We cannot bring their bodies back, so send some men to find a suitable place nearby for their burial. Chen Ping'an patted Chen Gosheng's shoulder, instructing him. Understood. I will personally lead the effort. Chen Gosheng replied solemnly, promptly departing to carry out Chen Ping'an's orders. Continuing on, Chen Ping'an found that breakfast was already prepared. Aside from the soldiers guarding the captives, others were gathered in small groups, enjoying their meal. Following the significant victory, the brothers were finally relieved from subsisting on hard rations, feasting instead on roasted lamb. Quickly scanning the crowd, Chen Ping'an spotted Yang Yuyao seated with Guahu, Qindalei, and several other officers. Recently, he had entrusted Yang Yuyao with the daily training of the troops, allowing her to build considerable respect among the men. Coupled with her formidable combat skills, she had effectively become the second in command of their unit. Even those with equal military rank, like Guahu, treated her with great deference. Chen Ping'an approached and plopped down beside Yang Yuyao, addressing Qindalei, who was distributing meat. Delay, serve up some food. Our esteemed leader has likely stood for hours interrogating the captives. Yang Yuyao teased. Indeed, it seems Brother Mulan cares deeply for you. Chen Ping'an burst into laughter, wrapping an arm around Yang Yuyao. Though she struggled against his embrace, she soon ceased her attempts. Qindalei tore a whole roasted leg of lamb from the spit and handed it to Chen Ping'an hungry. He accepted the leg and began devouring it voraciously. At that moment, Yang Yuyao brought up a pressing matter. What shall we do next? The majority of the 3,000 captives are elderly, weak, and women. How shall we manage them? After a brief contemplation, Chen Ping'an decisively commanded, this place is not suitable for a prolonged stay. Let the brothers eat quickly, and once they finish, we must relocate. All captives with official titles should be taken along, while those without should be released. Gather all the horses from the tribe, and set fire to any other supplies we cannot carry. Historically, killing surrendered foes or captives has been viewed as a military taboo. While Chen Ping'an was not one to display excessive compassion, he hesitated to unleash violence upon defenseless elders, women, and children. Moreover, they numbered merely 700, while their captives vastly outnumbered them. If they were to slaughter indiscriminately, it could incite rebellion among the captives, potentially causing turmoil and significantly delaying their retreat. Should they be caught in a protracted engagement, reinforcement from nearby larger tribes could arrive, leading to disastrous consequences. Following the resounding victory, Chen Ping'an's standing among his men had reached unprecedented heights, and no one questioned his orders. Soon, the group finished their breakfast. Chen Ping'an assigned specific tasks to each individual, instructing them to carry out their duties. He then took a leg of lamb and returned to the tent, where he roused the still sleeping Wan Yanhongyi. Let her eat something, dress appropriately, and prepare to set off for relocation shortly. As for Yi Jiao, Chen Ping'an did not provide her with any sustenance. Since this young princess is so proud, it is better for her to first experience the pangs of hunger. On the first day, Yi Jiao remained exceedingly haughty, holding her head high and dismissing her situation entirely. What does it matter to be hungry? I am the daughter of the right sage king of the Xiongnu, with the noblest royal blood of the grasslands coursing through my veins. How could I bow to the mere need for a morsel of food before these commoners? I would rather starve to death, thus sparing myself the humiliation imposed by these lowly Qian people. By the second day, the growling of her stomach became undeniable. When Yin Hongya dined, she deliberately sat before Yi Jiao, savoring her meal with evident delight, her lips glistening with grease. Watching this, Yi Jiao swallowed hard, her eyes nearly glazing over. On the third day, Yi Jiao was utterly devoid of spirit, her once proud neck unable to rise. She slumped atop her horse, allowing it to carry her onward. That evening, Chen Ping'an approached with a portion of food. Upon seeing the meal he brought, Yi Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment, and she swallowed audibly, yet maintained her stubbornness. I refuse to eat the food of a Qian dog. Chen Ping'an would not indulge her obstinacy. He threw the food onto the ground before her, trampling it into the earth with his foot. By the fourth evening, Yi Jiao had lost the strength to even raise a finger. Having been accustomed to a life of luxury, this was her first experience of the harsh reality of hunger, which proved to be exceedingly unbearable. Regret began to seep in as she pondered why she had been so stubborn the previous night. Would he bring food for her again? On the fifth evening, having fainted from hunger, Yi Jiao suddenly caught a whiff of something savory. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a steaming, fragrant roasted leg of lamb before her. Her eyes sparkled instantly, and without a moment's hesitation, she lunged for the lamb leg. However, she bit only air, failing to grasp it. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Chen Ping'an squatting before her, holding the leg of lamb and smiling at her. Do you wish to eat? Yi Jiao, in a moment of desperation, exclaimed, I was wrong, Ping'an Gij, I wish to eat the lamb leg. This leg shall be yours to eat. What? Yi Jiao's expression darkened, her delicate brows furrowing tightly, revealing her resistance. How could a dignified princess of the Xiongnu grovel in such a manner before a lowly Qian man? Yet upon seeing Chen Ping'an rise to leave, she panicked. Ping'an Gij, a voice as faint as a whisper escaped her proud lips. Chen Ping'an smirked, teasingly responding, What did you say? I can't hear you. Chapter 57. Chen Ping'an, are you feeling quite pleased with yourself? Ping'an Gij, I apologize for my previous attitude towards you. I was wrong. Please, let me have the lamb leg. Yi Jiao nearly summoned all her strength to shout these words and, in return, received the coveted lamb leg. Oh, how delicious the lamb leg is. Yi Jiao cradled the large, succulent, and oily roasted leg of lamb in her delicate hands, devouring it hungrily. Soon, she became lost in the exquisite flavor, her face alight with rapture. Truly delightful. After half an hour, Yi Jiao had thoroughly consumed the large and fatty lamb leg. Feeling completely satiated, it felt as though her entire belly was filled with the warm, rich fat of the lamb. Never before in her life had she eaten so abundantly. Is the lamb leg delicious? Chen Ping'an asked with a cheerful smile, raising an eyebrow and inquiring softly. Yi Jiao instinctively wanted to nod, but quickly realized the implications. Her pretty face flushed crimson, her silver teeth clenched tightly, and her beautiful eyes filled with mortification and annoyance. She remained silent, and Chen Ping'an did not press her for an answer. He reached out, playfully pinching her smooth, pale cheek. I will return tomorrow. With that, he stood tall and walked away. Return tomorrow? Yi Jiao trembled slightly, gazing at the cleanly gnawed bone of the lamb leg before her, and recalling the events that had transpired. She felt a wave of confusion wash over her, as though she were trapped in a dream. A surge of humiliation and regret flooded her heart. I am the daughter of the right sage king of the Xiongnu, a princess of the Xiongnu tribe. My veins carry the noblest royal blood of the grasslands. How could I utter such shameful and humble words for the sake of a mere lamb leg? What will my father think, should he learn of this? How disappointed he would be. Yi Jiao, why did you not simply starve to death? Stand firm in your principles. Tomorrow, that despicable Qian man must not be allowed to prevail again. Early the next morning, after everyone had breakfast, they continued their journey. As they walked, Yi Jiao suddenly noticed the peculiar glances directed toward her from those around. It did not take long for her to realize. Last night, Chen Ping'an had mentioned her voice was too soft for him to hear. In her subsequent outburst, she had shouted so loud that nearly everyone in the camp had overheard. Feeling the weight of their unusual stares, the proud princess of the grasslands blushed deeply, burying her face in her horse's neck in utter embarrassment. Chen Dalai, Chen Gosheng, and the others erupted into laughter, giving Chen Ping'an a thumbs up. Husband, you truly have a way of dealing with her. Wan Yin Hongye, riding alongside Chen Ping'an, wore a smirk of schadenfreude. Having been at odds with Yi Jiao since childhood, she found great joy in witnessing her rival's downfall. Earlier, when they had ventured deep into the grasslands, Chen Ping'an had steadfastly refused Wan Yin Hongye's repeated requests. On one hand, he aimed to starve Yi Jiao to awaken her potential and abilities, enabling her to assist him in swiftly locating hidden large tribes. On the other hand, he considered the impact on troop morale. After all, with only 800 iron cavalry, he could not afford to allow discord to fester. Venturing alone into the heart of the grasslands was undoubtedly a perilous gamble, fraught with crisis. His brothers remained on high alert, concerned for their safety while also questioning the reliability of this grassland woman. Could she truly lead them to victory, or would she lead them into an abyss? Had he acquiesced to Wan Yin Hongye's requests, allowing her to dine alone each night while his men could only watch in envy, it would have surely led to disarray among the ranks. Therefore, he had insisted that Wan Yin Hongye ride her own horse, refusing to share a mount with her. However, the circumstances had shifted now. Following a recent triumph, they had slain over 2,000 enemies and captured a significant number of high-ranking Xiongnu officials. Upon returning, everyone could ascend in rank and receive commendations. Official positions, silver, and women were all within reach. At present, they harbored no doubts about Chen Ping'an, the one who had led them to such grand achievements. Only loyalty resided in their hearts. In such moments, it was entirely acceptable for Chen Ping'an to indulge himself a little. Riding alongside Wan Yin Hongye, engaging in some intimate gestures, was perfectly fine. As he had previously stated, a commander need not necessarily share the same hardships as his soldiers, as long as rewards and punishments were strictly enforced and orders were followed. Consistently leading his troops to victory would suffice. Soldiers needed to understand that following him would yield military merits. As long as victories were secured, everything else would follow. On the evening of the second day, Chen Ping'an approached Yi Jiao once more, offering her a piece of lamb chop. Chen Ping'an, remove that foul meat. My veins flow with the noblest blood of the grasslands. You shall not insult me further. Yi Jiao defiantly lifted her chin, attempting to firmly reject Chen Ping'an. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, he forcefully stuffed the hefty lamb chop into it. The skies have cleared. The rain has ceased. Do you now think you are capable of refusing? The world offers but one chance or countless. Can one merely proclaim a refusal? So fragrant. The delectable aroma engulfing her mouth swiftly overwhelmed Yi Jiao, who had been hungry all day, erasing her resistance, leading her to call out for Brother Ping'an. After a moment, she regained her composure, her face flushed with embarrassment and fury. Chen Ping'an, are you not quite pleased with yourself? On the third evening, Yi Jiao, with her hair elegantly coiled, nibbled on the lamb, her mind echoing Wan Yin Hongye's words. Horses are meant to be ridden, and women are destined to be conquered by men. As a noble princess of the grasslands, she was destined to marry the strongest man in the world. This man, Chen Ping'an, though from Beiliang, was stronger than the fiercest Ba Tu Lu on the grasslands. Leading nearly 800 iron cavalry, he dared to venture deep into the grasslands, launching surprise attacks on their massive tribe of over 10,000. Brave and astute, young and handsome, why could he not be her man? On the fourth day, Yi Jiao rode alongside the troop, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at the sun hanging high in the sky. Why was it not yet dark? At that moment, Chen Ping'an, who was leading the front of the column, suddenly changed his expression and raised his arm. The entire troop came to an abrupt halt, all eyes turning anxiously towards him. Chen Ping'an remained silent, honing his keen hearing to listen intently. As he focused, the sound from afar grew increasingly distinct. Hooves thundering and cries of battle. What's wrong? Yang Yuyao, noticing Chen Ping'an's sudden stop and grave expression, hastily rode over to inquire. After spending so long together, she had come to understand his extraordinary talents. His vision and hearing far surpassed that of ordinary people, allowing him to detect minute sound from miles away. Their ability to infiltrate deep into enemy territory and successfully locate the lair of the right virtuous king was partly due to Wan Yanhong Yi serving as a living map of the grasslands. Moreover, Chen Ping'an's formidable perception and scouting skills played a crucial role. He could hear the sound of hooves from several miles away. Upon sensing an approach, he would lead the group to evade detection by smaller tribes or scouts from Beiliang, thus maintaining their position and preventing alarm. A large-scale battle was unfolding. Chen Ping'an's gaze shifted southeast, his expression grave. Yang Yu Yao, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of concern. They had initially intended to return victorious, bringing back captured horses and prisoners to reunite with the main force. After several days of travel, they were now very close to the main army. At this moment, Chen Ping'an heard the sound of battle cries again. There was no need to speculate. It was undoubtedly the main force of 30,000 iron cavalry engaging with the Beiliang army, yet the outcome remained unknown. "Everyone, follow me," Chen Ping'an commanded, leading the group towards the source of the battle sounds. To avoid unforeseen circumstances, he ordered the main force to slow down while he and Yang Yu Yao ventured ahead to scout the situation. If the conditions ahead proved unfavorable, they could still react accordingly. After running a few miles, Yang Yu Yao too heard the distant cries of battle, her expression growing increasingly serious. Soon, the two galloped up a hill, overlooking the scene below. There, on the vast expanse of land, blades glinted and shouts echoed. A fierce battle was underway. In the midst of the battlefield lay a massive grassland tribe. However, at this moment, all the tents within the tribe had been trampled by chaotic hooves. Over 10,000 elite Qian iron cavalry found themselves surrounded by tens of thousands of Beiliang troops. Contrary to Chen Ping'an and Yang Yu Yao's expectations, these soldiers, who typically wielded curved blades from horseback, had now taken up shields and spears, forming a phalanx with their overwhelming numbers. Deep ditches and various instruments had been employed to create a vast encirclement, trapping the over 10,000 iron cavalry within. Moreover, numerous Beiliang cavalrymen circled outside the encirclement, raining arrows into the trapped Qian troops. It is well known that the strength of cavalry units lies in their superior mobility compared to infantry, and their unstoppable momentum when charging. However, when confined by an infantry phalanx, with deep ditches underfoot, there was insufficient space and distance to gain speed. They resembled a tiger stripped of its fangs and claws, significantly diminishing their threat level. The over 10,000 trapped Qian cavalry attempted repeatedly to break through the Beiliang phalanx, but failed each time. From the current situation, it seemed only a matter of time before their annihilation. Not far from this encirclement, another group of over 10,000 Qian cavalry was engaged in fierce combat with tens of thousands of Beiliang cavalry, seemingly attempting to rush in to rescue their besieged comrades. Although the Daqian cavalry were well equipped and had far superior individual combat capabilities, they were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers. Engaged in close quarters, their situation did not appear optimistic. Upon witnessing this, Chen Ping'an and Yang Yu Yao furrowed their brows, their expressions grave. It seemed their forces had fallen into an ambush. The enemy had seized upon the eagerness of their commander to achieve merit, deliberately setting a false camp. What appeared to be an ordinary tribe was, in fact, heavily fortified within the tents, with deep trenches dug to lure their forces into an assault, resulting in their own encirclement. Chen Ping'an's gaze remained fixed on the distant battlefield as he speculated. "It is likely so." Yang Yu Yao nodded in agreement, solemnly stating, "The Beiliang army has never employed such tactics before. Even if one wishes to employ such a strategy, it would be impossible to gather enough iron shields to form a defensive formation capable of encircling tens of thousands of cavalry. It has long been rumored that since the ascendance of Empress Xiao, significant reforms have been implemented in Beiliang, with numerous Qian individuals appointed to positions of power. Particularly after seizing the 16 prefectures of Yanyun, the resources of these territories have been utilized extensively, greatly enhancing the strength of the Beiliang state. Today, these rumors have proven to be true. The current Beiliang is a far cry from its former self. It cannot be assessed with outdated perspectives, lest one suffer a significant loss. These matters can be addressed later. Now is not the time for reflection. Chen Ping'an gazed intently at the distant battlefield, where fierce combat raged, and solemnly inquired of Yang Yao, "Brother Milan, do you believe that with our 800 cavalry, we could charge from the outside and create an opening to rescue the trapped soldiers within? Your idea, indeed, possesses a certain feasibility. Yet the Beiliang army has reserves positioned outside their shield formation. Although their numbers are not substantial, they will undoubtedly rush forth to obstruct us. After all, we are but a little over 700. Charging headlong would likely yield a slim chance of success. Who says we are merely 700? Do we not have over 2,000 warhorses as well? They shall be driven into the fray together. Let us break through from the direction defended by the right Xian Wang's division. Unfurl the banners we retrieved from the right Xian Wang's division. Let them know their homeland has been invaded, and their morale will surely falter. How do you know the right Xian Wang's division is below us? Or which side their troops are guarding?" Yang Yuyao gazed at Chen Ping'an in astonishment. "Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. The style of armor worn by their soldiers is distinct from that of other tribes. You can see that from such a distance?" Yang Yuyao's surprise grew even greater. Her eyes filled with disbelief. "I possess many talents. You will gradually come to appreciate them," Chen Ping'an chuckled. At this moment, Guahu, Chen Dalai, and others had arrived with the subsequent forces. Upon observing the situation on the distant battlefield, their hearts sank, and a grave expression crossed their faces. "Brothers, our main force of over 10,000 comrades is currently besieged and slaughtered by the Beiliang savages. I shall lead you to charge against the enemy formation and tear open a breach in their shield wall. This battle is fraught with peril. You may perish in the charge or become heroes who save our army. Are you afraid of death?" "Not afraid." "Good. I knew my subordinates were not cowards. I, Chen Ping'an, assure you that no matter how dangerous the path ahead, I shall always lead from the front. If we succeed in this battle, I will personally commend you before the general. Even if you sacrifice yourselves in battle, I will petition the general to promote you, granting titles and providing for your families. We vow to follow Lord Baihu to the death." Hundreds of black cavalry shouted in unison, their eyes ablaze with fervor, their fighting spirit ignited. "Leave 10 men to guard the captives. All others, take all the horses and follow me." With Chen Ping'an's command, they swiftly descended the slope, making a wide detour. Upon reaching the direction defended by the right Xian Wang's division, he pointed his Fong Tianhua Ji forward and shouted, "Brothers, charge with me." With that, Chen Ping'an surged forward, boldly leading the charge. Hundreds of armored riders followed, driving over 2,000 warhorses, forming a formidable cavalry force. The thunder of hooves shattered the earth as they charged towards the encirclement formed by the Beiliang army. Chapter 59, Unstoppable Force, Single Rider Breaking the Formation. Kill. Chen Ping'an led hundreds of armored cavalry into the charge against the Beiliang encirclement. The thunderous hooves of the cavalry drew the attention of the Beiliang troops. "Damn it! How is there a large contingent of Qian cavalry here? Quickly, someone stop them." A Beiliang commander, his expression shifting, roared. Immediately, 2 cavalry units, each numbering around 1,000, surged in from the left and right flanks, encircling the 800 black cavalry led by Chen Ping'an. The armor worn by these 2 cavalry units was identical to that of the soldiers slain days prior at the right Xian Wang's division. "Unfurl the banners of the right Xian Wang's division for them to see," Chen Ping'an shouted as he charged ahead. Several of his subordinates unfurled the banners they had brought back from the right Xian Wang's division, originally intended as tokens of merit. The 2 units of Beiliang cavalry, witnessing the banners unfurled behind Chen Ping'an, were momentarily stunned, unsure of what was transpiring. The next moment, Chen Ping'an, leading the charge, bellowed in fluent grassland dialect, "The right Xian Wang's division has been trampled by our iron hooves. From this day forth, this tribe shall no longer exist on the grasslands." What? Upon hearing that their homeland had been invaded, even these valiant and formidable cavalrymen could not help but turn pale, their minds thrown into disarray. They knew that their families were still within the tribe. If the tribe were to be destroyed, did it not mean that their families had perished? Although hatred and anger can ignite a person's fighting spirit, inciting the army to unleash greater combat prowess, hearing such devastating news all at once would undoubtedly lead to momentary chaos and disorientation. This fleeting opportunity is precisely what Chen Ping'an sought. Seizing the moment when the 2,000 cavalry of the right Xian Wang's division were thrown into disarray upon hearing the dreadful news, he swiftly spurred his steed forward. His horse let out a neigh as it surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. The Fang Tian Hua Ji swept across, cleaving the head of the foremost Baiman cavalryman cleanly from his shoulders. With the strength granted by his formidable physique and the prowess acquired from his cultivation of the Longxiang Jinyugong, he charged fiercely into the enemy ranks. With his long spear, he struck down Baiman cavalrymen one after another. Behind him, Yang Yao, Guahu, Chun Dalai, and others hastened to catch up. Their gleaming long spears shimmered with a chilling brilliance as they felled Baiman cavalrymen in their wake. They followed Chen Ping'an like the sharp edge of a spear, cleaving open a gap in the formation of Baiman cavalry. Some Baiman cavalry attempted to strike from the flanks, seeking to shatter the charge of the 800 black cavalry behind Chen Ping'an. However, this time, Chen Ping'an also drove the over 2,000 warhorses captured from the right Xian Wang's division, distributed across the flanks of the formation. Though these horses were unmounted and panicked amidst the bloodshed, causing chaos on the battlefield, they effectively shielded the flanks of Chen Ping'an's forces. The charging Baiman cavalry were momentarily hindered by the tumultuous herd of horses, unable to directly threaten the black cavalry on either side. With over 700 elite black cavalrymen closely following Chen Ping'an, they surged straight into the enemy's ranks. The soldiers of the black cavalry were all elite troops, equipped with top-notch gear, clad in iron armor, and wielding long spears, which gave them a decisive advantage over the Baiman cavalry, who were uniformly clad in leather armor. Even with numerical inferiority, they were capable of inflicting a significantly higher casualty rate. In the midst of a fierce battle, a warrior wielding a long spear effortlessly shattered a northern Man cavalryman, armor and all. From a distant hillside, the 800 black riders led by Chen Ping'an surged forth like an unstoppable torrent of darkness, ruthlessly penetrating the enemy ranks and unleashing a storm of bloodshed and carnage, advancing with a momentum akin to a bamboo splitting apart. A few soldiers left behind to guard the captives, along with Wan Yin Hong Yi, beheld this scene from afar. Their hearts instantly gripped with anxiety, unable to restrain their breath. Wan Yin Hong Ye's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on the silhouette charging at the forefront of the battlefield, revealing profound worry. Yizhi Jiao knelt on the ground, her gaze similarly locked onto Chen Ping'an. Though he appeared merely as a distant, indistinct dark dot to them, she could vividly imagine him clad in iron armor, valiantly charging ahead, wielding his long spear with grace and power, cutting down enemies with an air of heroism. Her heart inexplicably raced, her delicate form quivering slightly, worry evident in her lovely eyes. She pondered which tribe he was engaging in combat with, hoping for his safe return. But wait, Yizhi Jiao, what are you thinking? He is clearly an enemy. How can you wish for the enemy to slay the valiant warriors of the grasslands? Yet, the lamb leg truly is delectable. While Yizhi Jiao found herself entangled in this perplexing internal struggle, Chen Ping'an, drenched in blood, had already fought his way through the enemy cavalry line, just 100 paces ahead. The formidable shield formation that had trapped thousands of the Qian cavalry was now within sight. Turn the last 2 rows of shields to block them. A northern Man commander shouted hoarsely from afar. The rear ranks of shield bearers swiftly repositioned themselves, crashing their towering, iron-covered shields into the ground at an angle. Bracing against them while thrusting sharp spears through the gaps, their cold, glinting edges piercing the sky, prepared to confront Chen Ping'an and his cavalry's charge. Concurrently, the rumbling earth heralded the approach of even more northern Man cavalry, rapidly encircling to annihilate the few hundred iron riders led by Chen Ping'an. He understood that he could not allow this shield formation to impede his advance. Otherwise, should his momentum falter, he and his brothers would face certain doom at the hands of the northern Man cavalry. A determined glint flickered in his eyes. As he spurred his horse forward, he raised his Fang Tian Hua Ji high, gripping the spear firmly. He aimed it like a throwing dart at the iron wall ahead, gathering all his strength to hurl it with a fierce roar. The Fang Tian Hua Ji whistled through the air like a heavy meteor, striking the shield formation with unerring precision, crashing into one of the shields with tremendous force. This weapon was a reward from the system, far exceeding the mere 10-odd kilograms of standard long spear, weighing a staggering 108 pounds. On the battlefield of cold steel, it was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. With a weight of 108 pounds, coupled with his robust physique exceeding 40 points and the mastery of the 3rd level of Longxiang Jinyugong, The force contained within this spear was beyond 1,000 pounds. Like a colossal meteor, it crashed into the iron-covered shield, shattering it to pieces. The explosive force sent several nearby shields tumbling, causing the soldiers hidden behind them to be violently thrown about, their screams echoing as they fell. The shield formation crumbled, creating a gaping breach. With only the Fong Tianhua Ji, its tip buried in the ground, marking the spot. "Fools! Quickly block the breach!" The Northern Mang commander exclaimed, his face paling, urging nearby soldiers to seal the gap. But it was already too late. In the next moment, Chen Ping'an had galloped forward, dismounting and seizing the Fong Tianhua Ji from the earth. With swift, unrelenting strokes, he cleaved through the Northern Mang shield bearers rushing from both sides, then pressed on, pulling the reins sharply. The snow-treading divine steed neighed, rearing its front hooves and crashing down upon two terrified Northern Mang soldiers, who were instantly sent sprawling, spitting blood. Chen Ping'an, a lone figure atop his steed, charged forward like an unstoppable blade, piercing through the layers of shields and tearing a path through the once impenetrable defense. Meanwhile, Yang Yuyao, Guahu, and others swiftly followed, wielding their weapons to widen the breach Chen Ping'an had created in the shield formation. Leading the charge, Chen Ping'an pressed onward before halting to raise his bloodied Fong Tianhua Ji high, calling out to the encircled De Qian cavalry. "All of you, follow me and break free." The trapped De Qian Iron Riders had attempted several breakout maneuvers, only to be pushed back by the Northern Mang forces, their hopes nearly extinguished. Suddenly, the sight of Chen Ping'an and his steed breaking through the shield formation, accompanied by a cadre of well-equipped Black Riders, ignited a spark of hope among them. One nearby commander, eyes alight with joy, called out without hesitation, "Quick, follow him and charge out." The closest several hundred Iron Riders rallied, shouting and galloping forward, following Chen Ping'an as they surged towards the breach. In truth, the Northern Mang forces encircling the Dacian cavalry were not numerous, only a few tens of thousands. Relying on pre-dug trenches, horse traps, and defensive implements, along with a multitude of cavalry patrolling the perimeter, suppressing their movements with arrows. They had managed to confine over 10,000 elite De Qian cavalry within the shield formation, their defenses already strained. Now, with Chen Ping'an tearing open a gap in their line, a wave of cavalry surged through, and the nearby Northern Mang shield bearers could not respond in time to seal the breach. In an instant, this seemingly insignificant gap rapidly widened under the onslaught of cavalry, collapsing like a dam under a deluge. The entire defense line disintegrated, with countless well-equipped De Qian Iron Riders bursting forth from the encirclement, brandishing their weapons and raising a deafening battle cry, gathering into squads under their commanders and galloping across the open grassland, sweeping away the surrounding Northern Mang soldiers. The cavalry of Dacian is splendidly equipped. Previously besieged, they were like caged tigers, waiting to be slaughtered. Now, having escaped their confinement, they are akin to fish returning to the ocean or birds soaring into the sky. No longer restrained, they unleash the true might of cavalry. Under the iron hooves of the Dacian cavalry, the infantry of Beiliang, armed with shields and spears, though not entirely lambs for slaughter, possess little resistance. They are shattered by the relentless charge of the iron cavalry, who wield their weapons with abandon. Even the Beiliang cavalry, faced with the well-equipped Dacian iron steeds, are left with no choice but to flee in fear. The tide of battle shifts in an instant. The Beiliang army swiftly crumbles. He has succeeded. On a distant low hill, Yiji's beautiful eyes sparkle with joy as she exclaims in excitement, her flushed face betraying her exhilaration. However, upon uttering those words, she senses an unusual atmosphere surrounding her. Turning her head, she finds everyone around her looking at her with peculiar expressions. Particularly, Wan Yin Hongye's half-smiling, teasing gaze jolts her into realizing why she is cheering for a man from Dacian. Her fair, delicate face instantly turns crimson with embarrassment, and she bows her head in shame. The glances from her fellow tribesmen, also captives, amplify her feelings of humiliation, making her wish to hide from the world. Initially, the strategy of the Beiliang army was well conceived. They intended to use ambushes to eliminate half of the Dacian cavalry before concentrating their forces to annihilate the remaining half. Their plans unfolded seamlessly at first. However, they never anticipated the sudden emergence of Chen Ping'an, who led 800 iron riders to break through their carefully crafted encirclement, turning the tide of battle. Damn it, from where did these cavalry emerge? Several distant Beiliang commanders wore grim expressions. Realizing the dire situation, they decisively ordered a retreat, urging their troops to flee as far as possible. Soon, the battlefield transformed into a one-sided affair. The Beiliang cavalry, upon receiving the retreat order, managed to escape on horseback. However, the tens of thousands of Beiliang infantry found themselves trapped. They could either surrender or become targets for the Dacian iron cavalry. Everywhere one looked, the vast terrain was filled with Dacian cavalry pursuing the fleeing soldiers. Who can tell me who broke through the enemy's shield formation? I will reward them handsomely. Several commanders shouted on the battlefield. Even at this moment, they remained oblivious to who had first breached the enemy's shield formation, allowing the besieged cavalry to escape. After searching for answers, a soldier finally provided a clue. Judging by their armor, they appeared to belong to the Heike camp, a few hundred strong, who charged in from outside and broke through the enemy's formation. The commanders exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Before looking towards Sunya, did you foresee that we might fall into an ambush and thus arrange this surprise force in advance? I did not, Sunya replied, initially bewildered, but then realization dawned upon him. It must be Chen Ping'an. That lad is indeed my fortunate star. You all, hurry and send someone to fetch Chen Ping'an. Sunya instructed a few of his trusted subordinates to find Chen Ping'an and then explain the situation to the other commanders. Before long, Chen Ping'an arrived on horseback with his men and dismounted to bow respectfully. I, Chen Ping'an, pay my respects to the generals. There is no need for excessive formalities. Rise quickly. Today's battle, you are our great contributor. Sunya hurried forward to assist Chen Ping'an up and introduced him to the other generals beside him. These generals, at the very least, held the rank of deputy general, commanding thousands of cavalry. The foremost among them, Li Wanjun, was a true general renowned for his accomplishments in battle, leading the 30,000 iron riders. Under normal circumstances, Chen Ping'an, a mere 100-man captain, would not qualify to stand before them. Yet today, the merits he achieved could be described as turning the tide of battle, earning him the admiration of the generals. Li Wanjun generously praised, young and valiant. Indeed a hero in the making. You honor me with your praise. It is all due to the general's guidance, Chen Ping'an replied humbly. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Sunya felt pride swell within him, his heart brimming with joy, and his smile nearly reaching the heavens. After clearing his throat, he asked Chen Ping'an, the general praises you for your merits. There is no need for excessive modesty. After being away for so long, have you brought back any spoils? Indeed, there are some gains, but alas, no great catches. Just as Sunya was about to console Chen Ping'an, assuring him that even modest gains were acceptable, he heard Chen Ping'an calmly declare, I merely destroyed the den of the right Xian Wang of the Xiongnu, beheading over 2,000 enemies and capturing some prisoners. Chapter 61. Request for rewards. I desire the Xiongnu princess. The air around them fell silent. The generals stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment, questioning their own hearing. Sunya eagerly pressed, You just said you destroyed which tribe? How many enemies did you slay? The right Xian Wang of the Xiongnu's faction. A total of 2,236 enemies were slain. Chen Ping'an reiterated. At this, the generals collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions filled with shock. It is important to note that the right Xian Wang of the Xiongnu holds a status just below the Chanyu among the Xiongnu tribes. Currently, the 5 major tribes of the grasslands are led by the Khitan, with their royal family equivalent to the Beiliang imperial family. The leaders of the other 4 tribes bear titles akin to that of a prince in Dacian. The right Xian Wang of the Xiongnu, within the Beiliang steppes, holds a position comparable to a marquis, a powerful and influential one at that. The tribe of the right Xian Wang is undoubtedly one of the most significant tribes on the grasslands. They have accumulated numerous military achievements over the years. Yet even Li Wanjun, the highest-ranking general, felt far from the prospect of becoming a marquis and hardly dared to dream of such luxuries. The commanders had roamed the grasslands with 30,000 iron riders for an extended period without substantial gains. They had finally discovered a large tribe, only to find themselves ensnared in an enemy trap, nearly leading to their total annihilation. In contrast, Chen Ping'an, a humble 100-man captain, led 800 iron riders on a swift journey, penetrating deep into the grasslands. In just a few days, He dismantled the right Xianwang's tribe and achieved the remarkable feat of slaying over 2,000 enemies. The disparity in their achievements was staggering. Even seasoned generals, accustomed to the battlefield, were stirred by Chen Ping'an's reported accomplishments. Sun Yat swallowed hard, confirming with Chen Ping'an once more. You are certain it was the right Xianwang of the Xiongnu's tribe that you destroyed? Is that correct? Undoubtedly. This is the tribal banner that I, a humble servant, brought back from their clan, along with numerous captives as evidence. Chen Ping'an turned around and commanded Chen Dalai, go fetch those captives and let the generals have a look. Chen Dalai responded loudly and promptly galloped away with a few individuals. Soon, he returned with the esteemed nobles of Beiliang, captured from the right Xianwang's tribe, presenting them before the generals. Upon seeing the luxurious garments adorning the captives, the generals immediately recognized that Chen Ping'an was indeed truthful. It was apparent that only high-ranking officials from a large tribe like the right Xianwangs could possess such opulent attire. Individuals from smaller tribes on the grasslands could never afford such finery. In addition to the captives and the banner, Chen Ping'an and his men had also collected some special tokens like seals and scepters during that day's endeavor. After inspection, the generals nodded in agreement, confirming their authenticity. Indeed, these seals originated from the Xiongnu, right Xianwang tribe. Li Wanjun laughed heartily, patting Chen Ping'an on the shoulder. It seems Sun Yat was correct. You're truly a fortuitous general. To achieve such remarkable feats upon your first foray into the grasslands is a clear indication of a boundless future. The general's praise is unwarranted. Any achievements I have are entirely due to your support, generals, Chen Ping'an replied with a humble smile. The gazes of the several accompanying generals shifted towards Chen Ping'an, filled with envy. It was well understood that capturing the right Xianwang tribe and bringing back so many high officials from Beiliang was a significant accomplishment. Moreover, with Chen Ping'an's extraordinary efforts today, it was certain that he would be rewarded with promotions and titles after the battle's conclusion, likely advancing at least 5 ranks, perhaps directly elevated to Qianfuzhang. It is noteworthy that they took at least 7 to 8 years to rise from recruits to Baifuzhang, with some taking even longer. Yet, here was Chen Ping'an, still so young, traversing a decade of advancement in just a few short days. Li Wanjuan's remark about his boundless future was far from mere flattery. In a few years, Chen Ping'an might stand on equal footing with these generals. These individuals, having achieved the rank of general, possessed not only genuine military accomplishments but also astuteness in social affairs. None of them were to be underestimated. Their attitudes towards Chen Ping'an immediately transformed. No longer was he regarded merely as a lowly baibu. He was now seen as an equal, with conversations conducted with newfound courtesy. General, how shall we handle these captives? Chen Ping'an respectfully clasped his fists, inquiring of Li Wanjun. What is there to discuss? The men will be detained for interrogation upon our return, while the women will be conscripted as military concubines, Li Wanjun stated decisively with a wave of his hand. In recent years, Empress Xiao had encouraged the Beiliang nobility to adopt the culture of Dacian, and many among them could understand the Dacian language. Upon hearing they were to be made military concubines, the noble women and young ladies turned pale with fear, wide-eyed in terror. Yi Jiao's delicate face went ashen, her beautiful eyes instinctively seeking Chen Ping'an's gaze, filled with desperate hope. Yet, until she was shoved away by the soldiers, Chen Ping'an did not glance back at her. Yi Jiao's heart sank deeply, her expression wrought with bitterness, despair, and desolation. Was she merely a plaything for him to amuse himself with along his journey? Once they were far away, Chen Ping'an suddenly knelt on one knee before Li Wanjun, exclaiming loudly, "General, I have a request, and I hope you will grant it." "Oh, what is it that you seek?" Li Wanjun raised an eyebrow and inquired. "During our charge against the enemy, I took the liberty of promising my brothers that I would personally advocate for them in front of you, so that the fallen comrades could also receive promotions and titles. I beseech you to honor this promise. I thought you were asking for something more substantial. It turns out to be this," Li Wanjun chuckled. "Rest assured, had it not been for your valiant charge and the bloodshed of you and your brothers, our forces would have suffered immensely. I shall not neglect any individual who has contributed. All your brothers, regardless of life or death, shall each receive a promotion of 3 ranks and a monetary reward of 100 taels." Li Wanjun proclaimed with grandeur, then turned his gaze to Chen Ping'an, adding, "As for your considerable achievements, I cannot bestow upon you any reward. I will report this to General Yang, who will determine your fate. Why are you all standing there? Hurry and thank the general. Chen Ping'an called out to the hundreds of black-clad riders behind him. They immediately knelt in unison, bowing deeply alongside Chen Ping'an to express their gratitude to Li Wanjun. Although the reward was granted by Li Wanjun, each of them understood that it was Chen Ping'an who had knelt and advocated on their behalf. This kindness was burned into their hearts, and their loyalty to Chen Ping'an intensified. Li Wanjun and the other generals observed this interaction with admiration. This young man, having achieved great merit, was not solely focused on himself. He knew how to advocate for his subordinates in front of superiors, fostering gratitude among them. Over time, this would cultivate a loyal following willing to risk everything for him, propelling him to greater heights. After receiving rewards, he also recognized the importance of expressing gratitude on behalf of all, ensuring that his superiors felt appreciated. Understanding such principles at a young age and handling matters so thoughtfully indicated that this child had an immeasurable future ahead of him. Li Wanjun nodded appreciatively to the group, stating, "Those who have achieved merit deserve rewards. This is what you all have rightfully earned, so there is no need to thank me. Rise." As everyone stood up, only Chen Ping'an remained kneeling, saying, "I have one more request, and I hope the general will grant it." "Oh, is there yet another request? What might it be this time?" Li Wanjun raised an eyebrow. Looking at Chen Ping'an, a hint of bashfulness crossed Chen Ping'an's face as he clasped his fists and said, "Among the captives, there is a Beiliang princess. I dare to request that you bestow her upon me." In truth, Chen Ping'an had long contemplated this. He aimed to leverage his military accomplishments to plead for Yi Jiao as favor, unwilling to let her become a military concubine. However, he had promised his brothers first to advocate for their rewards. On one hand were the brothers who had fought and bled alongside him. On the other was merely a captive from Beiliang. Should Chen Ping'an have spoken up for Yi Jiao first, even if his brothers did not voice it, they would certainly feel disheartened. Thus, he resolved to address his brothers' concerns before presenting this request. "Ah, I thought it was something significant. It turns out to be a woman." Li Wanjun laughed heartily. "Those captives are yours to command. Don't think twice, if you wish. You could take them all home with you." The other generals laughed along, sharing knowing smiles. One remarked, "I observed closely earlier. That Beiliang princess is indeed extraordinarily beautiful. A true gem. My dear Ping'an, you are fortunate indeed." Sunya chuckled and jested. Ping'an has always cherished delicate beauty, particularly favoring the women of the grasslands. During the last battle in Shuazhou, he captured a woman from the grasslands, who happened to be a princess of the Jurchen tribe. This time, it was precisely because that Jurchen princess agreed to guide him that he specifically requested me to assign him 800 elite cavalry. Thus, he was able to venture deep into the grasslands, traversing 1,000 miles to locate the tribe of Wang Yuxian and achieve this remarkable victory. Oh, such an event occurred? Upon hearing Sunya recount the series of events, several generals displayed expressions of astonishment. It was indeed impressive that a Jurchen princess would willingly lead the army of Deqian to assault the grassland tribes. It seems that my younger brother Ping and possesses extraordinary skills in the realm of romance. That Jurchen princess must be utterly devoted to you. Ha. As Chen Ping'an exchanged banter with the generals, the fierce battle gradually approached its conclusion. The surviving soldiers busied themselves with the task of clearing the battlefield. Ultimately, the casualty figures remained unknown to Chen Ping'an, a mere centurion. However, based on his own observations, he conservatively estimated that at least 20,000 enemies from Beiliang had been slain, possibly even exceeding 30,000. Nonetheless, due to an initial ambush, the casualties among the Qian army were also grievous, amounting to around 7 or 8,000, although this was significantly lower than the losses suffered by the Beiliang forces. The fallen were all well-equipped elite cavalry. Therefore, this battle for the Qian army could at best be deemed a Pyrrhic victory. Among the 800 black riders under Chen Ping'an's command, over 300 had perished during the assault on the Beiliang shield formation, leaving only 447 alive. One of the few who had departed from Chunjia village alongside him had also fallen in battle. A heavy heart weighed upon Chen Ping'an, and as sadness enveloped him, he grasped a profound truth. Life is fleeting, and one must embrace the present. When it is time to revel, one must seize the moment. After expressing his condolences to the wounded comrades, he made his way toward the tent where Yi Jiao was being held. Meanwhile, within the tent, Yi Jiao was bound by ropes. Seated on a broad military cot, her fair face pale and her heart filled with trepidation. Recalling the horrifying tales of grassland women captured by the Qian army and forced into servitude, she felt a deep-rooted fear. Countless dreadful thoughts surged through her mind. The night had fallen, and the Qian soldiers, having finished their evening meal, were surely coming. Would they enter one by one or in groups? What if they came in groups? It was said that the soldiers of the Qian were notoriously brutish. When they indulged their desires on military prostitutes, they relished in striking and humiliating them while reveling in their cries. As a princess of the Xiongnu tribe, could she truly be confined within this military tent, tormented to death by those savage Qian soldiers? Then, footsteps approached the tent, causing Yi Jiao's heart to leap to her throat. She nervously shut her eyes and curled up in a corner, trembling. Her delicate face tightened, her fear reaching its zenith. The footsteps halted at the side of her cot. Contrary to her expectations of a rough treatment, a familiar and savory aroma wafted into her nose. Yi Jiao's heart stirred, and she opened her eyes to behold a golden-skinned, sizzling roasted leg of lamb before her. "Why is it you?" Upon seeing the familiar, youthful visage of Chen Ping'an, surprise filled Yi Jiao's beautiful eyes. "Did you hope for someone else?" "No, but how could you?" Her emotions overwhelmed her, rendering her unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Like a pitiful little dog abandoned by its master on a cold, rainy night, she had braced for torment from ferocious dogs, only to suddenly find her master before her, holding her favorite bone. Excitement and joy inundated her. "Are you here to rescue me?" "Of course I can save you, but I recall someone once said that even under the most torturous circumstances, they would never bow down to a Qian person and plead for mercy." Upon meeting Chen Ping'an's teasing gaze, a blush crept onto Yi Jiao's face, accompanied by an expression of pleading. "That was when I was foolish. Please forgive me. I could serve you like one, Yin Hong Yi, dedicating myself entirely to you. However, I still prefer your rebellious demeanor." Chen Ping'an chuckled softly, extending a finger to gently lift Yi Jiao's delicate chin. "Please revert to your previous self." "Are you serious? Hurry up." Hearing Chen Ping'an's urging, Yi Jiao dared not disobey him. She took a deep breath, her exquisite face tightening, her beautiful eyes turning cold. With a disdainful expression, she looked at Chen Ping'an and said in a charming voice, "Chen Ping'an, do you think you, a lowly Qian man, can aspire to the likes of a swan? You are simply dreaming. You are so base and despicable that you lack even the qualification to become a servant, kneeling at my feet and licking my toes." "Excellent. That is the feeling I wanted. This is perfect." Chen Ping'an's temper flared. Chapter 63. From now on, Yi Jiao belongs to her husband. In the deep of night, Yi Jiao sat on the bed, nibbling on the leg of lamb to replenish her strength. "Husband, you should eat too." She obediently tore off a piece of the lamb and brought it to Chen Ping'an's lips. To an outsider, it might have seemed as though they shared an intimate relationship. However, through the system panel, Chen Ping'an could see that Yi Jiao's genuine fondness for him was only at 50 points. Her current attempt to appear docile and seek his favor was likely driven by fear, worried that he might abandon her, leaving her to a tragic fate as a camp prostitute. "You need not go to such lengths to please me." Chen Ping'an took a bite of the lamb, grasped Yi Jiao's small hand, and gazed into her eyes. "To be honest, I have already requested the general to grant you to me. From now on, you are Chen Ping'an's woman. I harbor no ill will toward your people. I do not despise the grassland folk. And I will not mistreat you simply because you are Xiongnu. You are my wife, not my slave. So there is no need for you to disguise yourself in my presence. As long as you follow me with the same devotion as Hong Yi, I will cherish you just as I cherish her." Chen Ping'an's words pierced through Yi Jiao's hidden thoughts, perfectly addressing her deepest concerns. Upon hearing that Chen Ping'an had long sought her from the general, Yi Jiao finally comprehended that he had never intended to abandon her. "You are my wife, not my slave." Those simple 10 words moved Yi Jiao deeply. It was important to note that her current status was not that of a noble Xiongnu princess, but rather an inconsequential captive. Chen Ping'an was willing to regard her as his wife. What more could she wish for? From this moment on, Yi Jiao belonged to her husband. "My everything belongs to my husband." Yi Jiao's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of red, touched as she nestled into Chen Ping'an's embrace. The system chimed, ding. E.G. Jiao's affection level has reached 10. Current affection level 60 points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one chance for a system lottery. Would you like to draw now? The following morning, Chen Ping'an stepped out of the tent and summoned the system panel to draw his reward. Ding! System reward successfully initiated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill flexible fingers. Your fingers have become extraordinarily agile, making the practice of finger-based martial arts remarkably efficient. Upon seeing the reward, Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, his expression a bit peculiar. It became evident to him that this system seemed intent on enhancing every aspect of his being, transforming him into a formidable individual devoid of weaknesses. The skill of flexible fingers was indeed powerful and could be applied in various ways. It appeared that he should seize more opportunities to practice finger-based martial arts in the future. Chen Ping'an mused, thoroughly pleased with this newly awakened skill. Having just endured a fierce battle the day prior, with significant casualties among the 30,000 iron cavalry, the following days saw no further action as they remained in place to regroup. Days later, a military order arrived, commanding the troops to retreat from the grasslands towards the direction of Yanyun's 16 states. Thus, the remaining 20,000 iron cavalry began to dismantle their camp and withdraw from the grasslands. During the time, the 30,000 cavalry were engaged in battle. Another force, led by Yang Yinfeng, had not been idle. They successively captured the cities of Huanzhou and Yinzhou and were now stationed in Yinzhou. As the 2,000 iron cavalry departed the grasslands, they returned to camp outside Yinzhou. On the very day they settled outside the city, Yang Yinfeng sent a messenger to announce that he would host a banquet in his tent that evening to welcome several commanding officers. He specifically requested that Chen Ping'an bring along a few of his key subordinates. Chen Ping'an promptly shared this delightful news with everyone, preparing to take Yang Yuyao, Guahu, Chen Delay, and Chen Gosheng to the banquet to broaden their horizons. Upon hearing the news, Guahu, Chen Delay, and Chen Gosheng were instantly filled with excitement, their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. However, Yang Yuyao's expression shifted, and she hastily stated, "I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I will not attend tonight." Chen Gosheng and the others were momentarily stunned, gazing at Yang Yuyao in astonishment. "Mulan, what is the matter?" "This is a summons from the general. Even if you are unwell, you must go." Indeed, General Yang is the head of the Yang family and a pillar of our Daqian military. If we could gain his favor, we might soar to great heights. It would be a tremendous loss to miss such a splendid opportunity. Chen Ping'an's gaze flickered as he observed Yang Yuyao, then addressed Chen Gosheng and the others. "You all step outside for a moment. I will check on Mulan to see what exactly ails her." Obedient to Chen Ping'an's request, they swiftly exited the tent, leaving only Chen Ping'an and Yang Yuyao inside. A smile graced Chen Ping'an's face as he said, "Come here, let me examine what troubles you." Chapter 64. Chen Ping'an. "You hurt me." Seeing Chen Ping'an slowly approaching with a mischievous grin, Yang Yuyao instinctively took a few steps back. "Chen Ping'an, what do you intend to do?" Watching her retreat like a frightened lamb, cornered against the tent, yet feigning calmness, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but smile. He rested his finger under his chin, appraising Yang Yuyao, and murmured, "General Yang shares your surname, and you too bear the same name. You have studied military strategy since childhood and practiced martial arts. Now, you have a rare opportunity to meet General Yang, which others would covet, yet you seem eager to evade it. Could it be that you have some connection to the Yang family? Perhaps you are a daughter of the Yang household, disguised as a man to prove yourself, seeking military accomplishments on the battlefield to earn the admiration of all?" Yang Yuyao's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Chen Ping'an in astonishment. Though she did not vocalize it, her expression screamed, "How did you know? Mulan, you wouldn't have only studied military strategy without ever reading novels, would you? Such a plotline has been overused in literature. All the stories depict it this way." Chen Ping'an wore a sly smile as he pulled Yang Yuyao into his embrace, whispering into her ear, "You wouldn't want General Yang to learn about your current circumstances in the army, would you? Chen Ping'an, you are despicable." "All right, I was just teasing you." With a light chuckle, Chen Ping'an held Yang Yuyao's delicate form close, saying, "You are my brother." Chen Ping'an would never betray his brothers. "Especially not you, Mulan." "Why?" "Because, dear brother, you smell delightful." "Bah, you silver-tongued rogue." Ding! Yang Yuyao's affection level has increased by 1. Current affection level 80 points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one chance for a system lottery. Would you like to draw now? Draw ding. System reward successfully initiated. Congratulations, host. You have received a cultivation enhancement, elevating your long Xiangjin Yugong to the 4th layer. As the system notification echoed, Chen Ping'an's long Xiangjin Yugong instantly broke through to the 4th layer. The power he cultivated became increasingly robust, as if 4 dragons and 4 elephants lay dormant within him, akin to a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. This surge of power came unexpectedly, causing Chen Ping'an to inadvertently exert more strength while holding Yang Yuyao. The resulting pressure made her delicate form tremble, and she let out a soft cry. Chen Ping'an, you hurt me. I'm sorry. Let me rub it for you. Recently, Chen Ping'an had earnestly sought Yang Yuyao's insights into the classification of martial artists. He understood that the ordinary soldiers in the black cavalry camp, after years of rigorous training, typically achieve the strength of a 9th-rank martial artist. Among them, exceptional talents like Guo, who could even reach the 8th or 7th rank. With his physique exceeding 40 points and the cultivation of Long Xiang Zhen Yugong, the 3rd layer, he was roughly equivalent to a 2nd-rank martial artist. In the Grand Army, he could already be considered an absolute powerhouse. This was because martial artists above the 1st rank not only required exceptional talent and comprehension, but also needed guidance from esteemed masters and years of arduous practice. Most of them hailed from various sects in the martial world. Even if they chose to serve the imperial court, they would often be recruited by different factions within the court to execute various missions, rather than being directly sent to the battlefield. After all, for the majority of martial artists, a significant portion of their power resided in their internal skills. When their internal energy was abundant, they could unleash their might like a fierce tiger or a roaring dragon. However, once their internal energy was depleted, their strength would plummet dramatically. There is a well-known saying in the martial world: 100 sharp soldiers can slay a 1st-rank warrior, while 1,000 armored cavalry can kill a master. On the battlefield where 2 armies clash, what is most needed are elite troops who can faithfully execute orders from their superiors, fearlessly charge into battle, and fight valiantly. A general endowed with profound strategies, possessing the ability to orchestrate plans and secure victories from afar, is invaluable. However, for formidable warriors of the 1st rank and above, while they are not without merit on the battlefield, their true potential is best realized when assigned to execute specialized missions. For instance, Yang Yanfeng, regarded as a pillar of the military and a stalwart of the Qin dynasty, possesses merely the martial prowess of a 3rd rank. Yet, he is perpetually accompanied by master-level martial artists for his protection. In contrast, Chen Ping'an's strength predominantly stems from the enhancement of his physical constitution through the system, setting him apart from most warriors who rely on internal cultivation. According to Yang Yuyao, his abilities are a manifestation of innate talent and rigorous physical training. Although his strength corresponds to that of a 2nd-rank warrior, his endurance significantly surpasses that of his peers. An ordinary 2nd-rank warrior might exhaust their internal energy after merely half an hour of combat, suffering a substantial reduction in capability. However, with a robust physique exceeding 40 points, Chen Ping'an can engage in battle for 2 hours without fatigue, proving to be naturally suited for the fray and the chaos of war. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals recently ejected from the tent, Guohu, with a perplexed expression, murmured as he walked, "I see no changes in Mulan's demeanor. Why would he suddenly feel unwell? And what of the 100 household lord? If it's merely a physical examination, why ask us to leave? We are all men. What is there to hide?" Chen Dailai and Chen Goshing exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat peculiar. "Guohu, you cannot truly be oblivious, can you?" "Oblivious to what?" Guohu inquired, confusion etched on his face. "Have you not noticed how the 100 household lord treats Mulan differently from us? Every time he returns to the camp, he always shares a space with Mulan, who is indeed quite handsome. Are you suggesting the 100 household lord has a fondness for Mulan?" Guohu's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. Even if the 100 household lord desired it, Mulan's resolute character would never acquiesce." Just then, the trio heard a delicate voice from the tent behind them. Chen Ping'an. "You hurt me." Chapter 65. 1,000 elite horsemen launch a surprise attack on the prairie. Upon hearing the sudden, melodious cry from the tent, Guohu and his companions halted, their expressions shifting to one of incredulity. The 100 household lord harmed Mulan? How could that happen? Instantly, Myriad images flooded their minds, sending shivers down their spines. Who would have thought Milan? Guahu's expression was one of utter disbelief, feeling as though his worldview had shattered. Perhaps Milan is simply too eager to improve, Chen Ping'an remarked thoughtfully. Guahu nodded in agreement, murmuring, "No wonder the 100 household lord values him so highly and entrusts him with significant responsibilities. It is not solely due to Mulan's outstanding abilities. He has undoubtedly exerted considerable effort in silence. The resolve to advance must be there. If not him, then who?" The three promptly summoned their subordinates, issuing orders. "Captain Yang is unwell today and will rest in this tent. No one is to approach or disturb him." That evening, Chen Ping'an led Guahu, Chen Goshen, and Chen Dalai to the command tent for a banquet, omitting any mention of Yang Yuyao's presence. Once seated, Chen Ping'an discreetly observed Yang Yanfeng, who appeared remarkably young, merely in his 30s, with an upright posture and dignified features. Upon closer inspection, he bore a resemblance to Yang Yuyao, although given the age difference, he could not be her father. Might he be her uncle or brother? Chen Ping'an mused internally. As the banquet commenced, Yang Yanfeng commended everyone for their military achievements, particularly highlighting Chen Ping'an's contributions. He expressed a desire to hear Chen Ping'an's insights and experiences, asking how he managed to lead only 800 iron cavalry on a daring raid deep behind enemy lines, achieving such significant results. Since the general wishes to hear, I shall humbly share my thoughts, Chen Ping'an replied with a modest smile. After a brief moment of contemplation, he articulated, as the art of war states, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be in peril." Compared to the Beiliang forces, our Qian army possesses superior equipment and elite troops, enhancing our combat effectiveness. However, the vast, boundless prairie serves as a natural refuge for the tribal forces. Engaging them head-on is not feasible for us. We can choose to evade their might and conceal ourselves in the depths of the prairie. Even with formidable strength, if we cannot locate the enemy's main force, we will merely wander the grasslands, depleting our supplies. Thus, I believe that to triumph on the prairie, we must have guides familiar with the terrain. Identifying the hiding places of these tribes will allow us to leverage our numerical superiority and defeat them. Moreover, he continued, previously, our campaigns against Beiliang required excessive supplies, hindering our mobility. We cannot catch those swift tribal warriors who ride like the wind. If I were to lead, each cavalryman would have 3 horses, 1 for riding and 2 for carrying provisions, bringing only enough supplies for 10 days. Traveling light and swiftly, we would launch a blitzkrieg, striking at the enemy's heart before they could react, thus ensuring our success. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's insights, the expressions of the generals in the tent varied widely. Yang Yanfeng's eyes gleamed with unmistakable admiration as he exclaimed, "Excellent! 1,000-mile raid and swift cavalry assault. If I were to provide you with 10,000 horsemen, would you dare to re-enter the prairie and return with the heads of a few tribal leaders?" Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he declared, "What is there to fear? I'm willing to go." This exchange sent ripples of excitement through the tent, as commanding 10,000 troops is the mark of a genuine general. Chen Ping'an, previously a mere 100-man captain, despite his notable achievements during this campaign, would not typically ascend from captain to general. Yang Yanfeng's extraordinary promotion was akin to a meteoric rise, inspiring envy among many seasoned commanders like Sun Ya, who had spent years in the position of deputy general without attaining the rank of general. However, some furrowed their brows in disapproval and cautioned Yang Yanfeng, saying, "General, while Chen Ping'an has distinguished himself in battle, he was previously only a 100-man captain and is still quite young, lacking experience. Commanding 10,000 horsemen is a vastly different undertaking than leading 100. Should we reconsider?" Many generals nodded in agreement. Yet, Yang Yanfeng waved his hand decisively, countering, "Positions in the military should be filled by the capable, regardless of age. At 22, I accompanied my father into battle. By 27, after the death of my father and brothers, I had to take on the responsibility of leading hundreds of thousands against the Beiliang barbarians in Yanyan. What is wrong with allowing Chen Ping'an to command 10,000? At present, our offensive in the Yanyan region has encountered obstacles, making it difficult to advance further. We urgently need to gain a foothold on the grasslands. Who among you dares to volunteer for this heavy responsibility? I am prepared to entrust this army of 10,000 cavalry to him." Upon hearing Yang Yinfeng's words, the generals in the tent fell silent. The recent incident where 30,000 Qian cavalry were nearly annihilated on the grasslands had deeply impressed upon these commanders the gravity of the situation. Over the years, under the diligent governance of Empress Xiao, the North Mang has transformed dramatically, no longer resembling its former self. A solitary force of 10,000 light cavalry, without the support of supplies, armed with merely 10 days' worth of rations, would either execute a swift strike or face total annihilation. While they envied Chen Ping'an's unprecedented promotion, none dared to grasp this hot potato. Seeing that no one raised objections, Yang Yinfeng nodded and fixed his piercing gaze on Chen Ping'an, proclaiming loudly, "Chen Ping'an, heed the command. I hereby promote you to the rank of Deputy General and appoint you as the vanguard of the left flank. You shall command 1,000 elite cavalry, each equipped with 3 horses and 10 days' worth of provisions. You are ordered to depart for the grasslands in 3 days and sweep through the various factions of North Mang." By virtue of Yang Yinfeng's general authority, he could only promote someone to the rank of Deputy General. The title of General required merit to be reported to the court and approved. Thus, Yang Yinfeng merely elevated Chen Ping'an into the position of Deputy General and bestowed upon him the title of Left Flank Vanguard, enabling him to legitimately command the 10,000 cavalry. Chen Ping'an was elated at the news and immediately bowed to accept the order. "I will obey." After the banquet in the command tent, Chen Ping'an ascended from a mere 100-man commander to the vanguard deputy general commanding 10,000 cavalry. This news spread with astonishing speed and caused a sensation throughout the army that very night. Such a rapid ascent to power left numerous officers envious. However, they also learned of Yang Yinfeng's command for Chen Ping'an and to lead 10,000 cavalry deep into the grasslands to sweep through the North Mang tribes in just 3 days. To many, leading a mere 10,000 cavalry, with only 10 days' worth of supplies, into the heart of North Mang was an exceedingly perilous venture, fraught with the risk of encirclement and annihilation by the enemy's main force. Chen Ping'an understood that this battle would not be easily won. The key to victory lay in his ability to evade the main enemy forces on the vast grasslands and uncover the large tribes hidden deep within. Achieving sufficient spoils of war, a decisive strike would allow for a swift retreat. His greatest reliance would be on Wan Yanhongyi, the living map of the grasslands. He must ensure she was well-fed and wholeheartedly willing to assist him. Thus, upon leaving the command tent, Chen Ping'an returned to his own quarters to discuss the operation plan for their incursion into the grasslands with Wan Yanhongyi and Yi Jiao. Without hesitation, Wan Yanhongyi declared, "Rest assured, my husband, as long as Red Leaf accompanies you in a battle, I will surely help you achieve victory. I know precisely where those tribes hide." Yi Jiao, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, "I want to go too." "What will you do? You are unfamiliar with the terrain. Outside the confines of the Xiongnu territory, you cannot distinguish directions. Bringing you along would be a burden. We're going to war. Not for leisure. You should remain in Yunzhou and await our triumphant return." In recent days, with Yi Jiao's presence, Chen Ping'an found himself spending significantly less time with Wan Yanhongyi. Although Wan Yanhongyi did not voice her feelings, she felt a tinge of jealousy. Thus, she devised a plan to seize this opportunity to leave Yi Jiao behind and accompany Chen Ping'an alone, hoping to bask in his affection. Upon hearing Wan Yanhongyi's words, Yi Jiao quickly became agitated. Thinking on impulse, she exclaimed, "While I may not know many tribes, I know the way to Longcheng. I can lead you there." Longcheng? Chen Ping'an paused, turning his gaze toward Yi Jiao. Longcheng was a sacred site for the Xiongnu, where ancestral worship took place, and it was heavily guarded year-round. Wan Yanhongyi explained the significance of Longcheng to Chen Ping'an while casting a peculiar glance at Yi Jiao. Although she had agreed to guide Chen Ping'an and lead the army to uncover the hidden tribes, she remained mindful of her identity as a princess of the Jurchens, avoiding leading him into conflict with her own people. Yet, Yi Jiao, in her eagerness to please her husband, had inadvertently mentioned Longcheng, a significant ancestral site for the Xiongnu. Yi Jiao, in that moment, acted on impulse. Wan Yanhongyi had publicly declared her uselessness, suggesting she be left behind in Yuncheng, prompting Yi Jiao to mention Longcheng in a moment of desperation. However, as soon as she uttered those words, she regretted it. Longcheng held immense importance for the Xiongnu, As a princess, leading outsiders to attack, it would betray her tribe and father. Yet, when Chen Ping'an lifted her into his embrace and planted a firm kiss upon her cheek, all her concerns melted away. Nestled in Chen Ping'an's arms, she cast a triumphant glance at Wan Yinhongyi. The competition for favor had always been thus. Wan Yinhongyi, who would not even betray her own tribe. What would she possibly contest against me? Ultimately, Chen Ping'an decided to take both Wan Yinhongyi and Yi Jiao along, accompanying the army into battle on the grasslands. With the army set to depart in 3 days, Chen Ping'an grew increasingly busy in the days that followed. By day, he organized the troops, addressed military affairs, and formed bonds with the senior officers newly assigned to his command. Fortunately, with the capable assistance of Yang Yuyao, who helped manage a significant amount of military tasks, he found some respite. However, the more he immersed himself in his duties, the more he felt the pangs of solitude each night as he entered the tents of Wan Yinhongyi or Yi Jiao, while he himself returned to the cold military cot, enduring the loneliness of the night. Yang Yuyao's eyes reflected a sense of melancholy, her heart filled with a sour sensation, wishing she could escape the constraints of her identity as a daughter of the Yang family. On the eve of departure, Chen Ping'an held a final strategy meeting with Yang Yuyao and 10,000 commanders under his command. Concerned that Chen Ping'an's youth might undermine his authority and ability to command the other deputy generals, Yang Yinfeng had assigned him subordinates from various cavalry units, ensuring that none held the same rank as him. Instead, he had selected 10 commanders to lead their respective elite cavalry, all under Chen Ping'an's direct command, granting him absolute authority to execute anyone who disobeyed orders. After concluding the meeting, as they prepared to part ways, one commander could not resist teasing Chen Ping'an as he headed towards his tent. "General, you are so busy with military affairs by day and must submit provisions by night. With such a hectic schedule, will your body be able to withstand it? Alas, it is simply unavoidable." Chen Ping'an chuckled heartily and remarked, "The 2 ladies within are our living maps. The success of our deep incursion into the grasslands hinges entirely upon them. I would rather sweat more myself than allow my brothers to shed blood on the plains. In any case, my efforts alone will ensure that everyone shares in the glory of military merit." The general's noble sentiment elicited uproarious laughter from a group of Qianhu, who raised their thumbs in approval, their faces reflecting a camaraderie understood only by men. Meanwhile, Yang Yuyao gritted her silver teeth in frustration. This scoundrel, driven by his own lust, always found the most grandiose justifications for his lecherous inclinations. How shameless! During dinner that evening, Chen Ping'an's mind suddenly stirred. He turned to Yi Jiao and Wan Yinhongyi, inquiring curiously, "Who do you think is the most beautiful woman on the grassland?" "Undoubtedly, it is Murong Ziying." Wan Yinhongyi and Yi Jiao responded in unison, without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing their answer, Chen Ping'an's gaze sharpened with keen interest. Initially, his question was merely casual, with no expectation of a definitive response. He was taken aback by their synchronous reply, both uttering the same name, which piqued his curiosity further. His eyes glinted as he asked, "Is she of the Murong clan, a descendant of the Xinbei royal family?" "Indeed, Murong Ziying is of the royal lineage of the Xinbei." Wan Yinhongyi confirmed with a nod. Noticing Chen Ping'an's interest, she took the initiative to elaborate. If one were to identify the most esteemed and powerful woman on the grassland, it would undoubtedly be the Empress Dowager. However, when it comes to beauty, there is no question that Murong Ziying reigns supreme. Her stunning visage is unparalleled, and she is also an adept horsewoman and warrior from a young age. She commands the respect and loyalty of all men in her tribe, willingly submitting to her leadership as the sole female chieftain on the grassland. Alas, this exquisite flower of the grasslands, though breathtakingly beautiful, is akin to a rose with thorns. She has established a rule that any man wishing to marry her must first best her in martial prowess. Over the years, many warriors from various tribes have challenged her, but none have succeeded. Not a single suitor has returned victorious to claim her hand. Now approaching 30, Murong Ziying remains single, eliciting pity from many. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an felt a pang of sympathy. A woman of such extraordinary beauty and character, waiting until the age of 30 without finding her destined partner, was truly lamentable. Chen Ping'an, known for his kind heart, could not bear to see a beauty suffer. He resolved to extend his benevolent hand to help the most beautiful flower of the grasslands bloom anew. My dear husband, why do you suddenly wear such a mischievous smile? Are you contemplating pursuing Murongzing? Nonsense. What do you take me for? Even if Murongzing is beautiful, what concern is it of mine? Chen Ping'an replied, feigning righteousness. I am primarily worried about you too, fearing that you might feel lonely in Dakian. So, I thought I'd bring back a few more sisters from the grasslands to keep you company. You are so considerate, my dear, she giggled. The following morning, Chen Ping'an officially led 10,000 elite cavalry out of the camp, embarking on a march into the vast depths of the grasslands. Within a month, he had launched 2 expeditions, each under vastly different circumstances. In the previous campaign, Chen Ping'an was merely a lowly centurion. However, due to Sunya's high regard for him, he had been allocated an additional 700 new recruits for a special mission, allowing him to command 800 iron steeds into the grasslands for intricate maneuvers. Just a month later, he returned as the vanguard general leading 10,000 cavalrymen. The differing circumstances of the 2 campaigns necessitated different strategies. In the previous expedition, he commanded only 800 men. Even when confronting small enemy tribes, losses were inevitable in direct combat. Each soldier had 2 horses, one to carry them and the other for supplies. Though they could rotate, it was impossible to sustain a relentless long-distance charge. Thus, Chen Ping'an primarily employed stealth tactics, leveraging his keen eyesight and acute hearing for reconnaissance, evading various tribes along the way, striking where the enemy was weakest, and revealing his strength only when he found a suitable target. However, this time, he commanded over 10,000 elite cavalry. Maneuvering such a large force stealthily across the grasslands was nearly impossible. Consequently, Chen Ping'an altered his command strategy, prioritizing speed. Each soldier had 3 horses, one for riding, one for carrying supplies, and a third to accompany them. They rotated their mounts without pause, traversing the plains at an unprecedented pace, guided by Wanyan Hongye and Yi Jiao, heading straight for the heart of the vast grasslands and toward Longsheng. Along the way, any small tribes they encountered were swiftly trampled by the 10,000 elite cavalry. By eliminating all grassland inhabitants they encountered, they achieved optimal stealth. Even if some managed to escape, as long as their advance was swift enough, they could leave behind those carrying news, preventing any intelligence from reaching the enemy tribes ahead. This was the essence of blitzkrieg. Thus, Chen Ping'an led his 10,000 elite cavalry, tirelessly riding day and night. In just 6 days, they traversed the grasslands, penetrating 1,000 miles into the heart of Beiliang, with only a few hundred miles remaining to Longsheng. At that moment, scouts ahead reported the discovery of a sizable Xiongnu tribe exceeding 10,000 in number. Judging by the banners, it appeared to be the Xiongnu Shotu King's faction. General, what should we do? What else is there to do? Charge straight in and crush the Shotu tribe. Capture the Shotu King alive. Chen Ping'an shouted decisively, raising his Fangtian painted halberd as he rode forward, followed by his 10,000 iron steeds. The thunderous sound of iron hooves shook the heavens and earth. Thus, on this brilliantly sunny afternoon, the Shotu King, lounging leisurely in his tent with his 2 beautiful wives, was suddenly startled by the thunderous galloping of hooves and the din of battle cries outside. The entire camp descended into chaos. What was happening? What was going on? The Shotu King, unable to dress himself properly, hurriedly exited his tent. Upon seeing the Dakian cavalry charging in with reckless abandon, his face drained of color, fear gripping him as he thought it inconceivable. What is this? Where did these Dakian cavalry come from? Did these damn Dakian people just fall from the sky? Quick, someone bring my horse. The Shotu King bellowed, hastily mounting his steed, attempting to flee under the protection of several subordinates. Yet he was too slow. Soon, he found his path blocked by the encircling Dakian cavalry and was captured on the spot. In this battle, the swift arrival of the Dakian cavalry caught the Zayuchawang tribe entirely off guard, leaving no time to mount a semblance of resistance. With a force of 10,000 iron steeds charging forth, the conflict was decisively concluded in just over half an hour, effectively obliterating the entire Shotu tribe. Thousands of enemies were slain and many captured, including the Zayuchawang himself. What a thrill! After years of military service, I had never experienced such a gratifying victory. The old Zayuchawang, believing himself well hidden, never anticipated our sudden appearance here, did he? Ha ha ha! A chorus of generals erupted in laughter, their expressions brimming with exhilaration. "General, what are our next steps?" "Our objective remains Longcheng, unchanged. Those defeated soldiers of the Shodu tribe will undoubtedly attempt to reach Longcheng to warn their kin. We must arrive there before them and ensure that our progress is not hindered here." A glimmer of resolve flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes as he decisively commanded. "Rest for half an hour and strip 500 sets of clothing from the fallen Xiongnu soldiers. We shall take the Zayuchuang and several key captives, executing all other prisoners and incinerating our supplies. Leave 100 men to guard the wounded and set out in half an hour. We must reach Longcheng within 2 days." Yes. Following this resounding victory, Chen Ping'an's prestige soared. No one dared question his orders. Several thousand captains promptly turned to execute them. Half an hour later, the 10,000 elite cavalry surged forth once more, like a tempest sweeping across the prairie, heading deep into the vast grasslands. 2 days later, in the afternoon, a modestly sized fortification appeared on the distant horizon. "My lord, look, that city ahead is Longcheng," Yizhi Jiao exclaimed joyfully, pointing ahead. Chen Ping'an activated his eagle-eyed skill, peering into the distance. Noticing the tribal banners fluttering atop the walls, a look of astonishment crossed his face. "Huh, why does it bear the flag of the Yuxianwang tribe?" Chapter 68, Breaching Longcheng, Pursuing Murong Ziying. "What? The flag atop the city belongs to the Yuxianwang tribe?" Yizhi Jiao was instantly taken aback, her eyes filled with disbelief. According to the ancient customs of the Xiongnu, Longcheng served as a sacred place for all tribes to worship the heavens. Each year, different tribes took turns garrisoning it. By the established rotation, it should have been the Hongxi tribe's turn to guard Longcheng. Thus, despite her slight guilt, Yizhi Jiao felt relieved it was not her own tribe occupying the city, and the psychological burden was manageable. However, she never anticipated that upon arriving at Longcheng, she would find her own Yuxianwang tribe's flag waving atop the walls. This revelation left her utterly perplexed and filled with guilt. This situation truly felt like an unfortunate betrayal. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an had already led his 10,000 iron steeds across the prairie and arrived at Longcheng's doorstep. The arrow was drawn and must be released. There was no room for leniency, simply because the Yuxianwang tribe was stationed within. After all, he had yet to meet his prospective father-in-law. Today would be an early greeting. Chen Ping'an commanded the main force to lie in wait at a distance, while he led 500 elite cavalry, donning the armor stripped from the Zayuchuang soldiers. Unfurling the banner of the Zayuchuang tribe, disguising themselves as a cavalry unit of the Zayuchuang tribe, they raced toward Longcheng. Although Longcheng was a sacred site for the Xiongnu tribes to worship their ancestors, its scale was not grand, comparable only to an ordinary county town within Daqian. Located in the heart of the northern Mang grasslands, it lay 1,000 miles from the front lines. Moreover, Chen Ping'an's 10,000 iron steeds advanced at a lightning pace, unimpeded, despite encountering several skirmishes along the way. Even the soldiers dispatched to relay battle reports from northern Mang had been left far behind and had yet to reach Longcheng. The Xiongnu soldiers stationed at Longcheng had received no intelligence and were thus in a state of utter relaxation. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an and his men clad in Shotu armor, they completely lowered their guard. Only one soldier stepped forward to stop them at the city gate, inquiring about their purpose. "Brothers of the Shotu tribe, what brings you to Longcheng?" "Oh, my dear brothers of the Yuxianwang tribe, we come on the orders of the great king to escort you to meet the ancestors," Chen Ping'an declared, suddenly drawing his curved blade. Without hesitation, he struck, the gleaming edge slicing through the soldier's neck, severing his head cleanly. "Brothers, charge! Seize the city gate! Signal the main force!" Chen Ping'an raised his blade high and shouted, galloping ahead into the city gate, swiftly dispatching the unprepared Xiongnu soldiers standing guard. The 500 cavalry roared in unison, following closely behind Chen Ping'an as they surged into Longcheng, swiftly eliminating all the guarding Xiongnu soldiers and taking control of the city gate area. Yang Yueying drew a signal arrow from her waist, releasing a shrill whistle as it soared into the sky, bursting into a dazzling red light. The main force of cavalry, lying in wait at a distance, recognized the signal arrow's ascent, indicating that Chen Ping'an had gained the upper hand, and they charged forth from their hiding places. The thunder of hooves shook the ground as a dark tide of cavalry surged toward Longcheng, racing like wildfire and reaching the city in the blink of an eye. A fierce iron torrent flooded through the wide-open gates, with 3,000 elite riders splitting off to encircle the city and block the other 3 gates. At this moment, the Xiongnu guards within the city were just beginning to react, hastily galloping from all directions in an attempt to expel the Dacian cavalry from the city. However, the Yuxianwang tribe had recently suffered heavy losses from a night raid led by Chen Ping'an with 800 cavalry, and later, during the decisive battle, Chen Ping'an had chosen to breach the defenses held by the Yuxianwang tribe, resulting in the deaths of many of their young and strong warriors. The entire tribe's combat strength had diminished significantly. Now, the total number of soldiers garrisoned within Longsheng barely reached a few thousand. The armor and weapons they possessed were utterly incomparable to the elite cavalry commanded by Chen Ping'an. With both numbers and equipment against them, the Xiongnu guards had no means of resistance against the ferocious Dacian cavalry that charged into the city. Quickly, they were overwhelmed, their ranks shattered, and their morale crushed. "Do not kill the Yuxianwang. I want him alive," Chen Ping'an shouted as he rode through the city, brandishing his blade, loudly commanding those around him to relay his orders. Regardless of the circumstances, the Yuxianwang was, after all, his future father-in-law. If he were to be slain, Yi Jiao would undoubtedly grieve for a long time. If possible, Chen Ping'an wished to capture him alive. At this moment, Chen Ping'an, with his keen sense of hearing, caught the distant sounds of anguished cries from a street nearby, echoing the plight of the Dacian soldiers. His gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he rushed towards the source of the commotion. Upon reaching the street, he beheld the grim sight of 7 or 8 bloodied Dacian cavalrymen lying lifeless on the ground. A well-armed contingent of Beiliang cavalry swiftly vanished at the end of the street, heading towards a northern city gate. Judging by the design of their armor, they bore no resemblance to the Xiongnu tribesmen, but rather resembled the Xianbei. Regardless of their tribal affiliation, Chen Ping'an was resolute in his pursuit of them. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he charged after them without a moment's hesitation. To his astonishment, this small troop displayed remarkable combat prowess. Although they numbered merely 20 or 30, each warrior was valiant and formidable. They carved a bloody path through the Dacian cavalry that had besieged the northern gate, ultimately escaping with 7 survivors, who fled northward. Witnessing this, Chen Ping'an's interest in the group intensified. Such capable bodyguards hinted that their leader must be a significant figure. Without a second thought, he pursued them single-handedly. Though his steed, Tread Snow, was an exceptional mount capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a day, the horses ridden by the fleeing warriors were also of high quality. As they galloped away, the warriors turned to shoot arrows backwards. Chen Ping'an, leveraging his quick reflexes and exquisite horsemanship, deftly dodged the arrows that flew toward him. He retrieved the bow hanging from his saddle, and with his exceptional strength and archery skills, he unleashed a flurry of arrows, bringing down 4 adversaries. The remaining 3, sensing the dire situation, turned their horses around, preparing to confront Chen Ping'an head-on. At that moment, he finally discerned the identity of their leader, a woman. She sat tall upon her horse, more imposing than the average man. Her beauty striking. Her features were sharp and exquisite, adorned with a purple crystal headdress that enhanced her already captivating visage. Clad in military garb, she exuded a wild beauty reminiscent of the most exquisite flower of the grasslands, capable of overshadowing all else when she bloomed. Upon seeing her, a name naturally surfaced in Chen Ping'an's mind. With a flash of recognition, he called out, "Are you Mu Rongziying?" In Chapter 69, Mu Rongziying is left breathless. "You know my name?" she asked, momentarily taken aback by Chen Ping'an's knowledge of her identity. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she scrutinized him. Upon realizing his youthful appearance, a flicker of surprise crossed her gaze, revealing her newfound interest in him. In a somewhat halting dialect of the Central Plains, she raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am surnamed Gong. You may call me Lao Gong." He replied, "Lao Gong?" Mu Rongziying repeated softly, quickly realizing that she had been playfully teased by Chen Ping'an. However, instead of the usual embarrassment or anger that a woman might feel, a playful smile crept upon her lips as she regarded him with intrigue. "You cunning Dacian man, do you wish to be my husband? That could be arranged, but only if you can best me with this curved blade. I fear you may lack the ability. Yet, at such a young age, you exhibit remarkable equestrian and archery skills, having slain 4 of my subordinates. You are indeed a martial genius." It would be a shame to kill you. Why not become my slave instead? Determined, Mu Rongzi-ing resolved to capture Chen Ping'an alive and return him to her tribe to train as her servant. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she urged her horse forward, raising her blade high and charging at him. The two Xinbei warriors behind her followed suit, brandishing their own curved swords as they rushed towards Chen Ping'an. With a clang, as their blades met midair, both Chen Ping'an and Mu Rongzi-ing felt a jolt in their wrists, and their eyes gleamed with intensity. Mu Rongzi-ing was astonished at the strength of this young man, who could match her, nearly on par with a first-tier martial artist, in a direct confrontation. It was well known that the grasslands were home to masters and grandmasters who had trained for decades, typically over 40 years of age. Among her contemporaries, few could exchange blows with her, let alone a youth like Chen Ping'an. Clearly, the Central Plains were a land of exceptional talent, where the martial arts flourished, far surpassing Beiliang. Chen Ping'an, too, was impressed by Mu Rongzi-ing's formidable strength. She could withstand a direct clash with him, who possessed a physique of 45 points and the formidable dragon-elephant suppression technique. She was undoubtedly a martial prodigy. It was no wonder that countless grassland warriors had sought to challenge her over the years, yet none had succeeded in capturing this thorny rose. It seemed that today, it would fall to him, Chen Ping'an, to extend a merciful hand and assist her in blooming. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flickered in Chen Ping'an's eyes. Although the curved blade he wielded was not his favored weapon, the Fangtian Huaji, he was confident that his agility and exceptional riding skills would allow him to navigate the current predicament. Initially, he spent some time dispatching Mu Rongzi-ing's two hindering subordinates before concentrating his efforts on battling her. They galloped fiercely, exchanging blows with their blades in a furious clash atop their steeds. In terms of sheer strength, the 30-year-old Mu Rongzi-ing, through years of relentless practice, had honed her riding and martial skills to perfection, possessing a slight edge over Chen Ping'an. During the first incense stick's worth of time in their duel, she had maintained the upper hand, subtly pressuring him. However, Chen Ping'an's greatest advantage lay in his robust physique and remarkable stamina. As the battle wore on, Mu Rongzi-ing's physical strength began to wane, her internal energy gradually depleting. She found herself gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, her clothing clinging to her. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an remained invigorated, his vigor increasing with the fight, causing Mu Rongzi-ing to silently marvel at him. What is the secret behind this young Daqian man? How can he possess such extraordinary martial skills at such a young age, and yet his stamina seems inexhaustible? Am I truly destined to be captured by him? As this thought crossed her mind, Chen Ping'an noticed her momentary distraction. Without hesitation, he shouted and leaped from his horse, launching himself at Mu Rongzi-ing. Aiming to bring her down from her steed, the curved blades held by the two individuals fell to the ground, rolling across the grass for several zhong before coming to a stop. Chen Ping'an finally stabilized his stance, pinning Mu Rongzi-ing firmly beneath him. Mu Rongzi-ing's expression shifted slightly as she squirmed and struggled with all her might. However, her arms were pressed firmly to the ground by Chen Ping'an, and despite her efforts, she could not free herself from his grasp. At this moment, they were as close as two souls could be. Chen Ping'an gazed intently at the woman renowned as the most beautiful in the grasslands, meticulously observing her features. Mu Rongzi-ing's visage seemed to have been delicately crafted by the most skilled artist, with starry eyes, pearly teeth, a finely shaped nose, and lips as red as vermilion. She appeared to be the masterpiece of heaven itself, devoid of any flaw. To describe her as breathtakingly beautiful would be an understatement, especially now, having just emerged from battle. Her cheeks were flushed, her skin glistened with perspiration, and her breath came in hurried gasps, adding a unique allure to her already captivating presence. With such a stunning beauty beneath him, watching her grit her teeth and struggle, it was impossible for any man to remain indifferent, and Chen Ping'an was no exception. As he beheld her luscious, enticing lips, a spark of desire ignited within him, and he leaned in to kiss her fervently. Mu Rongzi-ing's body trembled at once, her eyes widening in surprise as her entire being stiffened, her mind momentarily blank. Chapter 70. Mu Rongzi-ing, come back to Daqian with me. Above, the clouds drifted lazily across the sky, while a gentle breeze caressed the verdant grass below. Chen Ping'an and Mu Rongzi-ing lay side by side on the lush grass. their fingers intertwined. A crisp system notification chimed in Chen Ping'an's ear. Ding! A binding target suitable for your alignment has been detected nearby. Would you like to bind Mu Rong Ziying as a candidate family member? Bind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Target Mu Rong Ziying has been successfully bound. Current affinity with the host is 60. Congratulations, host. You have received one system lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw now? Mu Rong Ziying was the first, with an impressive initial affinity of 60 points during her first binding. What is your name? After a moment, Mu Rong Ziying asked, her voice laced with a hint of allure. She still did not know the true name of this man from Chen. Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an, Mu Rong Ziying murmured, lightly punching his chest in playful reproach. Why did you arrive so late? Do you know how many years I waited for you? Better late than never. Chen Ping'an smiled gently, embracing Mu Rong Ziying and placing a tender kiss on her cheek. From now on, we shall never part again. Though Mu Rong Ziying was already 30 years old, she had never been this close to a man before. A hint of shyness lingered in her demeanor. A delightful blush spread across her cheeks, and she playfully hit his chest again. Ugh, you Chen men are all sweet-talking rogues, merely using flattery to deceive. Why speak sweetly to you? Do you not enjoy it? No, I do enjoy it. Although Mu Rong Ziying was bashful, she was forthright about her feelings for Chen Ping'an. Aren't you from the Xinbei? How did you end up in Longqing today? Chen Ping'an inquired, curious about her presence. Not long ago, the right virtuous king's camp had suffered a devastating surprise attack from a band of the Qian cavalry, leading to significant losses and casualties among the frontline soldiers. Consequently, the Xiongnu Chanyu ordered her to return to Longqing to regroup and restore her tribe's strength, replacing the original forces stationed there with elite troops to join the frontline battle. Mu Rong Ziying, her starry eyes half closed, rested her pretty face against Chen Ping'an's chest and spoke languidly. The right virtuous king's tribe needs to purchase a large number of livestock and horses to recover their strength. This is a substantial deal, and many tribes wish to engage in this business with him. My tribe possesses the finest stallions on the grasslands, and I came specifically to negotiate cooperation. I never expected to encounter you here. Perhaps this is fate. I see. Chen Ping'an nodded, finally understanding the entire situation. It seemed that her father-in-law, the right virtuous king, was indeed unfortunate, continually crossing paths with his own adversary. Even after being reassigned to recuperate, he could not escape the fate of being hunted down by him. This experience could easily be woven into a tale, perhaps titled Chen Ping'an's 3 Encounters with the Right Virtuous King. Chen Ping'an smiled slightly and said to Mu Rong Ziying, You are now my captive. Return to the Qian with me, and I shall treat you well. At these words, Mu Rong Ziying fell silent, and the previously harmonious and sweet atmosphere between them abruptly froze. After all, one was a general of the Qian, and the other was a chieftain of the Xinbei tribe, continuing to embody opposing identities. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Rong Ziying finally spoke. If I were merely an ordinary woman of the grasslands, I would undoubtedly follow you without hesitation. However, as a leader of a vast tribe, what would become of my people if I were to leave with you? The tribe can carry on without you. They will thrive even in your absence. You need not worry excessively for them. Yet, Mu Rong Ziying still hesitated. At that moment, Chen Ping'an recalled her earlier words and leaned down to ask, Does your tribe truly possess the finest stallions on the grasslands? Of course. Mu Rong Ziying's brows arched with pride as she declared, I may not boast about other matters, but when it comes to breeding and training horses, our tribe will be second to none on the grasslands. Even your magnificent steed, the Wu Yun Ta Shui, was bred by our tribe and sold to the Jurchens. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an's eyes immediately sparkled. In the era of cold weapons, purebred quality warhorses were a rare and invaluable strategic resource. Mu Rong Ziying's tribe, possessing a wealth of exceptional warhorses, could be considered a treasure trove. Chen Ping'an's mind raced, and he pulled Mu Rong Ziying closer, whispering in her ear, Do you know that in our central plains, when a woman marries, she is expected to bring a dowry? The more substantial the dowry, the greater the love she receives in her new home. Huh? Mu Rong Ziying was momentarily taken aback, and then she heard Chen Ping'an continue. Since you are so concerned for your tribe, I cannot bear to separate you from them. Why not bring your tribe along and pledge allegiance to the Qian? Chapter 71. Conquering the most beautiful woman of the grasslands. What? You want me to bring my tribe to pledge allegiance to the Qian? Mu Rongxing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Chen Ping'an. But there has never been a precedent of a grassland tribe submitting to Deqian. The Beiliang and Deqian have been enemies for generations. Can Deqian truly accommodate our tribe? Just because it has never happened before does not mean it cannot happen in the future. Remember, in this world, there are neither eternal friends nor eternal enemies. Only everlasting interests. Chen Ping'an whispered to Mu Rongxing, I have paper and pen beside my saddle. In a moment, you shall compose a letter of surrender, which I will take back to the court. I believe that as long as those in power are not fools, they will surely agree to your capitulation. However, Mu Rongxing hesitated. Even if I wish to submit to the Qian, my tribesmen may not be willing to do so. Moreover, I was born and raised on the grasslands, and the Empress Dowager has shown me immense kindness. If I lead my people to submit to the Qian and become enemies with Beiliang, would that not be an act of ingratitude? Do not worry. In a few years, I will personally lead troops to your Beiliang royal court, compelling your Empress Dowager to bow in submission to the Qian. By then, the entire grassland will belong to the Qian, and you shall not be deemed a traitor. The sooner you surrender, the greater your rewards and status will be. This is a boon for your tribe. Very well. Who am I to refuse, as I have already become yours? I shall comply. Ultimately, Mu Rongxing was persuaded by Chen Ping'an to lead her tribe in allegiance to the Qian. That is the spirit. Chen Ping'an chuckled, rising to don his attire, retrieving paper and pen from his saddle, urging Mu Rongxing to write the letter of surrender. Having never penned such a missive before, Mu Rongxing was at a loss. Chen Ping'an guided her word by word. Upon hearing the abject phrases he instructed her to write, Mu Rongxing's delicate brows furrowed, and goosebumps prickled her skin. Must the letter be written in such a manner? These words are utterly humiliating. Since it is a letter of surrender, one must adopt a humble stance. Only thus will the Emperor of Deqian take pleasure in it and agree to your submission. This is the essence of strategy and human nature. Despite her embarrassment, Mu Rongxing struggled to compose the letter, feeling that writing such a correspondence was a great disgrace. Stalling in her efforts, with a swift motion, Chen Ping'an delivered a sharp clap on her back, urging, hurry, do not dawdle. Mu Rongxing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she shot him a reproachful glance. She reluctantly suppressed her feelings of shame and began to write the letter of surrender as Chen Ping'an instructed. Before long, Mu Rongxing completed the letter and established a method of future communication with Chen Ping'an. He carefully folded the letter and placed it within his robes. As they prepared to part, Mu Rongxing turned back, regarding Chen Ping'an with a questioning gaze. Are you not afraid that I may regret my decision later? You are free to change your mind, Chen Ping'an replied with a subtle smile, his gaze penetrating as he spoke earnestly. But should you dare to do so, I will personally lead my troops into the grasslands, seek out your tribe, and capture you once more. You will witness how I eliminate each and every one of your kin. At that time, I may spare your life. Yet you will no longer be worthy of being my woman. You will be relegated to the status of my slave. Chen Ping'an's words were undeniably cold and unyielding, offering no semblance of mercy. It would not be an easy task for Mu Rongxing to hide her tribe and evade his vengeance across the vast grasslands. Yet, she had no doubt that anything spoken by Chen Ping'an would be fulfilled. This faith stemmed from an inexplicable intuition. Women of the grasslands, raised upon horseback and influenced by tribal customs, often possess a deep-seated admiration for strength. Mu Rongxing was no exception. Her single status at the age of 30 was due to her profound pride. She would rather embrace solitude than submit to men of lesser strength and character. Over the years, she had ruthlessly defeated all challengers, trampling them underfoot in humiliation, not out of disdain for men, but rather from a yearning for a formidable and powerful man who could dominate and conquer her. At that moment, she would willingly offer everything to him. Regrettably, despite her exhaustive search across the Beiliang grasslands, she had yet to find such a man. Thus, she devoted all her time and energy to managing and developing her tribe. Over the span of a decade, she transformed her once small tribe of 2,000 to 3,000 into a formidable entity of over 10,000, gaining considerable recognition across the Beiliang grasslands. Mu Rongxing once believed she might spend her life in solitude, dedicating herself entirely to her tribe and the grasslands, until the sudden emergence of Chen Ping'an. A young man from Deqian disrupted her existence. If Chen Ping'an had earlier conquered her body through sheer force, His subsequent harsh and unyielding words thoroughly subdued her heart. Only the strongest men are worthy of riding the fiercest steeds of the grasslands. Only the most dominant men are deserving of savoring the beauty of the most exquisite flowers. He is the man she has long awaited. Ding! Mu Rong Xing's affection for you has increased by 10. Current affection level, 70 points. Mu Rong Xing stepped forward, rising on tiptoe to plant a deep kiss upon Chen Ping'an's lips, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she declared, I shall return to prepare my dowry, eagerly awaiting your arrival for our marriage. Do come swiftly, for I do not wish to wait too long. Chapter 72. Did you bring the Deqian army here? After a heartfelt farewell, Chen Ping'an lifted Mu Rong Xing onto her horse, giving it a firm pat on the rear. He watched as the most beautiful woman of the grasslands rode off into the fiery sunset, growing ever more distant. He then mounted his own steed, Takshu, and returned to Longshan. Just as Mu Rong Xing's affection surpassed 60 points, it granted Chen Ping'an a chance for a reward. Without hesitation, he confirmed his choice. In the next moment, a melodious system notification rang in his ears. Ding! System reward successfully activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent immunity to all poisons. Your innate gift renders you impervious to any toxins, ensuring that no poison can affect you. This talent of immunity to all poisons proved to be exceptionally practical. At least in the future, he could dine without fear of being poisoned by enemies. Chen Ping'an felt elated, thoroughly satisfied with this newly awakened skill. He pursued Mu Rong Xing and her party, taking considerable time to return to Longshan, where the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a fiery glow. The entire Longshan had been completely secured by the iron cavalry of Deqian. Inside the city, the defenders had either killed or captured their foes, signaling the end of the battle. Yet after the fighting ceased, Yang Yuyao and several thousand commanders discovered that Chen Ping'an was nowhere to be found. The entire army, akin to a headless dragon, found itself at a loss as to the next course of action. Yang Yuyao could only soothe the crowd while commanding everyone to methodically clean the battlefield and replenish supplies. A significant number of scouts were dispatched in various directions to seek the whereabouts of Chen Ping'an. Upon receiving the news of his return, a throng of individuals quickly surrounded him. Several excited Qianhu shouted exuberantly, General, you have finally returned. Today, our forces achieved a resounding victory. We have utterly vanquished the Xiongnu Right Virtuous King S faction, captured him alive, and seized a vast array of resources, including the golden idols used in their sacrifices. However, Yang Yuyao's expression was somewhat grim as she cast a cold glance at Chen Ping'an, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. Where have you been? Why have you returned only now? Do not forget your identity. You are the commander of this army and must always be with your troops. What if something were to happen to you? What would we do? I understand. I will be more cautious next time and will not pursue the enemy alone again, Chen Ping'an acknowledged, recognizing that Yang Yuyao's concerns stemmed from her care for his well-being. He smiled and explained to the crowd, I was in pursuit of a noble from Beiliang. Her martial prowess was formidable, and we engaged in a fierce battle for 300 rounds, yet neither of us emerged victorious. Ultimately, she managed to escape. It is evident that your battle was indeed intense, Yang Yuyao retorted, her countenance icy as she cast a fierce glare at Chen Ping'an before storming away. What has happened to her? Chen Ping'an wondered, perplexed as he looked around at the others. Had he not merely ventured forth alone to chase the enemy? Was her anger truly warranted? The onlookers regarded Chen Ping'an with bemusement, their expressions betraying a barely contained mirth. Chen Gosheng, speechless, pointed at Chen Ping'an's cheek. General, what is on your face? Curiously, Chen Ping'an raised his hand to wipe his cheek, only to discover a smudge of crimson in his palm. A realization struck him with sudden clarity. Curses! Mu Rong Xing left her lipstick on me. No wonder her lips appeared so enticing and tasted sweet. Yang Yuyao, the little vinegar jar, had become jealous once more. Next time he ventured out, he would surely remember to wash his face upon returning. Though Chen Ping'an found the situation amusing, he knew that now was not the time to placate Yang Yuyao. There were far more pressing matters at hand. He promptly inquired about the location of the Right Virtuous King's confinement, and then sent for Yi Zhijiao, preparing to confront his future father-in-law, whom he had yet to meet but had already struck thrice. The Right Virtuous King was imprisoned alongside the recently captured Xiao Tu Wang in a shared chamber. guarded by several soldiers. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an enter, their eyes widened in astonishment. With a fierce glare directed at Chen Ping'an, the right virtuous king bellowed, "You despicable and cunning Dacian wretch, today I have fallen into your hands. Do with me as you will. Grant me a swift end." Chen Ping'an merely smiled, remaining silent as he called out to the exterior, "Come in." Hesitant yet resolute, Jiao stepped inside, her heart racing. "Jiao, what brings you here?" The right virtuous king's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing Jiao, his face etched with incredulity. When he observed Chen Ping'an effortlessly wrap an arm around Jiao's waist, she offered no resistance, instead nestling against him with a bashful demeanor. The Xiongnu prince, accustomed to the tumult of the grasslands and well-versed in life's adversities, felt as though the sky itself had collapsed. His eyes widened in shock, fixated on Jiao. After a lengthy pause, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation, incredulously stammering, "You brought the Dacian army here?" Chapter 73. I can also write a surrender document. I can also surrender. Did you bring the Dacian army here? Father, Jiao, overwhelmed by the right virtuous king's incredulous inquiry, lowered her head in shame. Initially, her desire to be close to Chen Ping'an had led her to agree to accompany him to Longqing, hoping to assist him in achieving merit. However, she had never anticipated that the right virtuous king's faction would suffer such misfortune, being reassigned to Longqing and subsequently enduring a brutal massacre, exacerbating their already dire situation. Though Jiao remained silent, her demeanor spoke volumes. The right virtuous king trembled with rage, his eyes fixed upon her, speechless in his fury. Beside him, Xiao Wang erupted in a tirade. Well, I wondered how those accursed Dacian could find their way to Longqing. It turns out there is a traitor among us. Right virtuous king, you have raised a fine daughter, akin to a mare in heat. Not only has she submitted to a Dacian man, but she has also led them to our sacred city. She has brought shame upon our Xiongnu." As Xiao Wang's words echoed, Jiao felt a surge of anguish and buried her face deeper into Chen Ping'an's embrace. Silence. Chen Ping'an grasped Jiao's icy hand, casting a cold glare at Xiao Wang, commanding, "Bring him here." Several of his loyal guards stepped forward. One untied the ropes binding Xiao Wang's arms, yanking one out, while another swiftly severed his hand at the wrist. A soldier holding a torch thrust it against the wound. The sizzling sound of flesh searing mingled with Xiao Wang's harrowing screams, reverberating throughout the chamber. The right virtuous king's countenance paled, his eyes betraying visible terror as he witnessed the gruesome spectacle. Chen Ping'an nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to the right virtuous king, whose face had drained of color and who feigned calmness. "Right virtuous king, do not be afraid. In Dacian, we have an ancient saying, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Considering your relationship with Jiao, I can offer you a chance to surrender with your tribe to Dacian. Not only would you escape death, but you would also receive rewards from the Dacian court. You would enjoy wealth and honor beyond measure." It is essential to understand that the right virtuous king held a position of great esteem within the Xiongnu tribes. Despite suffering significant losses after several defeats, he still commanded a substantial faction and had numerous subordinate tribes at his disposal. With time, he could rally his allies, thus remaining a formidable force. The nomadic peoples of the grasslands have always followed the natural law of respecting the strong. Although there exists a semblance of loyalty and righteousness, it is rather scarce. The primal instinct of every individual is to cling to life and evade danger. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an mention the possibility of surrendering, along with the prospect of riches and honor, the eyes of the right Xian Wang sparkled with interest. "Xinshu, is that truly the case?" he inquired. "Of course. All you need to do is pen a letter of surrender, and I shall present it to the court, which will surely reward you." Chen Ping'an fabricated a grand vision for the right Xian Wang. In truth, there had never been a precedent of surrendering northern Mang nobility in the historical conflicts between the Qian and Beiliang. Chen Ping'an merely entertained a hopeful notion, wishing to facilitate such an outcome. After all, from a rational perspective, the vast expanses of the northern Mang grasslands made it impossible to eradicate the nomadic tribes entirely. Even a few significant victories, though injurious to the spirit of the tribes, would not prevent them from rising again like persistent weeds. Historical experience from past dynasties suggests that the best approach to dealing with nomadic tribes is to fracture and divide them, employing foreign elements against them. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an, in his current position, held little influence or authority within the court. He was uncertain if the court would acquiesce to the surrender request of Murongzing and the right Xianwang. However, whether it was one tribe or two, the likelihood of swaying the court would be greater with 2 letters of surrender in hand. Furthermore, even if the court refused the requests, possessing these 2 surrender documents would provide leverage over Murongzing and the right Xianwang, potentially yielding unexpected advantages in future conflicts on the grasslands. Chen Ping'an instructed his subordinates to fetch paper and ink for the right Xianwang, who promptly took up the pen and earnestly began drafting the letter of surrender. It must be said that the right Xianwang exhibited considerable talent in this endeavor. His words were heartfelt and sincere, prompting Chen Ping'an to involuntarily marvel at his soon-to-be father-in-law's extraordinary aptitude for writing surrender letters. The Xiao Wang, who had lost a hand, was utterly astonished upon witnessing this scene. Wait, you can actually do that? You can surrender after losing? Why didn't you say so earlier? Had I known, I wouldn't have scolded just now. My hand is lost for nothing. He immediately dropped to his knees, raising his head and exclaiming to Chen Ping'an, I can write a letter of surrender too. I can't surrender. Your place is to remain a captive, Chen Ping'an replied disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Wang and kicking him into a corner of the room. It is essential to note that although Xiao Wang was a king, his status was not comparable to that of the right Xianwang. The right Xianwang had loyal vassal tribes to summon, whereas Xiao Wang's own tribe had been completely decimated. Additionally, Murongzing's tribe boasted a population of thousands and the finest stallions on the grasslands, which could entice the Qian. What did Xiao Wang possess? A solitary commander wishing to surrender. He hardly merited such a notion. Moreover, another significant reason lay in the fact that Xiao Wang had not fathered a fine daughter as the right Xianwang had. He could only watch enviously as the right Xianwang completed the letter of surrender and agreed upon a method for future communication before Chen Ping'an had him secretly escorted out of the city. His envy was palpable. After sending the right Xianwang away, Yizhi Jiao's spirits remained low, likely due to witnessing the tragic deaths of many of her tribesmen that day. Chen Ping'an took her hand, accompanying her on a leisurely stroll through Longcheng to alleviate her worries. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at the heart of the city, where an ancient altar, constructed from countless stones, loomed before them. Is this the sacred site where your Xiongnu people worship heaven and earth? Chen Ping'an raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yizhi Jiao. Indeed, every few years, our Xiongnu tribe holds grand ceremonies here to honor our ancestors and the heavens. This altar is the most sacred place for every Xiongnu, she affirmed. I see. That is splendid. Chen Ping'an nodded, lifting Yizhi Jiao into his arms and ascending the altar step by step. He instructed the few soldiers following them. You all, guard the perimeter, allowing no one to approach. In Chapter 74, sweeping away the Sun Xiaowang tribe, unexpected gains. Yizhi Jiao nestled against Chen Ping'an, gently tugging at his sleeve, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Do you truly believe that a Qian court will agree to my father's surrender? They will. And soon your entire family will relocate to the Qian, living peacefully within its borders. You shall not have to endure separation from your parents. Chen Ping'an reassured her. My husband, you are so kind to me, she replied. From the day his 10,000 elite cavalry set forth from Yinzhou under Chen Ping'an's leadership, they had traveled tirelessly across the grasslands, covering vast distances without pausing for rest. Although they achieved their tactical objective of a rapid and surprising assault, the soldiers, weary from their long journey and recent battle, were in dire need of proper rest. Chen Ping'an ordered them to recuperate for a night in Longcheng, ensuring the fallen brothers received a proper burial. He himself also took the opportunity for a good night's rest. However, Longcheng was not a place for prolonged stay. They were deep in enemy territory, and should they find themselves surrounded by a formidable enemy force, the consequences would be dire. Thus, at dawn the following day, Chen Ping'an summoned all troops, commanding them to carry only 10 days' worth of rations, taking with them only the most essential captives and spoils of war, while discarding all other supplies. Finally, he set fire to Longcheng, this ancient and historically significant city of worship for the Xiongnu. As the flames soared into the sky, Chen Ping'an led the remaining 9,000 elite cavalry onward, galloping southwestward. During the interrogation of captives the previous day, they had extracted information from some high-ranking officials of the Right Xianwang's tribe, indicating that the Right Xianwang's forces had only assumed the defense of Longshang 4 days prior from the Sun Xiaowang. This meant that the Sun Xiaowang's tribe had departed merely 4 days ago, accompanied by a large herd of livestock. In that short span of time, they could not have traveled far. For Chen Ping'an's 9,000 cavalry, this was akin to a feast laid before them, and they had no reason to decline. After all, who would complain of accumulating too many military achievements? The more tribes they vanquished on the grasslands, the greater their bounty, and, consequently, the more substantial their rewards would be when they returned to claim merit. When they parted from the Right Xianwang the previous day, he had pointed out the migration route of the Sun Xiaowang's tribe, further aiding Chen Ping'an's men in corroborating this intelligence with information gathered from other captives of the Right Xianwang. Thus, Chen Ping'an, leading his 9,000 iron cavalry, galloped across the grasslands in pursuit, following the direction indicated by the Right Xianwang, and the next day they located the migrating Sun Xiaowang tribe. Chen Ping'an issued a command without hesitation, ordering the cavalry to charge, treating the Hunyak Wang's forces with the same ruthlessness that had been directed at the Shotu Wang's forces. However, the Hunyak Wang's tribe was in the midst of migration, with numerous scouts stationed around for vigilance. Upon discovering the sudden appearance of Chen Ping'an leading his 9,000 iron cavalry behind the tribe, the Hunyak Wang was taken aback, unable to comprehend how the Qian iron cavalry could have manifested here so unexpectedly. Nevertheless, he hastily organized his forces to mount a counterattack. Yet, the hastily assembled troops were no match for the well-equipped and high-spirited Qian iron cavalry, crumbling like dry leaves at the first assault. The 9,000 elite horsemen advanced with unstoppable momentum, and within less than half an hour, they had scattered the thousands of hastily gathered Hunyak cavalry, leaving them decimated. Chen Ping'an further distinguished himself by personally capturing the Hunyak Wang, binding him and sending him to join the Shotu Wang. What a thrill it was, truly exhilarating. After years of military service, Chen Ping'an had never experienced such a gratifying battle. General, your military prowess is nothing short of divine. My admiration for you flows like an unending river, as relentless as the surging Yellow River. Following the battle, several captains were in high spirits, their faces aglow, surrounding Chen Ping'an with flattery. It is worth noting that when they first received this mission, learning that they would accompany the barely 20-year-old Chen Ping'an deep into the grasslands with only 10 days' worth of supplies, they harbored unspoken doubts. They feared that this 10,000-strong force might be led astray by Chen Ping'an and never return. Many captains, anxious about the prospect of following him into the grasslands and facing death, had even covertly used money and connections to evade participation in this task. They had been assigned to Chen Ping'an precisely because their connections were insufficient, forcing them to steel themselves and join him in the grasslands. However, they could never have imagined that this expedition with Chen Ping'an would yield such bountiful results. Not only had they successfully executed a rapid strike, penetrating deep into enemy territory, but they had also set ablaze the sacred site of the Xiongnu tribe, seizing a considerable trove of significant spoils, including the esteemed Jidian Jinren. Furthermore, they had simultaneously eradicated the Shotu and Hunyak tribes, capturing 2 Xiongnu kings. In retrospect, their initial concerns were entirely unwarranted. Although youthful, Chen Ping'an demonstrated decisiveness and exceptional military acumen. His tactics of light cavalry infiltration and lightning-fast assaults were particularly effective against the nomadic tribes of the grasslands. Given the immense contributions made, they would undoubtedly be richly rewarded upon their return, with promotions and honors assured. Perhaps some might even ascend to the rank of deputy general, leaving those who had sought favors and avoided this operation in regret. Chen Ping'an had indeed proven to be their destined benefactor. Several among them even contemplated abandoning their former units to cling to Chen Ping'an's coattails, aspiring to rise alongside him. Their respect for him grew, treating him as their true commander. "My husband, look what we have found." At that moment, a jubilant cheer erupted from afar. Wang Yanhongye and Yiji Jiao rode over on 2 splendid red steeds, accompanied by several soldiers. In Wang Yanhongye's hand was a wooden eagle perch, upon which perched a fledgling eagle, presented to Chen Ping'an with an air of triumph. "Is this a Hai Dong Qing?" Chen Ping'an's gaze sharpened as he observed the fledgling eagle on the perch, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Having recently acquired the skill of Beast Taming Master, which encompassed methods for training various animals and identifying fierce beasts and birds of prey, he recognized the breed of the fledgling eagle at a mere glance. The grassland tribes have historically maintained a tradition of training eagles and dogs for mounted archery and hunting. Many nobility in the grasslands particularly favor the training of falcons, often regarding them as symbols of status. The Haidongqing is among the most prized of these breeds. Moreover, through Chen Ping'an's keen observation, he noted that the fledgling was of exceptional quality, a prime specimen among the Haidongqings. Instantly, Chen Ping'an was filled with elation, his eyes glimmering with delight. On one hand, falcons, akin to fine steeds, resonate with a man's innate desire for hunting. There is no man who does not cherish them. On the other hand, a well-trained falcon can serve significant purposes. Though Chen Ping'an possessed the skills of eagle eye and night vision, granting him acute eyesight, he could not soar into the sky. In hilly and mountainous terrain, visibility can be obstructed. A trained falcon could ascend to the heavens, scouting for enemy movements, akin to having a drone that could provide constant aerial surveillance. Naturally, training a falcon to such a level is no simple task. However, for one endowed with the Beast Taming Master skill, it is well within reach. Chen Ping'an chuckled heartily, accepting the perch from one Yin Hongye, examining it closely, thoroughly satisfied with the Haidongqing. He resolved to dedicate time to training it upon his return, transforming it into his own vigilant eye in the sky. Congratulations, General, on acquiring this divine eagle. Your magnificent victory heralds your ascent to greatness. Several captains, noticing Chen Ping'an's fondness for the Haidongqing, offered their congratulations in unison. Chen Ping'an laughed heartily and replied, "Enough idle chatter. This is not the time for complacency. We remain deep in the heart of Beiliang, where danger may lurk at any moment. Order all brothers to expedite the battlefield cleanup. Each man shall carry only 10 days' rations. All other supplies that cannot be taken must be incinerated on the spot. We will depart in half an hour, heading south. Let the brothers endure a few more arduous days, and upon our return, there will be wealth, wine, and women." The captains erupted into hearty laughter. Following a series of resounding victories, Chen Ping'an's prestige within the army had reached its zenith, and no one dared to question his orders. They promptly turned to execute the command, directing their subordinates to clean the battlefield and burn the supplies. Half an hour later, everything was in order, and they set off once more. However, Chen Ping'an did not lead the entire army southward along the same route back to the Yinyan region. During their rapid advance into the grasslands, they had obliterated numerous tribes, creating quite a stir. Their speed had caught Beiliang off guard, leaving them unable to react in time to dispatch forces to encircle them. Yet, it was highly probable that a large army had already been dispatched to locate this group that had pierced like a dagger into the heart of Beiliang. If they retraced their steps, they might very well encounter the enemy. Moreover, although Chen Ping'an's iron cavalry had triumphed against the Hunyak Wang's forces, they had also sustained considerable casualties. At the outset, the 10,000 iron cavalry has dwindled to less than 8,000, with several hundred soldiers injured. The number of those who remain combat-ready is approximately 7,000. Should they encounter a substantial enemy cavalry force and become entangled, the possibility of total annihilation looms large. Thus, to ensure safety, Chen Ping'an resolved to take a circuitous route, diagonally traversing the grasslands toward the southwest. They would enter the territory through the fortress at Liangzhou, returning to Deqian, and subsequently march safely within Deqian's borders back to the Yinyan region. This proposal garnered unanimous approval from all the generals. However, despite the plan being firmly established, the vast and boundless grasslands, devoid of numerous landmarks, posed a significant risk of losing direction. Whether they could adhere to the plan and successfully navigate across the grasslands to return safely to Deqian relied heavily on one Yin Hongye, the living map of the grasslands, to guide them. Naturally, Chen Ping'an treated her with utmost care, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. Upon learning that the right Xian Wang had penned a letter of surrender to the Deqian court, indicating a potential allegiance to Deqian, Wang Yanhong, he could not help but feel envious. Although she had unwaveringly devoted her heart to Chen Ping'an, resolved to be his woman for life without separation. She had grown up on the grasslands. Wang Yanhan had showered her with affection, treating her as a precious jewel and caring for her in every way. Thus, she deeply missed her father and the kinfolk on the grasslands, yearning for a day when they could be reunited. That night, nestled in Chen Ping'an's embrace, her beautiful eyes sparkled with determination. Gently nudging his chest, she whispered sweetly in his ear, "Husband, do you wish to achieve great merit once more? Shall we catch a big fish on our way back?" Chen Ping'an perked up at her words, playfully pinching her delicate, almost dewy face. "I know where my father's tribe is. It lies not far from our route. At our marching pace, we could reach it in no more than 3 days." Wan Yinhong blinked her lovely eyes in the night, gazing at Chen Ping'an with eager anticipation. "Shall we take a detour and launch a surprise attack? Capture my father as well, so he might surrender to the Qian like the right Xian Wang." Chapter 76. Bearing 10 children for my husband. Hearing Wan Yinhong's words, Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, nearly doubting his own hearing. Staring at her for a while, he discerned the earnestness in her sparkling eyes. His lips twitched, caught between laughter and tears. All right. It must be said that the filial piety of the children of the grasslands is indeed commendable. At times, he found himself wishing to peer into her mind to understand her thought processes. This young princess was astute when she needed to be, yet often quite foolish. If Wan Yinhong were to discover that his cherished daughter, whom he held dear, was earnestly requesting a Qian man to lead troops to ambush his tribe and capture him, he might very well be driven to despair. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Wan Yinhong's suggestion was indeed tempting to Chen Ping'an. After all, Wan Yinhong's status among the Jurchen tribes was comparable to that of the right Xian Wang among the Xiongnu. Capturing him or obtaining his letter of surrender would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. However, after careful contemplation, Chen Ping'an opted to abandon this alluring notion. As Wan Yinhong was a brother of the Jurchen tribal leader, his stature could be described as second only to the leader himself. From the information gleaned over the past few days from Wan Yinhong, the strength of Wan Yinhong's tribe could be characterized as formidable, far exceeding that of the Xiutu Wang and Hanxia Wang tribes. They would be an exceedingly tough nut to crack, with only 7,000 combat-ready soldiers remaining. Even with Wan Yinhong's guidance for a surprise attack, overcoming this challenge would not be easy. Even if they succeeded, they would undoubtedly incur heavy losses, significantly slowing their return and increasing the risk of being pursued. Chen Ping'an had already achieved sufficient military merit during this expedition across the grasslands. The foremost priority now was to depart safely from the grasslands, return to the Qian, and receive his rewards and promotions, rather than complicating matters further. Should greed lead to their annihilation, the loss would be catastrophic. Often, exercising restraint and making sacrifices is a necessary quality in a leader. Having reached his decision, Chen Ping'an pinched Wan Yinhong's charming face and said, "Although the right Xian Wang has submitted a letter of surrender to the court, the Qian has not previously accepted the surrender of grassland tribes. Whether the court will agree to accept the right Xian Wang's faction remains uncertain. Therefore, we shall not detour to capture your father this time. I promise you that if the court adopts my suggestion and is willing to accept the surrender of the grassland tribes, I will personally lead troops into the grasslands next time and capture your father, bringing him to the Qian for your reunion." Very well, my husband is indeed thoughtful. Although Chen Ping'an did not acquiesce to her request, Wan Yinhong felt a tinge of disappointment. However, she had always been obedient to Chen Ping'an, nodding in agreement and fully accepting his decision without further dissent. Moreover, Chen Ping'an's reasoning was sound. Currently, the Qian court stance was ambiguous. Should they attempt to ambush the tribe and capture her father, compelling him to write a letter of surrender, yet the Qian court later refused to acknowledge it, all would have been in vain. "My husband, you truly are too good to me." Wan Yinhong felt a surge of gratitude, wrapping her delicate arms tightly around Chen Ping'an. With a hint of surprise, Chen Ping'an noted Wan Yinhong's affection had surpassed 100 points. How curious. I have done nothing, yet her fondness for me has inexplicably increased. Lowering his gaze, he observed the serene and blissful expression of Wan Yinhong nestled in his embrace, stirring a sense of reflection within him. Initially, after capturing her, he had forcibly claimed her for himself, partly attracted by her exceptional beauty and partly by her noble status. For someone like Chen Ping'an, who was merely a captain at the time, possessing a Jurchen princess brought him immense satisfaction. However, After enduring so many experiences together, he had inadvertently developed genuine feelings for this young woman who regarded him as her entire world. From time to time, the little girl would exhibit moments of foolishness. Is she perhaps missing her relatives on the grasslands? Chen Ping'an tightened his embrace around Wan Yi and softly inquired in her ear, "Just a little. My husband need not worry about me. Please give me a child." Chen Ping'an planted a gentle kiss on Wan Yi's cheek, saying, "If we have a child to accompany you, you shall not feel lonely. A child, the offspring of both you and me." Wan Yi paused slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with longing. She envisioned herself carrying Chen Ping'an's child, her belly round, and the tender moments they would share together. Her starry eyes gleamed brightly, filled with newfound vigor. Hong Yi resolved to bear 10 children for her husband. In the ensuing days of their march, Wan Yi would occasionally touch her small belly while lost in thought on horseback, her eyes brimming with hope and an involuntary smile gracing her lips. Under the guidance of Wan Yi, a living map of the grasslands, the following days passed without incident. Chen Ping'an successfully led thousands of elite cavalry across the grasslands, returning safely to the borders of Deqian from a fortress in Liangzhou. Initially, when a vast throng of cavalry galloped towards the remote fortress on the boundless grassland, the soldiers stationed there were taken aback, fearing an invasion by the northern Mang army. They nearly ignited the beacon fires to alert other fortresses of the impending threat. Only upon recognizing the armor and banners of Chen Ping'an and his men did they realize they were allies. Their hearts, once anxious, began to ease. The commanding officer promptly dispatched messengers to verify the identities of Chen Ping'an and his troops. Once confirmed, they finally opened the city gates, allowing the thousands of ironclad cavalry to enter. As they passed through the city gates, both Chen Ping'an and his soldiers let out a collective sigh of relief, feeling as though they had finally returned home. It is worth noting that during this expedition, although they spent merely over 20 days traversing the vastness of the grasslands, they faced high-intensity marches and battles against foes. Being a lone force deep in enemy territory, they constantly faced potential dangers, their spirits taut and never daring to relax for even a moment. Now, having returned to Deqian, they could finally feel secure without the weight of anxiety. Chen Ping'an commanded the entire army to rest and recuperate within the fortress for a day. He personally penned a letter, dispatching several trusted aides ahead on swift horses to report their achievements to Yang Yinfeng in the Yanyan region. He himself would lead the main force leisurely across Liangzhou, making his way to the Yanyan region. As they approached the vicinity of Changsha County, Chen Ping'an summoned Yang Yuyao and a few thousand household leaders, stating, "In the coming days, I shall undertake a secret mission. During my absence, Brother Mulan will oversee all military affairs. You are to continue along the predetermined march route to the Yanyan region, and I will return shortly." Chapter 77, Madam. The Master has returned. In ancient times, the sage Diyu, in his pursuit of controlling the floods, passed by his home thrice without entering. However, Chen Ping'an did not possess such noble virtues. He could not bear to pass by his home without stopping. The army's route back to the Yanyan region conveniently passed near Changsha County. Thus he seized the opportunity to return home, to visit his wives and the children they were carrying. After all, since enlisting, he had spent most of his time in the barracks and had little time to accompany Su Wan and the others. The family's fields would soon fall into disrepair if not tended to. Initially, Chen Ping'an had decided to lead the army on this extensive detour into Liangzhou partly for safety and security. Yet there was a touch of personal desire behind it. The household leaders were puzzled, wondering what secret mission could possibly require execution at such time. However, knowing the army had safely returned to Deqian, they understood that they merely needed to march forward as planned. Even with Chen Ping'an's brief absence, no chaos would ensue. They wisely refrained from probing further. Only Yang Yuyao seemed to intuit Chen Ping'an's intentions, her gaze towards him transforming into one of reproach. This fickle-hearted man, unable to contain himself even for a few months as a soldier, had to sneak home during their march. It was one thing for him to indulge. Did he expect her to manage the military affairs in his absence? Observing Yang Yuyao's sulky demeanor, Chen Ping'an realized her jealousy was stirred once more. He instructed 10 household leaders to depart first, using the excuse of urgent military matters to keep Yang Yuyao behind. "Do you have special instructions, sir?" Yang Yuyao's tone carried a hint of resentment. Jealous again? Chen Ping'an chuckled, approaching her and attempting to take her arm. Yang Yao merely huffed, twisting away, retorting, "Oof, who would be jealous of a fickle man like you? In truth, I wish to take you home with me, but alas, you are the only one I trust within this army," Chen Ping'an declared, disregarding her resistance as he grasped her delicate hand, speaking earnestly. "When I am not present, you're the only one I can rely on to oversee this force. I cannot entrust it to anyone else." As she felt the warmth of his hand, Yang Yao's lips curled upward slightly, a silent smile forming. "Return swiftly. Come back soon," she playfully admonished, turning to leave, only to be suddenly pulled back into his embrace. "Where are you rushing off to? I still have significant military matters to discuss with you." "General, the horses are ready and can depart at any moment." At that moment, Chen Gosheng entered the military tent, announcing loudly. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Chen Ping'an and Yang Yao entwined together. Chen Ping'an's arms were around her waist, while her cheeks flushed with a mix of shyness and reluctance. He stood frozen in place, eyes wide with shock. "I saw nothing." Chen Gosheng hastily closed his eyes and bolted out of the tent, his mind reeling from the unexpected revelation. No wonder Brother Mulan advanced so swiftly. His standing in the barracks was only second to the general. The sacrifices made were indeed considerable. The sudden turn of events left Yang Yao's face flushed crimson, as if it could bleed. "It's all your fault." She shot Chen Ping'an an angry glare, pinching him at his waist before hastily exiting the tent. Chen Ping'an merely chuckled, unfazed by the incident. Straightening his somewhat disheveled attire, he cleared his throat and stepped outside, addressing Chen Gosheng, who was gazing upwards with an expression of ignorance. "Next time you enter the military tent, remember to announce your presence." "Yes, I shall certainly bear that in mind," he replied earnestly. As the hour grew late, Chen Ping'an nodded and led Chen Gosheng forward, having long since prepared for their departure, awaiting his subordinates. This journey home was merely a familial visit, devoid of any significant military tasks. Thus Chen Ping'an had brought along only 20 trusted guards. All were clad in civilian attire, eschewing armor. Additionally, he had invited the two women, Wan Yin Hongya and Yi Jiao, to accompany him. They were already aware of the presence of several other wives in Chen Ping'an's hometown of Changsha County. Upon learning that he intended to bring them along to meet his other wives, their hearts fluttered with joy and excitement, as they understood the profound significance that the term home held for a man of Deqian. Chen Ping'an's willingness to take them back indicated a genuine recognition of their identities as his wives, rather than mere companions or captives aiding him in navigating the grasslands. The 20 guards, all hailing from Changsha County, were filled with eagerness to return home, galloping forth with great haste. By evening, they finally arrived at Changsha County. Given Chen Ping'an's formidable abilities, he did not require their protection, as he had servants at home to attend to his needs. So he granted them a brief reprieve to visit their families, instructing them to reconvene in 3 days to join the main force. He then proceeded towards his home accompanied by Wan Yin Hongya and Yi Jiao. From a distance, Chen Ping'an's keen hearing caught the sound of Su Wan, Lu Ji, and others engaged in light conversation. "Sister Su Wan, your tiger head shoes are simply adorable. They will look wonderful on the baby once they are born. I wonder when my husband will return. We still need him to name the children. I have a feeling Ping'an might be coming back soon." "Sister Su Wan, why do you say that?" "I can't quite explain it, but I just have this special intuition that Ping'an is on his way back." Hearing the cheerful chatter of the women brought an inexplicable sense of tranquility and warmth to Chen Ping'an's heart. Yearning surged within him at that moment. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the residence, dismounted, and entered the courtyard with Wan Yin Hongya and Yi Jiao. A maid, upon spotting Chen Ping'an, paused momentarily before exclaiming with delight, "Madam, madam, the master has returned." No sooner had the maid's words left her lips than Lu Ji, clad in a simple white dress, dashed out from the main hall. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an, her eyes sparkled with surprise. "Husband, you truly have returned." Following her, Su Wan, Lin Yue, and Lin Yuechan, all with prominent bellies, emerged from the hall, supported by Xiao Yin and 2 other maids, their faces alight with joy as they approached Chen Ping'an. Chapter 78. Have 2 princesses been brought home? A glorious legacy. "Husband, you truly are back. We were just talking about you." The sight of Chen Ping'an's return filled Su Wan, Lin Yue, and the others with unbridled joy, their beautiful eyes gleaming with light. They promptly descended the steps to greet him. Chen Ping'an, noticing Su Wan and Lin Yui's awkwardness as they struggled with their large bellies, quickly hurried towards them. "Don't move. I will come to you." He smiled as he approached, squatting down to place an ear on each of their rounded bellies, listening to the movements within. "Little ones, do you long for your father?" In the next moment, he felt a gentle kick from the little one within Su Wan's belly. "Hey, this little one just kicked me." Chen Ping'an's eyes brightened as he smiled and said, "Who told you to take so long to come home?" Su Wan lightly huffed, a smile gracing her lips, her face radiating maternal warmth. Meanwhile, Wan Yin Hongye and Yi Jiao stood a few paces behind Chen Ping'an, feeling somewhat out of place as they observed the cheerful reunion. Particularly, Wan Yin Hongye felt an unmistakable sense of envy as she watched Su Wan, Lin Yui, and Lin Yuechan's noticeably rounded bellies, and Chen Ping'an attentively listening to them. She too yearned to bear his child. At that moment, Su Wan noticed the presence of Wan Yin Hongye and Yi Jiao. A glimmer of understanding sparked in her eyes as she deduced their identities. Yet she still turned to Chen Ping'an and inquired, "Ping'an, who are these two ladies?" "This is Wan Yin Hongye, and this is Yi Jiao. Like you, they're also my wives." Chen Ping'an introduced them, drawing the two women closer. Upon hearing his introduction, Su Wan and the others cast their gazes upon Wan Yin Hongye and Yi Jiao, noting their attire and distinctively different features from those of women from the Central Plains, revealing their astonishment. Lu Ji's eyes flickered as she asked, "Husband, judging by their names, these two sisters cannot be from the Central Plains, can they?" "Indeed, Hongye is of the Jurchen tribe, and Jiao hails from Xiongnu." Under the curious stares of Su Wan and the others, Wan Yin Hongye and Yi Jiao, the proud little princesses of the grasslands, felt somewhat apprehensive, akin to brides nervously meeting their in-laws for the first time, worried about whether their foreign identities would be accepted by Su Wan and the others. Su Wan perceived their unease and promptly approached them, taking their hands with a gentle smile. "How wonderful! I used to worry about Ping'an being all alone in the barracks without anyone to care for him. Seeing you two sisters today puts my heart at ease. They are not just anyone. They are princesses from the northern Mang grasslands." Princesses from Beiliang? The revelation of their noble identities astonished Su Wan, Lin Yuechan, and the others. They had not anticipated that Wan Yin Hongye and Yi Jiao, besides being youthful and beautiful, held such esteemed status. Su Wan gazed at Chen Ping'an in astonishment. "To think our Chen family has welcomed two princesses. What a glorious legacy for the Chen clan. What is this? Your husband is about to become a general. That is truly a matter of great honor." Chen Ping'an chuckled heartily and said, "All right, let us not linger outside any longer. Let us retire indoors for conversation." With that, he ushered everyone inside. Once seated, he began recounting the myriad experiences he had encountered over the months since his last departure. The astonishment grew as he revealed that during the short span, he had ventured deep into the grasslands not once but twice, earning remarkable military accolades and swiftly rising through the ranks. From a mere cavalry captain, he had ascended to the position of deputy general. Following this triumphant return, he was certain to receive further rewards, likely advancing directly to the rank of general, having traversed in less than a year a path that might take others decades to achieve. The ladies gasped in astonishment, marveling at the legendary experiences of Chen Ping'an. "If that is the case, does it not mean we shall soon become generals' wives?" Lin Yuechan remarked with a smile, causing the others to feel a fleeting sense of disorientation, as their rapid elevation in status left them feeling somewhat unreal. Amid their idle chatter, Su Wan maintained her grip on Wan Yin Hongye and Yi Jiao's hands, occasionally whispering secrets to them, which gradually eased the tension in their hearts, making them feel genuinely integrated into this family. Wan Yin Hongye's beautiful eyes kept darting toward the visibly rounded bellies of Su Wan, Lin Yui, and Lin Yuechan. After a moment of hesitation, she finally tentatively extended her small hand to gently caress Su Wan's burgeoning belly, her face alight with envy as she softly inquired, "Sister Su Wan, how did you conceive your baby?" "Ah." Su Wan was momentarily taken aback, a blush blooming on her cheeks. "It was just as Ping'an did, and then I became pregnant. Then why haven't I conceived yet? Is there some special technique?" Wan Yin Hongye pressed on, her eyes brimming with curiosity. She genuinely wished to bear a child for Chen Ping'an. "Ask Ping'an." Su Wan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot a glance at Chen Ping'an, unsure how to respond. Laughter erupted among the group, filling the hall with warmth and joy. In the past, when Chen Ping'an was away, although Su Wan, Lu Ji, and Lin Yuechan had gotten along harmoniously, there always seemed to be something missing in their home. However, upon Chen Ping'an's return today, the vast estate finally radiated the warmth of a family. The family joyfully finished their dinner. The ladies, reluctant to part ways with Chen Ping'an, gathered around him in the hall for casual conversation. Xiao Yin presented the little shoes Su Wan had sewn for the children, exclaiming, "Master, look at the lovely little tiger shoes Sister Su Wan made." "Indeed, my wife is the most skilled," Chen Ping'an replied, taking the tiny shoes in his hands and offering genuine compliments. Su Wan felt a surge of happiness, her face glowing with uncontainable delight. Lin Yue blinked her beautiful eyes, gazing at Chen Ping'an with anticipation. "By the way, my husband, several children are about to be born. Now that you are back, why not name them?" Hearing Lin Yue's words, Su Wan and Lin Yuechan turned their eyes towards Chen Ping'an, their gazes filled with eagerness. As the head of the family and the father of their children, they naturally hoped that Chen Ping'an would personally bestow names upon their offspring. Lu Ji, Xiao Yin, Wan Yin Hongye, and Yiji Jiao also showed expressions of expectation, although they were not yet pregnant. They would eventually bear children for Chen Ping'an and hoped he would name them too. Sensing the fervent anticipation in their eyes, Chen Ping'an recognized that naming the children was indeed a significant matter. After all, with so many wives, there would inevitably be many children. As a soldier, he would spend most of his time leading troops in battle and would not always be home. It would be wise to think of names in advance so that he could name the children in order of their birth. Gently caressing Lin Yue's rounded belly, a contemplative gleam appeared in his eyes. Moments later, he brightened, saying if all 3 children are boys, they shall be named Chen Tianlong, Chen Xiaohu, and Chen Jibao. For any subsequent boys, their names will follow as Jingrun, Jingyi, Jingli, Jingji, Jingxin, Jingzhong, Jingshan, and Jingyong. Should girls be born, their names will be Xiumai, Xianglan, Qingtong, Zhijiu, Xiuqin, Xiuqi, Xiushu, and Xiuhua. Wow! Though Wan Yin Hongye and Yiji Jiao had been with Chen Ping'an for quite some time and had become quite proficient at Qian, they still lacked a deep understanding of its cultural nuances. Hearing Chen Ping'an rattle off so many names left them in awe, their mouths agape as they gazed up at him with admiration. Wan Yin Hongye could not help but exclaim, "Husband, you are amazing. You came up with so many names in one breath." All thanks to Yue's excellent teaching. Chen Ping'an chuckled, gently grasping Lin Yue's small hand. Lin Yue's heart fluttered at the memory of the time when Chen Ping'an had rescued her, and they had sat side by side on the ground, sketching letters with a twig. Time had flown by, and without realizing it, several months had passed. Not only had she married Chen Ping'an, but she was also expecting his child. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, a tender glow filled her beautiful eyes. Su Wan and Lin Yuechan also wore satisfied smiles, knowing their babies had names chosen by their father. Lu Ji and Xiao Yin exchanged hopeful glances at Chen Ping'an as well, although they were not yet expecting his children. This visit presented an opportunity. As the evening deepened, Su Wan noticed the time and took the initiative to grasp Wan Yin Hongye and Yiji Jiao's hands. "It is getting late. Tonight, both of you should sleep with me. I wish to learn more about life on the grasslands. Ping'an, since you have returned so rarely, spend more time with Lu Ji and Xiao Yin these next few days," she added, casting a subtle glance at Chen Ping'an. Though unspoken, their years of mutual understanding allowed Chen Ping'an to instantly grasp Su Wan's intention to ensure Lu Ji and Xiao Yin would also conceive before he departed. Chen Ping'an couldn't help but smile. While he was a commanding general leading thousands on the battlefield, upon returning home, he found himself directed by Su Wan. However, he felt no resentment. Rather, he was deeply gratified. The wives he had married were not jealous individuals. Su Wan, despite her humble origins as a farmer and lack of formal education, was sensible and pragmatic. She managed to maintain balance in the household, earning the genuine respect of Lin Yue and Lu Ji. Thanks to her support in managing the home, he could pursue his endeavors without worries. Reluctantly, Wan Yin Hongye and Yiji Jiao were led away by Su Wan. Lin Yuechan and Lin Yue also departed with the assistance of their maidservants. Soon, only Chen Ping'an remained with Lu Ji and Xiao Yin. "Master, you must be exhausted from your travels. I will prepare hot water for your bath," Xiao Yin said. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she lowered her head and hurriedly exited to fetch the bathing water. "I will prepare clothes for my husband," Lu Ji said, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. She had longed for Chen Ping'an's return during his absence, yet now that he was finally back, she found herself alone with him, and her shyness overtook her. Seeking an excuse to escape, she took a few steps but was soon caught by Chen Ping'an, who pulled her into his embrace. With her arms encircling Lu Ji's waist, he whispered softly into her ear, "Have you missed me during my long absence from home?" "Of course I have," she replied obediently, feeling her body melt in his embrace as she sensed the warmth radiating from him. Her face flushed with a deep crimson, akin to a ripened fruit, as she offered her shy response. Observing Lu Ji's bashful demeanor, so enticing and vivid, Chen Ping'an's heart swelled with delight, prompting him to tease her further. After settling down, he laid Lu Ji across his lap, holding her delicate form as he gazed into her beautiful eyes, continuing to pry. "So tell me, in what way did you miss me?" Through a soft, "Husband, you are so naughty." Lu Ji's face blushed even more as she playfully struck his shoulder, her eyes sparkling with joy. "I adore it when you act mischievously." In Chapter 80, The Warmth of Home, has Chen Yun also become pregnant? During this return home, Chen Ping'an seized every fleeting moment. He had to hurry back to join the main army and could not linger too long, making each instant precious. For 3 days, he remained indoors, wholly devoted to cherishing the company of his wives and reveling in the joys of familial love. However, after 3 days, despite the immense reluctance in his heart, he had to bid farewell to his family, embarking on a road once more with Wang Yinhongye and Yi Jiao to catch up with the army ahead. As he observed several women standing at the entrance of the residence, watching him depart with lingering gazes, he felt a surge of emotion. He also realized a pressing concern. There were too many women in his household without any protection. His entire backyard was virtually unguarded, which was untenable in the long term. Although the surrounding area of Changshixian was relatively stable and the band of bandits at Hutoshan had been eradicated months prior, he understood that as his official rank increased, he would inevitably become embroiled in political intrigues. Unscrupulous individuals might target his family, making it imperative to have a loyal and trustworthy group of subordinates to guard his home and ensure the safety of his loved ones. A truly high-ranking general not only commands a loyal cadre in the army, but also maintains a cadre of devoted household guards and retainers at home. For instance, the Yang family of Tianbo Fu, a lineage of military nobility, has a master-level expert stationed at home to ensure security during the head of the family's absence. Moreover, a significant portion of the personal guards historically surrounding the head of the Yang family are also family retainers, trained in exceptional martial skills from a young age, with unwavering loyalty to the Yang clan. Typically, generals rise through the ranks gradually, cultivating loyal subordinates over time. However, Chen Ping'an's ascent was remarkably swift, within mere months. He had progressed from a mere recruit to the rank of deputy general. With his recent rapid campaign across the grasslands, he was bound to achieve further promotions, leaving him little time to nurture his subordinates. Although he had capable and loyal allies like Qindale, Qingosheng, and Guahu, their loyalty was not matched by experience or capability. Moreover, he lacked trusted confidants in the army, making it impossible for him to dismiss them from their military duties to safeguard his home. Furthermore, the requirements for household guards differ from those of battle companions. While both need loyalty, the latter must possess courage and the discipline to execute commands without hesitation, while the former must uphold their duties, willing to lead a life of quietude in the shadows, guarding the family. It was also essential for them to have rich experience in the martial world, able to discern various cunning traps and schemes to ensure the family's safety. Ideally, he would recruit a cadre of seasoned martial experts as devoted protectors, but such individuals were not easily found. This matter could not be rushed. He resolved to consult with Mulan for potential solutions, recognizing that nurturing household guards to protect his rear was a pressing issue that needed to be addressed promptly. 2 days later, Chen Ping'an caught up with the main force. The following day, they officially entered the Yanyan region, arriving in Shuazhou City, where the army rested for a day. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he sought out Chen Yun. "Sister Chen Yun, we are back." Wang Yinhongye, who had been living with Chen Yun since following Chen Ping'an, felt a deep affection for her, missing her dearly after their lengthy separation. Upon entering the home, she joyously exclaimed. Hearing the commotion, Chen Yun emerged from within, her face lighting up with uncontainable surprise upon seeing Chen Ping'an and Wang Yanhongya. Typically gentle and demure, she could not restrain her excitement, rushing toward him and embracing him tightly. "Husband, you are finally back," holding onto his waist as if wishing to merge into his being. She sought to alleviate the longing that had built over the months. After a moment, she regained her composure, realizing her exuberance was perhaps excessive, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she disentangled herself from his embrace. "You must be hungry. Let me prepare a meal for you," she said, hastily entering the kitchen, tying on an apron and bustling about energetically. Since joining Chen Ping'an, her favorite activity had become cooking various delectable dishes for him. The sight of him enjoying her culinary creations filled her with immense joy. "I will assist Sister Yin." Wang Yanhong yet eagerly darted into the kitchen. Moments later, the kitchen echoed with Chen Yun's exclamations. "Hongye, be careful. That contains oil." Then, with a loud bang, Wang Yanhongye emerged from the kitchen, her face blackened and hair singed from the mishap. "You should go outside and wait for dinner," Chen Yun instructed, chuckling at Hongye's comical appearance. Once Hongye left, Chen Yun's culinary skills shone through, allowing her to prepare a sumptuous feast swiftly. During dinner, she hardly ate herself, continuously serving Chen Ping'an. "Husband, try this tofu. Is it tender? You must drink this fish soup while it's hot." The satisfaction on her face as she watched him relish her homemade dishes radiated pure happiness. It seemed that this was the greatest happiness for her. Wang Yanhongyi understood that Chen Ping'an could only stay at home for one night before departing from Shuozhou the following day. After dinner, she sensibly took Yi Jiao's hand, and the two of them went to the side room, leaving Chen Ping'an alone with Chen Yun. Chen Yun appeared to anticipate what was about to unfold, her cheeks slightly flushed as she stood by the table, tidying up the dishes. There was no rush to clean up. Chen Ping'an directly embraced Chen Yun from behind, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her into the inner room, laying her down on the bed. "My husband, this is not right," Chen Yun protested, pushing against Chen Ping'an's chest with both hands. "Why not? I am with child," Chen Yun said, placing her palm on her abdomen, her eyes gleaming with joy. "Really?" Chen Ping'an's eyes brightened. Calculating the time, he realized he had been away from home for nearly 3 months. So if Chen Yun was indeed pregnant, it was about the right time for her to show signs. "Of course it's true. I have already consulted a doctor," Chen Yun affirmed earnestly, then added thoughtfully, "Husband, if you desire, why not go to Hong Yi Jiamei's place?" "What are you saying?" "It's rare for me to return. I'm not going anywhere tonight, but staying with you." Chen Ping'an wrapped his arms around Chen Yun, whispering sweet nothings in her ear, causing her to gasp in surprise. "Is it possible to do that?" she asked, her face blushing deeply, nodding shyly. The next morning, Chen Yun rose early, assisting Chen Ping'an in dressing and washing up, and prepared a lavish breakfast for him. After he had eaten his fill, he mounted his horse, reluctantly bidding farewell to Chen Yun as he left this tender abode. Before departing Shuozhou, Chen Ping'an entrusted some silver to Chen Gosheng, instructing him to remain in the city for a few more days and find 2 clever and reliable maidservants to assist Chen Yun. After all, with her pregnancy, as her belly grew day by day, her mobility would become increasingly cumbersome. Chen Ping'an could not rest easy without someone to attend to her. Furthermore, although he would be away, Su Wan and Lin Yuchan would at least have each other for company. However, after he departed with Wang Yanhongyi, Chen Yun would be left utterly alone, which was indeed a profound solitude. After leaving Shuozhou, Chen Ping'an felt no lingering attachments. He pressed onward, leading his troops directly to the front lines of Yunzhou. Along the way, he posed a question to Yang Yuyao. How could he quickly find a trustworthy household commander and guards to help protect his estate? Yang Yuyao shook her head in response, dousing Chen Ping'an's hopes with cold water. "Do you think finding reliable household commanders and guards is as easy as finding a woman? You can't just pick any woman and bring her home. The most crucial aspect of cultivating household commanders is loyalty. It requires extensive training and testing to ensure their unwavering fidelity. It is not something that can be easily found in a year or two, aside from a few long-established martial families. Most high-ranking generals who rose through the ranks have their household commanders selected from their most trusted subordinates." Though Yang Yuyao intended to temper Chen Ping'an's expectations, her words sparked a light in his eyes. "Of course, how did I not think of that? While it may be difficult to cultivate reliable household commanders and guards, Finding a wife should not pose a challenge. If I could meet a strong and cunning woman, I could marry her and have her oversee the household, ensuring the safety of my family members. Ha, Mulan Xiong, you're indeed a genius. With this newfound clarity, Chen Ping'an felt as if a vast horizon had opened before him. The dilemma that had weighed on him for days now seemed less daunting. Among the women he knew, Mu Rongziying was undoubtedly an ideal candidate. Not only was she a formidable martial artist, reaching the second tier of warriors, but as a woman, she commanded the loyalty of many men, leading a large tribe with remarkable prowess. If he could marry her, having such a woman at home would guarantee security for his household and protect his female kin. However, Mu Rongziying's unique status presented challenges. Firstly, it remained uncertain whether the Deqian court would accept her allegiance. Secondly, even if she were to submit to the court, she might not be willing to abandon her tribesmen to live as a docile wife in his household, like Su Wan and Lu Ji. Thus, he could not place all his hopes on Mu Rongziying alone and should seek other options. As Chen Ping'an contemplated this, his gaze fell upon Yang Yuyao beside him. Although her strength did not match Mu Rongziying's, she was still a genuine fourth-tier warrior, and he was well acquainted with her background. After observing her in secret for some time, he had pieced together her true identity, confirming his suspicions. The Yang family was renowned as a century-old military lineage in Deqian. It would not be unreasonable for a lady to have a few household commanders accompany her to ensure her safety. Suddenly, Yang Yuyao felt Chen Ping'an's intense gaze upon her, causing her heart to race with unease. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked with a hint of wariness. "Mulan Xiong, marry me." What? Yang Yuyao's eyes widened in shock, doubting her hearing. "I said Mulan Xiong. I wish to marry you. Please marry me," Chen Ping'an reiterated earnestly. Yang Yuyao's fair face flushed crimson, her eyes glistening as if filled with spring water. After a long moment, she regained her composure and shot him a disdainful glance. "Huh, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Who want to marry a fickle-hearted rogue like you?" As she spoke, she tugged on the reins, urging her horse to move swiftly away from Chen Ping'an, her demeanor somewhat flustered. Ding! Yang Yuyao's favorability increased by 2, current favorability 85. Humph! A woman who speaks contrary to her heart. She says no, yet her heart is undoubtedly delighted. Chen Ping'an chuckled, shaking his head, already accustomed to Yang Yuyao's facade of composure and her contradictory words. His keen hearing had picked up on the rapid beating of her heart from the very first moment she spoke to him. "Little Mulan Xiong, let us see how I can manage you in the end." For now, he would let her maintain her stubbornness. But when the time came for him to have her, she would surely face consequences. With a slight smirk, Chen Ping'an had already devised 100 ways to eventually win over Yang Yuyao. Days later, the army finally arrived at Yinzhou. Chen Ping'an rode at the forefront of the procession. With his keen eyesight, he spotted Yang Yinfeng personally leading a group of generals, awaiting their arrival at the city gate. A wave of astonishment washed over him. "Oh, General Yang has come out to greet us in person. This is rather grand," he mused. In Chapter 82, 2 Letters of Surrender, Yang Yinfeng was taken aback. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Yang Yuyao's face instantly revealed a visible panic. Finding a casual excuse, she distanced herself from Chen Ping'an, retreating into the crowd of soldiers behind. Chen Ping'an paid her no mind and promptly ordered the troops behind him to quicken their pace and advance forward. As they neared the gates of Yinzhou, he swiftly dismounted from his horse. His face was alight with astonished excitement as he dashed toward Yang Yinfeng, bowing deeply. "General, your status is immensely esteemed. It is beyond my humble capacity to receive such an honor. Quickly rise. There is no need for excessive formalities." Yang Yinfeng stepped forward, gently grasping Chen Ping'an's arms, preventing him from kneeling. After assisting him to his feet, he patted Chen Ping'an on the shoulder and laughed heartily, expressing his admiration. "Your remarkable journey, capturing the dual kings of the Xiongnu and setting Longqing ablaze, has earned you unparalleled merit. It is only fitting that I come to welcome you personally." As he spoke, Yang Yinfeng's gaze subtly swept over the loyal followers accompanying Chen Ping'an, seemingly searching for someone. However, he did not find the figure he sought. Retracting his gaze without revealing any unusual emotion, he grasped Chen Ping'an's hand and turned to lead him into the city. "Gulme, I have prepared a banquet within the city to celebrate your achievements. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." The surrounding generals, witnessing Yang Yinfeng's intimate grip on Chen Ping'an's hand as they entered the city together, exchanged glances filled with envy. To walk alongside Yang Yinfeng into the city was a privilege few could ever hope to attain. By bestowing such high regard upon Chen Ping'an in front of all, Yang Yinfeng sent a clear signal. He regarded Chen Ping'an not merely as a subordinate who had achieved merit, but as someone he intended to cultivate as a trusted confidant. The Yang family has long been renowned for its loyalty and valor, having rendered outstanding service to the Qin dynasty for centuries, with their marquette of loyal military honors passed down through generations. While their standing in the Qin military may not be absolute, it is undeniably exalted and well-established. Chen Ping'an, at a young age, had already amassed considerable military accomplishments. If he could align himself with the Yang family, his future would undoubtedly be one of rapid advancement and success. Sun Yat stood among the welcoming crowd as well. Although he held the rank of a deputy general, which was not insignificant, he felt diminutive amidst the gathered generals, akin to a mere foot soldier. Observing Chen Ping'an entering the city hand in hand with Yang Yinfeng, he was not only filled with envy, but also profound reflection. Who would have imagined that just a few months prior, Chen Ping'an had been an inconsequential captain under his command? Yet, in a mere span of months, he had soared through the ranks, garnering Yang Yinfeng's favor and becoming a figure of such lofty stature that even Sun Yat could only look up to him. The twists of fate are astonishing. The next time he encounters Chen Ping'an, he would surely have to offer his respects and refer to him as General Chen. Sun Yat felt fortunate that during the time Chen Ping'an served under him, he had not been remiss in his support, but instead had invested in his development. Even the elite 800 Iron Riders, which had enabled Chen Ping'an's rise, were allocated to him by Sun Yat. Perhaps one day, should Chen Ping'an ascend to the heights of power, he might share in some of that glory. The celebratory banquet took place in the grandest tavern of Yinzhou. Besides several thousand households who had accompanied Chen Ping'an to battle and his capable aides, only generals of at least deputy general rank were permitted to partake in the feast. Throughout the banquet, cups were raised in toasts, with many generals proactively coming to congratulate Chen Ping'an. The magnitude of his accomplishments was such that even the commanding Yang Yinfeng could not independently determine his rewards, needing to submit a request to the court for his commendation. Though the court's rewards had yet to be finalized, it was widely anticipated that Chen Ping'an would undoubtedly be promoted to the rank of general due to his remarkable contributions. The only uncertainty lay in what title the court would bestow upon him. Regardless, it was evident that Chen Ping'an was still quite young, only 18 years old. Without relying on noble birth or connections, he had achieved this honor solely through his own prowess and tangible military merit. It is rare to find such youthful talent throughout the annals of history. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that Chen Ping'an stands as the most radiant young general in the entire Qin military. His future prospects could easily be described as boundless. Such a promising youth would naturally attract the attention and favor of many. During the banquet, numerous attendees inquired about Chen Ping'an's marital status, hoping to marry their daughters or sisters to him. Whether as a primary spouse or a secondary consort was of little consequence. Even the latter would suffice. Those who had previously missed the opportunity to accompany Chen Ping'an into battle due to their doubts and reliance on connections now found themselves excluded from this celebratory banquet. Upon learning of the news, they lamented their foolishness and regretted missing such a golden opportunity to achieve greatness. The banquet continued from the afternoon into the late night. Perhaps due to his enhanced physical constitution from the system, Chen Ping'an consumed a considerable amount of alcohol but only experienced slight dizziness, without becoming intoxicated. After the festivities concluded, he sought out Yang Yinfeng, stating, "I have important military matters to report to the general in private." Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Yang Yinfeng's expression sharpened. Without further ado, he led Chen Ping'an back to his residence in Yunzhou and into his study. After dismissing all attendants, he turned his gaze to Chen Ping'an and inquired, "What military matters do you have? Speak freely." Chen Ping'an reached into his garment and retrieved 2 letters of surrender, presenting them with both hands. His demeanor solemn as he addressed Yang Yinfeng. "I have brought back 2 letters of surrender from the grasslands for your review. These documents are of great significance. Should they be leaked or intercepted, the consequences could be dire." Thus, he had chosen to keep this information discreet in his earlier battle report and instead opted to personally deliver it to Yang Yinfeng. Letters of surrender? Yang Yinfeng raised his eyebrows and took the two surrender letters from Chen Ping'an's hands, initially dismissing them as inconsequential. However, upon unfolding the first letter and discerning the signature, his eyes widened in astonishment, the remnants of intoxication dissipating instantly. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his gaze, and his voice trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Is this the surrender letter from the right wise king of the Xiongnu?" Upon examining the signature on the letter, Yang Yinfeng's pupils constricted sharply, his mind shaken to its core. It is well known that the Xiongnu are one of the 5 major tribal clans of the northern Mang Prairie, and the right wise king holds a position of esteem only second to the Xiongnu Shanyu, far surpassing ordinary kings such as Hunyuang and Ziyuchuang. The combined forces of his tribe and the affiliated smaller tribes total no less than 100,000 souls, a formidable power on the northern Mang Prairie. The mere fact that Chen Ping'an could bring back his surrender letter left Yang Yinfeng in disbelief, a sense of incredulity washing over him. It is important to note that Chen Ping'an's recent blitzkrieg strategy involved a rapid advance across the northern Mang Prairie, setting fire to Longsheng, capturing 2 Xiongnu kings, and even retrieving the sacred golden effigy used by the Xiongnu for ancestral worship. Such feats alone were already staggering, making it difficult to fathom how he accomplished them. Yang Yinfeng had never anticipated that, in addition to these remarkable achievements, Chen Ping'an's journey to the northern Mang would yield further surprises. In Yang Yinfeng's view, the significance of this surrender letter might outweigh the combined weight of the previously mentioned accomplishments. Even as a seasoned general accustomed to grand spectacles, he could not suppress his inner excitement, his hands trembling slightly as he hastily turned to the second surrender letter. Murongziying. Upon seeing the name inscribed on the second letter, Yang Yinfeng's gaze sharpened, revealing a flicker of emotion. Having fought against the northern Mang for many years, he was well acquainted with the various tribes of the prairie. He understood that the leader of the tribe, reputed to be the most beautiful woman of the northern Mang, had risen swiftly in recent years. Although her tribe may not possess the same profound heritage or vast influence as the right wise kings, its strength was formidable. Particularly renowned for horse breeding, they boasted the finest stallions on the northern Mang Prairie. If this tribe could be successfully persuaded to submit, bringing their exceptional horses to serve the Qian dynasty, and provided with a lush pasture to graze within a decade, the overall quality of the Qian cavalry would be significantly enhanced, with far-reaching implications. How on earth did you acquire these 2 surrender letters? Yang Yinfeng inquired eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he turned to Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an then recounted the circumstances surrounding the acquisition of the letters, deliberately omitting the trivial details of how he had charmed Murongziying into submission. "You truly are a harbinger of fortune," Yang Yinfeng remarked earnestly after hearing Chen Ping'an's account, feeling as though he were in a dream. Were it not for the 2 letters in his hand, he might have doubted the veracity of it all. However, his expression soon shifted to one of gravity as he fixed his gaze on Chen Ping'an and said, "While your return with these 2 surrender letters is indeed a monumental achievement, you must understand that the enmity between the Qian and the northern Mang spans a century, deeply entrenched. Many high-ranking officials in the court harbor thoughts that are far from amicable towards us. There has never been a precedent for the surrender of these nomadic tribes. Whether the court will accept these letters remains uncertain. Regardless of the court's stance, I firmly believe that persuading the northern Mang tribes to submit is the best choice for our Qian dynasty." Oh! Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Yang Yinfeng raised an eyebrow, interest piqued as he directed his gaze towards him. "What brings you to this conclusion?" "Because the matter is quite evident," Chen Ping'an replied. "The vast, boundless grasslands and desolate deserts serve as a natural barrier for the nomadic tribes. Even if our Qian army were to achieve 10 consecutive victories and slay 1,000,000 enemies, it would be impossible to eradicate all the nomadic tribes. As long as a spark remains, they will eventually recover their strength and return. Therefore, a strategy solely focused on extermination is futile. It merely drains our national resources. Though Qian is prosperous and affluent, we find ourselves situated amidst a myriad of adversaries: Shishu, Donghai, Nanshu, and Northern Mang, all of whom pose significant threats. If we concentrate too many troops on the northern border to guard against the Northern Mang, we will inevitably leave other fronts vulnerable, providing opportunities for nations such as Nanshu to exploit. Such a situation cannot be sustained. Thus, I believe the best approach to dealing with the northern Mang nomadic tribes is to use one tribe against another by sowing discord among the 5 tribes of the prairie. We can incite internal strife. In doing so, we can win over and persuade some of these tribes to turn against each other, thereby alleviating the pressure on our northern defenses. This would allow us to redirect our forces to sweep through Shishu, Donghai, and Nanshu, where the strategic depth is not nearly as extensive as that of the northern Mang. By defeating their armies and capturing their cities, we can truly obliterate them. Once the Qian has vanquished these nations and unified the realm, the remaining northern Mang will no longer pose a threat. Excellent. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's analysis, Yang Yinfeng's eyes sparkled with enlightenment, feeling as though they were kindred spirits in thought. He gazed deeply at Chen Ping'an, admiration evident in his expression. Who would have thought that at such a young age, you possess not only unique insights in a military strategy, but also a profound understanding of the world's dynamics? Today, I shall heed your counsel and submit a memorial to the court along with these 2 surrender letters, advocating for this course of action. Additionally, I shall seek to reward you for your contributions. Thank you, General. Chen Ping'an expressed his gratitude and, after engaging in casual conversation for a while longer, took his leave. Yang Yinfeng watched him depart from the study, his eyes glimmering with approval as he silently nodded to himself. This young man, with his remarkable insight, courage, and strategy, is indeed a rare talent. It is no wonder that Yu Yao, with her disposition, willingly serves under him, devotedly following his lead. However, this fellow is quite the flirt. I hope Yu Yao is merely serving him in battle and has no romantic inclinations towards him. After returning from a northern Mang prairie, Chen Ping'an and his companions found themselves without a new military assignment for a brief period, ushering in a time of respite. It was a rare moment of tranquility for Chen Ping'an. The daily training and various chores within the camp were entirely entrusted to Yang Yu Yao. Each day, Chen Ping'an merely conducted a few rounds of inspection in the military camp, observing Yang Yu Yao managing the chaotic military affairs with remarkable efficiency. He could not help but genuinely admire her capabilities. She truly is a competent woman. In addition to his inspections, Chen Ping'an dedicated time during the day to practice Longxiang Jinyu Gong for 2 hours. The remainder of his time was devoted to training the heidonking he acquired from the Hongxi Wang tribe. Wan Yin Hongya had given this heidonking a melodious name, Shuei. Utilizing his skills as a beast tamer, Chen Ping'an achieved notable results in just a few days. Training Shuei to respond to his commands and soar into the sky to undertake simple tasks. As night fell, Chen Ping'an became even busier. After a visit back to his hometown, where he met the pregnant Su Wan and saw Lin Yuechan and Lin Yuei with their burgeoning bellies, Wan Yin Hongya's yearning for a child reached its zenith upon learning that even Qinyan was expecting Chen Ping'an's child. She could hardly contain her desire, wishing to be with Chen Ping'an constantly to experience motherhood herself. Yiji Jiao was similarly inspired by a competitive spirit, daily finding new ways to entice Chen Ping'an, hoping to conceive a love child with him. Naturally, Chen Ping'an embraced his responsibilities as a husband, fulfilling them each night. 10 days of tranquil life passed. One afternoon, Yang Yinfeng unexpectedly summoned Chen Ping'an to his tent. Chen Ping'an's heart stirred, instantly realizing that the court's response had likely arrived. Indeed, upon entering the tent, Yang Yinfeng dismissed everyone present and handed him a confidential edict. Upon unfolding the edict, Chen Ping'an found the contents to be succinct yet clear. The court agreed to Yang Yinfeng's request, accepting the surrender of the Right Xian Wang and Mu Rongxing's tribes. The Right Xian Wang was conferred the title of Luan Yin Ho with a fief of 5,000 households, while Mu Rongxing was made Tianshui Ho with a fief of 3,000 households. Yang Yinfeng was tasked with the full responsibility of overseeing the surrender of the 2 tribes. Once the tribes entered the territory, they were to be guided to their designated lands. Chen Ping'an, leading 800 iron cavalry, escorted the Right Xian Wang and Mu Rongxing to Chang'an to formally accept the court's rewards. The edict praised Chen Ping'an's achievements, but did not specify his rewards, indicating that they would be determined after he presented himself to the emperor. It seemed even His Majesty had taken an interest in him, wishing to assess him personally before deciding on his rewards. This journey to the capital held immense promise, with the prospect of titles and honors within reach. Yang Yinfeng chuckled. patting Chen Ping'an on the shoulder, saying, "I shall take your auspicious words to heart." Chen Ping'an smiled in return. After some casual conversation, they turned to business. Yang Yinfeng allocated 3,000 iron cavalry to Chen Ping'an, commanding him to lead them into the grasslands to assist the right Xian Wang and Mu Rongxing, ensuring their smooth surrender as they entered Deqian from the Shuo-Zhou direction. Meanwhile, he would lead the main army eastward, launching an offensive to draw the attention of the Beiliang forces, thereby providing cover for Chen Ping'an's actions. Before returning from the grasslands, Chen Ping'an had already established a means of communication with the right Xian Wang and Mu Rongxing. Upon receiving the court's orders, he promptly dispatched trusted subordinates into the grasslands to convey this news to the two tribes, instructing them to move towards Shuo-Zhou, from where he would send troops to assist them. Days later, Chen Ping'an led his army back into the fray, stepping onto the North Mang grasslands for the third time. After months of warfare, it was now November. The cold winds swept across the grasslands, and the vegetation lay withered. The landscape was a desolate expanse of yellow, with the sky appearing exceptionally high and clear. During the march, Chen Ping'an released Xue into the sky, allowing it to soar freely while assisting in the search for enemy traces. To alleviate the monotony of the journey, he taught Wan Yin Hongye and Yi Jiao to sing grassland songs. "In your heart, I fly freely. The radiant starlight, eternally drifting. The distant frontier, follow me to faraway lands." "Husband, is this a grassland song? How come we've never heard it before?" Wan Yin Hongye and Yi Jiao looked at Chen Ping'an with skeptical expressions. "This is indeed a proper grassland song. Tell me, does it sound good? Sing for me. If my husband wishes to hear it, we shall sing for you." Thus, the air was filled with their melodious voices. It must be said that the children of the grasslands are indeed gifted in song and dance. The two young princesses were like pearls of the grasslands, not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessing exceedingly sweet voices, akin to joyful larks. As they sang, they gazed at Chen Ping'an with affectionate glances, transforming the dull journey into a delightful experience. Days later, the army advanced deeper into the grasslands, nearing the appointed rendezvous point. In the distance, a large tribe was seen setting up camp on the plains. Utilizing his keen eyesight, Chen Ping'an observed the tents and tribal totems, recognizing it as Mu Rongxing's tribe. He promptly led his troops forward. Previously, when Mu Rongxing had penned her surrender letter, Chen Ping'an had been the sole witness. He had not mentioned this letter to anyone besides Yang Yinfeng until now. At this moment, he revealed to his trusted subordinates that in addition to the right Xian Wang tribe, another large Xinbei tribe was also prepared to submit to Deqian. Mu Rongxing? Yang Yuyao raised her brows, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Ping'an with a hint of sarcasm, retorting, "Isn't she the woman who spat in your face during the Longqing battle?" Recognizing that her jealousy was flaring, Chen Ping'an quickly reassured her, "You mustn't misunderstand. My relationship with Mu Rongxing is entirely innocent." Shortly thereafter, Chen Ping'an, accompanied by 30,000 iron cavalry, arrived at the entrance of Mu Rongxing's tribal encampment. Dressed in a splendid purple gown, Mu Rongxing emerged from the tribe, surrounded by her attendants and guards. Her beauty was already striking and adorned in such exquisite attire. She appeared even more radiant. Upon spotting Chen Ping'an, her eyes sparkled, and without hesitation, she sprinted towards him, leaping gracefully into his arms and planting a kiss on his cheek. Yang Yuyao's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze fixed on the two, her teeth clenched in anger. "How can you call this innocent? As the sole female leader of the Beiliang grasslands, she has always been unconventional, indifferent to the gaze of others." Her beautiful eyes sparkled as they swept over the crowd, accompanying Chen Ping'an. Upon noticing the two women, Wan Yin Hongye and Yi Jiao, closely following Chen Ping'an, Mu Rongxing was momentarily taken aback, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. "Ah, you are Wan Yin Hongye and Yi Jiao? How could you?" she began, only to quickly realize, her expression shifting to one of understanding. "I see now. No wonder you could find Long Cheng amidst the vast grasslands. You have guides leading the way." Hearing Mu Rongxing's words, Yi Jiao and Wan Yin Hongye blushed slightly, lowering their heads in a moment of bashfulness. Mu Rongxing, with a hearty laugh, took each of their hands, one on her left and the other on her right. "Just perfect. I was initially concerned that life might become dull after aligning with Deqian, but with 2 younger sisters accompanying me, I shall not feel lonely. With a few casual words, she subtly established her position as the elder sister. It must be noted that in comparison to Mu Rongziying, the 2 young women, Wan Yanhongyi and Yi Jiao, seemed rather naive. Meanwhile, Yang Yuyao, with her own striking gaze, focused intently on Mu Rongziying, attempting to discern even the slightest flaw in her visage. Yet, despite her efforts, she found no such imperfections. This woman's beauty appeared as if bestowed by the heavens, utterly flawless and beyond reproach. Previously, although Chen Ping'an was surrounded by many women, Yang Yuyao had never been particularly concerned, as her confidence was unwavering. She believed that should she don a dress, her appearance and figure would rival any of theirs. However, upon encountering Mu Rongziying, a sense of urgency and fierce competition surged within her. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful, both in appearance and form, a true gem of the mortal realm. At the age of 30, her physique exuded a mature and alluring charm, radiating a unique spirit of freedom and grace typical of the children of the grasslands. It was no surprise that even Chen Ping'an, as a man, would be captivated, and Yang Yuyao, as a woman, found it difficult to tear her gaze away. This realization instilled a profound sense of rivalry within her. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mu Rongziying welcomed Chen Ping'an and his entourage into the tribe, providing fine wine and personally attending to them. Chen Ping'an, however, remained vigilant, not allowing himself to become complacent. He had brought 500 armored soldiers along, and the main force camped closely beside Mu Rongziying's tribe. Should any unexpected events arise, they would signal for 30,000 cavalry to swiftly level Mu Rongziying's entire camp. During the banquet, Mu Rongziying sat beside Chen Ping'an, frequently toasting him with the potent mare's milk wine of the grasslands. Chen Ping'an soon found himself intoxicated, his face flushed. Has the envoy become inebriated? You may continue to entertain the other guests. I shall leave the envoy to rest, Mu Rongziying commanded her subordinates, rising to support Chen Ping'an as they entered her tent. Mu Rongziying's tent was spacious, filled with a soft bed and a faint scent of milk wafting through the air. As soon as Chen Ping'an reclined, he was enveloped by the alluring fragrance. He rested there for an entire day, attempting to exit several times, only to be gently pulled back each time by Mu Rongziying's delicate arm. After a day and night, Mu Rongziying finally lacked the strength to draw him back into the tent. After a brief rest, Chen Ping'an successfully emerged from the tent. Checking the system panel, he noted that Mu Rongziying's favorability towards him had risen to 87 points, granting him another opportunity for a reward. System, initiate the lottery. Ding. The system reward has been successfully activated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the martial art Kuei Hua Dian Shui Shou. Mastering this technique allows one to become intimately familiar with human acupoints, employing the method of acupoint striking to conquer adversaries. Kuei Hua Dian Shui Shou. Chen Ping'an's eyes gleamed with delight. The system had finally rewarded him with a martial art, and one so practical at that. Although this skill may not prove useful in the chaos of battle, he was soon to escort Mu Rongziying and the Right Noble King to Chang'an for an audience at the palace. During this journey, unforeseen events could very well arise, making this martial art exceptionally timely. Furthermore, as Kuei Hua Dian Shui Shou primarily focuses on the fingers, Chen Ping'an's innate talent for martial arts, coupled with his dexterous fingers, would make mastering it considerably easier. With fingers as swift as the wind and movement like lightning, Chen Ping'an approached a sturdy wooden hitching post to practice Kuei Hua Dian Shui Shou. Reciting the incantation, he pointed, and 2 fingers pierced through the solid post, creating a hole. Just as he finished dressing and stepped out of the tent, Mu Rongziying, witnessing the spectacle, was momentarily taken aback, a blush rising to her cheeks. Ding! Mu Rongziying's favorability towards you has increased by 1, current favorability 88. Chen Ping'an's 30,000-strong army and Mu Rongziying's tribe waited in place for 3 days, yet still, the Right Noble King's contingent had not arrived. Some of the subordinates could not help but express their concerns. Could that old fellow have defected? That seems unlikely, Chen Ping'an replied, shaking his head. His surrender letter is in our possession. Should he betray us, we would deliver the letter to the Beiliang royal court, and he would find no refuge in the grasslands. Mu Rongziying nodded, Pondering, the right noble king's forces are vast, with numerous allied tribes. A hasty southward migration would be difficult to keep secret. Perhaps word has leaked, and they have encountered trouble. Chen Ping'an agreed, acknowledging the possibility. His reason for personally leading 30,000 cavalry into the grasslands to assist the two factions was precisely to guard against such occurrences. Time was of the essence. They must rally their forces and delve deeper into the grasslands to rendezvous with the right noble king. A day later, utilizing the snow wings to scout from above, they indeed discovered the right noble king's forces engaged in battle with another contingent of the Beiliang army. Fortunately, prior to Chen Ping'an's deployment, Yang Yanfeng had ignited conflict in the Yan'an region, diverting much of the Beiliang royal court's attention. The pursuing cavalry was not numerous, and upon the arrival of Chen Ping'an's 30,000 forces, they swiftly scattered, fleeing in disarray, escorting the right noble king's forces and Mu Rong Zing's tribe. Along with countless cattle and sheep, they began their slow march southward. The right noble king successfully surrendered to the Qian, and Yizhi Jiao was finally reunited with her father, bringing a newfound vitality to her demeanor. Wang Yanhong looked on with envy. Later that night, when alone with Chen Ping'an, she gently shook his arm, gazing at him with eager anticipation, and asked, "Husband, when will you capture my father, the king? I know precisely where he is hidden. It will be an easy task to seize him. Rest assured, dear. Next time, I shall certainly do so. Next time I lead our troops into the grasslands, I shall personally capture my esteemed father-in-law, allowing for a heartfelt reunion between father and daughter. At that time, I shall petition the court to bestow upon him a grand title, granting him a life free from the perils of warfare, where he can enjoy his twilight years with several beautiful wives and concubines within the realm of the Qian. My beloved, your kindness to me is truly touching." The enchanting vision painted by Chen Ping'an blossomed in Wang Yanhong's mind, her beautiful eyes filled with longing as she embraced him tightly. Naturally, with such a dutiful wife, a husband must shower her with affection. Chen Ping'an tenderly patted her back, setting aside other considerations. Among all the women, Wang Yanhong is undoubtedly the easiest to please and satisfy. The 30,000 iron cavalry led by Chen Ping'an, combined with the troops of Wang Yuxian and Mu Rongxing, surely constitutes a formidable military force. At this moment, the majority of the Northern Mang dynasty's military strength is constrained by Yang Yanfeng, leaving them unable to muster sufficient forces for resistance. They can only allow our forces to return southward unimpeded, seamlessly entering the territory of the Qian. After a brief respite in Shuazhou, Chen Ping'an, adhering to the secret edicts of the court, dispatched 2 military detachments to escort the pastoralists of Wang Yuxian and Mu Rongxing to their designated lands for settlement. He personally selected 800 of his most trusted and capable elite cavalry to escort Wang Yuxian and Mu Rongxing from Shuazhou, heading south towards Chang'an to receive their honors. Before their departure, Chen Ping'an received delightful news. Both Wang Yanhong and Yizhi Jiao had missed their monthly cycles, indicating that these 2 young ladies were likely pregnant. The 2 women had finally achieved their wishes, their hearts brimming with joy. With pregnancy comes the need for rest, making travel arduous. Thus, Chen Ping'an arranged for a larger residence within Shuazhou to accommodate them, allowing them to keep company with Qinyan. Living together, the 3 women would not feel lonely. On the day of departure, officials and generals of all ranks in Shuazhou came out to bid farewell, creating an exceptionally grand scene. They understood, well, that although Chen Ping'an currently held the minor military rank of a Kanjun, his military achievements were exceptionally remarkable. This journey to the capital for his honors would undoubtedly lead to a promotion to general, and if the emperor were to take a liking to him, an elevation to marquis would not be out of the question. The next time Chen Ping'an returns to the Yan'an region, his status will be drastically different, perhaps rendering them unworthy even to look up to him. Naturally, they dared not show any hint of negligence or disrespect, and thus they sent him off with the utmost ceremony. Though the various flattery and praises from the officials nearly elevated Chen Ping'an to the heavens, he remained grounded and unyielding. He was acutely aware of his destination, the capital, Chang'an, the very heart of power in Qian. Beneath the facade of prosperity lies a turbulent undercurrent of brutal power struggles and hidden conflicts. It would be foolish to presume that even if he were to attain the rank of general, he would not merely be a pawn in the eyes of the truly powerful figures within the city. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in every battle. To ensure his safety, it is imperative that he thoroughly understands the current power dynamics within the court before officially arriving in Chang'an, to avoid any unnecessary complications. After all, history is replete with illustrious generals whose military genius was unparalleled, yet they fell victim to the treachery of scheming courtiers due to their inability to navigate the political landscape. Figures like Yu Fei and Li Mu serve as stark reminders. You must learn from their fates and avoid treading the same path. To comprehend the intricacies of the court's power structure, there is no better choice than Yang Yu Yao, hailing from a prestigious military family. Chen Ping'an rode up to her side and directly inquired. Yang Yu Yao, wishing to prevent any troubles for Chen Ping'an in the capital, immediately shared her insights. The most untouchable entities in the capital are undoubtedly the royal family. The emperor resides in the inner palace, and aside from summoned audiences, you will have little opportunity to interact with him, and certainly no courage to offend him. However, you may have opportunities to engage with several princes and princesses. Crown Prince Li Huacheng, having served as heir for many years, often assists the emperor in managing state affairs, garnering the loyalty of many officials. The second princess, Li Yuqing, though a woman, is equally skilled in both civil and military affairs. 2 years ago, she led troops to fend off southern Chu, earning her an exceptional title as Qin Wang, commanding a cadre of esteemed advisors and generals, thus holding significant influence in the court. The eighth prince, Li Huaxian, despite his humble maternal lineage, is known for his humility, wisdom, and ability to resolve complex issues for the court, having been conferred the title of Songwang. With a reputation as the eighth virtuous prince, earning the respect of many officials, including the crown prince. When Yang Yu Yao mentioned the eighth prince, her expression momentarily shifted, but she quickly composed herself, ensuring Chen Ping'an did not notice. Oh, and do not forget the third prince, Li Huaji. Although his influence pales in comparison to the aforementioned trio, his personality is notably brash and domineering, making him a figure to be cautiously regarded in the capital. Listening to Yang Yu Yao's description, Chen Ping'an's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of gravity in his gaze. This complexity among the princes and princesses alone hints at the murky depths of Chang'an's political waters. Are you feeling overwhelmed? Yang Yu Yao tilted her head slightly. Observing the concerned expression on Chen Ping'an's face, a playful smile tugging at her lips. But you need not fret. Those who ascend to high positions within the court are no mere novices. No one would carelessly create enemies for themselves. As a young general basking in the glory of success, it is not an exaggeration to say your future is boundless. Moreover, coming from a clean background with no connections, those princes and powerful officials would be eager to court your favor. Once you arrive in the capital, you might find yourself inundated with offers of residences and companions. Oh, is there such a delightful opportunity? Chen Ping'an's eyes sparkled, though his expression remained resolute, a hint of disdain creeping into his smile. What do they take me for? Mere wealth and beauty could never sway my heart. I would never be tempted, unless, of course, they send forth a lady from the Yang family. Yang Yu Yao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she could not help but retort, "Humph, a dog cannot spit out ivory." Yet, the corners of her mouth betrayed a gentle smile. At that moment, Chen Ping'an suddenly considered the swirling vortex of power in the capital, where various factions engage in both overt and covert struggles for dominance, employing any means necessary to gain power. Marriages have always served as the finest method for forging alliances and solidifying relationships. As Yang Yao mentioned, as a mere general without connections, he would be subjected to the eager attentions of various factions upon his arrival in the capital. Not to mention the century-old Yang family of Tianbo Fu. As a beautiful and youthful lady of the Yang household, it is hard to believe that no one would set their sights on her. Chen Ping'an's expression turned thoughtful as he glanced at Yang Yu Yao beside him. "Mulan, my friend, surely you did not flee from home to avoid an arranged marriage?" Chapter 87. The button cannot be unfastened. "Husband, please assist me." How could that be? Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Yang Yu Yao's entire body froze. Her expression momentarily solidified, like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. She bristled with indignation, vigorously shaking her head in denial. Although she uttered, "How could that be?" the astonishment on her face, as if asking, "How could you possibly know?" revealed to Chen Ping'an that he had likely not erred in his conjecture. This woman was utterly inept at deceit. her intelligence when telling lies nearly comparable to that of Wan Yin Hongya. Chen Ping'an felt confident that, should he delve deeper, he could unearth even the most trivial details, perhaps even discovering at what age she ceased to wet her bed. However, he held a great respect for Yang Yao, since she was reluctant to share. It was likely that she bore her own burdens, and he did not wish to pry too deeply into her affairs. He merely offered a gentle reminder. I know not the nature of your troubles, but continuing to disguise yourself as a man is hardly a solution. After all, we do not yet know how long we shall remain in the capital. The city is teeming with people, many of whom may recognize you. You cannot simply hide away indefinitely. Furthermore, when I report our achievements in battle, I have attributed much of the credit to you. The capture of Xiao Tu Wang and the accomplishments against Han Xia Wang are recorded under your name. It is possible that even the emperor may summon you. Should that occur, you cannot feign illness or maintain your male disguise, can you? It would be wise to prepare in advance. Listening to Chen Ping'an's words, a myriad of complex emotions washed over Yang Yuyao's face. In truth, she was acutely aware of all he mentioned. When she initially fled from home, she had not contemplated the ramifications. She simply could not accept her elder's decisions. In a heated moment, she had run away, knowing that conflict was imminent in the Yinyan region, thus enlisting in Liangzhou. Her thoughts at that time were remarkably simple. She believed that by joining the military and through her own strength, she could gradually accumulate merit and one day become a general, carving out her own destiny to prove herself to her family. Yet, as time passed, and she encountered more of the world, she realized how naive she had been. Her illusions had long since dissipated. The reason she continued to wear men's clothing and refrained from acknowledging Yang Yinfeng was purely an evasion tactic, hoping to remain concealed for as long as possible. I know this is not a sustainable approach, yet what can I do? Yang Yuyao's beautiful eyes lowered, her heart heavy with a profound sense of uncertainty and helplessness. At that moment, she suddenly felt a broad, warm hand enveloping hers. Then, she heard Chen Ping'an's calm, yet resolute voice. Regardless of the circumstances or your burdens, you can always confide in me. I will support you unconditionally. Feeling the warmth radiating from Chen Ping'an's palm, Yang Yuyao's delicate frame trembled slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a hint of bewilderment shimmering within. This time, she made no effort to resist, allowing Chen Ping'an to hold her hand. Feeling a comforting warmth in her heart, it was truly wonderful to have someone to rely on. At that moment, not far from them, the curtain of a nearby carriage was suddenly lifted, revealing the exquisite face of Mu Rongxing, adorned with the charm of the grasslands. Her enchanting eyes briefly swept over Chen Ping'an and Yang Yuyao before she addressed Chen Ping'an. General Chen, I have pressing matters to discuss with you. Please, join me in the carriage. What? Chen Ping'an was momentarily speechless. Just as the atmosphere between him and Yang Yuyao was beginning to warm, she interrupted with her urgent request, seemingly intent on causing a disruption. Must we discuss matters in broad daylight? Can we not wait? I must speak now. If you do not come at this moment, you may as well not join me later, Mu Rongxing retorted with a huff, drawing the curtain back down without uttering another word. Ah, this woman is relentless. 3 days without a reprimand, and she is already turning the tables. Chen Ping'an felt a surge of irritation. I shall see what she needs to say. With that, he dismounted, handing his horse to a trusted soldier, and made his way into the carriage occupied by Mu Rongxing. The carriage belonging to Mu Rongxing was the largest and most opulent in Shuazhou, personally procured by Chen Ping'an. Inside, there was ample space, even enough for a small, soft couch. The floor was covered with a plush white leather carpet, and a small copper heater emitted a gentle warmth. Despite the bitter winter chill outside, the interior of the carriage was suffused with a cozy ambience. Mu Rongxing, you had better truly have something important to discuss with me, Chen Ping'an thought as he entered the carriage, ready to unleash his frustration at her. But upon lifting his gaze, he found Mu Rongxing kneeling gracefully by the door. Draped in a luxurious white fox fur, her demeanor softened, exuding a gentle elegance that starkly contrasted with her earlier assertiveness. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an enter, she promptly said, "It is cold outside. Please remove your boots, and I shall warm your feet." As she spoke, she guided him to the soft couch within the carriage, kneeling beside him with delicate motions to help him remove his boots and socks. She then gently cradled his feet in her lap, using her body heat to warm them. After this tender act, Chen Ping'an's irritation dissipated significantly. It was worth noting that Mu Rongxing, a legitimate noblewoman of the Qian, held an esteemed position. The privilege of having a lady of her stature attend to him in such a manner was rare, even among the princes and lords she had mentioned earlier. I, a mere deputy general, am fortunate to receive such treatment. Chen Ping'an, now considerably calmer, narrowed his eyes at Mu Rongxing. What is this urgent matter? Speak. Actually, it is not a significant issue. I merely worry that, given the frigid weather, you might suffer from the cold if you remain outside for too long. It would pain me greatly to see you unwell, Mu Rongxing replied softly. Hearing her articulate such concern, Chen Ping'an fell into contemplative silence. Wasn't she known for her strong and boisterous personality, a leader among her people, often more rugged than most men of the grasslands? Who taught her this gentler side? Was this the so-called contrast? This woman was far too adept at navigating such nuances. Which man could withstand such trials? In truth, I do have a matter in need of assistance, Mu Rongxing said, raising her enchanting eyes to meet his gaze. Oh, what is it? My clothing's buttons seem to be stuck. Could you assist me in unfastening them? Indeed, this is indeed a matter of utmost urgency. Allow me to assist you. Chen Ping'an, with a heart full of enthusiasm, extended his hand, inadvertently unfastening an entire row of buttons. Chapter 88. The Magistrate's Warm Invitation. Brothers, let us drink and be merry. Alas, the morals of society are in decline, utterly devoid of shame. How brazen is this grassland vixen? Watching Chen Ping'an enter the carriage of Mu Rongxing with wide eyes. Shortly thereafter, the melodious and enchanting laughter of Mu Rongxing echoed from within the carriage, stirring the hearts of those nearby. Yang Yuyao, filled with indignation, gritted her teeth in silence, her delicate fists clenched tightly. A soldier behind, gazing at the carriage with envy, remarked wistfully, "The general is indeed fortunate in love." Fortunate, my foot. Yang Yuyao shot him a frosty glance. In the midst of our march, we cannot afford to let our guard down. Go scout the surroundings for enemy movements. Ah, the soldier was taken aback. This was the territory of the Qian, and they were escorting 2 carriages with 800 iron cavalry along the official road. What foolish bandit would dare provoke them? What danger could they possibly encounter? In this bitter cold, even following the troops was enough to make one shiver. If he were to scout the enemy, he'd surely freeze to death once the horse began to gallop. The soldier's face wore a look of grievance as he instinctively turned to Chen Gosheng and Chen Beiliang, hoping they would speak a good word on his behalf. However, the two immediately turned their heads away, pretending not to see anything. Left with no choice, the soldier obediently turned his horse around and set off to patrol the distance, muttering under his breath, "I didn't say anything wrong. The general truly is fortunate in love." Not far off, Chen Gosheng and Chen Beiliang exchanged glances, daring not to utter a word, yet silently lamenting, "This man, when jealous, is more fearsome than any woman. We simply cannot provoke him." In the following days, Chen Ping'an led the 800 iron cavalry, escorting Mu Rongxing and the right noble king southward. The counties along the route, having already received news, welcomed them with great enthusiasm, eager not to appear negligent. Aside from the increasingly frigid weather making the march somewhat arduous, the journey was relatively peaceful. Throughout the march, Chen Ping'an spent most of his time in Mu Rongxing's carriage, engaging in discussions about state affairs. The warmth and fragrance of her presence made for a most comfortable experience. After 10 days, the entourage arrived in Jianzhou. As they were received by local officials and settled in, the Jianzhou magistrate, Fang Shiqian, sent a messenger with an invitation. He requested Chen Ping'an to join him for a banquet at Chunfeng Lu that evening to welcome him. Chunfeng Lu? Chen Ping'an raised an eyebrow, showing interest. The name of this establishment is indeed quite elegant. Haha, to speak frankly, Chunfeng Lu is the largest brothel in Jianzhou, filled with beauties that are sure to please the general. The messenger said with a knowing smile that only men could understand. Chen Ping'an immediately grasped the implication, feeling a stirring in his heart. However, prior to their arrival in Jianzhou, he had already learned from Yang Yuyao that Magistrate Fang Shiqian's background was quite extraordinary. He was astute and capable, one of the most effective local officials serving the crown prince. The invitation to a brothel for a banquet was likely not without ulterior motives. At this moment, Chen Ping'an was still unfamiliar with the political landscape of the capital and did not wish to be prematurely embroiled in the power struggles among the princes. Thus he smiled and politely declined. Please convey my gratitude to the esteemed magistrate. I appreciate his kind intentions. However, I bear the responsibility of ensuring the safety of the two marquises and cannot leave the official quarters without permission. I hope the magistrate will not take offense. The messenger, upon hearing this, felt a surge of disdain. How do you protect the two marquises? By climbing into Mu Rong Ziying's bed each night? Although he knew Chen Ping'an was making excuses, he could not confront him directly. Instead, he maintained a warm smile, saying, "You need not worry about the safety of the two lords, General Chen. Now that you are in Jinzhou, should any misfortune occur, the magistrate would also bear responsibility. The magistrate has already stationed 1,000 soldiers around the official quarters to ensure the safety of the two marquises. Your brothers, who have accompanied you on this journey, must be weary from travel. It would be wise for you to rest in the city for a few days and unwind. The magistrate has declared that all expenses during this time will be covered by our local government, so your brothers may enjoy themselves to their heart's content." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an's eyes brightened. It was important to note that the 800 iron cavalry under his command were all in their prime, with natural needs. Since departing from Shuazhou, they had not had a chance to rest properly or encounter women, leading to considerable discomfort. Chen Ping'an had long sought an opportunity for his brothers to recuperate. The Jinzhou magistrate's offer for his men to revel in the city at the government's expense was akin to a windfall. However, the cost of entertaining 800 men in Jinzhou for a few days would undoubtedly be substantial. The fact that Feng Shiqian was willing to spend such a fortune astonished Chen Ping'an, and he was left with no doubt that this was a maneuver orchestrated by the crown prince to win him over. It seemed that Mulan's words were not unfounded. The waters of Chang'an were far deeper than he had imagined. Even before arriving in Chang'an, he was already being bombarded with sweet temptations. While Chen Ping'an was reluctant to hastily involve himself in the power struggles among the princes, he found himself at a loss for a suitable reason to decline. Moreover, if he were to refuse outright, it could lead the crown prince to perceive him as ungrateful, holding a grudge that might manifest in subtle ways once they reached the capital. Thus, he would inevitably become entangled in the whirlpool of power. Such is the nature of courtly disputes. Once one steps into this world of fame and fortune, no one can remain untouched or aloof. Accepting the banquet posed its own complications, but refusing would present troubles as well. It was better to partake in the festivities than to face the consequences of refusal. With this in mind, Chen Ping'an laughed heartily and addressed the messenger. It would be impolite to refuse the magistrate's generous invitation. Thus, I shall graciously accept. Please convey to the magistrate that I shall certainly attend the banquet tonight. Chapter 89. Attending the banquet at Chunfeng Lu, the enchanting courtesan's first client. After sending off the messenger, Chen Ping'an promptly gathered his brothers. He announced a 3-day respite in Jinzhou, dividing them into 3 teams to take turns on duty, ensuring the safety of the right noble king and Mu Rong Ziying. Those not on duty were free to enjoy themselves in Jinzhou. Brothers, since the magistrate has extended his invitation, all expenses in the city will be covered by the local government. Let's not hold back. Enjoy fine food, drink, and merriment to your heart's content. Whoever does not play well will not make me happy. The general loves his soldiers like his own children. We swear to follow him to the death. The crowd erupted in cheers, their eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement and anticipation, eager to set off immediately. Brother Mulan, would you like to join me for a feast tonight? Chen Ping'an flashed a smile at Yang Yuyao, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, extending a sincere invitation. If you want to go, you could go by yourself. I have no interest in such places. Yang Yuyao replied disdainfully, dismissing his suggestion without hesitation. That Feng Shiqian is a man of the crown prince. Tonight could very well be a trap akin to a banquet of Iguan. Are you not the least bit concerned for me? Concerned for you? Are you the type to let yourself suffer? Yang Yuyao shot Chen Ping'an a glare and remarked, if you can't even handle a mere Jinzhou governor, there is no need for you to head to the capital. At that moment, Yang Yuyao noticed Mu Rong Ziying approaching. She cast a somewhat gloating glance at Chen Ping'an and said, there's no need to worry about the banquet tonight. You should first think about how to explain things to your beloved Ziying. How do you know our private appellations? Chen Ping'an widened his eyes in surprise. You were eavesdropping on our conversation. You were just too loud, she retorted. Chen Ping'an had no intention of hiding anything from Mu Rong Ziying and candidly stated, tonight, The governor has invited me to a brothel for drinks. I shall not return this evening. That's good. Finally, I can have a proper rest tonight. Morong Ziying nodded calmly, smoothing Chen Ping'an's hair that had been tousled by the cold wind. My husband, do not overindulge in drink, and remember not to overexert yourself. Are you instructing me on what to do? I dare not, she replied. Chen Ping'an nodded in satisfaction and shrugged at Yang Yuyao. Look, our free-spirited prairie woman is so generous and considerate. No need to coax her. Yang Yuyao fell silent, her face a mask of disbelief as she regarded Morong Ziying. Wasn't she known for her strong character, renowned across the prairie, causing countless men to feel ashamed and willingly submit? How could she have changed so much after just a few days with Chen Ping'an? Your man is going to drink and stay overnight at a brothel, and you show no reaction at all. What kind of potion has Chen Ping'an fed you? That evening, Chen Ping'an changed into casual attire and, accompanied by his trusted aides Chen Beiliang and Chen Goshen, made his way to Chunfeng Tower for the feast. As the largest brothel in Jianzhou, Chunfeng Tower was exquisitely adorned. The carved railings and painted beams were illuminated by bright lights. The bustling main hall was filled with elegantly dressed dignitaries and heavily made-up courtesans, the air thick with the rich scent of rouge. On the stage in the center of the hall, several beautifully attired young women danced gracefully to the music, their movements enticing and enchanting. This scene of extravagant revelry left Chen Ping'an's companions utterly mesmerized. It is worth noting that they hailed from humble beginnings and had mostly operated in the remote Yinyun region since joining the army. Although they had frequented brothels before, those establishments in border towns were typically rudimentary, with some rooms containing only a rickety wooden bed. They could not be compared to the magnificence of Chunfeng Tower. Chen Goshen and Chen Beiliang stared wide-eyed, and as Chen Goshen swallowed hard, he exclaimed, "No wonder this is the Central Plains. This is truly a prosperous place." So this is what life is like for the wealthy. Today has been quite an eye-opener. The dancing girls are truly remarkable. Look at that little waist. Chen Ping'an could not help but twitch his mouth, hurriedly whispering, "Stay calm, stay calm. Wipe that drool. Don't act like country bumpkins who have never seen the world." He silently mused that in the future, he ought to bring them along more often to broaden their horizons. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to associate with high-ranking officials. Nevertheless, he had to admit that the dancers on stage were indeed impressive. What a splendid banquet this was turning out to be. As soon as Chen Ping'an and his companions entered the hall, they were promptly greeted by an aide arranged by Fang Shiqian, who led them to a private room on the second floor, the best one facing the stage. Fang Shiqian, the Jianzhou governor, was a gaunt middle-aged man, dressed in casual attire to pose as a wealthy merchant, waiting at the entrance. Upon spotting Chen Ping'an and his companions, he immediately approached them warmly, instructing his aides, "You lot, take these brothers downstairs and treat them well. Do not neglect them." His aides swiftly escorted Chen Goshen and the others to other rooms, where they were warmly entertained. Fang Shiqian personally welcomed Chen Ping'an into the private room. Inside, 3 exquisitely made-up and stunning courtesans had long been waiting. "You too. Serve this gentleman well tonight," Fang Shiqian said, embracing one of the women and gesturing towards the other 2. The 2 women quickly flanked Chen Ping'an, letting out a chorus of tinkling laughter as they ushered him to the table. "These 2 ladies are the top performers of Chunfeng Tower. I trust my younger brother finds them satisfactory?" Chen Ping'an glanced at the 2 women beside him. Both had meticulously applied makeup, with bright eyes and alluring red lips. Their figures were voluptuous, exuding an enticing aroma of delightful perfume. While they could not compare to Morong Ziying in terms of beauty in this realm of vice, they were indeed rare gems. Satisfactory, indeed, absolutely satisfactory. Chen Ping'an laughed heartily, unabashedly wrapping his arms around the waists of the 2 women, planting kisses on their soft cheeks, causing them to giggle uncontrollably. Currently, within the myriad of information circulating among the factions in the capital, his most notable trait was his lechery. He must always remember this, maintaining his persona at all times. Seeing Chen Ping'an so relaxed and unrestrained, Fang Shiqian also wore a satisfied smile. The 2 then raised their glasses, indulging in merriment and conversation. Fang Shiqian, having honed his skills in the officialdom for many years, did not rush to discuss business with Chen Ping'an, but instead engaged in light-hearted conversation as if they were ordinary friends, drawing closer in camaraderie. He was witty and humorous, subtly complimenting Chen Ping'an from time to time, leaving him feeling as if he were basking in the warmth of spring, quite comfortable. You arrived just in time. My dear brother, Chunfeng Tower has recently cultivated a new courtesan, rumored to possess both beauty and talent. Today marks her debut and the official start of her services. You have truly timed this well. Oh, a new courtesan making her debut? Does that mean she is still pure? Chen Ping'an's eyes brightened slightly, revealing his interest. The perfection of her form is undeniable, and after the training at Chuanfeng, she has become exceptionally adept at serving others. Fang Shiqian chuckled heartily, exchanging knowing glances with Chen Ping'an, conveying a look that any man would understand. Chen Ping'an also laughed, turning to the two women beside him with curiosity, inquiring, "You two must have encountered this new Huaqiang. Is she truly as beautiful as Brother Fang claims? Her beauty is indeed remarkable. We cannot compare to her. When she formally makes her appearance shortly, you shall see for yourself. However, when it comes to the art of serving, my sister and I shall not fall short in pleasing you," they replied, laughter echoing among them. As they indulged in wine and merriment, time swiftly passed, and the previously boisterous hall gradually quieted down. It appeared that the Huaqiang was about to make her entrance. Fang Shiqian's spirit lifted with anticipation, while Chen Ping'an displayed keen interest. Their private room, the finest in Chuanfeng, faced directly towards the stage in the main hall below. With a mere opening of the door and removal of the screen, they could behold the unfolding spectacle. Chen Ping'an, eyes filled with curiosity, glanced outside. Moments later, he observed two crimson silk ribbons cascading from the ceiling, descending gracefully towards the stage at the center of the hall. Following this, a breathtaking figure clad in a colorful, ethereal garment gracefully grasped the ribbons, descending from the air. Her movements were light and her demeanor elegant. As she descended, her form twirled and danced around the ribbons, trailing long, vibrant silk as if she were a celestial being descending from the heavens, reminiscent of the flying angels depicted in Dunhuang murals. Such a stunning entrance captured the attention of all present, and the once noisy Chuanfeng fell into a hushed reverence. A multitude of awestruck gazes converged upon the enchanting figure, filled with admiration. After a brief moment, thunderous applause erupted within the hall. Upon landing lightly on the stage, the Huaqiang elegantly flipped her wrists. From an unknown source, she unsheathed two gleaming, sharp swords, executing a mesmerizing sword dance on stage. Clad in flowing, colorful garments, she wielded two blades with grace. As she twirled and danced, her long sleeves billowed and the glimmer of her swords dazzled. Her movements alternated between ethereal elegance, akin to a fairy gliding upon the waves, and fierce prowess, reminiscent of a heroine of the martial world. This seamless interplay of strength and grace created an utterly captivating aesthetic. In that moment, every soul within Chuanfeng was entranced, lost in the sublime beauty of the sword dance. Although Chen Ping'an was situated on the second floor, his keen eyesight allowed him to perceive the performance more clearly than anyone else. The newly trained Huaqiang of Chuanfeng was indeed as beautiful as Fang Shiqian and the others had described. Her beauty was impeccable, rivaling even that of Murong Xing. She possessed a tall and slender figure, a waist delicate enough to be grasped by a single hand, and her bosom was ample, the neckline of her attire revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Her colorful sleeves danced gracefully, and her movements exhibited remarkable flexibility, enabling her to execute a series of complex maneuvers. This sword dance was truly breathtaking, affirming the Huaqiang's reputation. Fang Shiqian was deeply captivated by the performance, unable to contain his admiration, and remarked, "However, when it comes to sword dance, the finest in the realm belongs to Miss Gongsun from the capital. A year ago, I had the fortune to witness her sword dance in the capital, and it was indeed unparalleled." Oh, Chen Ping'an's interest was piqued, and he cast a curious glance at Fang Shiqian. "Pray tell, who is this Gongsun lady, that she has earned such high praise from you? It is not surprising that you, my dear brother, have not heard of the illustrious Gongsun, having never visited the capital." Fang Shiqian chuckled inwardly at Chen Ping'an's evident fascination with beautiful women, yet playfully withheld details to further intrigue him. "Have you ever heard of the 5 beauties of the capital?" The 5 beauties of the capital? Chen Ping'an's expression sharpened slightly. He had learned many tales of Chang'an from Yang Yuyao, yet he had never encountered mention of these 5 beauties. His curiosity ignited. He humbly sought enlightenment from Fang Shiqian. Might I inquire, who are these illustrious 5 beauties? My dear brother, let me share their stories with you, Fang Shiqian replied with a hearty laugh. The first among the 5 beauties is the Gongsun Jiro I just mentioned. She hails from a prominent family in Nanshu. Unfortunately, due to her father's wise yet unpalatable counsel, he offended the king of Chu, leading to the execution of her entire family. In her grief and fury, she turned her hair white overnight and fled alone into Ardakian territory. Despite being a woman, she would not allow her family's unjust fate to go unavenged. She honed her remarkable sword dance skills and began performing in the streets of Chang'an. Her beauty and talent soon caught the attention of many affluent individuals in the capital, all desiring to possess her as a wife or concubine. Yet, Gongsun refused to yield, declaring that whoever could lead an army southward, conquering Du, and avenge her family would win her heart. She would serve as a maid or a servant without complaint. Should this not be accomplished, even if the current emperor himself summoned her to the palace as a consort, she would rather die than submit. Upon learning of Gongsun's tale, even the emperor admired her, calling her a remarkable woman of 1,000 years. He issued an edict forbidding any noble from using their power to coerce Gongsun for her beauty. It is her unparalleled fierceness and legendary experiences, along with her extraordinary sword dance and stunning beauty, that secure her position as the foremost among the 5 beauties of the capital. Chapter 91. Is Mulan also one of the 5 beauties? Such a resilient and fierce woman truly exists in this world. Upon hearing Fang Shiqian's account, Chen Ping'an's gaze sharpened slightly. He felt a genuine admiration arise within him for the yet unmet Gongsun, who among them could lead an army southward, conquering Du, and claim the beautiful maiden. Indeed, it was an exceptionally challenging task. Simultaneously, Chen Ping'an's interest in the remaining 4 beauties of the capital intensified, prompting him to inquire, what are the other 4 beauties? Who are they? Haha, dear brother, do not rush. Allow me to narrate in due course, Fang Shiqian chuckled. The second among the 5 beauties is the renowned courtesan of the capital, the reigning Huaqiong of Chuanfeng Dedilo, GCC. Chuanfeng Dedilo is the most illustrious establishment of its kind in Chang'an. In fact, this very Chuanfeng Lo has borrowed its name from the fame of Chuanfeng Dedilo. The women within are all exceptionally talented and stunning. The fact that GCC can outshine all others and become the Huaqiong of Chuanfeng Dedilo speaks volumes of her extraordinary beauty. Moreover, the young lady, she is not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, showcasing her extraordinary talents and earning her a renowned reputation in the capital. However, despite her fall into a life of frivolity, she only sells her artistic skills and not her body, entertaining guests solely through engaging conversations. Upon her debut performance, she proclaimed that any man wishing to possess her must possess the intellect of a top scholar. She even devised 3 riddles, and only those who can solve them may become her intimate guest. Yet, over the years, many talented suitors have attempted to gain her favor, only to find themselves confounded by her riddles, none managing to win her heart. Chen Ping'an nodded thoughtfully, finding the notion of a courtesan who sells her art but not her body intriguing. However, it seems somewhat pretentious for someone who has succumbed to such a life to maintain an air of superiority. It is likely just a ploy to elevate her status. Without sufficient power or backing, even if she wishes to feign nobility, she lacks the qualifications. She has long been overpowered by the powerful sons of wealthy families. This indicates that the establishment of Chunfeng Dadai Lu is undoubtedly formidable, likely supported by influential figures in the court. The fact that even a small brothel possesses such backing reveals the profound depths of the waters in Chang'an. Seeing Chen Ping'an lost in thought, Fang Shiqian assumed he was indulging in fantasies about the famous courtesans of the capital, prompting an amused smirk to grace his lips as he continued. Among the 5 beauties, the 3rd beauty is named Lu Rushuang. She hails from a distinguished family and was once celebrated in the capital, attracting countless affluent suitors. Regrettably, she married too early, becoming the wife of Zhao Kuo, the Marquis of Beiliang, 5 years ago. Zhao Kuo. Upon hearing this name, Chen Ping'an's heart stirred slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he turned to look at Fang Shiqian. Indeed, he was the same Zhao Kuo who had been appointed to replace General Yang 5 years ago, leading the fight against the northern Mang in the Yanyan region. Ultimately, due to underestimating the enemy, he was surrounded and annihilated, resulting in the tragic slaughter of 400,000 elite soldiers of the Qian and the loss of all 16 states of Yanyan. Fang Shiqian nodded, affirming Chen Ping'an's thoughts, and then expressed a heartfelt sentiment. Discussing strategies on paper can lead to the ruin of a nation. His death is not to be mourned, but it is a pity for those 400,000 Qian soldiers. Furthermore, it is unfortunate for Lu Rushuang, who, despite her captivating beauty, finds herself a young widow. In truth, the rapid downfall of Zhao Kuo in the Yanyan region, resulting in the slaughter of 400,000 Qian soldiers, was due to multiple factors and cannot be solely blamed on him. However, history often judges victors and vanquished harshly, as has always been the case. Chen Ping'an, having limited knowledge of those events, refrained from passing judgment. Yet he was somewhat surprised to learn that Zhao Kuo had enjoyed considerable fortune and love. Before his expedition, he had wed a renowned beauty of the capital, yet tragically, he could not savor his good fortune. Thus, the third beauty of the capital, the widow of Marquis Zhao Kuo, is a young and stunning woman who has mourned her husband for 5 years. Chen Ping'an gently rubbed his chin, exchanging a knowing glance with Fang Shiqian, and they both shared a smile. This is indeed a point of interest. Chen Ping'an personally poured a drink for Fang Shiqian and asked, "Brother Fang, please continue. Who are the remaining 2 beauties?" Fang Shiqian chuckled heartily and replied, "The 4th beauty is named Zhan Hongling, the daughter of the prestigious Zhan family. Not only is she extraordinarily beautiful, but she has also mastered martial arts from a young age and now serves in the Lushan men. Despite her youth, she has solved numerous major cases, her fame rivaling that of the 4 great constables. Some even praise her as the greatest female constable in the realm." "Oh, the daughter of the renowned Zhan family?" Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up with surprise and intrigue. Recently, he had often sought advice from Yang Yueying and had gained considerable insight into the Qian's bureaucratic structure. He was aware that Lushan men is a collective term for the Dali Temple, the Ministry of Justice, and the Censorate, the 3 legal authorities. The Zhan family, like the Yang family, is a prominent lineage, but while the Yang family is a military family with influence in the military sphere, the Zhan family is known for its constables, holding significant power in the realm of law enforcement. Both families have deep roots and substantial influence in Chang'an. However, what will a young girl do as a constable? Engaging in violence seems quite out of place. Perhaps when I arrive in Chang'an, I shall intervene personally to guide her on a better path." As Chen Ping'an pondered this, he heard Fang Shiqian continue, "The last beauty among the 5 in the capital also comes from a distinguished family. She is the 8th miss of the Yang family. Yang Yueying." "What?" Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. It seems he has stumbled upon a revelation concerning his own circle. "The most renowned beauty among the 5 is someone he has been close to all along. Brother Mulan has kept this quite well hidden. However, having seen Yang Yueying's figure, he can attest to her perfection without a single flaw. Although he has not seen her in women's attire, her appearance in men's clothing is already striking. One can only imagine how remarkable she must look in a dress." Thus, after the initial shock, Chen Ping'an did not find it overly surprising, but rather deemed it fitting. Given Brother Mulan's looks, if he were not listed among the 5 beauties, it would be quite the absurdity. No wonder Brother Mulan has never mentioned such an important list. It turns out he is on it. This must have been a source of embarrassment for him. Fang Shiqian noticed the unusual expression on Chen Ping'an's face, but paid it little mind. After all, Chen Ping'an was raised by Yang Yanfeng, and his relationship with the Yang family is extraordinary. It is natural for him to react upon hearing Yang Yueying's name. Continuing his discourse, he stated, "This 8th miss of the Yang family is said to be exceptionally beautiful, possessing both grace and charm. Yet, having remained in the confines of her chamber, few have had the privilege of seeing her visage, which is why she is ranked 5th. Enough, you need not elaborate further. I am more familiar with Brother Mulan than you are, almost too familiar. Am I unaware of her beauty?" Chen Ping'an remarked, taking a bite of food as he processed the information he had just received. Suddenly, Fang Shiqian lowered his voice and said, "In fact, there are 2 other beauties in the capital that, while not included in the top 5, are nonetheless equal to or even surpass them." Chapter 92, The Courtesan Xiao Fengxian. Secured. "Oh, there are 2 more beauties?" Chen Ping'an, intrigued by Fang Shiqian's mysterious demeanor, expressed his curiosity with a smile. "Brother Fang, do not keep me in suspense. Who are these 2 illustrious figures?" Haha, my dear brother, you truly are impatient, Feng Shiqian chuckled, emboldened by the wine, and whispered to Chen Ping'an. One of these beauties is none other than the second princess of the current emperor, the esteemed Princess Qin. Princess Qin? Chen Ping'an's gaze sharpened, an intense gleam appearing in his eyes. He had long heard of the illustrious Princess Qin from Yang Yueying. The second princess, though a woman, possesses remarkable literary and martial talents, as well as profound knowledge of military strategy. Several years ago, when the southern Shu took advantage of the northern Mang's devastating assault on the Great Qian in the Yanyan region, they seized the opportunity to launch a northern expedition, attempting to exploit the chaos and annex the southern territories of the Great Qian. In this critical moment, the second princess, Li Yuqing, was entrusted with the command and personally led the troops southward to confront the enemy. She achieved 3 victories in 3 battles, decisively defeating the Chu forces, thereby transforming a precarious situation into one of stability for the Great Qian, earning her immense accolades and the title of King of Qin. Yet until this day, Chen Ping'an had never heard of this illustrious prince, renowned for both intellect and prowess, being a beauty as well. However, he quickly realized that Li Yuqing, as a member of the royal lineage and a princess, held a status far too exalted to be formally included in the so-called list of beauties of the capital, unless the compiler was courting death. Nevertheless, the discerning populace still regarded her as the 6th beauty, alongside the famed 5 of the capital. With this in mind, Chen Ping'an's thoughts began to flow freely. A flicker of curiosity stirred within him, and he glanced upward, tentatively inquiring of Feng Shiqian. Could it be that the so-called last beauty you mentioned is? Haha, I trust my younger brother has already arrived at the answer, Feng Shiqian replied with a hearty laugh, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Ping'an, leaving all unsaid. Although he refrained from explicitly naming the last beauty, Chen Ping'an had already reached a conclusion in his mind. The fact that Feng Shiqian, a confidant of the crown prince, was so reticent about her name, even in this distant locale, underscored her exceptional status. In the entire realm of the Great Qian, there could only be one individual who fit this description, the current emperor's most favored consort, Yang Guifei. The tale of Yang Guifei is itself quite legendary. Her surname is Yang, and her given name is Fian. Although sharing the same surname, she is unrelated to the Yang family of the Tianbo mansion. Initially, she was the wife of the emperor's 6th son, the Prince of Longevity, Li Mao. Her beauty was unparalleled, and she excelled in song and dance. Her movements as light as a flying swallow. During a palace banquet, she performed a dance that captivated the emperor, leading him to employ various means to summon her into the palace and bestow upon her the title of Guifei. The emperor had effectively taken his son's wife, a scandal that the royal court, which valued its dignity, dared not mention. In contrast, this story circulated widely among the common folk, often recounted in jest. It is astonishing that an emperor, accustomed to the finest beauties of the realm, would dare to defy the world's judgment and forcibly claim her for his own. This speaks volumes of Yang Guifei's allure. Chen Ping'an felt a stirring curiosity within him, longing for the chance to glimpse her beauty. Should a chance arise to share an intimate moment, it would be even more exhilarating. Yet, the esteemed status of a Guifei is unparalleled. Given Chen Ping'an's current station, he would only dare to entertain such thoughts in the confines of his mind. Even if he were to meet Yang Guifei during his audience with the emperor, he would not dare harbor any inappropriate desires, lest he risk his life. However, the absence of courage now does not imply a perpetual lack of it. After all, what is life without dreams, if one is to be compared to a dried fish? As Chen Ping'an conversed with Feng Shiqian, the courtesan had completed her dance on the stage of the grand hall below. With a deep bow, she withdrew. A heavily made-up matron then took to the stage, and it was at this moment that Chen Ping'an learned the name of the courtesan, Xiao Fengxian. The bidding then commenced. Xiao Fengxian's sword dance had astonished the audience, igniting a fervor throughout the venue. Many wealthy merchants and young masters had come specifically for her performance, and having witnessed her enchanting grace, their desires intensified. They all yearned for an evening with the courtesan, and the bidding escalated, quickly reaching over 2,000 taels of silver and continuing to rise. Chen Ping'an could not help but be astonished. 2,000 taels were enough for an ordinary commoner to enjoy a comfortable life for several generations. Yet, these affluent individuals were unfazed, willing to part with their wealth for a mere fleeting encounter with a courtesan. One could only conclude that the wealthy were indeed extravagantly wealthy. How about it? Does this Xiao Fengxian catch your eye? Feng Shiqian raised an eyebrow, looking at Chen Ping'an. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. Chen Ping'an, ever mindful of maintaining his persona, feigned a look of longing and shook his head regretfully. Alas, I come from humble beginnings, and my family's resources are meager. I fear I lack the fortune to indulge in such luxuries. Why would you say such a thing, my dear brother? Since you have come to Jianzhou today, I must extend my hospitality to ensure you return fully satisfied. A mere sum of silver is insignificant. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and immediately, a subordinate entered from outside. Make arrangements for Xiao Fengxian to accompany Chen Xiandi tonight. Understood. The subordinate nodded and promptly exited, seemingly tasked with a trivial matter. Chen Ping'an was well aware of the underlying implications. In the realm of the Great Qian, wealth pales in comparison to power. Feng Shiqian, as the Jianzhou governor and a close ally of the crown prince, could be likened to a local sovereign. The wealthy merchants and young masters outside, no matter how high their bids, could never outmatch Feng Shiqian's mere word. In essence, Feng Shiqian was here to revel in leisure, and whether he chose to pay or not was entirely at his discretion. Even if he finished the night without spending a single tael, the matron would still greet him with a smile, praising his esteemed presence. Though Chen Ping'an's mind was clear on the matter, he still feigned gratitude, exclaiming, "Oh, how could I impose upon my elder brother like this? It is too generous of you. My dear brother, there is no need for such formality. To be candid, this banquet I have prepared for you is at the direct behest of His Highness the Crown Prince. He expressed that you have rendered great service to the Great Qian, enduring much fatigue on your journey, and instructed me to treat you well. If you cannot enjoy yourself in Jianzhou, I will not escape his reprimand." Finally, the moment of truth had arrived. Chen Ping'an felt a shiver of apprehension, realizing that Feng Shiqian had circled around to the crux of the matter. If he continued to engage in idle chatter, he risked being ensnared in the crown prince's schemes. He quickly adopted a demeanor of humble surprise, replying, "I am but a mere warrior. What merit do I possess to receive such favor from the crown prince?" Yet, understanding the necessity of accepting the crown prince's kindness, he added, "Then I shall retire to the upper floor." As he spoke, he displayed a sense of eagerness, flashing a grin at Feng Shiqian. This cunning little fox was keen to seize every benefit while avoiding any serious discussion. Feng Shiqian silently chastised Chen Ping'an for his cleverness, but refrained from exposing him. After all, Chen Ping'an intended to remain in Jianzhou for 3 days, and there was no rush to win him over. Thus, Feng Shiqian smiled at Chen Ping'an, saying, "I wish you a delightful time, dear brother." Chen Ping'an chuckled lightly, bidding farewell to Feng Shiqian, and followed a young attendant up to the 3rd floor. Arriving at the entrance of a room adorned with warm red candles, inside awaited the enchanting courtesan, Xiao Fengxian, who had just performed an elegant sword dance on stage. As he stood at the door, it suddenly swung open. A young attendant emerged, carrying a wooden tray, and respectfully greeted Chen Ping'an before stepping aside. Chen Ping'an paid little mind and stepped into the room. The interior was warmly lit by candlelight, with colorful drapery creating an inviting atmosphere. Directly opposite the entrance stood a wooden screen adorned with exquisite paintings of ancient beauties. In front of the screen was a dining table laden with an array of delectable dishes. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an enter, a captivating figure emerged from behind the screen. Xiao Fengxian had changed from her performance attire into a striking crimson palace gown, accentuating her graceful form. The low neckline revealed a glimpse of her fair, radiant skin, dazzling under the candlelight. Upon stepping out, her beautiful face tilted slightly downward as she gracefully bowed to Chen Ping'an, her voice soft and demure as she greeted. This humble servant pays her respects to the young master. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his ear. Ding. A suitable target for binding has been detected nearby. Would you like to bind Zhan Hongling as a candidate family member? Puzzled, Chen Ping'an felt momentarily stunned. He quickly accessed the system panel, examining it closely until he confirmed the name displayed. Zhan Hongling, not Xiao Fengxian. He was not surprised that the binding name was not Xiao Fengxian. After all, that was merely a stage name born from her descent into the world of pleasures. However, he was taken aback that the name displayed was indeed Zhan Hongling. How could it be Zhan Hongling? He had just heard that name from Feng Shiqian, and it was still fresh in his mind. Renowned as one of the 5 beauties of the capital, she was the esteemed daughter of the Zhang family and a celebrated female constable within the 6 doors. How had she fallen to such depths and become a courtesan? Now, she was here to serve him? This must be an elaborate jest. It could only be a coincidence. Perhaps the Zhang family had covertly aligned themselves with the crown prince. Was Zhang Hongling also in league with the crown prince? Had they conspired with Feng Shiqian to ensnare him, willing to sacrifice herself to bring him aboard the crown prince's vessel? Could it be that the crown prince valued him to such an extent? Even before their formal introduction, he was presented with one of the capital's most exquisite beauties. This was indeed a grand gesture. The crown prince was truly a benevolent figure. Chen Ping'an's thoughts spiraled, sensing something amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Nevertheless, he resolved to remain vigilant. After all, when a feast was laid before him, why would he refuse? He had nothing to lose. He would observe what this woman truly had to offer. With a firm resolve, he maintained a calm demeanor, silently uttering, "Bind." Ding! Congratulations, host. Target Zhang Hongling binding successful. Current affinity with the host, 0. It was only natural for their affinity to be 0, given that they were mere strangers meeting by chance. Chen Ping'an mused quietly. Meanwhile, Zhang Hongling slowly rose and lifted her gaze to Chen Ping'an. Upon recognizing his appearance, her eyes momentarily widened in surprise. Who was this person? How did he enter? Could he have altered his appearance? Ding! Zhang Hongling's affinity towards you, 10. Current affinity, 10 points. What? Why did her affinity decrease by 10 points? Did she find his face unappealing? Chen Ping'an's lips twitched slightly in confusion at the sudden system notification. He felt increasingly perplexed by the day's events, sensing an air of strangeness and intrigue. Yet, he masked his emotions, revealing no signs of disturbance, and approached the dining table with a smile, taking a seat beside Zhang Hongling. He confidently wrapped his arm around her slender waist, drawing her closer into his embrace. Since this was an act, he would play his part thoroughly, feigning ignorance of her identity and observing the unfolding events. Feeling his arm around her waist, Zhang Hongling's body stiffened slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing her gaze. However, she quickly regained her composure, displaying no outward signs of discomfort. With a smile, she nestled against him and poured a cup of wine for him. "Drink up, young master. You go first, and then I will follow." Though Chen Ping'an possessed an immunity to poison and had no fear of Zhang Hongling drugging his drink, he still wished to probe her true intentions. As a courtesan, she could not oppose his wishes. Reluctantly, she raised the cup and emptied it in one swift motion. "Don't just drink. Eat as well," he laughed, picking up his chopsticks to offer her a bite from the sumptuous spread. With no other option, Zhang Hongling opened her lips to accept the morsel he presented. After several exchanges, Chen Ping'an found various reasons to have her consume more wine, nearly finishing all the dishes on the table. Finally, he accepted a cup from her hand, raised it to his lips, and drank it all in one go. In that moment, as he tilted his head back, Zhang Hongling, who had been nestled against him with a cheerful demeanor, suddenly emitted a glint of determination in her eyes. Seizing the opportunity, she decisively launched a surprise attack. Without warning, she aimed 2 fingers at a vital point on Chen Ping'an's chest with the utmost stealth. Indeed, this woman harbored ill intentions. In that instant of her sudden assault, Chen Ping'an's pupils contracted sharply, his mind alert. For the past few days, he had practiced the sunflower finger technique during his travels with Murong Xing, who served as his ideal training partner. He had become intimately familiar with the human body's vital points and their respective functions. He immediately recognized that Zhang Hongling's target was one of the most crucial acupoints on his chest. A blow to this point would incapacitate him, rendering him powerless and vulnerable to her whims. Given their proximity, the situation was dire. Zhang Hongling's sudden outburst caught one off guard, and others would surely have faltered. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an had never relaxed his vigilance, always wary of Zhang Hongling. With a keen sense of awareness, the passage of time around him seemed to slow down significantly. The lightning-fast assault of Beiliang appeared to decelerate. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes as he deftly held his wine cup between his teeth, freeing his hand to grasp his wrist without hesitation. In that instant, Beiliang felt as if her wrist were ensnared by an iron vice, utterly immobilized. How could this be? Her expression shifted slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. Regaining her composure, she swiftly raised her other delicate hand, striking out at Chen Ping'an with a palm that resembled a blade. Yet, having failed to strike him in her initial ambush, what could this attempt achieve? Chen Ping'an merely chuckled, tilting his head to evade her strike. With a sudden surge of strength from his left hand, which had been resting on her waist, he lifted her effortlessly, seating her upon his lap. He crossed both hands to secure her wrists, employing a grappling technique to restrain her effectively. With overwhelming physical prowess, he locked her graceful form firmly against himself. In this position, their bodies were nearly intertwined. Feeling the heat radiating from Chen Ping'an, his heart fluttered, and a hint of panic flickered in her eyes. Struggling against him, she admonished in a frosty tone, "Rogue, how dare you be so rude? Release me at once." At this, Chen Ping'an felt a surge of displeasure. "My dear lady, have you lost your senses? It was you who chose to disregard martial decorum, launching a surprise attack while I was drinking. Now, you dare to accuse me of impoliteness? That is rather unreasonable." As he spoke, his warm breath brushed against the nape of the neck, causing her heart to race, her body to soften, and a blush to bloom on her cheeks. She felt as though she were melting into the warmth of his embrace. Moreover, let us not forget the nature of this place and our respective identities. I have paid for this. Is it not expected that I may act with a certain degree of rudeness? As he spoke, Chen Ping'an broke into a hearty laugh and planted a kiss upon her exquisitely crafted, porcelain-like cheek. Startled, Zhang's face flushed a deep crimson. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she glared at him, gritting her teeth as she scolded. "Even if I was at fault, you cannot treat me with such disrespect. To be frank, I am a member of Lu Shanmen, and my presence at Chunfeng Lu is for official duties. Should you dare to disrespect me, beware the consequences." Indeed, she was the renowned Dongling of the capital. Chen Ping'an's mind stirred, recognizing her identity but unwilling to release her so easily. Adopting a skeptical expression, he scrutinized her closely. "Just because you claim to be from Lu Shanmen, does that make it so? Do you have a badge?" Zhang Hongling fell silent, aware that she indeed possessed the badge, yet had chosen not to carry it during this particular assignment, opting for the guise of courtesan instead. "I do have a badge. If you let me go, I shall show it to you," she insisted. "Do you take me for a child? You think such tricks could deceive me?" "I assure you, I am not lying," Ping replied, nearly on the verge of tears as Chen Ping'an remained unconvinced of her identity. After a moment of hesitation and struggle, she resolved to reveal more. With a determined glint in her eye and a deep breath, she said, "To be honest, I'm not only from Lu Shanmen, but I'm also the eldest daughter of the Zhang family in the capital." "You are Zhang Hongling? You know of me?" Upon hearing her name, Hongling felt a wave of relief wash over her, recognizing that her situation would be more manageable. The name of the Zhang family held significant weight in the martial world. She raised her chin slightly, a proud expression gracing her features as she addressed Chen Ping'an. "Since you are aware of my identity, will you not release me? There has been a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding, indeed. You claim to be Zhang Hongling? I might as well be Zhang Pengzhao." With a swift motion, Chen Ping'an delivered a firm slap to her well-shaped posterior, his voice laced with indignation. The esteemed daughter of a prestigious family, known for her chivalry, would not stoop to such depths. "How dare you impersonate Dongling? This is a grievous offense that warrants punishment." His righteous fury intensified. He struck her again, delivering a sharp slap that resonated through the air. The sudden pain made Dong's body shudder, her teeth clenched against the discomfort, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, her fair face flushed with embarrassment, her emotions in turmoil. This man not only recognized her name, but held her in high regard. He believed her to be tarnishing her own reputation, and thus sought to chastise her. What an absurdity! Feeling a mix of humiliation and anger, Zhang Hongling found herself at a loss, unable to retaliate due to her own miscalculations. She could only lower herself and plead softly, "Esteemed young sir, I am not deceiving you. I truly am Dongling. I undertook this mission to capture a notorious bandit, the infamous Sun Tianhong. I had no choice but to infiltrate the brothel, masquerading as a courtesan to get close to him. Still lying, are we? If you're to approach that bandit, how did it become about approaching me instead?" Chen Ping'an's unyielding hand fell again, eliciting another tremor from Dong as tears glistened in her eyes. Yet, in her heart, she reflected. Her tone did not suggest deceit, and given that the crown prince had sent Feng Shiqian to invite him, there was no need for a woman to ambush him. Could it be that she was indeed not affiliated with the crown prince, and that today's events were merely coincidental? Zhang Ping'an, as the daughter of the prominent Zhang family, had already resolved several major cases at a young age, her reputation rivaling that of the four great captains. Her name echoed through both court and underworld, heralded as the future premier female detective. Her pride was evident. Yet today, she found herself ensnared in the embrace of a stranger, her dignity compromised as he chastised her. Her cheeks burned with shame as she explained, "I do not know how this came to be. The target I am pursuing is the notorious bandit known as the Hundred-Faced Demon, Chen Ping'an. This individual possesses not only exceptional martial arts skills, having attained the realm of a third-tier warrior, but is also cunning and treacherous, adept in the art of disguise. His favorite pastime involves eliminating wealthy merchants from various regions, subsequently assuming their identities through his mastery of disguise. He indulges in the wives and daughters of these affluent individuals, squandering their fortunes before exterminating their entire families and fleeing without a trace. After much effort, I have finally traced his whereabouts, yet I am apprehensive of alarming him. Knowing his lascivious nature, I am aware that once he sets his sights on a woman, he will resort to any means necessary to possess her. Thus, I have spent over a month infiltrating the brothel, masquerading as a courtesan, to seize the opportunity to approach him. The person he is currently impersonating is the wealthiest merchant in Jinju City. Logically, the one who captured my first night should have been Chen Ping'an. How surprising that it was you who entered instead." Upon hearing Zhang Hongling's explanation, Chen Ping'an finally comprehended the entire sequence of events. It turns out this woman had her sights set on someone else from the very beginning. It was merely by chance that I arrived in Jinju today, and Fang Shiqian hosted a banquet in my honor, utilizing his power as the governor to intercept her, thus disrupting Zhang Hongling's plans. Although, upon deeper reflection, there remain certain inconsistencies in Zhang Hongling's narrative. For instance, if she sought to approach Chen Ping'an, why did she not employ alternative methods rather than disguise herself as a courtesan? However, it is likely that Zhang Hongling has her own reasons, perhaps linked to Chen Ping'an's cautious disposition, which cannot be elucidated in a few sentences. Chen Ping'an had no interest in probing further. As long as he understood that Zhang Hongling was not aligned with the crown prince and was not conspiring against him, that was sufficient. "Thus, are you truly Miss Zhang?" Chen Ping'an hastily feigned surprise, repeatedly apologizing to Zhang Hongling. It appears this was indeed a misunderstanding. "In a moment of impulsiveness, I may have offended you, and I hope Miss Zhang will not hold it against me. Did I hurt you earlier? Allow me to massage it." Stop. Zhang Hongling's delicate face instantly flushed with embarrassment, struggling for a moment in Chen Ping'an's embrace, her eyelids suddenly growing heavy, her voice becoming increasingly faint. Unbeknownst to her, she completely succumbed to slumber in Chen Ping'an's arms. Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? A mere rub has rendered her unconscious? Youth is indeed a blessing, falling asleep at the drop of a hat. What sort of constitution does this Miss Zhang possess? However, he quickly realized that Zhang Hongling was not merely asleep. She had evidently been drugged. The food and drink were compromised. Someone had tampered with them. Chen Ping'an's heart sank, and he cast a grave glance at the table laden with food and drink beside him. A smirk crept onto his lips, revealing a hint of amusement. Today's events have taken an intriguing turn. I shall see who is behind this poisoning and what their intentions are. Is it the crown prince and Fang Shiqian orchestrating a scheme against me? Or is it the elusive hundred-faced demon thief that Zhang Hongling is pursuing, causing trouble from the shadows? A flicker of determination ignited in Chen Ping'an's eyes as he placed Zhang Hongling aside, allowing her to lean against the table. He too leaned over the table, intentionally knocking over several wine cups and dishes to simulate an atmosphere of revelry, where two individuals had been drinking and unwittingly succumbed to unconsciousness. Then, he perked his ears to listen for any sounds beyond the door. Sure enough, after about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Chen Ping'an, using his acute hearing, detected a series of footsteps approaching the room. Upon reaching the door, they paused momentarily, seemingly listening for any sounds from within. Then, the door creaked open, and someone entered. Chen Ping'an heard the footsteps approach him, and Zhang Hongling, first lifting Zhang Hongling's chin and exclaiming in admiration, "Ah, this little face is indeed a true beauty. My risks have not been in vain." Following this, Chen Ping'an heard the sound of fabric rustling, as if the man were extracting something from his own pocket and shoving it into Zhang Hongling's mouth. Then came a mocking voice. "Pa, what do you think you are? You dare compete with me for women? You are hardly worthy. Just lie there." As the words fell, the man reached out toward Chen Ping'an. Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an opened his eyes, seizing the man's outstretched wrist before he could react. With fingers like the wind, as swift as lightning, he struck the man's chest with remarkable speed. The man froze, his body rigid, eyes wide with terror. "How could you?" But before he could finish, Chen Ping'an struck again, sealing his voice as well. Simultaneously, Chen Ping'an recognized this man as the very servant who had exited the room before he entered. Connecting the dots with Zhang Hongling's earlier comments, Chen Ping'an understood everything. Clearly, the individual before him was Zhang Hongling's target, the master of disguise, the hundred-faced demon thief, Sun Tianhong. Just as Zhang Hongling had described, he was indeed a lecherous man. Once he set his sights on a woman, he would stop at nothing to possess her, or else he would never find peace. After Fang Shiqian utilized his authority as governor to intercept Zhang Hongling, this man could not swallow his anger. Relying on his skills, he dared to take risks, disguising himself as a brothel servant and drugging the food and drink shared by Chen Ping'an and Zhang Hongling, attempting to employ such despicable means to claim Zhang Hongling for himself. Alas, he had not anticipated that Chen Ping'an possessed a unique constitution impervious to poisons, rendering him unaffected by the drug. Overcome with arrogance, he was easily subdued by Chen Ping'an at the opportune moment. Chen Ping'an stroked his chin, a contemplative gleam in his eyes as he pondered how to deal with this scoundrel. Suddenly, he heard a commotion behind him, as if Zhang Hongling was stirring awake. Following that, a warm, supple figure embraced him from behind, and he heard Zhang Hongling's incoherent murmurs. "What is happening? I feel so hot and uncomfortable." Upon sensing the soft body pressed against him, Chen Ping'an's heart momentarily fluttered. He swiftly turned to look behind him, only to find that, at some point, Zhang Hongling had awakened. However, her current state was rather alarming. It appeared as though she was engulfed in a fever, her face flushed as if ablaze. Her entire form was pressed tightly against Chen Ping'an, her beautiful eyes clouded with confusion, displaying signs of delirium. Her delicate teeth bit down on her lower lip, and her finely arched brows were furrowed in distress, as if she were struggling against something. Witnessing Zhang Hongling in such a state caused Chen Ping'an's heart to skip a beat. He quickly turned and, with a swift flick of his finger, released Sun Tianhong's voice seal, furrowing his brow as he demanded, "What did you give her? What could have caused a woman to end up like this? Scoundrel, quickly give me the antidote." Zhang Hongling bit her tongue fiercely, forcing herself to regain a semblance of clarity, her beautiful eyes glaring red at Sun Tianhong as she weakly urged him. "Where is such a thing as an antidote? If we were to speak of antidotes, would not this young hero beside you be the best one?" Sun Tianhong, seizing the rare opportunity to speak, hastily pleaded with Chen Ping'an, "This young hero. Today's events stem from my inability to recognize greatness, and I have offended you. However, we have no grievances in the past, nor enmity in recent days. I implore you to show mercy and spare my brother." He candidly admitted, "I am none other than the infamous Beiliang Mo Dao, Sun Tianhong. Though my martial prowess is lacking, I possess some means to acquire wealth. Over the years, I have roamed the land, amassing a certain fortune. I am willing to offer you 10,000 taels of gold, merely seeking your mercy to let me go. I shall even relinquish this Xiao Fengxian to you and will no longer dare to harbor any thoughts towards her." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He had not expected Sun Tianhong to be so wealthy, offering a staggering sum of 10,000 taels of gold in hopes of buying his life. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that Sun Tianhong's greatest talent lay in his extraordinary skills of disguise. For years, he had roamed the vast territories of Deqian, assuming the identities of wealthy merchants to amass riches. Although he possessed only the strength of a third-tier martial artist, his ability to acquire wealth likely surpassed even that of grandmasters. Thus, it was not surprising that he could produce such a sum. Unfortunately, before Zhang Hongling, the head of the Lushan men, Chen Ping'an could not engage in any dealings with a notorious criminal, unless he intended to silence Zhang Hongling through murder. Yet, for a mere 10,000 taels of gold, he was not foolish enough to harm a young lady from the Zhang family in the capital. With a cold snort, He wasted no time and swiftly sealed several vital points on Sun Tianhong's body with a series of precise strikes. Sun Tianhong immediately closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep slumber. Chen Ping'an had exerted his full strength in this acupoint sealing. Without someone to release it, given Sun Tianhong's limited martial cultivation, it would be impossible for him to awaken for 3 days and nights. As Chen Ping'an sealed Sun Tianhong's acupoints, Zhan Hongling pressed her body against him, tightly embracing him, struggling to maintain her last shred of clarity. She spoke in a soft voice filled with desperation. "Do not think that just because I am poisoned, you can take advantage of me. Otherwise, I will not spare you." "Why would I take advantage of you if you do not allow it?" Chen Ping'an replied, somewhat at a loss for words as he raised both hands in a gesture of innocence. "I did not do anything. You were the one who came close to me." Zhan Hongling felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks growing increasingly warm as she struggled to distance herself from him. However, the next moment, her legs went weak and she sank to the ground on her knees. Chen Ping'an reached out to assist her, but Zhan Hongling grasped his outstretched hand, pulling it into her embrace, slowly lifting her head. Her stunningly beautiful face radiated allure, her once clear eyes now glimmering like spring water, filled with a beguiling charm as she gazed at Chen Ping'an with a pleading expression. "I feel so unwell. I beg you, help me." It seemed that this was a request he could not refuse. "What a predicament you present me with." Chen Ping'an smiled faintly, extending his arms to lift Zhan Hongling into his embrace. The following morning, Chen Ping'an was startled awake by a sharp cry. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a snowy white fist hurtling towards him. "What the?" He quickly grasped the incoming fist, casting an annoyed look at Zhan Hongling. "Have you lost your mind? What is the meaning of this early morning commotion? Scoundrel, you shameless rogue, how dare you take advantage of me? I shall not spare you." Zhan Hongling, completely unclothed, was seething with rage as she struggled against Chen Ping'an's grip on her wrist. As she fought against him, Chen Ping'an found his gaze inadvertently drawn to her, his heart fluttering. "Where are you looking?" Zhan Hongling exclaimed, hastily grabbing a blanket to shield herself, glaring at Chen Ping'an with a mix of shame and indignation. "What is there to shield? Last night I not only saw, but also..." Chen Ping'an was cut off as he noticed Zhan Hongling's flushed face, her eyes practically ablaze with fury, prompting him to halt his words. All right. I won't say anything more, but do not go too far. Last night, you clearly asked for my help, and now you deny it? That seems rather unreasonable." Zhan Hongling had just awoken and, upon seeing the situation, reacted impulsively by striking Chen Ping'an. Only now, hearing his words, did she regain her composure. Reflecting on the events of the previous night and their preceding circumstances, it could only be said that everything had unfolded due to a series of unfortunate misunderstandings. If anyone were to be blamed, it was her own recklessness that had led to Sun Tianhong's schemes. It was certainly not something she could hold against Chen Ping'an. However, as a virtuous maiden and the daughter of the Zhan family in the capital, her purity was of utmost importance to her. When she had decided to masquerade as a courtesan to approach Sun Tianhong, she had undergone extensive mental preparation before finally making that determination. She had initially believed the worst outcome would be the failure of her plan, allowing Sun Tianhong to escape. Yet, she had severely underestimated his cunning and the complexity of worldly affairs. Plans could never keep up with changes. She never expected that she would lose her own purity in the process. How could she face others in the future? Suddenly confronted with such a situation, she felt lost and disoriented, her heart heavy with confusion. The more she thought about it, the more she felt humiliated and enraged, sensing that she had suffered a great injustice. Unbeknownst to her, she began to weep softly, 2 glistening tears slipping down her cheeks. "Why are you crying?" Chen Ping'an, ever the tender-hearted, felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing Zhan Hongling's pitiful, tear-streaked face. He reached out to gently wipe away her tears, speaking in a soothing tone. "Do not cry. I will take responsibility for you." Chapter 97. Hongling weeps. Mulan comes to a realization. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Zhan Hongling's beautiful eyes momentarily glazed over. However, her temper flared soon after. She pushed Chen Ping'an's arm away, her eyes red as she glared at him, her voice laced with indignation. "What gives you the right to take responsibility for me, you opportunistic rogue? I do not require anyone's responsibility. Leave. I never want to see you again." As she spoke, she forcefully shoved Chen Ping'an towards the edge of the bed, do not require responsibility? That is splendid. Chen Ping'an was not one to cling stubbornly. Since she had dismissed him, he saw no reason to linger. He slid off the bed, leisurely collecting his scattered clothes from the floor and putting them on one by one. Zhang Hongling's gaze swept over Chen Ping'an's form, and her face flushed crimson once more. She quickly turned her head away, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Soon, Chen Ping'an dressed himself neatly. Before departing, he kicked the still unconscious Sun Tianhong on the ground and remarked to Zhang Hongling, "I have left this fellow for you. Yesterday, he mentioned that he is hiding a fortune of 10,000 taels of gold somewhere. Do not forget to interrogate him thoroughly. Consider this my parting gift for our acquaintance." After saying this, Chen Ping'an adjusted his collar and stepped out of the room. Inside, Zhang Hongling sat on the embroidered couch, her hair in disarray, covering her front with a quilt. Gazing at the vivid red mark on the disheveled couch, her beautiful eyes turned crimson, her heart in turmoil. Initially, she had come to Jianzhou alone, intent on capturing the notorious bandit Sun Tianhong to prove her abilities to everyone. However, now that she had indeed captured him, she felt no joy or excitement, only an overwhelming sense of bitterness and complexity. She had sacrificed something far more precious in the process. If her father were to learn of everything, how furious would he be? With her purity lost, how could she ever face that person again upon returning to the capital? The more Zhang Hongling pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. It was only after Chen Ping'an had left that she suddenly realized she did not even know that person's name. Thus, she had unwittingly lost her innocence. Forget it. If I don't know, she thought. After all, she would soon return to the capital, and it was unlikely they would meet again. Meanwhile, as Chen Ping'an exited the room, he casually brought up the system panel. Clan leader, Chen Ping'an, physique, 467, spouses, Su Wan, Lin Yuechan, Lin Yue, Qin Yun, Wan Yin Hongya, Lu Ji, Xiao Yan, Yi Jiao, Murong Xing, Zhang Hongling. Bonded female, Yang Yuyao, offspring, none talents, martial arts prodigy, photographic memory. Immune to poisons, cultivation method, dragon elephant suppression technique, 4th layer. Martial skills, sunflower acupoint strike. Skills, treasure hunting, eagle eye, night vision, keen hearing, sharp reflexes, divine movement. Superb equestrian skills, masterful archery, lottery draws available. 0, aside from the enhancements gained through system lottery draws. Chen Ping'an's cultivation of the dragon elephant suppression technique also provided a certain degree of enhancement to his physique. However, his body had already undergone significant strengthening and modification through the system, making him exceptionally robust. The higher the base value of one's physique, the more challenging it became to further reinforce it. Currently, the 4th layer of the dragon elephant suppression technique offered limited enhancement to such a formidable physique. The synergy of both factors resulted in Chen Ping'an's physique strength reaching 467 points. Chen Ping'an deliberately accessed Zhang Hongling's information. He noted that her affinity towards him was merely 10 points. It seemed that the events of the previous night had left the young lady of the Zhang family in a state of disarray. Deep within, her emotions towards him were exceedingly complex. However, since the affinity was not negative, it at least indicated that she did not harbor any dislike for him. Upon arriving in the capital, there might still be other opportunities for interaction. Simultaneously, within the government office, Murong Xing and Yang Yuyao sat at a table enjoying breakfast. Even breakfast is so exquisite. You people from Central Plains truly know how to indulge, Murong Xing remarked, delicately savoring a small, refined pastry, a look of enjoyment adorning her face. Yang Yuyao glanced at her, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Chen Ping'an has been out all night, indulging in pleasures. Aren't you the least bit upset? What is there to be angry about? Is there any man who isn't fond of beauty? Is there a cat that doesn't steal fish? Murong Xing replied, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Yuyao. A capable man going out to socialize and enjoy himself is only natural. Yet, you are reputed to be the most beautiful woman on the Beiliang grasslands, the leader of a great tribe, and now conferred the title of Tianshui Marquis by the court. With such a noble status, you can only stand by as your man seeks pleasures elsewhere and stays out all night, and you feel no discomfort? It seems to me that you are the one who feels uneasy, she added, her beautiful eyes flickering with meaning. As a woman, Murong Xing's sensitivity and perceptiveness were keen. From the moment she met Yang Yuyao, she sensed a strong undercurrent of jealousy in her gaze. After spending so many days together, she had long guessed that Yang Yuyao was disguised as a man and that she shared a relationship with Chen Ping'an. At this moment, with a slight smile, she revealed her feelings to Yang Yuyao. Regardless of how noble my status may be, I am ultimately just a woman. In our grasslands, the strongest tribes possess the most livestock, and the strongest men have the most women. It is all quite natural and justifiable. Even your emperor of Deqian has 3,000 beauties in his harem. A man as radiant and ambitious as he, whose life's theme is destined to be conquest and possession, would never be satisfied with just one woman. To be conquered and possessed by such a man, to hold a place in his heart, is already a considerable satisfaction for me. What need is there for jealousy? As Murong Xing spoke, Chen Ping'an returned from outside. Seeing the two enjoying breakfast, he approached with a smile. What a delightful breakfast you're having. You're back. Murong Xing's eyes lit up as she quickly stood to make room for him, sitting on his lap and offering him a piece of pastry. Come, taste this. It's delicious. Yang Yao, seated across from him, observed the harmonious interaction between Chen Ping'an and Murong Xing, the words of Murong Xing echoing in her mind. At that moment, a knot in her heart that had been tightly wound finally began to unravel. She had come to a realization. Chapter 98. The widow Lu Rushuang meets General Chen after a leisurely 3-day respite in Jinzhou. Chen Ping'an led his group onward to the capital. Fang Shiqian personally accompanied a number of officials to see Chen Ping'an and his entourage off beyond the city gates. Watching the well-equipped 800 iron cavalry escorting 2 horse-drawn carriages along the official road, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Over the past 3 days, he had repeatedly hinted at the crown prince's intentions to recruit Chen Ping'an, but Chen Ping'an always deftly deflected him with humor and wit. This lad is certainly no easy catch, Fang Shiqian muttered under his breath. Turning to a trusted aide beside him, he inquired, how much silver have they spent over the past 3 days? Reporting to you, sir, they have spent over 300 taels in total during these 3 days on food, drink, and entertainment. More than 8,000 taels in 3 days? They are indeed quite extravagant. Fang Shiqian raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before instructing his aide. You must write a secret letter to the crown prince, summarizing the situation of these past few days. Inform him that we have spent a total of 15,000 taels of silver to host them. Understood. The aide responded, a knowing smile on his face, promptly turning to return to the city to compose the letter. After Chen Ping'an and his companions departed from Jinzhou, their journey was smooth and they encountered no further incidents. Several days later, they finally arrived at the capital city of Chang'an. From a distance, they beheld a magnificent and imposing grand city, majestically seated upon the earth. As they drew nearer, the towering city walls, constructed from countless azure bricks and massive stones, exuded the grandeur of this century-old imperial city. Is this truly Chang'an? Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as the unrivaled first city of the world, a claim not made in vain. Murong Xing lifted the curtain of the carriage and peered out, her eyes filled with wonder at the sight of the majestic city emerging on the distant horizon. In the vast and boundless northern Man grasslands, it was inconceivable to witness such a grand and magnificent city. Even the royal city of Hanchang, established after the founding of northern Mang, paled in comparison and was not worthy of mention. Yang Yao gazed at the increasingly closer Chang'an, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her expression a complex mix of thoughts unknown. At that moment, a troop emerged from a side road. Over 200 cavalrymen escorting several splendid carriages heading towards Chang'an. Chen Ping'an's treasure-hunting instinct activated automatically. A glance revealed that the carriages were laden with a wealth of treasures, radiating a rich golden glow, especially from the second carriage. The golden brilliance was so bright that it resembled a small sun, captivating Chen Ping'an's gaze to the point he could hardly look away. Observing the flags on the carriages, it seemed to be an envoy from the Eastern Sea Kingdom. Yang Yuyao focused on the blue flags fluttering from the carriages in that troop, her eyes shimmering with intrigue as she murmured, "The envoy from the Eastern Sea Kingdom?" Chen Ping'an raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. The Eastern Sea Kingdom is situated to the east of Deqian, along the Eastern Sea's coastline. Though its land area is not vast, less than 1/6 of Deqian, its population is exceedingly dense. With its proximity to the Eastern Sea, numerous ports and developed shipping routes, it controls more than half of the world's sea salt production. rendering it quite affluent and prosperous. For the Qian, it is akin to a piece of succulent meat, so close at hand. Over the centuries, the Qian has launched multiple eastern campaigns in an attempt to annex the Eastern Sea Kingdom and incorporate that bountiful coastal region into its territory. Although these campaigns ultimately ended in failure, they compelled the Eastern Sea Kingdom to acknowledge its subservience, becoming a vassal state of the Qian, paying tribute annually and attending court regularly. When discussing the Eastern Sea Kingdom, what stands out most is the renowned Wudi city, ruled by the formidable Deng Jiuji, a transcendent powerhouse of the land. Known as the world's foremost female martial deity, she has faced countless challengers over her 60-year reign at Wudi City, none of whom could withstand even 3 moves against her. Because of her unparalleled prowess, even during the Qian's peak strength, they had to suppress their ambitions and refrain from launching any military action against the Eastern Sea Kingdom. Thus, the two nations have enjoyed a prolonged period of peace for the past 60 years. During this time, while the Qian has not engaged in war with the Eastern Sea Kingdom, conflicts with Northern Ming, Southern Shu, and other nations have persisted almost without interruption. In terms of national strength, the Qian has seen little improvement compared to 60 years ago, whereas the Eastern Sea Kingdom has been quietly nurturing its strength, preparing its military, and has grown increasingly powerful. The tension between the two nations has become increasingly delicate. So, it is indeed the envoy from the Eastern Sea Kingdom. No wonder they bring such an array of rare treasures. However, one wonders what extraordinary treasures are contained within that second carriage, its glow so dazzling. Surely, it must be an invaluable rarity. Chen Ping'an mused to himself, unexpectedly encountering the envoy from the Eastern Sea Kingdom upon his arrival in the capital. Yet, he reasoned that this envoy would likely have no relevance to him, so he dismissed the thought. Following the Eastern Sea Kingdom's envoy, they continued along the official road and soon arrived at the foot of Chang'an. Awaiting them at the city gate were court officials. Given that Chang'an is the heart of the capital, Chen Ping'an's entourage of 800 iron cavalry could not all be permitted entry. At most, he could bring 10 personal guards into the city, while the rest of his men were to be temporarily stationed in an encampment outside the city. After entering the city, Chen Ping'an and his companions were escorted by the officials to a grand residence in the eastern part of the city, where they were informed that the emperor would officially summon them in 3 days. Chen Ping'an discreetly slipped a few silver notes into the official's hand and personally escorted him out before returning to organize room assignments for his men. Just as he was busy with these tasks, Chen Goxing suddenly rushed in, exclaiming loudly, "General, a woman is outside seeking to meet you." "A woman?" Chen Ping'an raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his gaze. He hardly knew any women in the capital, and, considering he had just arrived today, who would come looking for him at this moment? At that moment, Chen Goxing leaned closer to Chen Ping'an, his face lit with excitement as he whispered, "General, she's an extraordinarily beautiful woman." "Beautiful woman? How beautiful? She must be the most stunning woman I've ever seen in my life." "Oh!" Chen Ping'an perked up at this revelation. It was worth noting that Chen Goxing had seen Morong Xing before. If he claimed that the woman outside was the most beautiful he had ever encountered, she must indeed possess ethereal beauty. Could it be that Zhan Hongling discovered my identity and has come to confront me? What could she want? Chen Ping'an pondered this possibility as he followed Chen Goxing outside. To his surprise, the woman waiting at the door was not Zhan Hongling as he had imagined, but rather a graceful and enchanting young widow. Her stature was tall, and her beauty was exceptional. She wore a white long dress resembling morning attire, cinched at the waist with a black ribbon that accentuated her alluring figure. Particularly striking was her ample bosom, which vividly illustrated the idiom calling to be seen. Her exquisite face, devoid of makeup, stood out against the winter chill, with her porcelain-like complexion slightly flushed from the cold, and a few strands of hair blown by the wind, giving her a tragically beautiful aura. "May I ask, are you General Chen Ping'an?" The beautiful widow spoke softly, her voice melodious like a clear stream. "I am. And you are my lady?" Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's acknowledgement, the widow's eyes sparkled with delight as she gracefully bowed in respect, saying, "I am Lu Rushuang, the widow of the late general." Before him stood the widow of Ma Ling Ho, Zhao Kuo, renowned as one of the 5 beauties of the capital, the stunning Lu Rushuang, whose name echoed throughout Chang'an. Yet, he had never crossed paths with her before. On the very first day of his arrival in the capital, what could possibly prompt her to visit him personally? Chen Ping'an felt an internal struggle, yet his actions remained swift and unwavering as he stepped forward to assist Lu Rushuang to her feet, exclaiming, "Please, madam, rise. I cannot accept such honor." During this act, he inadvertently brushed against her arm, causing Lu Rushuang to shiver as if electrified, her heart fluttering. Simultaneously, Chen Ping'an was enveloped by a delicate and intoxicating fragrance emanating from her being. She was indeed fragrant. Ding! A suitable target for binding has been detected nearby. Would you like to bind Lu Rushuang as a potential family member? Bind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Binding of Lu Rushuang successful. Current favorability towards host, 30. An initial favorability score of 30. It appeared that this beautiful widow of the capital harbored quite a fondness for him, Chen Ping'an mused. Although he was uncertain of the purpose behind Lu Rushuang's visit, he warmly welcomed her into his residence out of courtesy. Once settled in the main hall, Lu Rushuang exuded grace and poise. After taking her seat, she gazed at Chen Ping'an with a wistful look and spoke candidly. To be honest, my residence is just next door, separated by merely a wall. A few days ago, I noticed someone cleaning here and, upon inquiry, learned that a general had arrived in the capital and would be residing here temporarily. 5 years ago, my late husband's inept command led to the annihilation of 400,000 troops of the Qian, resulting in a massacre, with a significant portion being men from Beiliang. I often awaken in the dead of night, plagued by unrest. Since then, I have resolved to mourn for those fallen soldiers, kneeling before the Buddha daily to recite scriptures, hoping to guide their souls to peace. I have heard that the general hails from Beiliang, a young and valiant warrior who has achieved numerous victories against the enemy in the Beiliang grasslands. I have admired you for quite some time, and today I took the liberty of visiting. I hope you won't take offense. Understanding her explanation, Chen Ping'an finally grasped the context. The temporary residence assigned to him by the court was indeed adjacent to Lu Rushuang's home. Given the tragic defeat from years past, Lu Rushuang felt a deep sense of guilt towards the people of Beiliang and harbored a profound animosity towards the nomadic tribes of Beiliang. Given his origins from Beiliang and his remarkable accomplishments in combat, it was hardly surprising that she would harbor a favorable view of him and even come to visit. This also clarified the source of her initial favorability score of 30. "Madam, your visit is most welcome. How could I take offense?" He reassured her. As the saying goes, victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. The consequences of that devastating loss 5 years ago, while indeed tragic, cannot be attributed solely to General Zhao, nor do they reflect upon you. You must take care of your health and not bear such a heavy psychological burden. As he comforted Lu Rushuang, he discreetly observed the exquisite beauty of this renowned lady of the capital, finding her increasingly captivating. Furthermore, she resided right next door. Could it be that he had a neighbor who was a noble widow, adorned in mourning attire? The allure was undeniable. For years, Lu Rushuang had remained secluded due to her status, rarely interacting with outsiders, and even less so with men. At this moment, sensing Chen Ping'an's gaze upon her, her flawless visage flushed with a delicate hue of crimson, and she shyly lowered her head, her slender, pale hands nervously clasping together. Ding! Lu Rushuang's favorability towards you has increased by 2. Current favorability, 32. Rising from her seat, she accepted a beautifully crafted wooden food box from her maid and placed it on the table before her. Upon opening it, they revealed an assortment of exquisite pastries. "I have prepared these pastries for you, General, as a token of my goodwill. I hope you will not find them lacking." "How could I?" Chen Ping'an smiled gently, replying, "These pastries appear delectable. You are truly skilled, madam." Ding! Lu Rushuang's favorability towards you has increased by 1. Current favorability, 33. Hearing his praise, Lu Rushuang's heart swelled with quiet joy. However, she felt a wave of nervousness and dared not meet his gaze, softly saying, "General, you must be weary from your journey. I do not wish to intrude further. I shall take my leave for today and visit again another time." With that, she turned it apart. Out of courtesy, Chen Ping'an escorted Lu Rushuang to the door, and this scene was fortuitously witnessed by Yang Yuyao. Observing the two walking side by side, sharing laughter, Lu Rushuang's head bowed with a gentle smile and a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. Yang Yuyao's expression darkened, her teeth clenched silently in frustration. Chen Ping'an watched Lu Rushuang until she entered her adjacent residence. Just before crossing the threshold, She paused and glanced back at him, only to find him gazing intently in her direction. The moment their eyes met, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade, as if caught in a moment of secret transgression. Her breath quickened, and she cast a shy look at him before hastily retreating into her home, disappearing from his view. Ding! Lu Rushuang's favorability towards you has increased by 2. Current favorability, 35. How intriguing. Without any overt actions, merely exchanging a few words and sharing glances, his favorability had surged by 5 points. It seemed that after Zhao Kuo's passing, this famed widow of the capital had been enduring a long and lonely night. Chen Ping'an chuckled softly, about to turn back to his residence when a blue sedan chair came to a halt outside the gate. The bearers lifted the curtain, revealing a middle-aged woman in her early 30s, adorned in luxurious clothing and exuding an air of sophistication. She stepped out of the chair, a fox fur cloak draped over her shoulders, her discerning gaze appraising Chen Ping'an before she inquired, "Excuse me, is this General Chen Ping'an?" Chapter 100. The rice has been cooked. Chen Ping'an pondered inwardly as he cast a few glances at the middle-aged beauty before him, nodding slightly. "Indeed, it is I. May I inquire how to address this esteemed lady? My husband is Yang Yanfeng, residing at Tianbuofu. You may call me Lu Foreign. Lu Foreign of Tianbuofu, the wife of Yang Yanfeng. What brings her here?" A chill ran through Chen Ping'an, and an ominous premonition began to surface. After all, he was nurtured by Yang Yanfeng, and in a sense, he belonged to Yang Yanfeng's retinue, also considered a disciple of Tianbuofu. Logically, upon arriving in the capital, he should have visited in person, bringing gifts and paying his respects to Tianbuofu. Yet now, Lu Foreign had come to visit him unannounced, without even a greeting. It made no sense emotionally or logically. Thus, there was only one conclusion to draw. Lu Foreign's visit today was certainly not for his benefit. "General Chen, will you not invite me in for a seat?" As Chen Ping'an's thoughts whirled, Lu Foreign regarded him with a penetrating gaze, smiling as she spoke. "How could I dare? Please enter, my lady." Naturally, Chen Ping'an would not dare to show any disrespect towards the wife of Yang Yanfeng, and quickly welcomed Lu Foreign into his abode. He sighed inwardly, "Milan, at this point, I can no longer assist you. May you seek your own fortune." Upon returning to the hall, he found Yang Yuyao seated in the principal position of the grand chair, savoring a piece of cake just delivered by Lu Rushuang. As she closed her eyes to relish the taste, she was taken aback by its unexpectedly delightful flavor, and her delicate brows furrowed as she gazed at the array of exquisite pastries before her, filled with resentment. How infuriating! Lu Rushuang, not only is she beautiful, but her pastries are also exquisitely delicious. Chen Ping'an, that lecher, is already far from honest. With her pastries, he's bound to be spellbound. Hearing Chen Ping'an's return, she did not lift her head, but instead took another piece from the box, biting into it to ascertain if all the pastries were equally delectable. With a sarcastic tone, she remarked, "Just arrived in the capital, and already a beauty pays a visit. Our General Chen certainly has his fair share of fortune, does he not? His heart must be blooming with joy. What nonsense is this?" Chen Ping'an's expression darkened. Without a word, he approached and snatched the pastry from Yang Yuyao's hand, exclaiming, "Still eating? This is for you." Ah! Yang Yuyao was momentarily stunned and turned to glance behind Chen Ping'an. Upon seeing Lu Foreign enter the hall, her eyes widened, and she stood at attention, as if caught by an old cat, stammering Lu Foreign? What brings you here?" Following that, she swiftly turned her gaze to Chen Ping'an, her face laden with suspicion. "Did you betray me? By heaven's conscience, I am of one mind with you." Chen Ping'an was at a loss for words, unable to contain his laughter as he explained. Lu Foreign, equally exasperated, looked at Yang Yuyao and clarified, "You have achieved such great merit under General Chen, yet you have not even met him once. If I did not ascertain your background, your brother Lu would not be able to continue as a general." Upon hearing this, Yang Yuyao finally understood. Yang Yanfeng had long seen through her identity, but had not disclosed it to her directly. Instead, he had discreetly written to Tianbuofu, informing the household. How foolish she had been to think she was hiding well. She had merely been deceiving herself. "You have been away for quite some time. Your family has been quite worried about you," Lu Foreign said, her gaze piercing into Yang Yuyao's, imbued with authority. "Now come home with me." However, Yang Yuyao hesitated, seemingly reluctant to return. Yet, under the weight of Lu Foreign's commanding gaze, she ultimately found it difficult to resist and nodded obediently. Lu Foran then turned her attention to Chen Ping'an, offering him a gentle smile. General Chen, we are immensely grateful for your care of Yu Yao during this time. The Yang family owes you a great debt of gratitude. My lady, you flatter me. I cannot claim to have cared for Milan. Rather, I have learned much from her. Moreover, the general has shown me kindness, for which I am eternally grateful. How could I dare to accept a favor from Tianbuofu? Chen Ping'an hastily replied, It is getting quite late. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit to pay my respects to the matriarch. Lu Foran nodded, clearly satisfied with his response. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she took her leave with Yang Yuyao. As Yang Yuyao climbed into the sedan chair with Lu Foran, she could not help but lift the curtain to gaze at Chen Ping'an, her eyes filled with reluctance. It was not until the chair turned the corner and Chen Ping'an was no longer in sight that she lowered the curtain with a sense of loss. Lu Foran noticed her forlorn demeanor and could not suppress a slight smirk, teasingly commenting, He will visit the residence tomorrow. It is merely a night apart. It is not as if you shall never see him again. Is such reluctance truly necessary? Sister 8, do you not find your heart fluttering for this General Chen? How could that be? Who would fancy such a scoundrel? Yang Yuyao's cheeks flushed crimson, her expression fraught with anxiety as she vehemently denied it. Sister 8, you have never been a good liar. Your thoughts are all written on your face. Do you dare claim you are untouched? As an experienced woman, I can read your eyes. Lu Foran observed Yang Yuyao's reaction, her smile broadening. She seized Yang Yuyao's hand, full of curiosity, and inquired, Do share with your sister-in-law. What stage have you both reached? Have you shared a kiss? Or perhaps taken a step further? Chapter 101. The first courtesan of the capital, renowned for her beauty. Oh dear Sister Lu, what nonsense are you spouting? What taking it further? I do not understand. Yang Yuyao's face burned with embarrassment as she was bombarded with questions, wishing for nothing more than to find a crevice in the sedan chair to hide within. Earlier, when Chen Ping'an welcomed Lu Foran into the residence, Chen Gosheng and the others were not present and thus did not hear of Lu Foran's identity. Upon seeing Yang Yuyao depart with Lu Foran in the sedan, they were all left in shock. Unable to contain their curiosity, they asked Chen Ping'an, General, who was that woman just now? Why did Milan leave with her? Milan is actually a person of the capital, and she has gone home with her sister-in-law, Chen Ping'an casually replied, not divulging Lu Foran's true identity to Chen Gosheng and the others. They would naturally learn of it tomorrow at Tianbuofu. It was best to maintain an air of mystery for now. Gosheng, Beiliang, you two accompany me for a moment. The rest of you continue tidying up at home. Chen Ping'an issued a command and set off with Chen Gosheng and Chen Delay towards the nearby Dongshi. The layout of Chang'an City is rectangular, with the imperial palace located in the north, facing south, embodying imperial grandeur. Most of the high-ranking officials and nobles reside in the northeastern part of Chang'an, in close proximity to the palace. Therefore, the city features two markets, Dongshi and Shishi. The goods sold in Dongshi are often priced higher and of superior quality, showcasing a variety of rare treasures aimed primarily at the elite. In contrast, Shishi offers more common merchandise, catering to the everyday needs of the common folk. Chen Ping'an and his companions also find temporary accommodation in the eastern part of the city, as they plan to visit Tianbuofu tomorrow. It would be remiss to arrive empty-handed. Consequently, Chen Ping'an decided to take Chen Delay and Chen Gosheng on a stroll through Dongshi to procure some gifts, while also experiencing the bustling vibrancy of Chang'an. Upon returning from their shopping excursion, evening had already fallen. Chen Ping'an scanned the crowd, feeling a sense of emptiness as he noticed the absence of Mulan Xiong. He then waved his hand decisively, addressing the group. Brothers, you have all worked hard on this journey. Since we are in the capital, tonight, I shall treat you all to a feast at Chunfonder Yilu. The excitement in the crowd was palpable. Is the general serious? They exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, Chen Gosheng expressed some reservations. General, Chunfonder Yilu is renowned as the finest establishment in the capital, and the expenses there are quite considerable. Yet, Chen Ping'an waved dismissively, stating, What does money matter? The happiness of my brothers is what truly counts. Despite having served in the military for a short time and receiving only a few months' salary, Chen Ping'an had previously ventured into the grasslands, vanquishing several tribes such as the Yuxian Wang, Hun Xia Wang, and Xiu Tu Wang, amassing a fortune in precious treasures. Treating his brothers to a lavish banquet posed no financial burden. His subordinates filled with enthusiasm, shouted in unison, "We pledge to follow the general to the end." They quickly changed into casual attire and set off together for Chen Ping'an as the most celebrated establishment in the capital. Its scale and opulence surpassed that of Chen Ping'an in Jinzhou. The ladies within were exceptionally beautiful, their charm almost ethereal. Chen Delay and the others were captivated by the sight. Upon entering, a charming middle-aged woman approached them, swaying her hips. Noticing that Chen Ping'an was the leader, she pressed her voluptuous form against him and greeted warmly. "You gentlemen seem new here. Is this your first visit? What sort of ladies do you desire? I can arrange it for you." Chen Ping'an, feeling at ease, placed his hand on the woman's waist and smiled, saying, "Please arrange a lady for each of my brothers and ensure they are well taken care of. As for myself, I wonder if she is available tonight?" Upon hearing this, the matron's expression shifted to surprise, and she scrutinized Chen Ping'an again, explaining, "She is indeed receiving guests tonight, but as this is your first visit, you may not know her rules. Before she receives guests, she holds a tea gathering, where one must pay 100 taels of silver to attend. During this gathering, there will be literary challenges, and only the most talented scholars will be selected to spend the night in her chambers. However, even after entering her room, it is merely the first hurdle. 2 more trials await before one can truly become her honored guest." Chen Ping'an was taken aback, realizing that the price of admission merely offered a chance to meet her, and that selection was not guaranteed. He was struck by the grandeur of she's expectations. Nevertheless, having encountered the renowned beauties of the capital like Lu Ru Shuang, Zhan Hongling, and Yang Yu Yao, he was determined to meet she, the last of the 5 famed beauties. Resolute, he remarked to the matron, "In that case, let us proceed to the tea gathering." The gathering took place on the 3rd floor, in a spacious, well-lit, and elegantly decorated room. By the time Chen Ping'an was seated, there were already over a dozen guests present, all clad in luxurious attire, indicative of their wealth. It was astonishing to think that such gatherings could yield over 1,000 taels of silver each night. She was indeed a veritable cash cow for Chen Ping'an de Yilu. After casually sampling some pastries and fruits, the music from behind the curtains suddenly ceased, replaced by another melody. The guests perked up, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, for she was about to appear. Chen Ping'an felt a stir of excitement and turned towards the semi-transparent screen in the room. As the melodic strains filled the air, a door behind the screen slowly opened, revealing a graceful and alluring figure, arms poised at her waist, casting a shadow on the screen. Even before she stepped out, her silhouette sparked endless imagination among the guests. Then, the enchanting figure emerged from behind the screen, moving gracefully, exuding an unparalleled elegance. The moment she stepped out, all eyes in the room converged upon her, including Chen Ping'an's. The celebrated courtesan was adorned in a lavish purple gown, her long hair styled into an elegant cloud-like updo, embellished with delicate ornaments that shimmered in the candlelight. Her complexion glowed like pearls against her fair skin, her brows arched like distant mountains, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. Her features were exquisitely refined, and her figure was nothing short of perfection. With a waist so slender it could be encircled by a single hand, her neckline modestly revealed a hint of her bosom. Her long, shapely legs peeked through the sheer fabric of her skirt, and as she moved, the hem flowed gracefully, evoking a captivating charm reminiscent of a veiled beauty. Chen Ping'an surveyed she, nodding inwardly in approval. Judging solely by her appearance, this renowned courtesan truly embodied celestial beauty. Even having encountered enchanting figures such as Murong Ziying, Lu Ru Shuang, and Zhan Hongling, Chen Ping'an found himself captivated. As GCC stepped out from behind the screen, an aura of stunning beauty enveloped her, captivating not only the ordinary wealthy young gentlemen present, but also all those gathered in the room. Many guests, unable to tear their gazes away, were utterly entranced, with even the sound of swallowed breaths echoing in the air. Having just bathed and changed, GCC apologized for the delay and initiated a self-punishment by raising her wine cup. After taking her seat, she lifted her glass again, seemingly either intentionally or inadvertently allowing a single droplet of crystal-clear wine to spill from the corner of her lips, cascading down onto her snow-white bosom, glimmering under the flickering candlelight. This spectacle irresistibly drew the attention of many guests. Subsequently, the gathering transitioned into the customary tea party segment. GCC, with grace and expertise, brewed and poured tea, which her handmaiden served to all the guests. Amidst casual conversations about the capital's amusing tales, poetry recitations, and cultured exchanges, many affluent young men appeared to relish this refined ambience, thoroughly enjoying themselves. However, Chen Ping'an found the event rather dull and chose to immerse himself in food and drink instead. It was not until after the third round of tea that the main topic was finally broached. GCC's enchanting eyes scanned the crowd as she spoke sweetly. I have heard that not long ago, our Qian army launched a northern expedition, achieving resounding victories in the Yin-Yun 16 provinces and the northern Man grasslands. Even the once mighty Xiongnu, right virtuous king, was compelled to lose his courage and humbly seek surrender from Artichian. Today, let us take border poetry as our theme, a tribute to the valiant soldiers fighting on the front lines, shall we? Upon hearing this, the audience's spirits were instantly lifted, realizing that GCC had proposed a challenge to test their poetic talents. Those who could excel in this literary contest would have the opportunity to enter GCC's boudoir and enjoy a delightful evening with her. Many were soon lost in deep contemplation, striving to compose their verses. Chen Ping'an, however, felt invigorated at the mention of border poetry. He had an abundance of such works in his mind. After all this time since his arrival, had the chance to showcase his literary prowess finally come? As Chen Ping'an excitedly pondered which border poem to select, another figure rose before him. Lifting his gaze, he saw a dashing young gentleman, elegantly dressed, with a folding fan in hand. After standing, he laughed heartily. Since Miss Cece has proposed a topic, allow me to take the liberty of presenting my humble contribution to inspire others. With that, he lightly tapped his fan against his palm, stepping forward as he recited. The northern winds sweep the land, dark smoke of war rises. Frost clings to armor, a solitary moon hangs high. Two horses neigh, their cries piercing the cold clouds. Banners obscure the sun, as dusk swirls with sand. The bones of the brave lie buried in desolate graves, while the fair ones gaze north with longing eyes. Hearing that Yin-Yun is still besieged, the general drunkenly sips from the pipa strings. Upon finishing his poem, the room fell into a profound silence. The guests furrowed their brows, gazing at the young gentleman with a weighty seriousness. This was not due to the inadequacy of his work, but rather because it was exceptionally well crafted. Though he had claimed to merely be tossing a brick to attract jade, his opening move was a veritable bombshell, leaving others at a loss for how to respond. Many guests felt their faces flush red, their own carefully crafted verses rendered insignificant in comparison. Chen Ping'an, however, regarded the young man with keen interest, observing not only his striking appearance, but also the young scholar seated nearby, whose lips had been moving in sync with the recitation. Having heard rumors of a secretive method of communication in the martial world, he was now witnessing it firsthand. Chen Ping'an mused silently, casting a deep glance at the young gentleman. It seemed that this individual had a capable aide, indicating that his status was anything but ordinary. Quite intriguing. After the young gentleman resumed his seat, confidence radiated from him. Evidently assured of his own literary talents and believing that the chance to spend the evening with GCC was all but secured. GCC's beautiful eyes sparkled with appreciation as she regarded him. Many guests sighed in envy, lamenting that their chances for the night had likely evaporated. At that moment, a calm voice emerged from the corner of the room. In drunkenness, I light the lamp and gaze at my sword, dreaming of the sounds of horns echoing through the camps. These two simple lines of poetry instantly silenced the room, as everyone felt a palpable aura of battlefield spirit emanating from them. Their attention swiftly converged towards the unassuming figure who had quietly remained in the corner since the tea party began. Then the figure continued, reciting the subsequent verses. 800 miles divide my command. 50 strings resonate with sounds from beyond the borders. Autumn on the battlefield calls the troops. Horses like the Lu fly swiftly, bows like thunder, strings taut with excitement. To resolve the king's affairs, to win renown in life and death. Alas, the fleeting white hair. Chen Ping'an delivered the entire poem in one breath, and the room once again fell into a profound silence. After a long moment, a wave of astonished murmurs erupted. If the poem recited by the young gentleman had been a fine creation, then Chen Ping'an's work surpassed it in both grandeur and the depth of its emotional resonance. The more the audience contemplated it, the more they discerned the brilliance encapsulated within the verses, a profound essence that could endure through the ages, rivaling even the most celebrated literary masterpieces. GCC's eyes sparkled brightly, captivated by Chen Ping'an, her gaze lingering on him, filled with admiration. She then raised her teacup, offering a final toast to the guests, saying sweetly, "Thank you all for your support. Let this tea party come to a close. Please, feel free to depart. I must return to bathe and change." With that, GCC gracefully retreated behind the screen. At that moment, a group of enchanting maidens entered from outside, continuing to entertain the guests with drinks and merriment. Shortly after, GCC's handmaiden emerged once more from behind the screen, stepping elegantly to Chen Ping'an's side. Her face adorned with a sweet smile as she cheerfully announced, "Esteemed sir, Miss Cece requests your presence for a private conversation." Upon witnessing the handmaiden's invitation, the numerous guests in the room shook their heads in envy, their eyes filled with longing for Chen Ping'an, who had the opportunity to enter GCC's boudoir and share in joyous conversation with her. However, upon seeing the lovely handmaiden, Chen Ping'an shook his head and replied, "I came to this tea party solely to behold Miss Cece's beauty. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, I shall not trouble the young lady for company this evening." "What?" The handmaiden was momentarily taken aback, her bright eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. It is important to note that she has followed GCC for a considerable length of time, having encountered numerous distinguished officials and affluent young masters. In the past, those young gentlemen fortunate enough to gain entry into GCC's boudoir were invariably filled with excitement and anticipation. However, this particular young master surprisingly declined the lady's invitation. Could it be that he is utterly unmoved by her beauty? The other guests in the room, upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, were equally astonished. Was it truly possible for someone to refuse GCC's invitation? Had the sun risen in the west? If he did not wish to enter Miss Cece's chamber, why recite poetry moments ago? Was this not akin to occupying a latrine without relieving one's self? Little did they know that in their eyes, GCC was a celestial beauty, a renowned courtesan whose charms they could only dream of experiencing. Yet, in Chen Ping'an's perspective, she was merely average, comparable at best to Morongxing and Zhang Hongling. Although undeniably stunning, her allure paled in comparison to that of the general's widow, Lu Rushuang, whom he had encountered earlier that day. The crux of the matter was that GCC only sold her artistry, not her body, unless one could pass her 3 tests. Even entering her chamber would only allow for distant admiration, not intimate engagement. A flower, no matter how vibrant and exquisite, holds no value if it cannot be savored. Chen Ping'an's purpose for spending money to indulge was to unwind, not to ingratiate himself with a haughty courtesan. His attendance at this gathering stemmed merely from curiosity regarding GCC's beauty, wishing to behold the visage of one of the 5 renowned beauties of the capital. Akin to a tourist's visit, having satisfied his curiosity, he felt it was time to attend to more pressing matters and truly relax. With a hearty laugh, Chen Ping'an embraced the soft waist of the courtesan who had accompanied him for drinks and turned to leave. However, after taking only a few steps, he heard a voice calling out behind him, "Brother, please hold on." Chen Ping'an halted and looked back to see that the one who had called him was none other than the young master who had first risen to recite poetry. He was accompanied by 2 other distinguished young men, seemingly his subordinates. "Brother, is there something you wish to discuss?" Chen Ping'an inquired, raising an eyebrow. "It is not a matter of great importance. I merely wish to express my admiration for your earlier recitation, which was both powerful and profound, showcasing your extraordinary literary talent." The young master replied with a slight smile. "Additionally, I find myself curious. Since you received an invitation from Miss Cece, why did you decline to accept? Is it possible that her talents and beauty do not captivate your interest? Miss Cece is indeed a paragon of talent and beauty, renowned throughout the capital, and I naturally yearn to experience her charms. However, I am a man of action. I prefer the tangible over the ethereal. No matter how lovely a flower may be, if it cannot be savored, it holds no significance for me." Chen Ping'an replied with a hearty laugh, flashing a knowing smile to the young master. He playfully patted the young man's backside, a jest common among the straightforward comrades he was accustomed to in military. Yet, to his astonishment, as his hand made contact, a clear system prompt echoed in his ears, ding. "A suitable binding target has been detected nearby. Would you like to bind Li Yuqing as a candidate family member?" Li Yuqing? That name sounds familiar. Isn't that the name of the second princess? Chen Ping'an thought, incredulous, glancing at the young master, whose red lips and white teeth, combined with a face as refined as jade, were now wide-eyed in surprise. He noticed the sudden flush of crimson spreading across the young man's cheeks. A sense of foreboding gripped Chen Ping'an as he realized the gravity of the situation. How could he have not sensed anything amiss since the moment he laid eyes on the person? It turned out that this individual was indeed a woman disguised as a man, the second princess of the Qian dynasty, the emperor's personally appointed Prince Qin. Had donned male attire to visit a brothel. I just patted the second princess's backside. Chen Ping'an cursed inwardly, feeling betrayed by the system for not alerting him sooner. Now, he could only feign ignorance, chuckling as he turned away, embracing the beauty in his arms. Behind Li Yuqing, the two subordinates exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they hurried to her side. Your Highness, this person dared to disrespect you. Shall we detain him? No, ignorance is no sin. This individual possesses remarkable literary flair and a roguish charm, yet he appears unfamiliar, likely new to the capital. We shall investigate his background later, Li Yuqing instructed, raising a hand to stop her subordinates as she gazed at Chen Ping'an's retreating figure. Her expression remained serene, but the blush on her cheeks gradually faded, though a ripple of curiosity stirred within her heart, difficult to quell. Meanwhile, as Chen Ping'an departed, he silently commanded Bind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Target Li Yuqing successfully bound. Current affinity level, 20. Chapter 104. Could it be that Brother Mulan is actually a woman? Oh, the affinity level is not negative. Chen Ping'an's eyes widened in surprise at the system prompt. He had not anticipated that his earlier indiscretion would not only fail to provoke disdain from the second princess, but instead yield a positive affinity of 20 points. His expression turned peculiar as he mused. Had he known, he would have patted a few more times. After all, the second princess's physique felt rather pleasant to the touch. Meanwhile, within GCC's boudoir, the renowned courtesan of the capital was indulging in a bath, surrounded by floating petals. Her alluring white arms occasionally splashed water onto her fragrant shoulders, the droplets cascading down her flawless skin, leaving behind glistening beads of water. Her long hair clung to her face, and her delicate cheeks, flushed with a rosy hue, were as captivating as a lotus flower emerging from the water. Her perfectly sculpted form, concealed beneath the shimmering waves, was the object of desire for countless wealthy young men in the capital. Alas, such a perfect body remained untouched, destined to endure lonely nights. GCC sighed inwardly, recalling the eloquent young master, a flicker of hope igniting in her beautiful eyes. She wondered if he could pass the subsequent trials. Just then, her personal maid entered, bringing the news of Chen Ping'an's polite refusal and swift departure. What? GCC's expression shifted slightly at the news, and she hurriedly inquired, why did that young master refuse? The young gentleman remarked, what did he say? He declared that no matter how beautiful the flowers might be, if they could not be savored, they held no significance for him. Upon hearing this, the maid's words caused GCC's delicate brows to furrow tightly. It is worth noting that she was not only naturally beautiful, with an exquisite visage, but had also been nurtured by Chuanfeng Lo since childhood, acquiring various talents and skills. One could say she was born to captivate men, a stunning enchantress whose every glance and gesture could convey myriad charms. Over the years, beneath her pomegranate skirt, countless dignitaries of the capital had fallen under her spell. Many wealthy young men had strained their brains merely to elicit her smile. Typically, she was the one to select her guests, but today, for the first time, the guest she chose had audaciously declined to spend the night in her chamber. This left her feeling deeply humiliated and quite uncomfortable. She scooped a handful of clear water from the bath and gazed at her fragmented reflection. A hint of perplexity surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Why? Was her body no longer alluring to men? Did she know the identity of that young gentleman? No, it seemed to be his first visit to Chuanfeng Lo, and he had not revealed his true identity. However, it appeared he had spent the night in the company of Hong Yu. She could inquire about him tomorrow to gather some intelligence. What? Upon hearing the maid's reply, GCC's brows knitted even tighter. That scoundrel had turned down her invitation only to retreat to Hong Yu's quarters. In terms of figure, grace, and talent, what could Hong Yu possibly possess that matched her? Was it merely because she offered only her artistry and not her body? Did these shallow men truly place such paramount importance on the pleasures of intimacy? She was not incapable of attending to men's needs. Yet what could she do? A complex expression flickered in G.C.C.'s beautiful eyes as she instructed the maid. Keep an eye on that gentleman's identity. I shall discover who he truly is, that he remains unmoved by my beauty. On the following morning, Chen Ping'an and his companions emerged from Chuanfeng their faces radiant with satisfaction. Upon returning to their lodgings, Chen Ping'an changed into a fresh, clean attire and arranged his hair neatly. He summoned Chen Gosheng and Chen Dalei, and with gifts in hand, they made their way to Tianbuofu. The Yang family's Tianbuofu had long been a renowned residence in the capital, and after inquiring for directions, they soon arrived at its entrance. After Chen Ping'an announced his identity, the servant responsible for receiving guests immediately donned a warm smile. "Ah, it is General Chen. The young lady has instructed us of your visit today. Please follow me." With that, the servant turned and led the way. Chen Gosheng and Chen Dalei, holding the gifts, followed closely behind Chen Ping'an, exchanging glances filled with doubt. The general had just arrived in the capital yesterday. When had he become acquainted with the young lady of Tianbuofu? Though puzzled, they remained silent, trailing behind him deeper into the residence. Meanwhile, within the depths of Tianbuofu, in a quaint and elegantly decorated boudoir, a graceful silhouette sat by the window, arranging her makeup before the mirror. As she styled her cloud-like hair and applied a vivid red lip color, she meticulously chose beautiful hairpins, considering which would complement her appearance best. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Miss, General Chen and his companions have arrived." "What? They have come so early?" Yang Yueying felt a surge of panic and set aside her indecision. She hastily selected a hairpin and inserted it into her hair, glancing at the mirror one last time before quickly making her way outside. At that moment, Chen Ping'an and his companions stepped into the courtyard, which was filled with plum trees. The vibrant red plum blossoms bloomed defiantly against the winter chill, their fragrance wafting through the air. Suddenly, a slender and graceful figure emerged from the room. Yang Yueying, clad in a fitting red gown adorned with exquisite floral patterns, draped a red fox fur over her shoulders. With her deliberate adornment, her already stunning beauty appeared even more ethereal, standing beside a blooming plum tree.